The fiancée of the brother-supporting monster exclaimed. My brother is getting married, you need to provide 200,000 for him. Why brother wants to buy a car, you need to provide 200,000. My brother has been arrested, you should take the blame. That I only have this one brother, if I don't help him, who will? If you can't assist me with this little matter, I won't marry you. Bah, it's not that you want marry, it's that I refuse to marry. Chapter 1. Rebirth on the day of the wedding. Mr. Jiang, I won't hide it from you, this illness is beyond the means of the impoverished. Cherish your last month, the old doctor said, shaking his head as he spoke the truth and reluctantly removed his reading glasses. Thank you, Doctor. I understand, Jiang Fan replied, gazing at the words latest stage gastric cancer on the medical record. His heart stirred little, and within his vacant eyes, there was instead a flicker of relief. Upon returning home, his wife, Su Yuding, was joyfully scrolling through her phone, with remnants of takeout scattered across the dining table. Standing at the door, Jiang Fan heard her words, and despair deepened in his gaze as he murmured, I have no money left, bang. Before Jiang Fan's words could settle, the sound of a shattered cup echoed through the living room, followed by a fit of hysterical shouting. Jiang, marrying you is truly a mistake, you have no capabilities. You always claim poverty whenever money is needed. Is it too much for my brother to ask for this? You can't even produce 200,000? Xiao Yong is not a stranger, he is my brother. Your brother too. Xiao Yong simply wants to change his car, is that too much to ask? Bah, heartless creature. My mother was right, I should never have married you, I should have found someone wealthy. What about your mother's death compensation and the demolition funds from the old house? Where did all that money go? Hurry and give 200,000 to my brother. Su Yuding incessantly complained about how difficult her life had been over the years, as if her life at home since their marriage was a form of torture. Such incessant grievances had become commonplace in this household, and Jiang Fan felt as though his heart had withered. He numbly took a seat at the dining table, as usual, dipping a steamed bun into the leftover soup from Su Yuding's meal, mechanically chewing it without tasting anything. He suddenly realized that perhaps his gastric cancer had arisen from this very situation since his mother's passing. He could no longer recall the flavor of a warm soup or dish. Damn it! Seeing Jiang Fan eat, Su Yuding roared, flipping the dining table. You spineless wretch, how can you still eat? I wouldn't even feed this to a dog. The soup splattered across the floor. The half-eaten bun in Jiang Fan's hand was crushed, and he let out a bitter laugh. I have no family ties. I am incompetent. Who took the blame when Xu Yong was caught soliciting? Who served time in jail? The additional bride price was given to whom? Don't you know? I have been married to you. For 10 years your brother has taken money for buying houses and cars from here, for his every need. The compensation and demolition funds my mother sacrificed her life for have long vanished. And now he wants to change his car again. Have you considered me? After speaking, Jiang Fan felt a sharp pain in his stomach, bent over, and leaned against the wall as he left that suffocating home. Entering the house. Jiang Fan laughed at himself. Could such a place still be called home? He walked for a while until he arrived at the cemetery in the early hours, yearning for his mother. Mom, I miss you. Life is truly exhausting. Jiang Fan knelt before his mother's grave, feeling an indescribable anguish. The entire cemetery resonated with Jiang Fan's heart-wrenching cries. He longed for his mother, wishing to hold her hand once more, just as he did in his childhood. Young man, life is fraught with misfortune, look ahead. Out of nowhere, an old man in tattered clothes appeared, resembling a beggar. One of his eyes seemed blind, murky and dim, while the other was clear and sparkling, radiating vitality. The old man handed over a broken wine bottle. Here, have a sip. Jiang Fan took the bottle, feeling a pang of sorrow. Old man, I understand what you mean, but I am truly suffering. My wife only desires money, only wishes for money. I work tirelessly, endlessly, only for it to all go to her family, all to her brother. To them, I am worth less than a dog. Jiang Fan was overwhelmed with despair as he gulped down several swigs of the strong liquor. Listening to Jiang Fan's heart-rending lament, the old man remained silent for a long while. Child, one must look forward. The worst is merely begging. As long as you live, you will eventually rise. The old man spoke with kindness and a gentle tone. Looking forward? I am in latest stage cancer, there's no chance to look forward. Jiang Fan chuckled bitterly, his vacant eyes devoid of life. Perhaps it was due to his earlier emotional upheaval, or perhaps he drank too quickly. Suddenly, a violent coughing fit struck. Jiang Fan felt as though his stomach was ablaze with pain. He collapsed before his mother's grave, his consciousness fading, as if he were plunging into an endless abyss. "Child, wake up, hold on. You must hold on." Accompanied by the old man's cries, Jiang Fan struggled to open his eyes. In his last moments, he saw only one eye, a bright, piercing eye. "Where am I?" Regaining clarity from the haze, Jiang Fan looked around, confusion etched on his face. Before he could comprehend, a sharp-tongued woman with a triangular eye and pointed chin spoke first. "Jiang Fan, if you wish to marry my daughter today, you must present another 200,000 as a bride price. Otherwise, forget about this marriage." Marriage? Jiang Fan's mind exploded with confusion as he focused on the woman speaking. The harsh woman was none other than his future mother-in-law, Lu Meiwan, while the young and beautiful bride on the bed was Su Yuting. He pinched himself at hurt. This was not a dream. Having lived a life of subservience in his past, he would embrace a different way of living in this life otherwise. How could he honor the identity of a reborn person? Noticing Jiang Fan's fluctuating expressions, Lu Meiwan frowned in disdain and said, "Jiang, did you hear what I said? Hurry and gather the money." Jiang Fan collected himself quickly, accepting everything that had transpired, and his gaze towards the Su family grew cold. "Gather money? On what grounds? I have already given you the 200,000 for the bride price." Jiang Fan tossed the bouquet aside and sat down in the chair, showing no respect towards Lu Meiwan. In his previous life, Jiang Fan had been meek, and whenever the other party made demands, he lacked the courage to question them, fearing to upset Su Yuting. To gather money, his mother had knelt before relatives, begging them to lend a little, even signing a loan agreement for 1,000, promising to repay 1,005. After the marriage, his mother bore the debt alone, working tirelessly to repay it, fearing it would affect her son's marriage. Until a tragic accident occurred that I end this life, he would seek justice for his mother and for himself. Yet, when faced with Jiang Fan's inquiries, Lu Meiwan remained unfazed, brazenly stating, "Marrying my daughter costs 200,000, but you also need to give my son another 200,000. They'll make it clear today if you don't have 400,000 combined in this card. Don't even think about taking my daughter away." After speaking, she hurled the previously loaded bride price card onto the ground, a blatant slap to Jiang Fan's face. Nearby, Su Yuting's brother, Xu Yong, was lost in his game, confident that his family would handle everything for him. He merely needed to wait comfortably. However, he failed to notice his girlfriend, Zhao Lingling, frowning beside him. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, glancing at the silent Su Yuting sitting at the bed's edge, and slowly spoke. "Su Yuting, is this your intention as well?" Su Yuting hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Jiang Fan, you really should think of a solution. I have only one younger brother, and he is getting married. As his elder sister, how can I stand by idly? You are his brother-in-law. Now, isn't it only right for you to help with the wedding gift?" Despite already knowing the answer, Jiang Fan felt an undeniable sense of disappointment wash over him after her words. Indeed, he had been wrong from the very beginning. Picking up the bank card from the ground, Jiang Fan gave her a thumbs up. "Well said. I hope you won't regret this in the future." "Yuting, please stop." Zhao Lingling, who had been watching from the side, finally could no longer bear it. "I just started dating Xu Yong. We are not at the stage of discussing marriage yet. Please don't put Jiang Fan in a difficult position. The guests are waiting at the hotel. If the wedding cannot proceed, won't they ridicule Jiang Fan? How will his family hold their heads up in front of relatives and friends? I need 200,000, but if it comes to this, I would rather not have it." Zhao Lingling, a pitiful girl, in order to pay for her mother's medical treatment, she had agreed to Su Yong's request for a dowry of 200,000. Because of this, she felt a deep sense of guilt towards Jiang Fan. After marrying Xu Yong, she intended to repay Jiang Fan the 200,000 to alleviate her guilt. However, after marriage, Xu Yong became a completely different person. He controlled all of Zhao Lingling's finances, indulged in debauchery, and exhibited violent behavior, often turning his anger on Zhao Lingling. Later on, Xu Yong fell into gambling, and Zhao Lingling's meager salary along with Jiang Fan's financial assistance was nowhere near enough to satisfy his extravagance. Once, after losing a bet and unable to repay his debts, he even resorted to pawning Zhao Lingling to those men. Once it happened, it would happen countless times. Until one day, Zhao Lingling approached Jiang Fan with 200,000 in hand, saying, "Brother-in-law, this is what I owe you. I'm truly sorry for everything these past years." That moment, Jiang Fan was lost in the joy of receiving the money and failed to notice the look in Zhao Lingling's eyes, a look eerily reminiscent of the gaze one might have before death, hollow, despairing, lifeless, with nothing left to live for. The next day, Zhao Lingling took her own life. Only later did Jiang Fan learn that the money was a tip Zhao Lingling had earned by hiding it from Xu Yong, exchanging her body for it. Having settled her debts, she no longer had any attachment to this world. Taking a deep breath as he recalled the past, Jiang Fan's gaze sharpened. Zhao Lingling's words did not awaken the Su family instead. Lu Meiwan became increasingly displeased. "Zhao Lingling, how can you turn against us? Don't forget who helped your mother with her treatment and who your man is. You have no place to speak here." Lu Meiwan slammed the table. "Jiang Fan, hurry up. If you want to get married, bring the money." For years, the Su family had kept Jiang Fan under their thumb, confident that this time would be no different. "I will ask you one last time. If I do not give Xu Yong 200,000 today, this wedding cannot proceed, correct? It is your disapproval, is it not?" Jiang Fan took a deep breath, enunciating each word. "Of course, I really don't understand what Yuding sees in you, being so stingy over 200,000. Lu Meiwan turned her head away, having never held Jiang Fan in any regard. "Very well, you have said you will not marry, and I have shown my utmost patience." Jiang Fan let out a cold laugh, slowly walking towards Zhao Lingling while clutching the bank card. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, Jiang Fan shoved the bank card containing the 200,000 into Zhao Lingling's hands and declared, "Zhao Lingling, this 200,000 is for you. However, the condition is that you must marry me." Chapter 2. Losing both the bride and the army. "Zhao Lingling, I want you to marry me." "What?" The people present were left speechless, their faces filled with disbelief. On the day of the grand wedding, to abandon a fiancée and marry a prospective sister-in-law? This was utterly absurd. Even television dramas wouldn't dare to depict such a scenario. Zhao Lingling stood there, momentarily doubting her own hearing. Jiang Fan reiterated, "Lingling, your mother's condition cannot be delayed any longer. If you agree, this 200,000 is yours." Zhao Lingling bit her lip, caught in a dilemma. Her conscience told her this was wrong, yet her mother's illness truly could not wait. And looking at the idle Xu Yong, she felt a sense of urgency. After a moment, Zhao Lingling gritted her teeth and took Jiang Fan's bank card, her tone resolute. "I am willing." Jiang Fan sighed in relief. As for the Su family, they were in a state of chaos. Having lost both the bride and the dowry, the beautiful daughter-in-law had run off with someone else. "Jiang Fan, you scoundrel!" Su Yuding hurled a teapot at Jiang Fan, tears streaming down her face. "Jiang, you bastard! How dare you publicly humiliate me? I will kill you!" Xu Yong finally put down his game, his face flushed with rage as he grabbed a chair and charged at Jiang Fan. Everyone gasped in shock. Xu Yong was notorious for his violence and brawling. In contrast, Jiang Fan appeared weak and frail, resembling a scholar incapable of harming a fly. This confrontation was bound to be one-sided. Smack! A resounding slap echoed through the air. It was Xu Yong who fell to the ground. Jiang Fan stared in disbelief at his own hands. Astonished by his own strength, he had knocked down a burly man with a single strike. The Su family was dumbfounded this previously submissive man had dared to retaliate. In the past, Jiang Fan had been obedient to the Su family, never daring to speak back, let alone fight. Yet now he had struck Xu Yong. Su Yuding's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart shattered. In that moment, she felt an unfamiliarity wash over her. The man standing before her was no longer the Jiang Fan she had known. "Make your own choices." Jiang Fan took Zhao Lingling's delicate hand and turned to leave the Su family. Zhao Lingling blushed deeply, allowing Jiang Fan to lead her away, her heart racing at the sight of the celebratory wedding car. Was she really getting married like this? Are we really getting married now? "I haven't told my family yet," Zhao Lingling mumbled, her voice barely above a whisper. Jiang Fan paused, taking a deep breath before replying, "You can go home now." "Huh?" Zhao Lingling lifted her head, her face a picture of shock, undeniably cute. "Stop with the huss. I only did that to provoke the Su family. The password is 6/8. The money in this card is a loan. Pay me back when you have it. Jiang Fan said, looking at Zhao Lingling, unwilling to let the tragic fate of the past repeat itself. By the way, stay far away from Xu Yong, he will ruin you. Zhao Lingling felt as if a whirlwind of emotions had struck her. Ever since her mother fell ill, she had witnessed the coldness of humanity. Even her relatives avoided her, as if she carried a plague. Not to mention 200,000, they would not even lend her 2,000. Xu Yong had only promised the dowry out of lust for her body. She was fully aware of that. Jiang Fan's action struck a chord deep within Zhao Lingling. Looking into Jiang Fan's profound eyes, she sensed that this man in his early 20s harbored countless secrets and sorrows, evoking both curiosity and sympathy within her. As the saying goes, a woman's curiosity about a man marks the beginning of her downfall. With that, she dashed away, not giving Jiang Fan a chance to refuse. After seeing Zhao Lingling off, Jiang Fan gazed at the impressive wedding car fleet and said, "I apologize for wasting your time. You may all disperse." The crew exchanged glances, realizing they had been compensated for the rental, and offered Jiang Fan a few words of consolation before departing. Little did they know, Jiang Fan's emotions had erupted like a volcano, ready to unleash after years of pent-up frustration. On the bustling street, Jiang Fan clenches fists, a smile gracing his face, one tinged with a hint of madness. "Curse the Su family. Curse the Fu DMO. I have been reborn. Heaven has granted me a second chance at life. In this lifetime, I shall amass great wealth, provide my mother with the finest living conditions, reside in a grand house," and, suddenly, a cacophony of honking horns shattered his reverie. Jiang Fan turned to behold a crimson Lamborghini hurtling towards him like a bolt of lightning. In that moment, the ostentatious sports car appeared as ominous as the Grim Reaper himself. In the blink of an eye, the vehicle was upon him. With a deafening crash, Jiang Fan felt the world spin chaotically, his body soaring backward like a marionette with severed strings. In that fleeting instant, a single thought consumed him. "Damn it, I've just been reborn. Oh, cruel fate. Why do you toy with me?" With a resounding thud, Jiang Fan crashed heavily to the ground. Pain, excruciating, heart-wrenching pain. In that impact, he felt as though his entire chest had been shattered. To be struck down moments after his rebirth. "I refuse to accept this fate. I refuse." Chapter 3. The woman with paranoia. When Jiang Fan awoke once more, he found himself lying on a hospital bed, presumably brought there by the perpetrator. He hastily examined himself, relieved to discover that his head, arms, and legs were all unharmed, and all his body parts remained intact. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the door to the ward creaked open abruptly. A woman in her early 20s entered. With long, cascading hair and a face of exquisite beauty, her figure was alluringly curvaceous, rendering her breathtakingly stunning. Jiang Fan found himself momentarily captivated. In his entire life, he had never encountered such a ravishing woman, rivaling even the glamorous actresses seen on television. Upon gazing at her for a while, Jiang Fan felt a flicker of recognition. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. Su Yuxian? The very person who had collided with him was the renowned beauty of Qing City. What astonished Jiang Fan even more was the recollection of a news story from his previous life. He vividly remembered that on this very day in his past life, Su Yuxian had tragically caused a fatal accident, sending her victim flying several meters, resulting in a gruesome death. What began as a mere traffic incident led to Su Yuxian, the most beautiful woman in Qing City, being imprisoned, only to later hear that she had taken her own life in prison. The incident had dominated local news for days, with discussions filling the streets, and some even claiming that Su Yuxian had been framed. Jiang Fan could only smile ruefully, never anticipating that he would be the one who was struck this time, and even more surprisingly, that he had survived. Upon hearing Jiang Fan utter her name, Su Yoxuan's face, which had initially held a hint of remorse, darkened with suspicion as she regarded him warily. The fact that this man recognized her led to her suspicion that the accident might have been premeditated, perhaps orchestrated by those intent on tarnishing her reputation, or possibly someone targeting her for a scam. Whatever the case, she knew she had to handle this matter with utmost caution. With a cold tone, Su Yuxian declared, 500,000. Puzzled, Jiang Fan replied, "What? 1,000,000. We can settle this accident privately. The doctor has confirmed you are fine. So receiving this compensation is already a stroke of luck for you." she continued. You misunderstand, Jiang Fan attempted to clarify. He was not one to engage in deceitful schemes. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Yuxian's tone sharpened. 2 million. This amount is substantial for an ordinary person. I advise you not to be greedy. Jiang Fan was at a loss for words, bewildered that he was being offered such a sum without having said anything. Was this how wealthy individuals conducted their affairs? You decide, he conceded, acknowledging that he wasn't a saint and had no reason to refuse such a windfall. Seeing Jiang Fan acquiesce to her terms, Su Yuxian's expression softened somewhat as she asked, What is your bank account number? I will transfer the funds. In no time, Jiang Fan received a notification from the bank confirming the transfer. 2 million had indeed been deposited. After completing the transaction, Su Yuxian turned to leave, pausing at the door to offer a final admonition. I hope you will use this money wisely. You are fortunate to have escaped injury this time. Next time, it may not be so. At your young age, with hands and feet, why resort to harmful means for profit? With that, she slammed the door behind her. Jiang Fan rolled his eyes, thinking, was this woman delusional? Who would want to harm her? This beautiful girl seemed to suffer from paranoia. With such a considerable sum at his disposal, how should he spend it? Lying on the hospital bed, Jiang Fan felt a grin stretching across his face. He had never possessed such wealth in his previous life, despite years of hard work. In society, money was the backbone of the impoverished, especially for someone like Jiang Fan, who had always toiled for it. He counted the digits in a message repeatedly, but no one could truly understand Jiang Fan's current state of mind. Just then, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, the joy of having 2 million evaporated in an instant. Hello, Mom. Jiang Fan's voice quivered slightly. He felt an insurmountable debt to his parents. His father had passed away from a heart attack brought on by overexertion in an effort to repay debts for him. Subsequently, the burden of repayment had fallen to his mother, who had been huddled in a corner, her lips blue from the cold, just to send him some money. His mother, fearing Su Yuting, dared not enter their home, instead waiting for her son downstairs. After handing him the money, she struggled to rise and rub her knees before departing. And Jiang Fan could not persuade her to stay. He silently vowed that in this lifetime, he would ensure his parents lived the best life possible. His mother, upon connecting the call, launched into a tirade. You little rascal, are you trying to drive your father and me to our graves? We've been working tirelessly for a month, just for today. What are you thinking, calling off the wedding like that? Hearing her familiar scolding made Jiang Fan smile. It was only after loss that one truly learns to cherish. Mom, I appreciate everything you've done today, but I really cannot go through with this wedding. He patiently explained the events of the day. He omitted the part about lending 20,000 to Zhao Lingling. Knowing that if his parents discovered he had casually given such a sum away, they would surely be infuriated. Sighing deeply, his mother replied, Well, you can't just not get married. Your father and I can find a way to borrow that 20,000. Mom, please don't concern yourself with this. I have it under control. Jiang Fan reassured her before asking, Where are you and Dad? I'll come find you. Before his mother could respond, an explosive shout erupted from the other end of the line. You old fool, what are you yelling about? Our son just explained that it wasn't his fault. With that, she hung up. Jiang Fan shuddered, envisioning his father, red-eyed and wielding a stick in anger. After ensuring he was unharmed, he proceeded to discharge himself from the hospital. Jiang Fan, I know you and Zhao Lingling were merely putting on an act, and didn't he actually get married? She left right after you two went downstairs. Many people witnessed it. My mother said that if you can gather the money and later buy a house for my brother, we can give you another chance. Jiang Fan, who else would be willing to marry you? You must have some awareness of this. Spending this money on my brother should not trouble you. Besides, once we are married, Xiao Yon will also be your brother. We are all family. Isn't your money meant for family? Su Yuting prattled on, her tone laced with arrogance, as if bestowing upon Jiang Fan a favor. Confident, she believed that someone like Jiang Fan, who had previously been so submissive, would never leave her. She thought that with a mere beckon, all her demands would be met. Alas, she was mistaken. The Jiang Fan of today was no longer the man she once knew. Coldly, he replied, Do I owe your family anything? Did I not make myself clear today? I will not marry. Who do you think you're to dictate terms to me? Without waiting for Su Yuting's reaction, Jiang Fan ended the call and swiftly blocked all her contact information. It was best to distance himself from those who exploited their siblings. Having settled all of that, Jiang Fan removed his soiled clothes, preparing to take a shower as a means of cleansing himself of the past. Suddenly, he caught sight of his reflection in the mirror. Stunned, his eyes widened in shock, even more so than when he learned of his rebirth. Chapter 4. Lu Meijuan's arrangement in the mirror. Jiang Fan noticed a peculiar eye-shaped tattoo on his chest. He recognized this eye. It was the very one he had seen just before his demise in his previous life, belonging to the one-eyed beggar. How could this be? How could remnants from his past life accompany him into his rebirth? He stood there, frozen in front of the mirror, his mind swirling in confusion. It was evident that his survival from the accident was likely linked to this tattoo. Perhaps it was a blessing disguised as a misfortune. Jiang Fan smiled faintly, setting aside thoughts of the tattoo for the moment. He pondered the unexpected fortune of 2 million. Various ideas flickered through his mind. Purchasing a house, acquiring a car, honoring his parents, and earning even more money. Ultimately, he resolved to use this windfall to buy a vehicle. After searching for nearby car dealerships, Jiang Fan was astonished to discover that the exhibition hall in Qingshi was hosting an auto show. For someone like Jiang Fan, who was utterly ignorant about cars, attending the auto show seemed like the perfect opportunity. Meanwhile, Su Yuding's family was in utter disarray. "Mom, Jiang Fan has blocked me. He never acted this way before. I don't know what to do." Su Yuding choked out. Su Yan's expression was equally grim, his heart filled with resentment towards Jiang Fan as he asked, "Mom, what should we do now? Although Lingling didn't marry Jiang Fan, I still cannot obtain Zhao Lingling without 200,000. I dream of having Zhao Lingling. You must think of a solution." Lu Meijuan gently consoled her son. "Xiao Yong, don't worry. Mom will ensure you marry that Zhao girl." "Mom, are you out of your mind? Where can I get that much money?" Su Yuding's tears streamed down her face. Su Yuding silently agreed to Lu Meijuan's plans. Yet her heart brimmed with hatred. Her animosity was directed at Jiang Fan. Had he been forthright with his money, she would not have endured this humiliation at home. All of this was Jiang Fan's doing. The following day, Jiang Fan rose early, a mix of anxiety and excitement propelling him straight to the auto show, even skipping breakfast. For a man, purchasing his first car is more exhilarating than his first kiss. As the hour was early, the exhibition was sparsely populated, with many showrooms not yet featuring car models. Surrounded by an array of dazzling vehicles, Jiang Fan felt as if he had entered paradise. After a thorough exploration, he began to form a notion of what he desired. A young sales representative approached him, saying, "Sir, would you like me to introduce you to our models? As guests are valued, the sales staff would not overlook any potential client, and with few attendees, they could provide personalized service." Jiang Fan replied, "Could you please give me a detailed introduction to your vehicle models?" "Certainly," the saleswoman responded, guiding him to the joint venture car exhibition area. "Sir, I recommend the Civic. It is immensely popular among young people, both in style and performance, and it is quite affordable." The sales personnel encounter various customers daily and have developed a keen eye for discerning their economic capabilities based on attire. They would then suggest vehicles that fit the client's age and financial capacity. Seeing Jiang Fan, a recent graduate in his 20s, dressed in clothes totaling no more than 1,000, she naturally would not recommend luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands. Jiang Fan responded with a lackluster "oh" to her introduction. Sensing his disinterest in the Civic, the saleswoman shifted to other vehicles. Suddenly, Jiang Fan inquired, "How much is the Porsche Cayenne? I want to buy one." His soft voice resonated distinctly in the quiet showroom, drawing the attention of several onlookers who scrutinized him. "What? The Cayenne? Are you joking?" the saleswoman exclaimed, taken aback. "The base price of a Cayenne is 1 million. Do I look like I'm joking?" Jiang Fan chuckled. "I've heard about this car before, so I wish to purchase one." Observing Jiang Fan's earnest demeanor, the saleswoman became exhilarated. The commission on ordinary cars is fixed, earning her a mere couple of hundred per sale, but luxury cars are calculated as a percentage. Selling a Porsche Cayenne at this price could net her over 10,000 in commission. With this in mind, the saleswoman's tone became animated. "Sir, please follow me. You truly have an eye for quality. The entry-level model is the most popular, equipped with a 3.0-liter turbocharged engine, producing a maximum of 340 horsepower, and can accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers in just 6 2 seconds. A perfect fit for a young and successful individual like yourself. She concluded her pitch, her heart racing, her eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. At that moment, many ceased their activities to watch Jiang Fan, eager to discern whether he was genuinely affluent or merely pretending. Most deemed him a pretender due to his youth, estimating he was in his 20s and dressed in rather ordinary attire, even inferior to that of the average person. Jiang Fan, unfazed by the surrounding scrutiny, was deep in thought. Currently, he possessed $2 million in total. The car, including taxes and insurance, would not exceed $120,000, leaving him with $800,000. Recalling events from his memory, he knew a significant incident was about to transpire in the city he resided in. A new antique shop was set to open in Qingshi, and the owner had procured a batch of items to attract customers. Items purportedly worn by emperors, such as jade pendants, writing basins, and porcelain, were each priced at hundreds of thousands. Antique enthusiasts are not fools. Genuine emperor-owned items would not be sold for mere hundreds of thousands. However, no one anticipated that among this batch lay a true treasure. It had been auctioned for over $40 million in Qingshi, causing the antique shop owner to faint from shock. According to his memory, the opening day of that shop was tomorrow. In his previous life, Jiang Fan could only envy others' fortunes. This time, he would not let such an opportunity slip away. $800,000 was sufficient to acquire that genuine piece. After careful consideration, Jiang Fan smiled at the sales representative and declared, "All right, I will take the Qian. Let us proceed with the payment." The saleswoman, feeling as though she were floating, incredulously asked, "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." Jiang Fan produced his bank card, saying, "Let us sign the contract. I'll pay in full." Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. Was a $1 million transaction truly being finalized? Indeed, one should never judge by appearances. Other salespeople watched with envy, realizing the potential commission was worth over $10,000, equivalent to 2 months' salary. Those who had previously looked down upon Jiang Fan began to wear genial smiles, subtly attempting to foster connections. Several bold young women approached Jiang Fan for his contact information, their eager demeanor igniting excitement among the nearby men. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Jiang Fan was accustomed to such sycophantic behavior and coldly ignored them. "No need for coffee. May I test drive the car first?" He was eager to distance himself from the crowd. "Certainly, of course." The saleswoman seemed to anticipate his request, producing a brand new car key. In an instant, Jiang Fan and the saleswoman were driving the gleaming Porsche Cayenne out of the exhibition, leaving a multitude of spectators behind, murmuring in disbelief. "Hello, I am a new car model. May I ask what has transpired here? What are you discussing?" Su Yuting approached a staff member at the auto show and inquired. The staff member appraised Su Yuting from head to toe. In her short skirt, stockings, and off-the-shoulder outfit, coupled with her stunning visage, she easily overshadowed all the car models present. "You are Su Yuting?" "Indeed, quite beautiful." The staff member nodded in approval, continuing, "Be sharp today." A young man just secured a $1 million Porsche early this morning, indicating a great business day ahead. $1 million? Su Yuting was momentarily stunned. If she could attach herself to such a wealthy individual, her brother's $200,000 would no longer be a concern. No wonder her mother insisted she become a car model. She was indeed encountering affluent individuals. Reflecting on the fact that a wealthy young man could casually purchase a luxury car worth millions, she contrasted this with Jiang Fan, who had been so miserly about $200,000 in bride price. Su Yuting's disdain for Jiang Fan deepened, even harboring resentment towards him for wasting her youth over the years. Beside her, Su Yuting was overwhelmed with excitement. This was a golden opportunity bestowed upon her by fate. She hurriedly took out her compact mirror to retouch her makeup. Today, she must capture the attention of this wealthy gentleman. In the 5th chapter, the saying goes, "You get what you pay for," and driving a car worth $1 million is simply unparalleled. In terms of comfort, handling, and power, it is incomparable to a modest vehicle worth only tens of thousands. It is no wonder that the affluent prefer luxury cars. At this moment, Jiang Fan wished he could reside within the vehicle itself. Excellent. The saleswoman promptly notified the exhibition staff to prepare the insurance and all necessary procedures. Upon receiving the call, the exhibition manager was elated and instructed someone to greet Jiang Fan at the entrance. Having spent years in this industry, He had seen all sorts of characters, including beautiful women like Su Yuding, who sought to leverage their roles as car models to attract wealthy suitors. Ensuring customer satisfaction was beneficial for the exhibition. So the manager had always turned a blind eye to girls like Su Yuding. I will seize this opportunity. Su Yuding firmly nodded. Sir, if the vehicle meets your satisfaction, please proceed to the VIP lounge, where we will have professional car models assist you in completing the remaining procedures, the manager said, offering Jiang Fan a smile laden with significance. Jiang Fan, not a Navi newcomer to society, was aware of certain workplace dynamics. Let's skip the car models and expedite the signing of the paperwork. He gracefully declined the offer, unwilling to entangle himself with dubious women so soon after his rebirth. The manager, walking ahead, smiled and reassured him, rest assured, our car models are the CR de la CR, both in appearance and professionalism. In no time, the manager ushered Jiang Fan into the VIP room. He swung the door open and introduced, Su Yuding, this is your client, Mr. Jiang Fan. Clatter. The coffee cup in Su Yuding's hand shattered on the floor. Jiang Fan, how can it be you? She exclaimed, momentarily feeling bewildered. Su Yuding. Jiang Fan paused for a moment before turning to the manager, his expression turning stern. Is this the so-called professional car model you mentioned? She must be here for the first time today. The manager, startled by Jiang Fan's reaction, repeatedly apologized. I am truly sorry, Mr. Jiang. I only agreed to let her be a temporary car model because she appeared attractive. I had no idea you two were acquainted. This is a lapse in our judgment. Please forgive us. He subtly signaled Su Yuding to exit. At that moment, Su Yuding regained her composure and, oblivious to the manager's hint, retorted, Sir, you must be mistaken. This man is a pauper. If he could afford a Porsche, even a pig could climb a tree. Have you lost your mind? Do you even realize what you are saying? The manager hissed angrily, regretting allowing such a foolish woman to model. Jiang Fan coldly scrutinized Su Yuding and remarked, We only just called off our engagement yesterday, and today you come dressed like this to attract a wealthy man. Su Yuding, I underestimated you. Called off the engagement? The manager was taken aback. How could someone with such wealth seek to attract a rich man? Was there something wrong with her mind? Mentioning the engagement cancellation made Su Yuding bristle like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. For a long time, she had believed that being with Jiang Fan was an honor, a privilege akin to her ancestors smiling upon her. She felt he should be grateful for her acceptance of their marriage proposal. However, everything changed yesterday. Jiang Fan, as if transformed, dared to defy her and unilaterally called off their engagement. Now he spoke to her with an air of superiority, which infuriated Su Yuding, akin to having a long-pampered dog suddenly attempt to dominate her. Jiang Fan, do you find this amusing? Pretending to be a wealthy heir when you can't even afford the 200,000 my brother needs, yet you wish to purchase a Porsche here? Su Yuding attempted to mock Jiang Fan, turning to the manager and declaring, You must not be deceived by him. He has no money. Please have security escort him out. Smack! A resounding slap echoed as Su Yuding covered her reddened cheek in shock, staring at the exhibition manager. You must have struck the wrong person. It should have been Jiang Fan, the fraud. You are the fraud. Your entire family is composed of frauds. The manager was furious, swiping Jiang Fan's bank card in front of Su Yuding. Payment successful. The sound from the machine was like a heavy hammer, striking Su Yuding's heart. No, this cannot be. Jiang Fan is a pauper. How could he possess such wealth? Su Yuding murmured, lost and disheartened. Not long ago, she had glanced at the receipt, realizing that the total cost for the car, including insurance and various fees, exceeded 1 million. 1 million. Su Yuding had never seen such a sum in her life, especially coming from someone she had always looked down upon. Observing Su Yuding's bewildered state, Jiang Fan calmly stated, Please escort her out. I do not wish for any distractions. The manager, now fully aware of the gravity of the situation, waved his hand, summoning 4 security personnel to promptly remove Su Yuding from the exhibition. Outside, the cold wind snapped Su Yuding back to reality. She clenched her fists tightly, her hands turning pale from the strain. That scoundrel Jiang Fan. How dare he pretend to be poor? His wealth should rightfully belong to me. That car is worth over 1 million. Just imagine how impressive I would look driving it around. My friends would be envious. Reflecting on this, Su Yuding began to regret her earlier attitude towards Jiang Fan. Recalling their previous encounter, She smiled joyfully, realizing that Jiang Fan's anger stemmed from her attempt to attract wealthy suitors, indicating that he still harbored feelings for her. Bystanders observed Su Yuting oscillating between tears and laughter, choosing to steer clear. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan had completed all the paperwork and successfully acquired his first car. The manager was excessively courteous as he escorted Jiang Fan to the vehicle. As Jiang Fan ran his fingers over the steering wheel, he felt a surge of emotion. After living 2 lifetimes, he finally possessed a car of his own. Just as he was about to accelerate and revel in the open road, an individual suddenly dashed in front of the car. Jiang Fan, I love you. Please don't leave me. In the 6th chapter, they encountered Su Yuxin again. Jiang Fan, let us reconcile. I don't want to part ways with you. Su Yuting was leaning against the car hood, gazing at Jiang Fan with longing eyes. In the past, she would never have approached him with such vulnerability. Step aside. Our relationship has long ended. Jiang Fan frowned, feeling somewhat impatient. Surely, this woman was not attempting to rekindle their romance, simply because he had come into wealth. Jiang Fan, I know you are speaking out of anger. I didn't choose to be a car model today. It was my mother's idea. She pressured me to attract wealthy men for my brother's sake. Please don't be upset. Su Yuting approached the car window, appearing as docile as a kitten. Enough. Jiang Fan rolled up the window, leaving only a small gap, and stated, I am not interested in what you are saying. Our engagement has been annulled, and your family matters are no concern of mine. Please keep your distance from my vehicle. Thank you. Seeing Jiang Fan's resolute gaze caused Su Yuting's heart to sink, and her voice trembled. Jiang Fan, don't forget, I was by your side when you had no money. Now that you are wealthy, you wish to cast me aside? No way. Jiang Fan, sitting in the car, felt a headache coming on. This woman was indeed relentless. Do not portray yourself as the innocent party. Your family looked down upon me. I will say it again. We have severed our engagement. We are now strangers. I hope you can maintain some dignity and refrain from bothering me. It was best to cut ties with someone like Su Yuting decisively. Jiang Fan, you are now wealthy. My mother's demands are but trifles to you. Having purchased a car worth $1 million, do you truly care about that mere 200,000? After all, he is my younger brother. Why are you so miserly? Su Yuting firmly obstructed the car, preventing Jiang Fan from leaving. Their quarrel attracted considerable attention, especially as more people arrived at the auto show, leaving the interior nearly deserted while Jiang Fan found himself surrounded by a throng. Onlookers whispered among themselves, with some uninformed bystanders already labeling Jiang Fan as a heartless scoundrel who abandons others upon attaining wealth, rallying in support of Su Yuting. Young man, one must not lack a conscience. This girl stood by you in your times of hardship, and now that you possess riches, you kick her to the curb. That is rather unprincipled. Bah, why waste breath on such a cad? Just drag him out of the car and teach him a lesson. He is utterly despicable. Indeed, give him a good thrashing. How can such a scoundrel drive such a fine car? I wish he would be struck by a vehicle as he steps out. The murmurs grew louder, and the words became increasingly hostile, with gazes directed at Jiang Fan akin to that of a vengeful foe. Several older women approached Su Yuting, offering her quiet words of comfort, while Su Yuting, unwilling to back down, squeezed out a few tears and began to weep. The event coordinator, aware of the situation, refrained from intervening. Matters between couples can be volatile. One never knows if it is mere bickering or a genuine quarrel. A moment of rage could easily turn into affection, leaving the mediator with unjust blame, which hardly seems worthwhile. Jiang Fan sat in the car, his head throbbing. He never anticipated that, even after their breakup, Su Yuting would cause him such turmoil. She was truly his nemesis. Suddenly, through the crowd, he spotted a familiar figure, and his eyes brightened with realization. Jiang Fan exited the vehicle and sighed. So, are you willing to reconcile with me? Su Yuting, overjoyed, eagerly responded, yes. I am willing. Now that you are wealthy, you are deserving of me. Jiang Fan replied. Then let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain our marriage certificate. This time, we will secure the certificate before hosting a wedding. Absolutely. I will follow your lead, Su Yuting said eagerly. The onlookers were heartened by this scene, feeling a sense of satisfaction in witnessing a good deed unfold. That's right, young couple, do not quarrel over such trivial matters. Your journey ahead is still long. Some among them even took it upon themselves to educate Jiang Fan. Young man, as someone with experience, I must advise you. This girl has treated you well. As a man, you ought to recognize who truly cares for you. Don't let a little money cloud your judgment. Care for me? Jiang Fan scoffed internally. However, he chose not to argue with them, instead turning to Su Yuding and saying, "By the way, before we visit the Civil Affairs Bureau, I must return this car to its owner. I cannot take someone else's vehicle to obtain our certificate." Su Yuding was taken aback. "What do you mean? This car isn't yours?" Jiang Fan smiled and replied, "Of course not. This is a Porsche. Do you think I can afford such a luxury? Have you forgotten that I have been a part-time purchasing agent since university?" Su Yuding felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, staring blankly as she recalled how he used to buy snacks for classmates to earn extra money. Upon further reflection, perhaps it's best to reconsider. My mother was right. You may have money, but I would only suffer alongside you. My brother is facing difficulties, and I can do nothing but watch. You haven't forgotten the events of our wedding day, have you? So please, regard my earlier words as a mere jest. This sudden shift in her demeanor left the onlookers utterly stunned, their jaws agape at Su Yuding's transformation. What had been promised as abandonment now seemed to shift to her becoming an enabler for her brother. Those who had just lectured Jiang Fan were now blushing with embarrassment, slipping away into the crowd, defeated. Jiang Fan seized a moment and said, "Are you suggesting that we are no longer possible? What about the marriage certificate? Huh, you, a pauper, wish to marry me? Dream on." Su Yuding spat, her disdain for Jiang Fan palpable. Jiang Fan shook his head slightly, realizing that Su Yuding's true nature was even worse than he had imagined. Upon further contemplation, Su Yuding felt a sense of dissonance. Wait a minute. While there is nothing wrong with your purchasing, you have always just helped classmates buy snacks and drinks. Who would ask you to buy a car worth $1 million? Feigning mystery, Jiang Fan replied, "Perhaps I have a new boss." As he spoke, Jiang Fan broke free from the crowd and approached Su Yuxian, gently placing the car keys in her delicate palm. "Boss, I have purchased the vehicle as per your instructions." Su Yuxian was taken aback. The accident from yesterday had sent her car to the repair shop, which is why she thought to buy a new one at the auto show. Yet, before she even entered, she was unexpectedly handed a set of keys. Looking up to see Jiang Fan, Su Yuxian frowned slightly. "How is it this man again? Is he stalking me? Miss Su, let us not forget that you are the one who caused the accident. I am in a predicament. My ex-girlfriend is a burden to her brother. Seeing me with a fine car, she is now causing trouble. Please, help me play along." Jiang Fan whispered urgently in her ear. Feeling the warmth radiating from Jiang Fan, Su Yuxian instinctively took a step back, her cheeks reddening. Yet, Jiang Fan's words ignited her fury. This was a blatant humiliation. She had always used others as shields, but today, she found herself being used in such a manner by someone she despised. Seeing Su Yoshuan's expression change, Jiang Fan hastily added, "Miss Su, good deeds are rewarded. Rest assured, if you assist me through this challenge, I shall forget the accident entirely, and you will no longer need to worry about exposure." "Threatening me? You think I fear your threats? Go ahead and expose me. Even if I perish, I will drag you down with me." Su Yoshuan's expression froze, her bright eyes piercing into Jiang Fan's. "This is bad. She is not falling for this trick." Jiang Fan gritted his teeth, determined to escape the clutches of the burden. He stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Su Yoshuan's slender waist, speaking tenderly, "My dear, please do not be upset. I have severed ties with that woman." Chapter 7. The insecure Su Yuding Jiang Fan's embrace made both their hearts flutter. He marveled at the alluring curves of her waist, soft and smooth. Anyone fortunate enough to marry such a woman would indeed be blessed. Su Yuxian had never been this close to a man, never mind a hug. She had never even held hands with anyone. Typically composed and aloof, she now felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, her ears flushed with heat, her teeth grinding together. "Miss Su, I implore you, please help me. If you refuse, I will hold you like this indefinitely. After all, I have nothing to lose." How despicable. Su Yuxian wanted to retort fiercely, but the warmth radiating from Jiang Fan's grip made her feel weak, leaving her breathless, and her intended insult carried an undertone of allure. Su Yuding, witnessing their intimacy, felt her pupils constrict to pinpricks. How could Jiang Fan possibly know such an exquisite woman? Ever since Su Yuxian appeared, Su Yuding was consumed by feelings of inferiority. Previously, her looks were a source of confidence. She had always believed that Jiang Fan, a mere frog, had struck gold in finding a swan like her. But now, Jiang Fan was holding the true swan while she felt like an inconspicuous duck. An overwhelming sense of frustration and jealousy washed over her. Impossible. How could Jiang Fan possibly know someone of such caliber? She must be an actress he hired. Su Yuding continuously reassured herself, for it was the only way to alleviate her distress. At this moment, Jiang Fan, fearing that Su Yuding might perceive something amiss if he lingered too long, grasped Su Yoxuan's hand and said, "Dear, we have successfully acquired the car. Let us depart." "Wait, I have a question to ask you," Su Yuding timidly interjected, standing before Su Yuxian, utterly lacking the courage to raise her gaze, her sense of inferiority rendering her feeling less than worthy. "What is your relationship with Jiang Fan?" Su Yuding summoned her courage and bluntly posed the most critical inquiry. Su Yuxian cast a frosty glance at Su Yuding. Jiang Fan's heart raced, praying that Su Yuxian would not inadvertently reveal the truth. Fortunately, Su Yuxian merely glanced at Su Yuding before breaking free from Jiang Fan's embrace, coldly stating, "Follow me, and do not call me dear." With that, she strode into the car exhibition. Jiang Fan's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally settled. This little ant had not exposed him on the spot, which he considered a considerable favor. Thus, he cheerfully followed in Su Yoxuan's wake. Throughout, they both deliberately avoided making eye contact with Su Yuding. Watching them enter the opulent car exhibition one after the other, Su Yuding forcefully hurled her bag to the ground, feeling as though the weight of their disregard inflicted a far greater wound than a slap to her face. "Bastard! Bastard! Jiang Fan, you scoundrel! Have you forgotten how you pursued me? Now you dare to ignore me. Don't think I can't see through you. You are merely a penniless errand boy. You call her dear, and she pays you no mind. If you think you can provoke me, you still have much to learn." Su Yuding Zaya. Her mind convinced by Su Yoxuan's last remark that Jiang Fan was merely acting. That beautiful woman was nothing more than Jiang Fan's employer, a notion that allowed her heart to find some semblance of balance. Inside the car exhibition, Su Yuxian maintained an icy demeanor. "Miss Su, thank you so much for today. I apologize for what transpired earlier," Jiang Fan awkwardly chuckled. Suddenly, Su Yuxian halted, turning around with a frigid expression and commanded, "Name your price." "What?" Jiang Fan replied, bewildered. "I said, name your price. You will completely vanish from my sight. Even if we cross paths, pretend not to know me, and I require you to write a guarantee." As Su Yuxian spoke, she retrieved a blank check and a pen from her bag. Jiang Fan scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. "Miss Su, you truly misunderstand. Today, as circumstances compelled me, I cannot accept your money. Rather, I owe you my gratitude. How about this? There's an antique store opening in the city tomorrow, and I can take you to find a hidden gem." Upon seeing the sincerity in Jiang Fan's eyes, Su Yuxian retracted the check and continued walking. "Do you have an eye for antiques?" she inquired, her tone noticeably softened. "I have some knowledge, but I am confident I can uncover a great treasure tomorrow," Jiang Fan said mysteriously, knowing he could not reveal the truth. After a moment's reflection, Su Yuxian replied, "All right, my grandfather's birthday is approaching. If you can help me select a prized antique as a gift, I shall owe you a favor." "Deal. I will ensure you find a treasure worth millions," Jiang Fan declared, thumping his chest enthusiastically. "Cough, cough, a bit too vigorous," he added. Su Yuxian shook her head at Jiang Fan's comical demeanor, bewildered that she found herself believing the words of a rogue. Thereafter, she refrained from looking at Jiang Fan, patiently selecting her desired vehicle. Jiang Fan, throughout the excursion, gained a newfound perspective. For the wealthy, purchasing a car was as simple as buying cabbage, with million-dollar sports cars acquired without a moment's hesitation. After finalizing her purchase, Su Yuxian instructed, "Do not be late tomorrow." As Jiang Fan observed Su Yoxuan's retreating figure, he sighed softly. "Ah, she is quite beautiful, yet perpetually wears a cold expression." The remainder of the afternoon passed without incident. The Su family did not come looking for trouble, leading Jiang Fan to believe he had successfully evaded those bloodsuckers. The day swiftly came to a close. Early the following morning, Jiang Fan meticulously groomed himself and set out well in advance. He feared that if he arrived late, the treasure would be snatched away, leaving him with no recourse for lamentation. Upon his arrival, the antique store was already bustling with patrons. "Darling, thank you for the gift." Su Yuting beamed, admiring a pair of jade earrings in her hands, particularly thrilled by the price tag of $5,000. To receive such an extravagant gift on a first date was an achievement beyond the reach of ordinary suitors. The man referred to as Darling by Su Yuting was a middle-aged individual, corpulent and oily, clad in a suit that did little to conceal his less-than-pleasant appearance. He was Li Guei, the proprietor of an entertainment venue in Qing City, who had also attended the car exhibition the previous day. Although he claimed to be purchasing a vehicle, his true intention was to flirt with the car models, generously showering them with attention and favors. Su Yuting noted that his tips began at $10,000, which instantly piqued her interest, prompting her to awkwardly sway her hips as she approached him. With such an opportunity presented to him, Li Guei saw no reason to resist. After all, spending a few thousand on a gift for Su Yuting was a trivial matter to him. Haha, it's all pocket change. Your happiness is what matters most, my dear. Li Guei chuckled, pondering which hotel to book for the evening. At that moment, Zhang Fan stepped into the store, and their eyes met, both taken aback. Chapter 8. This is my money. When adversaries meet, the tension is palpable, especially in their unique situation. Su Yuting, spotting Zhang Fan entering the antique store alone, immediately remarked sarcastically, "Oh, isn't that the poor fool who pretended to be wealthy at the car exhibition yesterday? What brings you here? Everything here costs thousands. It's not a place for a pauper like you." "Oh, I see. Are you here running errands without pay, now hoping to become a security guard?" With the gloves off, Su Yuting unleashed a torrent of venomous remarks. Zhang Fan, however, paid her no mind, dismissing her as a barking stray dog. Ignoring Su Yuting's taunts, she held up the earrings and said, "Look at these earrings. This pair costs $5,000. Some people buy them with a mere blink, while others toil for a month and still can't afford them." Her words served to ridicule Zhang Fan while simultaneously flattering Li Guei. Nearby, Li Guei studied Zhang Fan, fully aware of his identity. From their previous interaction, he had gleaned some details from Su Yuting, including the farce surrounding her marriage. The thought that his current girlfriend almost wed such a pauper displeased him. Straightening his back and adjusting his slick hair, Li Guei smiled lightly, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he said, "This is nothing. 5,000 is merely pocket change to me. I wouldn't hesitate to spend any amount for my beloved." Su Yuting, upon hearing this, felt a swell of emotion, further affirming her belief that pursuing wealthy men was the right choice. Leaning against Li Guei, she sweetly remarked, "Li Guei, you are truly wonderful. I was blind to waste so many years of youth on a poor wretch. Some people are destined to remain impoverished for life." Zhang Fan, unfazed by Su Yuting's mockery, remained indifferent. He understood that his future achievements would far surpass any expectations, rendering Su Yuting unworthy of even a glance. Noticing that Su Yuxian had yet to arrive, Zhang Fan resolved to purchase the prized antique first, as his original intention was to buy the item and later sell it to Su Yuxian at a reasonable price. He strode directly to the counter where the store's treasure was displayed and, relying on his memory, asked the attendant, "Excuse me, could you please bring out the jade pendant belonging to Emperor Ming for me to inspect?" Su Yuting erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Huh, Zhang Fan, have you lost your mind? Do you even know how much that pendant is worth? If that lady boss from yesterday were still here, she might consider buying it, but you should give up." She emphasized lady boss with particular disdain. Li Guei regarded the jade pendant selected by Zhang Fan with a bemused shake of his head, remarking on the boy's lack of discernment. For a genuine imperial jade pendant could never be so inexpensive. He said lightly, "Young man, though Yu Ting's words may sound harsh, they hold a kernel of truth. One must know their place. Can you truly afford such an item?" This provoked a chorus of laughter from those present. The attendant behind the counter, with a peculiar expression, interjected, "Sir, this is one of the treasures collected by our boss, and it holds significant value. If you're not genuinely interested in purchasing, perhaps you should consider viewing other items." "Who says I want to buy?" Zhang Fan retorted. "You must allow me to verify the authenticity of the item. Should your boss miss this opportunity due to your negligence, do you think he will let you off easily?" The attendant's expression shifted, and with a huff, he replied, "Very well, examine it. This treasure is beyond reproach. It is a jade pendant once worn by the Ming Dynasty's founding emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang. The price is a firm 200,000. 200,000. Su Yuting got pet? Recalling the lengths her family had gone to in order to secure that very amount. She had not anticipated that a mere jade pendant could be valued so highly. Li Zhong and several others with a modicum of knowledge regarding antiques twitched at the corners of their mouths, recognizing the audacity of pricing a counterfeit at such a sum. Yet, the jade's smooth sheen and crystalline clarity were undeniably appealing. Li Zhong shook his head. Its appearance might be passable, but in this day and age, an imperial jade pendant would never be casually displayed in a shop. It was undoubtedly a fake. Observing the disdain in the eyes of those around them, he surmised that perhaps only this boy regarded it as a treasure. Firm in his belief that it was a counterfeit, he smirked and said, "What a fine item. Alas, I have just invested my funds in a business venture. Otherwise, I would certainly purchase it for enjoyment. Regrettably, it seems I must let this opportunity slip away. For you, it appears it will remain merely a dream. Indeed, even if you were to liquidate all your assets, you could barely muster 200,000. Su Yuting sneered at Jiang Fan. Now that you have seen it, you should leave swiftly. Yuting, it is not worth getting upset over such a person. Li Zhong chuckled, addressing the attendant. Please wrap up those earrings for me. In the future, ensure you are discerning in your service. Do not waste time on those lacking financial means. True patrons are like myself. What is he really? Claiming to possess an imperial jade pendant. How utterly embarrassing. My apologies. I will certainly be more vigilant moving forward. The attendant replied with a forced smile as he packaged the earrings for Li Zhong. He then turned to Jiang Fan, his expression darkening. Did you not hear? You should leave at once. If you do not vacate, I will call security to escort you out. With a sharp sound, Jiang Fan produced a bank card from his pocket and placed it on the counter. Swipe it, he stated coldly. The atmosphere in the antique shop grew tense, and silence enveloped the room. Su Yuting fixed her gaze on the bank card, stunned. 200,000. How could Jiang Fan possibly possess such an amount? Unless, of course, it was a dowry. Grinding her teeth in frustration, Su Yuting exclaimed, Jiang Fan, you dare? That is my dowry. The money in there is mine. Try to touch a single cent. I see you have lost your mind. I am not marrying you. So how can you still claim it as your dowry? Jiang Fan replied coolly, completing the transaction under Su Yuting's watchful gaze. With a series of beeps, the machine dispensed a receipt confirming the successful transaction. Everyone present clearly witnessed the exchange. The attendant, suddenly changing his demeanor, carefully wrapped the jade pendant and respectfully presented it to Jiang Fan, saying, Sir, here is your jade pendant. Please take care of it. Wait, Su Yuting suddenly called out. Jiang Fan, give me the pendant. You purchased it with my dowry, so it must belong to me. Fool. Jiang Fan shot her a disdainful glance, increasingly aware of her irrationality. Su Yuting opened her mouth to protest, but was interrupted by Li Zhong, who gleefully remarked, spending 200,000 on a counterfeit. Boy, I believe you are the real fool here. Chapter 9. This is a fake. Su Yuting looked incredulously at Li Zhong and asked, Is it a fake? Those around them nodded in agreement. Their glances toward Jiang Fan filled with pity. The attendant, feeling the sting of being exposed, said with a stern tone, Sir, please do not disrupt our business. Hearing this, Su Yuting became convinced of Li Zhong's assertion. If the pendant were genuine, the antique shop would have vehemently defended its authenticity instead of uttering such a vague statement. Please, if you have no further interest in any items, kindly take your leave, the attendant insisted, unable to contain his frustration. If word spread, it would jeopardize their business. My sincerest apologies. It is simply that this fool is too foolish to bear, and I could not resist a few words, Li Zhong said, pulling Su Yuting out of the antique shop. As they exited, Su Yuting cast a lingering glance at the jade pendant in Jiang Fan's possession, lamenting the loss of the 200,000 that should have been hers. Once they departed, all eyes turned to Jiang Fan, eager to witness the reaction of the young man who had spent 200,000 on a counterfeit. The attendant, believing Jiang Fan might wish to return the item, quickly stated, All sales are final. Once sold, there are no returns or exchanges. That is our policy. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted through the door. Recognizing the scent, Jiang Fan understood that Su Yuxian had arrived. Miss Su has come, Jiang Fan greeted with a smile, noticing an elderly man with graying hair accompanying her. May I ask who this is? Pfft, Su Yuxian, recalling yesterday's events, pouted in silent indignation and turned her head away, exhibiting a rather adorable demeanor. Jiang Fan stood awkwardly, mentally lamenting, what has made this young lady angry again? The elderly man regarded Jiang Fan with mild surprise. He had never seen Su Yuxian interact with someone of the same age, let alone display such a petulant attitude. To ease Jiang Fan's discomfort, the elderly man introduced himself. Hello, young man. My surname is Wei Shan. You may call me Grandpa Wei, just as Su Xian does. Greetings, Grandpa Wei. I am Jiang Fan. A friend of Su Yuxian, Jiang Fan replied. Friend? Who is your friend? Su Yuxian retorted immediately, then coldly informed Jiang Fan. I am here merely to hear about this newly opened antique shop. Grandpa Wei is accompanying me to assist in discerning the items. Jiang Fan realized that the young lady did not trust him at all. After all, they had only met twice, and neither encounter had been particularly pleasant. It was generous of Su Yuxian to visit today. As Su Yuxian observed Wei Shan, the elderly man grew increasingly disappointed as he surveyed the shop. After a thorough inspection, he slightly shook his head and quietly remarked to Su Yuxian, there are a few genuine items, but they lack refinement. As a gift, they may be deemed somewhat inappropriate. Is there not a single item of good quality? Su Yuxian inquired, her disappointment palpable. Wei Shan shook his head, offering no further elaboration. I understand, Grandpa Wei. Thank you for your assistance today. Let us depart, Su Yuxian said, turning to leave without sparing Jiang Fan a glance. Wait, did we not agree that I would help you select an antique? Jiang Fan called out, hurrying to catch up with the departing Su Yuxian. This girl was indeed decisive. She would not linger for a moment if she found nothing to her liking. You? Su Yuxian regarded Jiang Fan skeptically, her tone laced with doubt. Jiang Fan nodded. Of course. I feared someone else might snatch up the item, so I purchased it in advance. If you like it, I can sell it to you at a discount. Su Yuxian shot him a disdainful glance. What price do you intend to sell it for? 100,000 or 200,000? What could a scoundrel like you possibly select? Recalling the intimate moment shared with Jiang Fan yesterday, Su Yuxian felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks, as if the robust scent of Jiang Fan still lingered at the tip of her nose. Indeed, she should not have come today. How foolish to have believed in the schemes of this rogue. As Su Yuxian wallowed in her regret, she suddenly saw Jiang Fan extend 3 fingers, declaring, 30 million. All you need to do is give me 30 million. His words landed like a thunderclap, reverberating through the minds of all present. This young man must be out of his mind. The jade pendant he possessed was merely worth 200,000. Dear lady, do not be deceived by this charlatan. The shop assistant interjected, hoping to leave a good impression in front of the lady. Su Yuxian stared in disbelief, her gaze towards Jiang Fan growing increasingly frigid. You wish to extort 30 million for something worth 200,000? Jiang Fan, one must not be so greedy. Otherwise, all efforts will be in vain. Forget about the 2 million I previously gave you. The moment those words escaped her lips, a wave of astonishment washed over everyone. Good heavens! This young man was indeed a parasite, having taken 2 million from the lady and now attempting to swindle her further. Their glances shifted from pity to disdain. Producing the jade pendant, Jiang Fan spoke with a calm demeanor. This jade pendant is a Shuanglong Pei, a relic from the Yongle period of the Ming Dynasty, and a treasure of immense rarity in terms of both craftsmanship and cultural significance. My asking price of 30 million is already quite reasonable. At auction, it would only fetch a higher price. As his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the antique shop, only to be shattered moments later by the uproarious laughter of the shop assistant. Ha ha, this fellow must be out of his mind. I personally swiped the card for you. A 200,000 item, now inflated to 30 million? Why not claim it's worth 3 billion? Our boss merely spun a tale for publicity, and yet there are fools who believe it. Brother, you should take your money and see a neurologist. Such a fool was indeed a rarity, and the assistant, now unconcerned about the store's business, spilled the truth. Su Yuxian did not join in the mockery of Jiang Fan. Her expression remained cold and devoid of emotion, gazing at him as if he were a stranger. Grandpa Wei, let us depart, she stated calmly, stepping toward the exit. Wei Shan observed Jiang Fan's unwavering confidence in the face of ridicule, which piqued his curiosity. Approaching Jiang Fan, he inquired, May I examine the jade pendant? Jiang Fan nodded and handed it over. As Wei Yishan received the pendant, his previously casual demeanor shifted to one of gravity, his breathing growing rapid. Grandpa Wei, Su Yuxian called softly. Wei Yishan gestured for her to remain silent, producing a high-powered magnifying glass from his pocket to scrutinize the piece on the counter. The assistant chuckled. Addressing the elder, sir, do not bother. We know what we sell. The claim of it being worn by an emperor is merely a fabrication by our boss. Silence. Wei Yishan bellowed, startling the assistant into silence. The others who had mocked Jiang Fan fell silent as well. Su Yuxian, noticing this, asked Grandpa Wei, "Is there something wrong with the pendant?" Wei Yishan gazed at the jade in his hand, expressing a sentiment that sent tremors through the crowd. 30 million is a low price. Chapter 10. Yuxian. Purchase it. Wei Yishan caressed the pendant with great affection and, after a moment, carefully returned it to Jiang Fan, appearing somewhat reluctant. Yuxian, buy it. You'll profit 30 million, Wei Yishan urged earnestly. The assistant, now scowling, retorted, "Old man, you must be losing your eyesight. If it were an authentic relic from the Yongle era, would we only sell it for 200,000? Ignoring the assistant, Wei Yishan addressed Su Yuxian with utmost seriousness. This Shuanglong Pei bears the inscription Imperial Appraisal from the Yongle era etched with exquisite technique. The jade quality is smooth and refined, undoubtedly a masterpiece. Zhang's asking price of 30 million is already very low. Auctioning it would likely yield at least 40 million. This revelation stunned the crowd. Those who had previously derided Jiang Fan now found their voices stifled. A 200,000 item turning into a 30 million sale? 30 million. An ordinary person could hardly earn such a sum in 10 lifetimes of toil. Many felt their eyes burn with envy. They had watched Jiang Fan acquire this jade pendant, mocking him as a fool squandering money. The assistant was bewildered. The boss had claimed these items were sourced from roadside stalls for a mere 100 yuan. How they transformed into genuine artifacts. Wait a moment. What the old man says may not necessarily be true. What if he is in on the act? Someone mused, skepticism creeping in. Indeed, these three seemed to know each other well. Perhaps they were merely putting on a show. This thought brought some comfort to their hearts, revealing the darker side of human nature that revels in the misfortune of others. Su Yuxian scoffed coldly. Does Professor Wei Yishan from Qingzhou University need to conspire with a rogue for such theatrics? She shot a sharp glare at Jiang Fan. Qingzhou University? The prestigious institution among the 9 great academies of Huagua? Upon closer inspection, he indeed resembled the figure from television. Suddenly, all mouths were sealed. No one dared to question the professor's words. If he deemed it valuable, it must be so. Miss Su, how are you considering the purchase? Jiang Fan inquired once more. Yuxian, you must buy it, Wei Yishan urged, a hint of urgency in his tone, fearing the loss of such a treasure. Su Yuxian felt reluctant, her gaze fixed on Jiang Fan, her suspicious nature flaring once more. Yet, seeing the anxious look in Wei Yishan's eyes, she finally relented. Very well, I will purchase it. 30 million is a substantial amount, so I cannot transfer it now. Please keep the pendant for me, and I will bring a check later. Jiang Fan nodded, agreed. It is as you say. After bidding farewell to Su Yuxian, Jiang Fan had scarcely entered his car when his mother's call came through. Hello, Mom. Ah, Xiao Fan. You haven't paid next quarter's rent, have you? If not, don't bother. Just stay where you are and don't waste money. I've already spoken to your uncle. You will move in with him and help me look after you. His mother's voice was laden with fatigue, and Jiang Fan understood that the wedding had burdened his parents considerably, yet he felt no regret. Mom, I can manage on my own. There's no need to move in with Uncle. Jiang Fan spoke softly. Sigh, this house was originally rented for you as a wedding home. But now we've incurred significant debt from the wedding. Your father and I will find a way to repay it, but you must also be frugal. If you can save on the rent of over 10,000 a quarter, it would be wise. Initially, they had hoped to use the gift money to offset the wedding expenses, but now, the couple felt too embarrassed to accept any contributions. If it weren't absolutely necessary, Zhang Qin would not wish to burden her son. Jiang Fan's heart ached as he imagined the pressure on his parents. Mom, I have money now. I have plenty of money, enough for you and Dad to enjoy a comfortable life. Jiang Fan choked out, wishing desperately to reveal his newfound wealth. Mom, I'm not talking about the betrothal gifts. I've earned it myself, over several 100,000. All right, All right, I know you care for your parents. I still keep track of how much you earn in a month. If you dare engage in illegal activities for money, your father and I will disown you. That's enough. Hurry up and pack to move to your uncle's. Zhang Qin hurriedly concluded before hanging up. Jiang Fan helplessly stared at the incessantly ringing phone. Perhaps he should delay sharing his newfound wealth, as being disowned was trivial compared to the potential strain on his parents' health. Distracted, he drove, his mind consumed with the prospect of moving in with his uncle. In stark contrast to his own home, Uncle Zhang's residence can be described as affluent and prosperous. At this moment, a black Audi A6 is parked beneath the building where Jiang Fan resides. A middle-aged man stands outside the car, his eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for someone. In the back seat, a beautiful young woman, just over 20, exudes youthful vitality, her legs crossed atop the window, displaying an expression of annoyance. These two individuals are none other than Jiang Fan's uncle, Zhang Haishan, and his cousin, Zhang Yi. Dad, why did you invite him to our home? Isn't he's just a disgrace to our family? He is poor and incompetent, can't even secure a wife for himself, and has a history of womanizing. The very thought of him makes me nauseous, and yet you allow him to stay with us? Zhang Yi complained, head irritation palpable. My dear child, what nonsense are you spouting? Haven't I already explained that matter? Your cousin was merely taking the blame for someone else. Remember how much he cared for you when you were younger? Now that he is facing difficulties, you ought to extend him some compassion, Zhang Haishan admonished gently. Fine, I understand, Zhang Yi replied with an impatient wave of her hand. Just then, a voice echoed from a distance. Uncle, cousin. Jiang Fan hurried over, greeting his uncle with a warm smile. Zhang Yi, sitting in the car, cast a sideways glance, noting Jiang Fan's shabby attire, which she could tell cost less than 500 altogether. A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Zhang Haishan looked at Jiang Fan with a beaming smile, clearly pleased with his nephew. He took Jiang Fan's hand, saying, Xiao Fan, don't dwell on the wedding incident. You will surely encounter better opportunities in the future. It's been ages since you last saw your sister. Dear, you and Xiao Fan catch up in the back seat while I drive, he continued. However, he stepped out of the car, declaring, Dad, I want to sit in the front. Zhang Haishan was momentarily taken aback, then shot a disapproving look at his daughter before softly explaining to Jiang Fan, Oh dear, I almost forgot. Your cousin gets car sick and cannot sit in the back. Don't take it to heart. I understand, Jiang Fan replied with a faint smile, as if nothing had transpired. He then closed his eyes to rest. Zhang Yisuko Pfft, internally cursing his nonchalant demeanor, thinking, what are you pretending for? It's disgusting. After observing that Jiang Fan was indifferent to her, she spoke up, Dad, did Mom agree to let cousin stay with us? She has always said that our home does not allow poor relatives. Upon hearing his daughter's question, Zhang Haishan's expression shifted uncomfortably. Of course, this was also your mother's decision. He managed a strained smile, relieved that Jiang Fan had not reacted. Zhang Yi stifled a laugh. She understood her father's unspoken struggle. Though he claimed it was easygoing, he must have pleaded with her mother countless times. While she had ultimately consented, it was likely that she harbored a great deal of resentment. Zhang Yi looked at Jiang Fan, eagerly anticipating how her mother would treat him. At that moment, Jiang Fan was deep in thought about the challenges of his rebirth. In this life, he aspired to provide his parents with a life of dignity, and money was indispensable. From Su Yuxian, he had amassed a total of 30 million, a sum that appeared formidable, but, in reality, was merely pocket change among the truly wealthy. To ordinary people, this was a staggering amount, yet for the affluent, it was merely a trifle, as exemplified by Su Yuxian, who spent 30 million just to buy a birthday gift for her grandfather. The path to wealth was daunting. Additionally, the tattoo on his chest weighed heavily on his mind. Since his rebirth, he sensed subtle changes in his body. He was undeniably stronger, though he had yet to test the extent of his newfound strength. Occasionally, fragments of unfamiliar memories would surface in his mind, yet they felt entirely natural, akin to recalling a dream from the previous night. Reflecting on this, Jiang Fan silently mused. This tattoo must be entwined with a significant secret. It must not be revealed. As he pondered, the vehicle came to a halt. Jiang Fan opened his eyes and caught sight of his uncle's modest villa. In his memory, this villa area was considered a high-end residential district in Qing City. with such a property costing nearly $4 million. Of course, this was when property prices were just beginning to rise. A decade later, they would more than double. Zhang Yi noticed the look in Jiang Fan's eyes and smugly remarked, "So what do you think? Isn't my house beautiful? You should thank me for this. Without us, you would never have the chance to live in such a fine villa. Now you can boast to acquaintances." Jiang Fan smiled. "I must thank my cousin then. This is my first time visiting such an upscale place." "Of course," Zhang Yi replied with a haughty lift of her chin. Qingyan Mountain Villa is one of the finest residential areas in Qingzhou. The villa district is built against Qingyan Mountain, where prices soared to over 10,000 per square meter at the foot, becoming increasingly expensive as one ascends. Do you see the villas halfway up the mountain? Those residents are among the elite of Qingzhou. It is said that every morning they wake to witness the sunrise, which is referred to as the arrival of auspicious energy from the east. As she spoke, a look of deep envy welled in Zhang Yi's eyes, and Zhang Haishan also glanced up at the hillside. Alas, a single house there easily costs millions. It is beyond our means. Only prominent families like the Su family can afford to reside there, Zhang Haishan sighed. Su family? Su Yoshuan's family? Jiang Fan's eyes flickered, but he smiled, saying, "Uncle, once I become wealthy, I'll buy you a villa on the hillside so you can enjoy the sunrise every day." Boasting again, Zhang Yi scoffed, her face full of disdain. Even among her affluent friends, none would dare make such extravagant claims. It seemed this cousin was not only poor, but also lacked self-awareness, further deepening her contempt. "All right, let us head inside. These matters are irrelevant to us," Zhang Haishan urged as they moved toward the entrance. Uncle S' home was lavishly decorated, even to the point of being gaudy, with large imitation crystals and garish golden embellishments, as if afraid others wouldn't recognize their wealth. Upon entering the living room, they found Aunt Wang Ju and a few friends engaged in a lively game of mahjong, filled with laughter and chatter. "Hello," Aunt Jiang Fan greeted. Wang Ju merely cast a cursory glance before returning to her game. "Xiao Fan, have a seat. I'll pour you some water." "Dear, you go tidy up a bit for your cousin," Zhang Haishan cheerfully instructed. As he prepared to pour water for Jiang Fan, Zhang Haishan paused, slightly embarrassed, saying, "I'll take care of it." Zhang Yi, puzzled, asked, "Mom, I'm in college now. What homework could I possibly have?" In that moment, Jiang Fan found himself overlooked, feeling superfluous. A slight smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, Aunt still regarded him with disdain, just as in his previous life. In the past, his uncle had not lived a happy life. Aunt was domineering, proud, and particularly materialistic, controlling every aspect of his uncle's life, providing him with only a meager monthly allowance. In this household, his uncle's status was even lower than that of a pet. Yet, during his times of hardship, his uncle would discreetly offer him financial assistance, often without Aunt's knowledge. Sighing, Jiang Fan reflected, "Alas, uncle is too weak-willed, constantly bullied by Aunt. Juju, you truly have a knack for keeping your husband in line. Could you share a few tips with me?" A plump woman jested. Wang Ju laughed. "What tricks? It's simply that this man is useless. Don't even get me started. P.S. Just Zhang Haishan's penniless nephew. He was supposed to get married, but the bride-to-be rejected him on the wedding day, deeming him too poor. Now, he's south crashing at our place," Wang Ju lamented. Listening to this, Zhang Haishan opened his mouth, wanting to intervene, but ultimately chose to speak gently. "Dear, Xiao Fan is still here." "What? Is it forbidden to speak of poverty and incompetence in this house?" Wang Ju spoke in a rather sarcastic tone and then addressed her card-playing companions, saying, "You have no idea how amusing the wedding day was. It was as if four women had found a treasure trove of gossip and were reveling in it." Zhang Haishan, listening nearby, felt a pang of anxiety as he dared not reprimand his wife, fearing it might hurt Jiang Fan's feelings. Fortunately, Jiang Fan appeared oblivious, sitting calmly on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Suddenly, Jiang Fan's phone rang, the pleasant melody capturing everyone's attention. The caller ID read, Su Yuxian. Chapter 12. The cousins gathering. As for the antique jade pendant, she merely thought Jiang Fan had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. After confirming that Jiang Fan was safe, Su Yuxian decided to make the call. "Jiang Fan, this is Su Yuxian. Do you have time tonight? I need to give you the check." "Sure, where shall we meet?" Jiang Fan inquired. "I'll send you the address when I arrive tonight. It will be a cash-on-delivery deal, and thereafter, we shall go our separate ways." Every time she thought of it, Su Yuxian felt irritable. Am I really that annoying? Jiang Fan murmured to himself. At that moment, Zhang Yi hurried down the stairs, seemingly having made a deliberate effort to look presentable. Mom, Dad, my friend is celebrating her birthday, so I won't be home for dinner. After greeting her parents, Zhang Yi was about to leave. Zhang Haishan, as if finding a glimmer of hope, quickly suggested, Daughter, why not take your brother with you? It's a chance for young people to get to know each other. No way. Why would I bring him along? Zhang Yi vehemently protested. It's not safe for a girl to go out at night alone. Your brother can protect you. Besides, he can drive our car to take you there, Zhang Haishan urged, trying his utmost to persuade her. He was eager to send Jiang Fan away, fearing the conversation at the card table would reach his ears. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yi reluctantly nodded, saying fine. She approached Jiang Fan and playfully kicked his foot, saying, Let's go. You drive. Jiang Fan seemed to recall something, pausing for a moment before responding, All right, I'll accompany you. On the way, Jiang Fan thoughtfully asked, Where are you dining tonight? Aegean Island is a newly opened hotel, built to 5-star standards, destined to rank among the top 10 in Qing City's hospitality industry. Its overall style is youthful and romantic, making it particularly popular among young people and affluent individuals seeking romance. What gives you the right to act like my brother? If it weren't for my father's reputation, you think you would be anyone to me? Zhang Yi rolled her eyes, feeling averse to Jiang Fan's admonitions. He expressed concern because Zhang Yi might encounter unforeseen dangers at this gathering, potentially jeopardizing her reputation. Regardless of Zhang Yi's unpleasant demeanor, she was still his sister, and Jiang Fan felt compelled to assist her. What danger could there be? Do you think my friends would harm me? Zhang Yi dismissively waved her hand, saying, When you meet my friends, keep quiet and stay by my side. Don't embarrass me. The food at Aegean Sea is not something just anyone can afford. So cherish this opportunity. If you don't behave, you can stay in the car. Do you understand? Understood, Jiang Fan replied, his expression one of resignation. He was unaware of the specific dangers Zhang Yi faced. He had only vaguely heard his mother and uncle mention them in passing, as family members were reluctant to discuss matters concerning a girl's reputation. The journey from the villa area to the bustling city center took only a few minutes, and soon they arrived at the entrance of Aegean Sea Hotel. As the gathering had not yet commenced, Zhang Yi's friends were assembling in the CAF on the second floor. Once they arrived on the second floor, Jiang Fan spotted them, primarily Zhang Yi's friends, who were all exceedingly beautiful, vibrant young women in their early 20s, creating a striking visual wherever they went. Xiao Yi, over here, one girl called out, waving her fair arm excitedly. Xiao Shui, KK, Zhang Yi replied, before bouncing off to find her close friends. Jiang Fan said little, choosing a seat not far from Zhang Yi, as his goal today was to protect her. He had no interest in chatting with the young girls. Xiao Yi, who is the handsome guy with you? Is he your boyfriend? Why not introduce him? One girl named Tao Xiao Shui curiously scrutinized Jiang Fan, as if sensing a juicy piece of gossip. Dressed in luxury brands, Tao Xiao Shui wore a classic Tiffany platinum bracelet, a Cartier summer-themed necklace, and her outfit was entirely imported, easily amounting to over 100,000 yuan. Another girl was somewhat more understated, but her designer handbag revealed her affluent background. In contrast, Jiang Fan wore modest clothing, feeling out of place among them. Does he truly think he could be my boyfriend? What a joke. Zhang Yi scoffed, saying, This is my cousin Jiang Fan, a poor relative who has come to stay with us because he can't get by. My father insisted I bring him along. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's introduction, Tao Xiao Shui immediately lost interest. Oh, I see. No wonder he dresses so poorly. Every family has a few shameless poor relatives. Xiao Yi, I truly pity you. Isn't it disgusting to live with a loser like him? Just moments before, she had been praising his looks, but upon learning he had no money, her attitude changed faster than flipping a page in a book. Another girl, named Ding Kei, gently reminded her, Xiao Shui, regardless of his financial status, he is still Xiao Yi's cousin. It's inappropriate to speak so harshly. It hurts his dignity. Dignity? What dignity does he have? Remember that wedding I attended a few days ago? The bride ditched the groom on the spot. How humiliating. Zhang Yi remained remarkably magnanimous, showing no concern for Jiang Fan's feelings. Tao Xiao Shui's eyes brightened with excitement. Are you saying that unfortunate groom is him? Jiang Fan's heart sank as he listened. His cousin was using him as fodder for her friend's amusement. Did being poor mean he had lost even the most basic familial affection? Jiang Fan wavered for a moment, questioning whether he should continue protecting Zhang Yi. He recalled that in his previous life, 2 other girls had also suffered harm. Just as he contemplated leaving, a group of well-dressed young men and women appeared at the CAF entrance, waving enthusiastically at Zhang Yi and her friends. It's Lu Chao and the others. The main event has arrived. Tao Xiao Shui exclaimed to her 2 friends before calling out to Lu Chao. Lu Chao, what made you splurge on such an expensive place for dinner? Lu Chao, tall and handsome, clearly came from family with some wealth. He smiled and replied, "It's nothing. It's just a birthday celebration, and I thought I'd treat our friends to a meal." "Oh, come on," a boy beside Lu Chao chimed in. "Yesterday, Lu Chao came here and noticed a waitress he wanted to flirt with, but she completely ignored him. So today, he took the opportunity of the birthday party to come back and pursue her." Lu Chao added, "I found out her name. It's Zhao Lingling." Just as Jiang Fan decided to leave, he froze upon hearing that name, furrowing his brow and asking, "What did you say her name was?" Chapter 13. Can Brother Jiang hear us? It was only when Jiang Fan spoke that the young people turned their attention to him. "Xiao Shui, who is this?" Lu Chao asked, gazing curiously at Jiang Fan. Lu Chao and his friends were dressed similarly to Tao Xiao Shui, exuding wealth and fashion, making Jiang Fan feel like a country bumpkin amidst a flock of swans. This is Xiao Yi's poor cousin, who is living with her because his family is struggling. He just tagged along to broaden his horizons. Tao Xiao Shui disdainfully introduced. Lu Chao nodded, indicating his understanding. Yet a trace of disdain flickered in his eyes as he gazed at Jiang Fan. With his hands arrogantly tucked into his pockets, he proclaimed, "My family deals in construction materials. Our modest company makes a mere 10 million a year. Since you are Xiao Yi's cousin, you may accompany us today. However, let me be clear. While you are with us, do not touch the decorations here. If you break anything, you shall not be able to afford the damages." His words dripped with contempt for Jiang Fan. By flaunting his family background and seemingly generous invitation, followed by a thinly veiled warning, he sought to humiliate Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, already simmering with suppressed anger, felt his rage intensify. What kind of friends did Zhang Yi have? It was alarming that she associated with such individuals. Without sparing Lu Chao a glance, he took a sip of the coffee before him and calmly replied, "Jiang Fan." It remained uncertain whether the Zhao Lingling Lu Chao mentioned was indeed the one he knew, so he chose to remain. Lu Chao appeared momentarily taken aback, while the others were expressions of disbelief. How audacious for a mere pauper to dismiss Lu Chao. After uttering his words, Lu Chao ignored Jiang Fan entirely, beckoning the group to the private room they had reserved in advance. Zhang Yi, visibly angered, approached Jiang Fan. "Are you out of your mind? I kindly brought you to this gathering, and you treat my friend like that. Do you know who Lu Chao is? He is not someone to provoke. There was a person who offended him once, and, as a consequence, that individual had his legs broken. Lu Chao Pfft no repercussions. None here are worth your ire. You should find an opportunity to apologize to Lu Chao later." Zhang Yi spoke with concern, regretting her decision to bring Jiang Fan along. Jiang Fan chose to disregard Zhang Yi, trailing behind the group at a leisurely pace. Frustrated, Zhang Yi stomped her foot in exasperation, feeling that her intentions were for his benefit. Yet he responded with such an attitude. "If you wish to die, then die. That will be best." The group of young people soon arrived at the top floor of Aegean Sea, where private rooms overlooked the entirety of Qing City. The price for a banquet table started at no less than 5 figures. As the protagonist of the day, Lu Chao took it upon himself to assign seating. Ultimately, the table was filled to capacity, leaving only Jiang Fan standing at the doorway. At that moment, Lu Chao seemed to finally notice him, smacking his forehead in realization. "Oh dear, I almost forgot. We have an extra person. My apologies, I didn't anticipate someone would come to mooch off our feast today. My mistake." As he finished speaking, laughter erupted from the banquet. It was clear that with a slight adjustment, there could have been space for several more. Yet everyone understood that Lu Chao was intentionally making things difficult for Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed. Was this spoiled young master, whose family barely earned 10 million a year, truly so arrogant? From the outset, he had repeatedly mocked Jiang Fan. Even Zhang Yi, who typically laughed off her cousin's jests, found it difficult to smile amidst the ridicule directed at Jiang Fan, feeling a growing discomfort. In the face of such derision, Jiang Fan calmly made his way to a nearby sofa, stating nonchalantly, "Do not concern yourselves with me. I am different from you." As the drinks flowed and laughter filled the air, Jiang Fan remained isolated in a corner, with not even a glass of plain water before him. After waiting for a while without seeing Zhao Lingling, he pondered whether it was indeed a coincidence of names and considered suggesting to Zhang Yi that they leave early. He had an agreement with Su Yu Xian, and one could never tell when Miss Su might call. "Lu Chao, have you spoken with the manager? What about that girl?" asked a rosy-faced young man, following Lu Chao. "Ah, I nearly forgot the main matter," Lu Chao replied, promptly summoning the manager. The manager entered, his demeanor respectful. "Young Master Lu, are you satisfied with the meal? Is there anything you require? It's quite satisfactory. Please fetch the waitress named Zhao Lingling, and have her attend to our private room, specifically. This request should not pose any issue, right?" Lu Chao instructed. "Of course, there's no problem. I will go and fetch her immediately," the manager assured, bowing as he exited the room. Observing the manager's deference towards Lu Chao, several sycophants could no longer contain their flattery. "Lu Ge is impressive. Even the manager of a five-star hotel treats you with such respect." Flattered by the praise, Lu Chao's confidence swelled. "Naturally, I, Lu Chao, can walk confidently in Qing City. Have you heard of Master Qingjiu of Qing City?" Upon mentioning this name, everyone fell silent. One person remarked, "Who hasn't heard of Master Qingjiu? He is the emperor of the gray area, the true overlord of Qing City, with connections that reach far and wide." These youngsters were merely affluent, second-generation rich kids, incapable of comparing themselves to true figures of significance. Discussions of someone like Master Qingjiu elicited sheer reverence. Indeed, let me tell you, it is no small feat for Master Qingjiu to become the ruler of the gray area. "Do you know who his backing is?" Lu Chao said mysteriously. "Who?" The mention of this topic ignited excitement among the group, as if they were on the verge of uncovering a hidden secret. Lu Chao surveyed the room, cleared his throat, and declared, "Behind Master Qingjiu stands a true aristocratic family. In Huagua, a family worthy of the title must be a regional lord. And the family backing Master Qingjiu is none other than the Su family of Qing City. The Su family, the wealthiest in Qing City." At the mention of this family, many found their breaths quickening. "Lu Ge, how do you know this?" a sycophant inquired. "Of course I know. Master Qingjiu is a good friend of my father. Initially, Master Qingjiu wanted me to follow him, but I politely declined," Lu Chao boasted. Following his statement, the young men and women at the banquet gazed at Lu Chao with admiration, nearly venerating him as a deity. Lu Chao, basking in the adulation, cast a challenging glance at Jiang Fan, eager to see if this impoverished outcast would cower in fear. Regrettably, Jiang Fan remained utterly indifferent. Brother Jiang appears quite dismissive. "What is the matter? Surely you cannot be so far removed that you are unaware of our previous conversation?" "Oh, right, I just remembered. Our brother Jiang is a mere freeloader living with relatives. How could he possibly know anything about the true luminaries of Qing City?" Lu Chao sneered. Jiang Fan frowned, coldly responding, "Lu Chao, are you attempting to provoke me? Be silent." Zhang Yi shot Jiang Fan a glare before turning to Lu Chao. "Young Master Lu, my cousin is a bit clueless. He recently went through a breakup and is in a poor mood, so please do not take his behavior to heart." "Pfft." Lu Chao scoffed. "For Xiao Yi's sake, I will let it slide." "Lu Chao, it seems Zhao Lingling may not be coming after all," said the manager nervously. Lu Chao's expression darkened, turning a deep shade of anger. Was the manager intentionally slapping his face? Lu Chao, visibly displeased, remarked, "It appears my influence is still lacking. I cannot even summon a mere waitress." "And no, it's not like that," the manager stammered. "Zhao Lingling was chosen by patrons from another room. I cannot offend them." As the words fell, all eyes turned to Lu Chao, uncertain of how he might respond. "I want to see who in Qing City dares to compete with me for a woman." Lu Chao growled, grabbing the manager by his collar, his demeanor threatening. "Lead the way. Lu Ge is formidable. Let us go. How dare they steal from Lu Ge?" Lu Chao's entourage of sycophants clamored, eager to follow him. Except for a few girls and Jiang Fan, all the boys accompanied Lu Chao. "Is anything going to happen? What if we provoke someone?" Zhang Yi voiced her concerns. "Don't worry. If worst comes to worst, We can call Lu Chao's father to mediate. Let us not forget, his father is a brother to Master Qingjiu. Who would dare offend Master Qingjiu in Qing City? Tao Xiaoxue confidently remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Fan with a mocking tone. Men should be brimming with vigor, just like Lu Chao and his companions, who dare to stand up for their women. Which woman wouldn't adore such a man? I am certain that the girl named Zhao Lingling will undoubtedly fall head over heels for Lu Chao after this incident. Unlike certain individuals who are timid and fearful, and as men, do not dare to cheer for their friends, Jiang Fan felt utterly speechless. How could this be related to him? Is this what it means to be a man? Anyone with a semblance of intelligence would not behave like this. I fear these girls are unaware that the very bravado they admire could bring them calamity. It is prudent to take Zhang Yi away now to spare her from the impending troubles. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, Tao Xiaoxue slammed the table, her expression shifting instantly. What do you mean? Not only do you refuse to help, but you also intend to flee at the critical moment? How can there be such a worthless man like you in this world? Xiao Yi, don't listen to him. We are all adults capable of making our own decisions. After we finish eating, we are going to sing. You wouldn't abandon your good friends for this pathetic relative, would you? Once Tao Xiaoxue uttered these words, Zhang Yi found it impossible to leave. Should she depart with Jiang Fan now, she would likely sever ties with these friends. She furrowed her brow and quickly made her decision. Of course, I won't leave. How could I spoil everyone's fun? Tao Xiaoxue affectionately embraced Zhang Yi's arm, playfully saying, that's more like it. Soon, we'll see what Zhao Lingling looks like, the one who has captivated Lu Chao so completely. After saying this, she cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan sighed, understanding that while the benevolent may wish to assist others, the indifferent may seek to extricate themselves. The waiter attempted to break free several times, but alas, Lu Chao held on firmly, causing her wrist to redden. Jiang Fan focused his gaze, and the delicate features before him indeed belonged to Zhao Lingling. Why was she here serving instead of being at the hospital with her ailing mother? Lu Ge, what is going on? Who dares to compete with you for a woman? Tao Xiaoxue flattered. It's nothing, just a local deadweight. A fat pig in his 40s who still dreams of chasing after young girls. Bah. Lu Chao boasted nonchalantly. A sycophant who accompanied him quickly chimed in. You haven't seen Lu Ji's bravery. He kicked that fat pig to the ground without the other party daring to utter a word. Look at this. This is our sister-in-law. Isn't she beautiful? I was dumbfounded when I saw her for the first time, thinking she was some big star. Zhang Yi and the others were equally astonished by Zhao Lingling's pure and ethereal beauty. The girls present, usually confident in their own appearances, now felt a twinge of inferiority. Mr. Lu, please let me go. That gentleman meant no harm. Zhao Lingling pleaded as she struggled. Lingling, don't call me Mr. Lu. It feels so distant. You can call me Chao or Darling, Lu Chao replied flirtatiously. Zhao Lingling was now increasingly flustered. It was evident that this young master had his sights set on her. Lu Chao continued, Lingling, I have liked you for a long time. Would you be my girlfriend? I promise to treat you well forever. Agree to him, agree to him, agree to him. Others encouraged from the sidelines. Zhao Lingling resembled a frightened little rabbit, utterly pitiful. This adorable demeanor only intensified Lu Chao's possessiveness. His gaze fixated on Zhao Lingling, determined to achieve his goal. Under the mounting pressure, Zhao Lingling anxiously replied, No, I can't. I already have a boyfriend, and I have promised to marry him. Meanwhile, in another private room, the atmosphere was tense to the point of explosion. The middle-aged fat man, who had just been beaten by Lu Chao, was seething with rage. Boss Wong, I was just late for a bit. How did it end up like this? Asked the man sitting across from the fat man, exuding an intimidating presence, flanked by a group of burly men in black. Don't mention it. I saw a beautiful waitress and planned to keep her here to serve us. I had no idea a group of youngsters barged in and beat me up, claiming I stole the woman they liked. Damn it. Although I, Old Wong, am not a saint, I wouldn't harm a young girl. Boss Wong was nearly driven to madness. Downing a shot of strong liquor, the man frowned and spoke in a low voice to his subordinate. Bring the person in charge here. Find out what background that group has. The subordinate remained silent, slightly bowing before exiting the private room. Shortly after, the hotel manager rushed in, sweating profusely, and stood beside the man, trembling. Lord Qin, Why didn't you notify us in advance so we could prepare? He stammered, with a wave of his hand. Lord Sheen interrupted the pointless pleasantries, asking, "My guest was assaulted in your hotel. I need an explanation from you." Thud. The hotel manager felt his legs weaken and collapsed to the floor, drenched in sweat. I had no idea about this. How about this? I'll cover the meal today, regardless of how much you spend. Please, Lord Sheen, spare me. Bang, bang, bang. Afterward, he bowed his head repeatedly. Lord Sheen said indifferently, "Don't be afraid. I called you here to inquire about the group that attacked my guests. Tell me everything you know." All right, they're just a bunch of kids. And the leader is Lu Chao. His father is in the building materials business, worth several million, while the others have small family businesses. The hotel manager spilled everything like a broken tap. Damn, I thought there were some big shots. Several million is considered wealthy? Boss Wong exclaimed angrily. Lord Qin, I was just beaten up after arriving in Qing City. What are we going to do about this? Qing City is truly becoming more degenerate. Even the children of such small-time bosses dare to act so brazenly. It seems like I must take on the role of a teacher today and educate these youngsters on what society really is, Lord Qin replied, smiling rather than showing anger. The kneeling hotel manager swallowed hard. It seemed that tonight would not end well. He dared not imagine the extent of the man's menace. In Qing City, half of the entertainment venues belonged to Lord Qin, and he managed numerous real estate ventures, not to mention other gray industries. Once, an audacious small-time boss provoked Lord Qin, and the next day he vanished without a trace, his company falling into Lord Qin's hands. Let us go meet these fearless kids, Lord Qin said slowly, rising to leave, followed orderly by his subordinates. When Zhao Lingling declared that she had a boyfriend, the atmosphere in the room turned awkward instantly. Lu Chao's face darkened as he said, "So what if you have a boyfriend? Do you believe I can make your boyfriend kneel before me? Bring him here. I want to see what kind of person he is." Zhao Lingling lowered her head in silence, unwilling to trouble others. "I am her boyfriend. Do you have a problem with that?" Chapter 15. I am Qin Jiao. I am her boyfriend. Do you have a problem with that? A wave of shocked gazes turned toward Jiang Fan, and everyone was left dumbfounded. The most astonished was Zhang Yi, who was keenly aware that this cousin had just been abandoned by his soon-to-be bride. How could he suddenly have such a stunning girlfriend? Upon seeing Jiang Fan, Zhao Lingling's large, sparkling eyes were filled with delight. She never expected Jiang Fan to appear here. "Jiang Fan, are you joking?" Lu Chao gritted his teeth. Jiang Fan ignored him and directly walked toward Zhao Lingling, pulling her behind him. Compared to her earlier defiance against Lu Chao, Zhao Lingling now appeared as gentle as a kitten, obediently standing behind Jiang Fan, her gaze towards him markedly different. This scene was witnessed by everyone present. To claim that the two were unrelated would be utterly implausible. Jiang Fan paid no heed to Lu Chao's furious outburst and turned to Zhang Yi. Speaking in a calm tone, "Are you leaving or not? Soon, it will be too late for you to depart." Zhang Yi, in a genuine state of panic, had never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. "Leave? You still wish to go?" Lu Chao waved his hand, and two lackeys firmly obstructed the entrance, preventing Jiang Fan from escaping. Jiang Fan's ears twitched slightly, and he forced a smile. "It seems I cannot evade this after all." With a resounding crash, the door to the private room was flung open, sending the two guards flying as a group of burly men clad in black surged inside. "Who are you? What do you want?" Lu Chao demanded, his expression darkening with anxiety. "Kid, have you forgotten me already?" Boss Wong entered with a sinister grin. Upon seeing the rotund figure of Wong, Lu Chao's tense demeanor immediately relaxed. "Ah, it's you, you fat fool. Have you come seeking revenge? Do you dare to cause a ruckus in Qing City as an outsider? Do you even know who my father is?" "Who is your father?" At that moment, Qin Jui, casually twirling a string of prayer beads, walked in. A subordinate promptly brought him a chair to sit. Sensing the oppressive aura emanating from Qin, Lu Chao's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained his composure. "My father is a brother of Qin Jui. He once held me in high regard." "Qin Jui?" Qin paused momentarily, scoffing. "What qualifications does your father have to be my brother? Appreciate you? I will be blind to appreciate a brainless wastrel like you. Who are you?" Lu Chao's face paled, a terrifying thought creeping into his mind. "I am Qin Jiao. Do you not recognize me? How can you strike my esteemed guest and remain ignorant of my identity?" Qin Jui sneered. Jui? Gasps filled the room, and a chill ran down Lu Chao's spine. Just moments ago, he had been boasting, and now the true authority had arrived. Qin Jui surveyed the private room, stating coolly, "Those irrelevant may leave, but anyone who accompanied this lad must remain." Instantly, the staff in the room felt as if they had been granted a new lease on life and hurriedly fled. "You should leave too." Jiang Fan gently patted Zhao Lingling's head, finally understanding why she had not been ensnared in this predicament in his past life. Zhao Lingling hesitated. "If I leave, what will happen to you?" Jiang Fan felt warmth in his heart. This girl, who had previously been concerned for her own safety, was now worried about others. "Do not worry, I will be fine. I am not the one who has struck anyone, and besides, your presence here is of no use," he reassured her. After persistent encouragement from Jiang Fan, Zhao Lingling ultimately exited the private room. "Boss Wang, clear the room. Now that everyone is here, it is up to you to decide." Qin Jui leisurely poured himself a glass of red wine, addressing Boss Wang. Without hesitation, Wang lunged forward, and despite his hefty frame, he moved swiftly, kicking Lu Chao to the ground. "Damn it, little brat. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Come, try hitting me again." Wang reveled in his triumph. "Please, it was my fault for failing to recognize the mountain. Big brother, let me go," Lu Chao groaned, clutching his stomach, the kick having nearly expelled his recent meal. "All right, no problem. Weren't you just mocking me for being an old ox with tender grass? Today, I will show you exactly how it's done. Your female companions will not escape tonight." Wang grinned malevolently, eyeing the girls present. At this point, Zhang Yi and the others were already terrified, retreating in fear at Wang's gaze. Zhang Yi felt immense regret, wishing she had heeded Jiang Fan's warnings to leave sooner. The recollection of Jiang Fan's repeated cautions today left her in disbelief. Had he foreseen this scenario all along? Lu Chao swallowed hard, sensing the expectant gazes of those around him. He understood that he was the cause of this chaos and needed to take responsibility. "Jui, I was in the wrong today. I apologize and will compensate you. My father has dined with you before. Do you not recall?" Lu Chao forced himself to speak. "Yes, I remember. So I will refrain from being too harsh this time. Otherwise, you would not leave here intact." Qin Jui continued, "Thus, I present you with two choices. Either you stay, or let these girls remain." The faces of the girls turned ashen. "Lu Chao, take us with you," Tao Xiaoxua pleaded, her complexion pale. Lu Chao's eyes darted around, gritting his teeth as he asked, "Jui, can we negotiate this? Just for my father's sake." Seeing the ruthless glint in Qin Jui's eyes, Lu Chao's heart sank. Observing Lu Chao's bowed head in silence, Zhang Yi and the others sensed impending doom. As expected, Lu Chao pondered for a moment and suggested to Zhang Yi and her friends, "How about you all stay and entertain Jui for a bit? You all come from respectable backgrounds. Jui would not truly harm you." Tao Xiaoxua's face drained of color. Pointing an accusing finger at Lu Chao, she scolded, "Are you not a man? You caused this trouble and expect us to bear the burden? That's enough. Have you made a decision? Who will stay?" Qin Jui said impatiently. Just then, a shrill ringtone pierced the tense atmosphere, startling everyone as they turned to Jiang Fan. "Excuse me, I need to take this call," Jiang Fan said with a smile as he answered the phone. "Hello, I'm waiting for you at the Central Garden in Qing City. Hurry up." The melodious voice of Su Yuxian resonated. Jiang Fan replied with a smile, "I apologize. Something unexpected has occurred here, and it may take a while. Why not come find me?" Su Yuxian frowned slightly. "Where are you?" "I am in the Zishui Crystal Private Room of AG&C. "Okay, I will be there shortly." After hanging up, everyone stared at Jiang Fan in astonishment. This guy had the audacity to make a phone call in front of Qin Jui. "Cough, cough, Jui. As you saw, someone is looking for me shortly. That will be my cousin. Please grant us this favor and allow us to leave," Jiang Fan said with a smile. After uttering these words, everyone was left dumbfounded. Chapter 16. Jiang Fan's first strike. "Jiang Fan, you bastard. How dare you speak to Jui like that?" Lu Chao shouted angrily, then cautiously glanced at Qin Jiu. Qin Jui scrutinized Jiang Fan. From the moment he entered the room, he had taken note of this young man. While everyone else trembled in fear at the mention of his name, only Jiang Fan maintained his composure. "Who are you to ask for my favor?" Qin Jui questioned. Lu Chao, fearing that Jiang Fan might provoke Qin Jui, hurriedly distanced himself. "What am I?" Lu Chao is right. "I am indeed a country bumpkin. But I know someone you cannot offend," Jiang Fan declared. At this statement, the room erupted in disbelief, and everyone regarded Jiang Fan with expressions of incredulity, as if he had lost his senses. What a close call. I am relieved to have distanced myself from this fool. Lu Chao sighed in relief, drenched in cold sweat. He thought that striking Qin Jui's guest was merely a minor altercation, but Jiang Fan's words were tantamount to slapping Qin Jui's face, escalating the situation significantly. The prayer beads in Qin Jui's hand suddenly snapped, scattering small purple sandalwood beads across the floor with a clattering sound. Good, good, good. Qin Jui, enraged, laughed coldly. How amusing. What has happened to Qing City that these spoiled brats with a bit of money dare act so recklessly? This country bumpkin dares to speak to me in such a manner. Have my words lost their weight over the years in Qing City? Kid, should I commend your audacity or your ignorance? This is it, Zhang Yi thought, her heart racing. He was courting death. If one cannot speak wisely, then silence is golden. Now, there was truly no one who could save him. What is wrong? I merely spoke the truth, Jiang Fan shrugged. Is it unacceptable to speak honestly nowadays? Do you dare to speak again? Qin Jui roared, kill this brat. As his words fell, a towering brute behind Qin Jui slowly stepped forward, ripping his black tank top to shreds, revealing a body of solid muscle adorned with a fierce dragon tattoo across his chest. You young man, dare to speak to Qin Jui in such a manner? In Qin, sure, you are the first. He clenched his fists and suddenly struck towards Jiang Fan's face, his fists as large as sandbags slicing through the air with a fierce wind. The onlookers quickly recoiled in fear of being caught in the fray, while Lu Chao smirked, wishing nothing more than to see Jiang Fan fall beneath this blow. Zhang Yi turned her head away, unable to bear witnessing the scene. The only one unfazed was Jiang Fan, who felt an inexplicable certainty that, should he wish it, this burly man could be easily toppled. With a single hand, he effortlessly caught the heavy punch. The man's expression changed drastically. He knew all too well the weight behind that blow, and since following Jiu Yi, no one had ever remained standing against his might. What are you doing? Stop playing around and dispose of this brat. Qin Jiu Yi impatiently urged. The big man, now at a loss for words, shook off his confusion and decisively struck again, this time aiming for Jiang Fan's temple. Jiang Fan frowned slightly. He had no intention of escalating the situation, yet the man's deadly intent ignited his fury. He kicked out, sending the giant flying, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. The man arced through the air, crashing onto a dining table, which shattered, scattering remnants of food everywhere. How is this possible? Hey, are you all right? Qin Jiuye's face shifted as he called out to the giant. Very good. I underestimated you. You truly are powerful for someone from the countryside. Qin Jiuye's expression twitched as the dignity of a local overlord was trampled by a mere youth. He now sought nothing less than to end Jiang Fan's life, believing only the blood of Jiang Fan could cleanse the humiliation he felt. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen burly men emerged from behind him, brandishing an array of knives, plunging the atmosphere into icy tension. Lu Chao and others, terrified, had long hidden in a corner, trembling. They had never witnessed such a scene. Typically, their brawls resulted in mere fractures and bruises, but now, a single misstep could lead to death. Jiang Fan stood alone, facing the armed men without a trace of fear. Instead, a surge of adrenaline coursed through him. Was this a side effect of his rebirth? Jiang Fan pondered, recalling that he had never dared to speak so boldly in the past. In an instant, the men charged, and Jiang Fan's body instinctively reacted, slipping into the fray. With powerful fists, each man struck down lost their will to resist. As for the knives they wielded, Jiang Fan deftly neutralized them with ease. In less than a minute, he stood before Qin Jiuyi, surrounded by a sea of injured and fallen foes. He actually won? Lu Chao was taken aback, recalling how he had initially planned to confront Jiang Fan. Zhang Yi looked at Jiang Fan with a complex expression, questioning if this was truly her cousin. For some reason, he felt like a stranger to her now. Jiang Fan took a seat opposite Qin Jiuyi, casually stating, if you let me and my cousin leave, we can avoid further trouble. Look at the mess this has caused. Wouldn't you agree? Qin Jiuyi? Qin Jiuyi glared at Jiang Fan, his face darkening. Suddenly, an awkward silence was pierced by the sound of someone swallowing loudly. Young man, you have truly surprised me. It is my first time encountering someone as formidable as you. Qin Jiuyi ever the gray area overlord, managed to maintain his composure and continued, "But what does it matter how strong you are? This society is no longer one where brute force reigns supreme. Believe me, with just one call, I can ruin your life. So what do you say? Will you kneel and beg for mercy? Perhaps I might spare you if I feel generous." Qin Jiuyi spoke truthfully. In this world, it was not merely strength that mattered, but also connections. Jiang Fan, having navigated society for a decade in his previous life, understood this all too well. "You are correct, but perhaps you should allow these young people to leave first. I will stay and entertain you," Jiang Fan replied calmly. He intended to wait for Su Yuxian to resolve the matter, confident that her family would not disappoint him in showcasing their dominance. Qin Jiuyi observed Lu Chao and the others, who were still in shock, and slowly reached for his gun, contemplating, "You may leave, but I hope you forget tonight's events. Should you utter a word, I, Qin Jiuyi, will ensure you regret it." Now harboring murderous intent, he preferred to minimize the number of witnesses. Lu Chao and the others felt as if they had been granted a new lease on life and dared not linger. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before ultimately choosing to follow the group out. Once everyone had departed, Jiang Fan smiled, glancing at the gun at Qin Jiuyi's waist. "No need to hide. The people have left, so why not reveal your final trump card?" Qin Jiuyi was momentarily taken aback. Since his secret had been discovered, he decided to reveal it, drawing his gun and pointing it at Jiang Fan, not daring to underestimate him. "Knowing I have a gun, are you not afraid? I must admit, I find you rather admirable. Here's the deal. If you agree to follow me from now on, I shall let today's events pass." Jiang Fan smiled and replied, "Thank you for your appreciation, but I must decline. I prefer not to serve under others, and, as I mentioned before, I know someone far more formidable than you. She should be arriving shortly. Someone more powerful than me?" Qin Jiuyi laughed heartily, as if he had heard the grandest joke. "Very well, I await your arrival. I am curious to see who in Qingshi could surpass me." With that, the private room fell into silence, the gun in Qin Jiuyi's hand unwaveringly aimed at Jiang Fan. Suddenly, a gentle knock echoed at the door. "Jiang Fan, I have arrived. May I come in?" Chapter 17. The young Mississippi Su Yuxian politely inquired. "Jiuyi, look, she's here," Jiang Fan said with a smile. Then called towards the door, "Come in." Qin Jiuyi frowned. A woman was arriving? Yet, her voice sounded so familiar. The grand door of the private room swung open, revealing Su Yuxian, her long, elegant legs gracefully entering. "Jiang Fan, here's the check. Take a look." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the injured individuals scattered across the floor, causing her to gasp in shock and become instantly alert. "Jiang Fan, what on earth is going on?" Su Yuxian stood defensively at the door, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. "It's all right, don't be afraid. Just see if you recognize this person." Jiang Fan chuckled, shaking his head. She always seemed so startled, as if the world conspired against her. Su Yuxian furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Jiang Fan before shifting her gaze to Qin Jiuyi. "Qin Jiu, what are you doing here?" Qin Jiuyi's expression had already soured upon her entrance. Now, seeing her gaze directed at him, he instinctively stood, concealing his gun behind him. "Miss, what brings you here?" He stammered, drenched in sweat, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Su Yuxian relaxed her stance slightly upon encountering Qin Jiuyi and inquired, "What transpired here?" Qin Jiuyi hesitated, ultimately recounting the events as they unfolded. Upon hearing that several young women were to accompany Wang Pengzi, Su Yoshuan's expression darkened instantaneously. "Qin Jiu, have you forgotten the rules set by the Su family? What do you mean by having those girls accompany this middle-aged man? Or are you tired of your position?" Su Yuxian questioned coldly, her aura overpowering Qin Jiuyi. She harbored a deep-seated loathing for those who demean women. "And no, miss, you misunderstand. We had no intention of harming those girls. We merely sought to teach them a lesson. It was all a misunderstanding." Qin Jiuyi has finally come to understand fear. Who would have thought this young man actually knows the young lady? Bah, this is no impoverished country bumpkin. That Lu brat has caused me considerable trouble. While cursing Lu Chao internally, he bowed his head in apology to Jiang Fan, saying, "Brother Jiang, I am truly sorry. It was my mistake to frighten you. I hope you can forgive me." If Lu Chao and the others were present, they would surely be astonished, for the esteemed figure they idolized was now bowing in deference to a young man in his 20s. Observing Qin Jui's pleading gaze and realizing he had suffered no loss, Jiang Fan smiled and replied, "You are right, Jui. It was merely a misunderstanding. Miss Su, please do not hold it against Jui. My cousin and her companions have already departed safely. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for interceding on my behalf. In the future, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall do everything in my power to help you," Qin Jui said. Drenched in sweat and expressing his gratitude profusely, Su Yuxian shot Jiang Fan a sidelong glance. Since they had reached an understanding, she felt it inappropriate to press further. Approaching Jiang Fan, she extended her delicate hand and said, "The item, please." "Ah, here it is. Please, check it," Jiang Fan replied, carefully placing the jade pendant into Su Yuxian's hand. Their hands inevitably brushed against each other, and feeling the warmth emanating from Jiang Fan, Su Yuxian's face flushed crimson. "Take your check and leave quickly. From now on, we owe each other nothing," she said, tossing the check to Jiang Fan with urgency. This scene left Qin Jui dumbfounded. The young lady was blushing? How can anyone believe that? She has always maintained an icy demeanor for over a decade. Jiang Fan paid little mind to the commotion. Upon glancing at the amount on the check, he smiled in satisfaction. "Thank you. Well then, I shall take my leave. Miss Su, until we meet again," he said, waving the check with a flourish as he departed. Su Yuxian tucked away the jade pendant and looked at the injured scattered about, pondering, did he do this? Lost in thought, she realized this was entirely different from her investigation. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan had exited the private room and, shortly after stepping outside, spotted a petite figure darting out from his side. "Lingling, why haven't you left yet?" Jiang Fan inquired. Zhao Lingling, relieved to see Jiang Fan unharmed, patted her chest and said, "I was worried about you. If you hadn't come out soon, I would have reported it." "I'm fine," Jiang Fan reassured her, ruffling Zhao Lingling's hair. "By the way, why are you working here? Is the money I gave you insufficient for your mother's treatment?" Upon mentioning her mother, Zhao Lingling's expression dimmed. "The money is enough, but I was already working here. I wanted to finish this month before resigning." "You don't need to worry, Jiang Ge." As she spoke, her eyes turned red, resembling a distressed rabbit. "Lingling, tell me the truth. Is something wrong?" Jiang Fan pressed. No, I'm just tired today," Zhao Lingling replied, lowering her head to suppress her tears, fearful of Jiang Fan noticing. She nodded, secretly wiping her tears, obediently following Jiang Fan. Observing the heart-wrenching sight of Zhao Lingling, Jiang Fan's mind raced. It seemed a visit to the hospital was necessary, according to his past memories. Zhao Lingling's mother underwent surgery immediately after receiving 200,000, and it was very successful. However, something must have gone awry now, indicating that his rebirth had altered Zhao Lingling's life. With these thoughts, the two arrived at the hotel entrance. Lu Chao and his group, having narrowly escaped, stood at the entrance of the Aegean Sea, breathing in the fresh air, taking a while to regain their composure. "That was terrifying. Lu Chao, didn't you say your father and Qin Jui were brothers? Is this how brothers behave?" Tao Xiaoxue complained, clutching her heaving chest. Lu Chao felt a twinge of embarrassment at the question, forcing a smile as he replied, "Of course, they are brothers. Otherwise, how could we have made it out alive? But that Jiang Fan is truly foolish. He turned a minor incident into a disaster, nearly dragging us down with him. Stop it. My cousin helped us get out. He saved us one way or another. Lu Chao, you need to think of a way to help him," Zhang Yi said, somewhat flustered. Lu Chao rolled his eyes. Having just escaped one catastrophe, he had no desire to provoke another, especially since he secretly wished for Qin Jui to eliminate Jiang Fan. Thus, he thought quickly and said, "Don't worry, your cousin will be fine. Remember, Qin Jui said that as long as Jiang Fan kneels and begs for mercy, he will spare him. Jiang Fan is likely begging for mercy right now, and asking us to leave was probably to avoid embarrassing himself in front of us. Is that really the case?" "No. I think I'll call my dad to save him," Zhang Yi said, still feeling uncertain. Lu Chao crossed his arms, making a sarcastic remark. "Even if your dad comes, it won't matter. It all depends on Qin Jui's mood. If he decides to break an arm or a leg, there's no turning back. After all, he was so arrogant as to injure so many of Qin Jui's subordinates. He deserves it." Just as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from behind. "I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed." Jiang Fan slowly emerged from the Aegean Sea Hall, unharmed. Upon seeing Jiang Fan appear before them unscathed, Lu Chao, who had been lively just moments ago, felt as though he had seen a ghost and hastily fabricated an excuse to flee. The others, too, were apprehensive, as the scene from the private room lingered vividly in their memories. One by one, they bid farewell to Zhang Yi and left. Jiang Fan, how did you manage to get out? Zhang Yi paused before finally addressing him by name. Jiang Fan casually replied, I told you before. The people I know are more formidable than Qin Jui. Naturally, he had to let me go. Do you have to boast so much? Do you have any idea how dangerous tonight was? Thankfully, Qin Jui was magnanimous, Zhang Yi said, feeling utterly disappointed that Jiang Fan was still showing off. It seemed that prejudice was a mountain too great to move. No matter how many times he spoke, they would not believe him. Choosing not to engage further with Zhang Yi, Jiang Fan softly asked Zhao Lingling, are you still living at home? Or are you staying at the hospital to care for your mother? Their conversation was tender, with Jiang Fan's words wrapping around Zhao Lingling like a gentle spring breeze. Zhao Lingling's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Jiang Fan. At that moment, Zhang Yi felt like an intruder, her heart churning with annoyance as she watched her cousin treat another girl with such tenderness. Meanwhile, at Su Yuding's home, dinner was being served. Yuding, how are things with Li Gui? Lu Meiwan asked, placing a piece of meat into Su Yuding's bowl. Thank you, Mom, Su Yuding replied with a smile. Li Gui is quite generous. He bought me this jewelry. As she spoke, Su Yuding tucked a strand of hair behind her ear to show Lu Meiwan. By the way, I ran into Jiang Fan the other day. He actually spent 200,000 on a worthless counterfeit. He truly is a destitute fool now, Su Yuding exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Serve him right. Who told him not to give me the money? Xu Yong grumbled, taking a hefty bite of meat. Sister, what about my 200,000? Lingling hasn't spoken to me in ages. I'm practically waiting outside the hospital every day, and she keeps avoiding me. Sister, if you don't help me get the money soon, I might end up single forever. Lu Meiwan frowned, putting down her chopsticks. Yes, your brother's situation can't be delayed any longer. Mom, 200,000 isn't just 20. Please wait a bit longer. I will gradually raise the money, Su Yuding reassured her. Wait? How long do you expect me to wait? Your Aunt Wang's son is about the same age as Xiao Yong, and he's already married and has a child. Your brother hasn't even settled down yet. How can you expect me to hold my head high? Lu Meiwan said, her frustration evident. Su Yuding also paused, feeling aggrieved. What can I do? 200,000 isn't just 20. Li Gui isn't a fool. How could he possibly give me so much money all at once? I need to gain his trust step by step, asking for 30 or 50,000 each month. After a few months, won't the money be there? No, that's too slow. Lu Meiwan suddenly slammed the table and declared marriage. You shall marry Li Gui. Demand a dowry of 400,000. 20,000 from you and 20,000 from your brother. I have inquired, and Li Gui has been divorced for a few years. He is currently single. Su Yuding looked at her mother in disbelief, thinking she had misheard. Mom, it is already a stretch for me to associate with Li Gui, and you want me to marry him? I refuse. I cannot marry him. Su Yuding cried out with red eyes. Bang! Lu Meiwan shattered the bowl in her hand. Hands on her hips, scolding, how dare you? If it weren't for you getting involved with that useless Jiang Fan, would our family be in this state? Now that a wealthy man is interested in you, you still refuse to marry? Do you even care about this family, or about me as your mother? On the side, Su Yuding's father, Su Chong, held his bowl, watching the scene unfold, sighing repeatedly. Dad, please say something for me, Su Yuding pleaded desperately. How dare you? Lu Meiwan shot a fierce glare at Su Chong, sharply reprimanding him. Su Chong looked at his daughter, finally unable to bear it, saying, I think we should reconsider. After all, Li Gui is in his 40s, it's not suitable. What being 40? Moreover, although her daughter did not complete her wedding with Jiang Fan, she has worn a wedding dress, which in our hometown already makes her a second-hand item. It is commendable if she can still get married. Su Yuding was taken aback. The term second-hand struck deeply at her soul. Is this something a mother should say? Su Chong, observing his dazed daughter, felt a tangle of emotions. Shut up, Lu Meiwan shouted angrily. Do you wish for the Su family to die out? Upon hearing the word extinction, Su Chong immediately fell silent. Lu Meiwan approached Su Yuding, her tone suddenly softening, and she earnestly advised, Yuding, if there is blame to be laid, it must be on you. If you hadn't sought out that impoverished Jiang Fan, will we be in this position? Your father and I have worked tirelessly to raise you, and we truly cannot afford to help your brother with the dowry. As the elder sister, you ought to lend a hand at this juncture. Su Yuding stood frozen, tears cascading down her cheeks, unsure of what to say. Xu Yong, feeling aggrieved, said, "Sister, please help me. If this continues, Ling Ling and I are truly finished." Looking at her brother's pitiful state, Su Yuding's heart softened, and she weakly nodded. "All right, I will speak to Li Zhong." Seeing Su Yuding's agreement, Lu Meiwan and the others finally smiled. "Wonderful. I will share this good news with Ling Ling tomorrow," Xu Yong said excitedly. "Tonight, not a word about this, understood?" Before entering the house, Zhang Yi reminded. Jiang Fan nodded, not wishing to create trouble for himself. If his uncle discovered that he had confronted Qin Jiui, he would likely faint on the spot. As they approached the villa's entrance, Jiang Fan and Zhang Yi heard a commotion from inside. "Zhang Haishan, I give you 2 days to send this impoverished relative away. Can't you see that Jiang Fan is just trying to take advantage of our wealth? Look at how clueless he is, wandering around our home, his eyes practically sparkling. Besides, our daughter is still young. What if she learns bad habits from this Jiang Fan?" Chapter 19. Jiang Fan seeks a lone wife. Please grant a few more days of leniency. Xiao Fan is already distressed from this incident. As his uncle, I can only assist to this extent. Just a few more days, and once he emerges from the shadow of the wedding, I will surely send him off, Zhang Haishan pleaded with his wife. Wang Ju held up 2 fingers, resolutely stating, 2 days, just 2 days. Fine, 2 days it is. Zhang Haishan gritted his teeth, deciding to secretly rent a better place for Jiang Fan after those 2 days. Outside, Zhang Yi cast a reproachful glance at Jiang Fan, saying, "If it weren't for you, my parents wouldn't be arguing." With that, she pushed the door and entered. Jiang Fan let out a cold laugh. Her words seemed to imply that he cherished residing there. If not for his uncle's influence, he wouldn't even bother entering. "Ask him yourself." Zhang Yi tossed back before dragging her weary body upstairs. Jiang Fan nodded, mockingly replying, "Quite enjoyable. Thanks to my cousin's friend, I had quite the enlightening day." Little did he know that his words were taken seriously by his aunt, Wang Ju. Wang Ju smugly remarked, "Now you understand the vast disparity between our families, right? Don't think that just because of a little kinship, you can climb into high society. You should focus on working honestly instead of being here with no place to stay." Subsequently, Jiang Fan turned to his haggard uncle, expressing concern. "Uncle, I think it's best I don't stay here any longer. I still have a few days left on my rental agreement, and living here is inconvenient for my work. Rest assured, I'm not a child. I can take care of myself." With that, Jiang Fan returned the car keys to his uncle and turned to leave. Zhang Haishan instinctively moved to follow, but was pulled back by his wife. "He said he doesn't need your help, so why would you shamelessly pursue him? Zhang Haishan, have you no dignity? Stay at home obediently. Since I'm in a good mood tonight, you won't have to wash my feet." Once Jiang Fan left, the weight on Wang Ju's chest lifted, and her demeanor softened a bit toward Zhang Haishan. Zhang Yi hid in a corner on the 2nd floor, listening to everything. She had expected Jiang Fan to stay, but was surprised when he turned to leave. Watching Jiang Fan's solitary figure retreat, she felt a pang of pity. After all, he had confronted Qin Jiui for her sake. Yet she didn't want to acknowledge the kindness of this impoverished man. But recalling Jiang Fan's attitude today, she felt a surge of anger. Clearly incapable, yet clinging to pride. You will never achieve great things. Our families are destined for vastly different fates. She wondered what other surprises this rebirth would bring. The night passed without incident. After his morning workout, Jiang Fan drove to the bank, intending to transfer the check funds into his bank account. Only then would the money truly belong to him. Anticipating a deposit of 30 million, he felt an exhilarating thrill, even after living a lifetime anew, to the point that he collided with someone upon entering. "I'm sorry," Jiang Fan repeatedly apologized. "Are you blind? In such a hurry to visit your mother's grave?" The other person cursed, but once he recognized Jiang Fan, he grinned. "Oh, it's Jiang Fan. We thought you were dead since you haven't shown up for days." "Ming, who is this?" A stylishly dressed woman approached, naturally leaning against Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming chuckled. "This is my colleague Jiang Fan. He hails from the countryside, the very one I mentioned to you." The woman blinked, suddenly recalling, "Oh, you mean the one who couldn't produce money on his wedding day and got dumped by the bride?" Yes, that unfortunate fellow," Jiang Ming snickered. "I say, Jiang Fan, as someone from the countryside, if you lack money, You shouldn't marry. Just look at yourself. Here, take this $10 as a little contribution, hoping you can marry a wife soon." The woman laughed, her eyes filled with disdain as she looked at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan regarded Jiang Ming's smug expression with indifference. "Move aside, don't obstruct my business," he coldly stated. "Business?" Jiang Ming seemed to have an epiphany, dramatically stepping aside and bowing. "You ought to be here for business at the bank. After all, in this day and age, if you lack funds, you can always take out a loan. TSK, to bear hundreds of thousands in debt at such a young age. How pitiful." Before Jiang Ming's laughter could fade, Jiang Fan had already approached the counter. "Please transfer the amount of this check into my account." "Thank you," Jiang Fan said with a smile. The bank employee received the check and, after a brief glance, was momentarily stunned. "I apologize, but I cannot make this decision alone. I must consult with my superior. Please hold on," he said before hastily retreating to the bank's back office. Coincidentally, this scene was witnessed by Jiang Ming, who, feeling puzzled, wondered how much Jiang Fan intended to borrow that could intimidate the staff. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Ming approached Jiang Fan and inquired, "How much are you borrowing?" "None of your business," Jiang Fan replied curtly. "It is indeed my concern. You must provide a work address for your loan application. If you default, the bank could impede your company, which would significantly tarnish its reputation. As a member of the company, it is my responsibility to prevent your reckless actions," Jiang Ming asserted vehemently. At that moment, a well-dressed, middle-aged man rushed out from the bank, guided by the earlier employee. Approaching Jiang Fan with a respectful demeanor, he greeted, "You must be Mr. Jiang. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Li Pu, the bank manager." Jiang Ming and his companion were taken aback by Li Pu's obsequious manner. Is it truly possible to receive such treatment merely for securing a loan? "Manager Li, surely you are mistaken. You are looking for Jiang Fan?" Jiang Ming questioned. Li Pu, surprised, replied, "Indeed, I'm seeking Mr. Jiang Fan." "What is the issue?" Jiang Ming, seeking to garner favor, warned, "Manager Li, you should be cautious. Jiang Fan hails from a rural background, lacking both strength and connections. Do not be deceived. It will be you who suffers if he defaults on the loan." "You are out of your mind." Li Pu frowned and then turned to Jiang Fan with a smile, respectfully stating, "Mr. Jiang, please follow me to the VIP room upstairs." Jiang Fan nodded, replying, "Thank you, please lead the way." With that, he stepped forward, followed closely by Li Pu and a group of staff members, leaving Jiang Ming dumbfounded, murmuring to himself, "How much has Jiang Fan borrowed to warrant the bank manager's attention? Is this necessary for a mere loan?" His companion remarked, "You clearly do not understand. This is akin to a sales tactic. First, they charm the client before proceeding." "Yes, that makes sense," Jiang Ming agreed, but then chuckled, Jiang Fan is finished. If the management learns of this, he will undoubtedly be dismissed. Without a job, he cannot repay the loan. Jiang Fan, you're digging your own grave." His companion twisted in his embrace, teasing, "You are quite mischievous." "Am I not?" Jiang Ming playfully pinched her, then ominously added, "I shall inform the company leadership about Jiang Fan's loan tomorrow." Chapter 20. A divergence from the past. The bank manager personally processed the paperwork, ensuring everything proceeded smoothly. Given the substantial amount, Li Pu even secured a gold card for Jiang Fan, affording him various privileges. "Manager Li, may I withdraw 100,000 yuan now?" Jiang Fan inquired, recalling that withdrawals exceeding 50,000 yuan in a single day required prior notice. "Of course," Li Pu replied with a slight smile, promptly instructing the staff to facilitate the transaction. Before long, the employees presented Jiang Fan with 10 bundles of cash, neatly packed in the bank signature bag. "Use this instead. Your bags are too conspicuous. My mother and I used to take money out in this manner, so others would not know what was inside," Jiang Fan remarked, tossing Li Pu a grimy black plastic bag. Li Pu paused, realizing the wisdom in his suggestion. It is true. Better to conceal our valuables than to invite temptation. After the transaction was completed, Li Pu personally escorted Jiang Fan out and even requested his phone number, maintaining a demeanor of utmost respect throughout. A nearby employee could not contain their curiosity, asking, "Manager, why do you regard Mr. Jiang with such importance? There are many individuals worth 30 million in Qing City. What you fail to understand is that while many possess such wealth, most do so under their company's name. Mr. Jiang, however, has amassed this fortune personally, allowing our bank to meet its annual targets, Li Pu explained, observing Jiang Fan's retreating figure. He continued with emphasis, most importantly, that check is exclusive to the Su family, which few could ever acquire. This indicates that he surely has intricate ties with the Su family. It would be prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fan, he had inadvertently forged a connection with the bank's president. At that moment, he was en route to the hospital to ascertain what difficulties Zhao Lingling was facing. After inquiring at the nurse's station, he learned that Zhao Lingling's mother was in the cardiovascular intensive care unit. Carrying a basket of fruits, he approached the ward and overheard Zhao Lingling pleading with her mother. Li Qiu, Mom, please agree to the surgery, she implored. I have told you countless times, this money is not from Xu Yong. It is borrowed from another individual. You can trust me, Zhao Lingling cried. The doctor had repeatedly warned that without surgery, her mother could be in imminent danger or even face death. Li Qiao lay on a hospital bed, tears streaming down her cheeks as she lamented, Dear child, how well do I know the friends you have known all your life? After years of illness, our relatives have distanced themselves, and you and your father have exhausted all possible loans. Now you suddenly tell me someone is willing to lend you 200,000. How can I believe that? Hearing this, Jiang Fan began to grasp the situation. He knocked on the door and said, Auntie, this money is lent to Zhao Lingling by me. You can use it without worry. Jiang Fan entered with the fruits in hand. Ah, Brother Jiang Fan, what brings you here? Zhao Lingling exclaimed, startled yet delighted, hastily wiping her tears. Li Qiao observed the scene, noticing her daughter's flustered joy, before turning her gaze to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan placed the fruits aside and gently said, I sensed something was amiss with you yesterday, so I came to check on you. Zhao Lingling's fair face flushed crimson at his words. Did Jiang Fan truly care for her? Had he been watching over her? As she pondered, her small hands entwined nervously, unable to meet his gaze. Ahem. Li Qiao coughed weakly, scrutinizing Jiang Fan and asking, Young man, you mentioned that this money is yours to lend to Lingling. What is your relationship with her? What did you meet? Why would you lend her such a large sum? If she cannot repay you, what then? The barrage of questions left Jiang Fan momentarily speechless. It was clear that a mother's instinct to protect her daughter was unyielding, even in the face of her own illness. Mom, why are you asking all this? Zhao Lingling pouted. Jiang Fan instinctively ruffled Zhao Lingling's hair, reassuring her, It's all right. Auntie is just worried about you. Auntie, please rest assured. I harbor no ill intentions toward Lingling. Allow me to explain how we met. Jiang Fan recounted the details of his wedding and the events from the previous day at AG&C, assuring Li Qiao that he was not in need of repayment, even displaying the cash in a plastic bag. Jiang Fan's narration captured Li Qiao's attention, and her anger toward Su Yuding's family caused her blood pressure to rise, triggering alarms from the monitoring equipment, which startled both Zhao Lingling and Jiang Fan. After some time, Li Qiao managed to regain her composure and regarded Jiang Fan with newfound kindness. You are Xiao Jiang, correct? May I call you that? Of course, you are my elder. Jiang Fan replied with a smile. Xiao Jiang, I am grateful for your assistance to my daughter. It was foolish of her to accept your money, but rest assured, once I recover, I will work alongside my husband and Lingling to repay you. Thank you. Li Qiao sincerely expressed her gratitude to Jiang Fan. Upon hearing her mother's words, Zhao Lingling was filled with exuberant delight and exclaimed, Mom, you are willing to undergo this surgery. Li Qiao smiled and nodded, saying, Xiao Jiang is a good child. I trust him with the money, unlike that Xu Yong, who is nothing but a scoundrel. Wonderful. I will speak to the doctor right away. At that moment, Zhao Lingling was as joyful as a child, skipping off to find the physician. Jiang Fan and Li Qiao exchanged smiles as they watched her cheerful figure disappear. This child has endured so much. Without you, her entire life would have been ruined. Xiao Jiang, as a mother, I sincerely thank you. Li Qiu, struggling to support herself on the hospital bed, attempted to bow to Jiang Fan. He quickly intervened, saying, Auntie, your health is fragile. It is best not to strain yourself. I appreciate your sentiment. However, I have one question. How did you come to know about Xu Yong? Li Qiao sighed and slowly recounted the events of the past few days. It turned out that after Jiang Fan had taken Zhao Lingling away from the wedding, Su Yong's fury grew, and he came to the hospital with a gang of ruffians. The scene caused quite a commotion, and it was during this upheaval that Li Xiao learned of the situation, prompting her to rush into the emergency room in anger. For several consecutive days, Xu Yong returned with his entourage, although he was not as brazen as the first time. Perhaps he had given up after failing to find Zhao Lingling at the hospital, as he had not appeared in several days. Li Xiao had always believed that the 200,000 was given by Xu Yong, and he was intent on taking Zhao Lingling away, which is why he had refused to let the surgery proceed. Jiang Fan finally understood where the problem lay. In his previous life, Zhao Lingling had immediately used the money to have her mother's surgery performed, only revealing this to Li Xiao after she had regained her health. At that time, the die had been cast. Regardless of how anxious or angry Li Xiao was, she had no option but to accept her fate. One day, I will make Xu Yong pay for his actions. Jiang Fan sliced a piece of apple and offered it to Li Xiao. Just then, loud and uncouth shouts erupted from outside the ward. Mother-in-law, mother-in-law, I have good news. I will soon have money. Now will you let me have Lingling? Xu Yong bellowed in a raucous voice within the hospital. This rogue is back. Li Xiao was momentarily at a loss, struggling to rise from the bed to chase this persistent fly away from her daughter. Jiang Fan frowned at the door and reassured Li Xiao. Annie, stay here and rest. I will handle things outside. No, we cannot trouble you any further. He is merely a petty thug, surrounded by unscrupulous friends. You are a good child and cannot deal with him. Li Xiao clenched her teeth, her already pale complexion turning ghostly white as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Even if it cost me my life, I must rid my daughter of this nuisance. The alarm from the medical equipment blared sharply once more. Jiang Fan realized that Li Xiao was willing to risk her life to intimidate Xu Yong, just as she had done before, but that was far too perilous. As he watched the mother fighting for her daughter, Jiang Fan was struck by a revelation. Had his own mother not also fought desperately for him in his past life? The magnitude of maternal love is profound. How could Jiang Fan allow it to be extinguished by a mere insect like Xu Yong? In a moment of clarity, a wealth of knowledge, including intricate medical insights, surged into his mind, as if instinctively. Auntie, trust me, I can handle this. With one hand supporting Li Xiao's back and the other gently pressing her wrist, he coaxed her to lie down. Unintentionally, he applied pressure to the Shunmin and Xinshu acupuncture points, known to soothe the spirit and calm mind. Indeed, Li Xiao immediately appeared more stable and cautioned, "Be careful. Xiao Jiang, and call the hospital security." Rest assured, Jiang Fan responded before exiting the ward. Just then, Xu Yong swaggered in, hands in pockets, his demeanor brash. As he lifted his foot to enter, he was met with a large hand that forcefully pushed him against the wall across the corridor. Damn it! Who dares to push me? Do you have a death wish? Xu Yong exclaimed, rubbing the back of his head in pain. Jiang Fan regarded Xu Yong with a dispassionate gaze, a blend of disdain and indifference in his eyes, and calmly declared, "You are not welcome here. Leave." Xu Yong, now realizing who stood before him, sneered, "Oh, it's my impoverished former brother-in-law. Why aren't you at your shabby lair studying that fake jade pendant? What brings you to the hospital?" Xu Yong circled Jiang Fan, exaggeratedly pinching his nose in mockery. "Ah, the stench of poverty is even stronger now. Did you become completely broke after buying the pendant?" Jiang Fan remained unfazed, replying coolly, "Are you finished? If so, be on your way. Lingling's mother requires peace. Lingling can be called too. You worthless scum." Xu Yong suddenly roared in fury. "If it weren't for you, Zhao Lingling would have long been mine. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't be avoiding me every day. You should just give me the money, and it would be so much simpler." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Fan seized Xu Yong by the throat, causing his face to turn a deep shade of purple as he struggled desperately against Jiang Fan's grip. "I warn you one last time, leave." Jiang Fan's eyes were cold, radiating an icy chill. "En Gao Zhang Fan Su Zong Shoot de Su Den Li Fe Fun." "Please, stop the commotion. This is a hospital," a brave nurse admonished. Jiang Fan finally released his hold, discarding Xu Yong to the side as if he were refused. Free again, Xu Yong gasped for fresh air, taking a while to recover. All right. You've really grown bold. Now you dare to lay hands on me. I was merely careless earlier. Now you will witness my true power." Xu Yong clenched his fists and charged at Jiang Fan. Just as Jiang Fan prepared to retaliate, a petite figure stepped in front of him. Xu Yong, stop! Zhao Lingling cried, arms outstretched to shield Jiang Fan. Lingling, you would actually protect this useless person? Xu Yong was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though a vibrant green hat had been placed upon his head. Xu Yong, please let me go. I never liked you from the start. I only agreed to be with you because of your relentless pursuit and to help raise money for my mother's treatment. Do you know how despairing it was for me every day after being with you? You don't work. All you do is play games, drink, and gamble. You spend your days loitering on the streets with your dubious friends, fighting and brawling. Do you realize how immature and disgusting this behavior appears to others? Grow up. You're over 20. Stop being idle and clinging to me. Zhao Lingling's voice trembled as she poured out her long-held frustrations. Her once melodious tone now hoarse in the hospital's confines. Tears streamed down her face. She had initially entered into a relationship with Xu Yong, fully aware it could lead to her own destruction, and no one knew the extent of her suffering. Silence enveloped the corridor. Jiang Fan's heart ached as he observed the trembling girl. You harlot! You tramp! Xu Yong glared at Zhao Lingling. Everyone around was shocked at Xu Yong's outburst. Had he lost his mind? How could he insult a girl he had pushed to such a state? The disdain for Xu Yong grew among the onlookers. Unfazed by their gazes, Xu Yong continued his tirade. Zhao Lingling, you are nothing but a promiscuous woman. Do you have any idea how much effort I invested in you? I took you gaming, brought you to internet cafes, introduced you to my friends. Do you know how formidable they are in Qing City? Laughter erupted from the crowd. Was he truly so foolish? A grown man bragging about such trivialities? Xu Yong then boasted with arrogance. Zhao Lingling, don't regret it. My sister is about to marry a wealthy and influential man. The treatment cost of 200,000 for your mother is merely a trifle for me. Without me, how will you afford her medical care? Relying on this impoverished fool? Zhao Lingling, I grant you one final opportunity. Accompany me to a hotel tonight, and I shall provide you with the sum of 200,000. You must understand. Only I can save your mother. Only I am your hope, not this destitute wretch. Zhao Lingling's face flushed crimson with indignation. To be so publicly humiliated as a girl, and to have her worth openly appraised, was unbearable. Enough! Jiang Fan shouted in fury, his rage reaching its zenith. Jiang Fan, have you lost your mind? What do you intend to do with that trash bag? Are you moonlighting as a garbage collector now? Ha ha ha! Indeed, only refuse would undertake such a demeaning task. Xu Yong laughed heartily, tears streaming from his eyes. Jiang Fan scoffed and swung the bag with a forceful motion. With a rustle, neatly bundled banknotes scattered in all directions, fluttering like fiery autumn leaves, filling the entire space. Xu Yong was left dumbfounded, as was Zhao Lingling. Everyone stood in shock. The sound of paper bills rustling as they danced through the air and gently settled, soon covering the ground in a thick layer. Jiang Fan scoffed. Your hope? Ha! Without your sister, what are you worth? I am unafraid to tell you that I have already given Lingling the 200,000 for her mother's treatment. This money was merely what I feared she might lack, just withdrawn today. Where is your hope? Come, show everyone. Xu Yong felt as though he had been slapped, his face burning with shame. It was the first time he had ever felt such humiliation. All right, I finally understand. You two must have been colluding all along. You wretched woman. A pair of shameless lovers. Jiang Fan, just wait. I will ensure your life is miserable, and you, Zhao Lingling, will wish you were never born. With that, Xu Yong fled in disgrace. Zhao Lingling felt her body go weak, as if her bones had melted away. Jiang Fan, quick to react, embraced her. Her petite and delicate form was a stark contrast to Su Yuxian. Brother Jiang Fan, I have brought you trouble. What shall we do from here? Zhao Lingling said, a hint of fear in her voice. Jiang Fan affectionately ruffled Zhao Lingling's hair, saying, have you forgotten? I am someone who fears neither Qin Jiuyi nor a petty thug like Xu Yong. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared from the ward. A nearby nurse rushed in and exclaimed, quick, prepare for surgery. The patient is in critical condition. Chapter 22. We did our best. The patient's emotional turmoil led to cardiac arrest, necessitating immediate resuscitation and notifying the lead surgeon to issue a critical condition notice. The attending physician acted decisively, orchestrating the situation with calm precision. The unexpected crisis caught everyone off guard, all eyes converging on the petite figure of the girl. Is it not cruel that fate has dealt such a harsh blow to this young lady? They could only silently assist Jiang Fan in picking up the scattered money, delivering it to Zhao Lingling. The nurses hurriedly wheeled Li Qiao into the operating room, oblivious to the bills strewn across the floor, as they stepped over the currency en route to the surgery. Miss Zhao, please sign here, the nurse urged, presenting the critical condition notice to Zhao Lingling. It is all my fault, Zhao Lingling murmured, her eyes vacant as she fixated on the notice. Lingling? Stay strong. Your mother will be fine. Jiang Fan reassured her. Brother Jiang Fan, what do we do? It is all my fault. I should not have gotten involved with Xu Yong. Zhao Lingling sobbed uncontrollably. She had always busied herself for her mother, and now, faced with her mother-esque crisis, the weight of responsibility shattered her composure, leading her to blame herself. Jiang Fan pulled Zhao Lingling into his embrace, gently patting her back as he spoke softly. Do not worry, Annie has her blessings, and now that we have the funds, we can ensure her complete recovery. You must be strong. First, sign the document so the doctors can proceed with the surgery. Yes. Jiang Fan's words instilled courage in Zhao Lingling, and she shakily signed her name. Indeed, everything will be all right. This time, I am not alone. Brother Jiang Fan is with me. Just as she grasped the pen, an unfamiliar voice echoed from the end of the corridor. Lingling, why is Auntie in critical condition again? A man in a white coat approached, and upon seeing Jiang Fan holding Zhao Lingling, his expression froze. Zhao Lingling, filled with sincerity, bowed deeply to him, saying, Dr. Du, I implore you, please save my mother. It turned out that he was Li Qiao's lead surgeon, surprisingly youthful, likely not yet 30. Jiang Fan swiftly extended his hand, courteously stating, Dr. Du, I entrust this to you. Yet, Du Fei's expression darkened as he ignored Jiang Fan's gesture, glaring at him coldly. You were the one who clashed with that thug Xu Yong, right? Do not think wealth makes you impressive. Look at how you scatter money everywhere. This is a hospital, not a venue for flaunting wealth and courting women. I apologize for my thoughtlessness, Jiang Fan acknowledged, conceding that the accusation was not without merit, especially since he would soon be operating on Li Qiao. Offering an apology was no great loss. Pfft. Such vulgarity, Du Fei muttered disdainfully, then switched to a congenial demeanor as he addressed Zhao Lingling. Lingling, I was unaware of your financial struggles. Otherwise, I would have lent you some money. In the future, be cautious about borrowing from just anyone. You might encounter another Xu Yong. Jiang Fan frowned, sensing Du Fei's hostility towards him since their earlier encounter. Dr. Du, that will not be necessary. Brother Jiang Fan has already lent me the money. Please proceed with the surgery, Zhao Lingling urged anxiously. Very well, I shall go at once. As he departed, Du Fei cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Fan. This girl possesses an enchanting allure that could wreak havoc. Jiang Fan jested. Jiang Fan had surmised correctly. Du Fei indeed harbored feelings for Zhao Lingling. To be precise, he was captivated the first time he met her. Unfortunately, before he could confess, Su Yong's gang had caused a ruckus at the hospital. Faced with such intimidating thugs, Du Fei abandoned his intention to confess, spending sleepless nights consumed by thoughts of Zhao Lingling. Today, upon hearing from the nurses in the work group that Zhao Lingling had definitively severed ties with Xu Yong, he joyfully rushed from the office to the inpatient department, only to arrive and witness Jiang Fan embracing Zhao Lingling. He feared the thugs, but Jiang Fan did not intimidate him. Thugs are unreasonable. Vying for a woman with them is bound to lead to a beating. Jiang Fan, however, was a scholar. He would not resort to violence, and the money Jiang Fan had scattered was beneath Du Fei's notice, as he earned far more than that as a lead surgeon. Thus, Du Fei dared to openly challenge Jiang Fan. Inside the operating room, the team was engaged in a tense rescue. Only Du Fei's mind was filled with visions of Jiang Fan and Zhao Lingling in each other's embrace. Damn it, just chased away one thug, and now another appears. Du Fei felt irritable and impatiently inquired of the nurse, what caused this woman to fall ill? Emotional distress led to a pre-existing heart condition, the nurse replied. Emotional distress? Was it due to the earlier altercation with that young man and Xu Yong? Du Fei asked, his tone laden with implication. The nurse pondered before responding, Pretty much. But mainly Xu Yong. That scoundrel spoke far too harshly. Ah, I see, Du Fei remarked, examining Li Qiao's eyelids and the monitors at the bedside, instructing the nurse, all right? The patient has perished. Proceed with the next steps. But you haven't even attempted resuscitation. The nurse protested. Du Fei shot her a disdainful glance, his eyes cold and indifferent. When I say she's dead, she is dead. Are you the doctor, or am I? If you wish to continue working here, follow my orders. Now go, notify the family. The nurse glanced at the bed where Li Qiao lay, ultimately gritting her teeth and stepping outside. Du Fei smirked, contemplating how to shift the blame onto that young man from earlier. By doing so, Zhao Lingling would undoubtedly sever ties with him, allowing Du Fei to take advantage of her sorrow while simultaneously dealing with her mother. I am truly a genius. Outside the operating room, Zhao Lingling sat on a chair, fixated on the red light indicating the surgery, her eyes scarcely daring to blink. Suddenly, the light extinguished and a nurse emerged from within. Nurse, how is she? My mother. Zhao Lingling grasped the nurse's hand, visibly trembling. The nurse, avoiding Zhao Lingling's gaze, lowered her head and replied, I'm sorry, we did our best. Zhao Lingling's vision darkened, and she fainted. Jiang Fan reacted swiftly, supporting her and pressing on her acupoint. My mother, Zhao Lingling weakly uttered. Family can go in now. She will soon be taken to the morgue, the nurse informed. Zhao Lingling, overwhelmed with grief, cried out, Mom, you can't leave me. Du Fei waved his hand, signaling the nurse to cover the body with a white sheet. At that moment, Jiang Fan shouted, Stop. The patient is not dead. Auntie still has hope. Chapter 23. You incompetent Dr. Du Fei was startled by Jiang Fan's actions, initially fearing that Li Qiao truly was alive. Only after confirming with the instruments did he feel reassured, shouting at Jiang Fan, What nonsense are you spouting? There is no heartbeat or breath. How could she possibly be alive? Were you pretending to be so optimistic for her? If it weren't for you and that ruffian causing a commotion at the ward door, would she have suffered such a shock? With a bit of money, you've lost all sense of reality. I disdain people like you. Lingling, stay far away from such individuals. Your mother's demise is closely tied to him. Du Fei continued to disparage Jiang Fan, yet neither Jiang Fan nor Zhao Lingling paid him any mind. Jiang Fan, is what you said true? My mother is not dead? Zhao Lingling asked excitedly, clinging to even the slightest hope. Do you have any silver needles here? Jiang Fan addressed the nurses. Silver needles? What do you intend to do? You're not suggesting acupuncture, are you? Kid, do you have any sense? Acupuncture is useless. Even if you poke her into a porcupine, it wouldn't help, Du Fei mocked. Dr. Du, I beg you, please help Jiang Fan get a set of silver needles. You must have a way. I am begging you, Zhao Lingling implored, bowing repeatedly. Seeing Zhao Lingling's unwavering trust in Jiang Fan made Du Fei feel as if he had swallowed something bitter. Lingling, I understand you're hurting right now, but I'm the doctor. You must come to terms with this reality. As Du Fei refused to fetch the silver needles, Zhao Lingling prepared to kneel and plead with him. At that moment, the nurse who had previously pronounced the death approached compassionately, supporting Zhao Lingling. She glanced at Du Fei and said, No need to beg him. I will get them for you. Thank you so much. Jiang Fan sincerely expressed his gratitude, pushing Du Fei aside, opening the needle bag, and swiftly inserting the gleaming silver needles into Li Qiao's body with a practiced hand, akin to a master artist. Kid, the person is dead. What are you trying to accomplish? Do you want Lingling's mother to rest in peace? Du Fei chutait d'envie. Are you even a doctor? I'll warn you. This is the operating room. If anything goes wrong, you will be responsible. Stop immediately. While Du Fei was ranting, Jiang Fan finally inserted the last silver needle into the acupoint, allowing the tense atmosphere to ease. Li Qiao's mother was in a state of pseudo-death due to cardiac arrest. This condition, if treated correctly, had a significant chance of recovery, whether through traditional or modern medicine. Jiang Fan instinctively touched the spot on his chest where his tattoo lay, as the knowledge had surged into his mind upon seeing Li Qiao, as naturally as knowing to eat when hungry or drink when thirsty. Du Fei suddenly grabbed Jiang Fan by the collar, exclaiming, Kid, have you had enough? You cannot act recklessly in the operating room. He then addressed the nurses. Immediately remove these scattered silver needles. The person is dead. Take the body to the morgue at once. Jean Fan forcefully pushed Du Fei aside. his piercing gaze fixed on him. Did you truly make an effort to save her? Incompetent doctor, can you not even distinguish between death and a state of near death? Du Fei felt a twinge of guilt under Jiang Fan's glare, but quickly regained his composure. Nonsense. Are you out of your mind? She was dead when she came in. If she lives now, I will never practice medicine again. Open your eyes and look at this instrument. As he spoke, he pointed to the monitor at the head of the bed. What was once a straight line of heart rate suddenly surged in front of everyone, like a mountain rising from an endless plain. One wave after another, the other vital signs began to slowly recover. Very well, we fully respect your choice, the nurse said, casting a disdainful glance at the dazed Du Fei. The new attending physician arrived shortly thereafter, and the remaining surgery was performed by this doctor, with Jiang Fan and Zhao Lingling stepping out of the operating room. As they exited, Zhao Lingling embraced Jiang Fan, weeping in his arms like a child. Jiang Fan said nothing, merely stroking Zhao Lingling's head gently. Only those who have experienced loss can truly understand the significance of family. After a long moment, Zhao Lingling, with red eyes, finally released Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, thank you truly. How can I repay you? She said. Repay? Don't forget, you still owe me money. Officially, you are still my girlfriend. It's only natural for me to save my mother-in-law, Jiang Fan replied with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, Zhao Lingling's cheeks flushed, her bashful demeanor undeniably charming. The surgery proceeded smoothly. With 10 to 15 days of rest, Li Qiao would be discharged. Jiang Fan also conducted a private assessment, finding that the doctor's statements were accurate. Li Qiao remained under anesthesia, requiring supervision. Jiang Fan refrained from disturbing the mother-daughter pair and, after a brief exchange with Zhao Lingling, departed. By the time he left, evening was approaching. Su Yuding, are you messing with me? I considered you my sister, and this is how you treat me? Shuyong, are you crazy? Let go of me. That hurts. Su Yuding gasped, instinctively struggling against the pain. Hearing the commotion in the living room, Lu Meiwan and Su Chong rushed out of the bedroom. Yuding, why are you bullying your brother again? Apologize immediately, Lu Meiwan demanded without seeking clarification. Mom, see clearly. It's Xu Yong who is bullying me. Su Yuding protested, her eyes reddening with grievance. However, Lu Meiwan glared, insisting, how could obedient Xu Yong bully you? You must have done something to make him angry. But what could she say, really? As the elder sister, she ought to let her brother, the family's only heir, take precedence, especially given the significant responsibility of continuing the family line. Seeing his daughter distressed, Su Chong intervened, saying, Xu Yong, let go of your sister first. What happened? Xu Yong yanked Su Yuding's hair and forcefully tossed her to the ground, angrily declaring, ask her. Didn't she say Jiang Fan was a penniless fool? Spending 200,000 on a fake jade pendant. Is he not broke? That's right. Not only did your sister say so, but even Li Guei confirmed it, Su Chong replied, puzzled. Nonsense. Xu Yong kicked a chair across the room, shouting, where do you get the money to give Zhao Lingling 200,000? He even threw thousands of cash in my face in public. Now that Zhao Lingling has money, how could she possibly marry me? I can never marry Zhao Lingling. What? The Su family members were all dumbfounded. Even Su Yuding momentarily forgetting her grievances, her mind buzzing. This can't be possible. Your sister might be lying, but Li Guei is a business owner. Wouldn't he deceive us? Lu Meiwan felt momentarily a loss. Xu Yong asserted, what if he has more than 200,000? I believe Jiang Fan is just pretending to be poor. He never intended to give me any money. His words awakened everyone from their stupor. Lu Meiwan cast a scornful glance at Su Yuding and exclaimed with indignation, you wretched girl. To think you don't even know how much your own man is worth after all this time. How absurd, now that your brother has lost his wife. You have become the sinner of our family. You deal with it. After her tirade, Su Yong's anger dissipated significantly. He turned to Su Yuding and declared, I don't care. I must become wealthier than Jiang Fan. If you're still my sister, then help me with this. Rest assured, my son, your sister will certainly assist you. If we cannot marry Zhao Lingling, we shall find someone even better. Lu Meiwan comforted her son before turning to Su Yuding. Why are you still dawdling at home? Hurry and go speak with Li Guei about the marriage, and increase the betrothal gift. We demand 500,000. No, 80,000. With that amount, we can surely find your brother a better wife. Su Yuding felt a wave of despair wash over her, Lu Meijuan's words struck her like a slap. Just moments ago, she had been contemplating if she no longer needed to marry Zhao Lingling. Perhaps she wouldn't have to wed Li Gui either. Xiong scoffed, yes, it must be 80,000. I do not believe that Jiang Fan, that scoundrel, can possess such wealth. To hell with him for stealing my woman. Do my brothers not feel jealous? Su Yang's careless remark sent a jolt through Su Yuding, as if she had glimpsed a flicker of hope amidst the darkness. She recalled the last auto show, where Jiang Fan had purchased a car worth over $1 million. What if Jiang Fan truly had that much money? Chapter 24. Humiliation. Would Jiang Fan still have money? The thought loomed ominously, refusing to dissipate. Su Yuding hastily dialed Jiang Fan's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Su Yuding clenched her phone tightly. She did not wish to submit, nor did she want to spend the rest of her life with an old man. A loud bang echoed as the cold door slammed shut mercilessly. Light rain began to fall from the sky, bringing a chill. Su Yuding sighed, conceding that she alone bore the burden. She retrieved her phone and contacted Li Gui, arranging to meet at a couple's restaurant. The decor of this themed establishment exuded an intimate ambience, with the second floor housing a corresponding themed hotel, attracting numerous young couples. This starkly contrasted with the clientele of an antique shop. The combination of Su Yuding and Li Gui, an older man and a younger woman, stood out in such a setting, drawing pointed stares from many as they entered. The whispers that reached her ears were laden with derogatory terms such as gold digger and mistress. At this moment, Su Yuding felt her dignity being torn apart by the gazes surrounding her, compelling her to lower her once proud head. Li Gui, however, was unfazed. It was not his first time bringing a younger woman to such a place, and he had long grown accustomed to the scrutiny. This window seat is quite nice, he remarked, taking a seat first. Su Yuding frowned at the conspicuous spot, feeling a strong aversion. Li Gui, let's change to another table. This place is too noticeable. What? Are you embarrassed to be seen with me? Li Rablia. Fine, we will do as you wish. As a successful company president, he possessed considerable insight. He could easily discern Su Yuding's reluctance upon entering. If it were any other woman, he might have resisted, but Su Yuding's beauty, both in figure and youth, was unparalleled. Few in the entire Qing city could rival her looks. For a woman like her, spending a little money and indulging for a night seemed rather delightful. Su Yuding cast a grateful glance at Li Gui and said, "Thank you." Respecting her wishes, they found a discreet corner. After ordering, Li Gui's gaze lingered on Su Yuding, his eyes filled with desire. Halfway through their meal, Li Gui straightened up and fixed his gaze on Su Yuding. "Speak up. How much do you want?" "What?" Su Yuding was taken aback. "Name your price." Li Gui, uninterested in small talk, continued, "You invited me out tonight because you need money, right? Just name a figure, and I will provide it. In return, you will accompany me tonight." "Yuding, I have been craving your company for quite some time. Rest assured, I will treat you well." Although this was the outcome Su Yuding desired, a profound sense of humiliation washed over her. "Li Gui, I can agree to your terms," she paused before adding, "but I want 80,000 as the betrothal gift." "What? 80,000 as a betrothal gift?" Li Gui chuckled mockingly, his eyes glinting with scorn. "Yuding, have you misunderstood? When I said later, I meant for you to be my mistress, not for marriage. You're dreaming." A thunderous shock struck Su Yuding, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. "Su Yuding, your family is truly amusing, daring to ask for 80,000 as a dowry. Have you looked in a mirror? Do you think you are worthy?" Li Gui laughed derisively. "I found it curious at first. When I was with you, your mother didn't seem upset, but instead inquired about my background. Did you know that during her inquiries, she mentioned money 3 times? It appears your mother is not looking to marry off her daughter, but to sell her." Each of Li Gui's words pierced Su Yuding's heart like sharp blades. "Li Gui, I'm sorry. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I must take my leave." Su Yuding realized that there was no way Li Gui would agree to the 80,000 betrothal gift. Staying would only lead to further humiliation. Just as she stood, Li Gui coolly remarked, "Wait, did I say you could leave?" Su Yuding, crestfallen, replied, "Li Gui, if you refuse to agree, then why do you keep me here?" Li Gui produced 3,000 yuan from his bag and placed it on the table. "You need money, right? If you spend the night with me, this money is yours. Furthermore, there is a gathering in a few days with some influential figures in Qing City. I happen to need a female companion. Perhaps someone will take a liking to you and be willing to offer 80,000 for your hand. Don't you have better options? Su Yuting found herself engulfed in confusion and asked Li Gue, "Li Gue, may I send a text using your phone?" Without a word, he handed it to her. Quickly, Su Yuting typed a message to Jiang Fan. "Jiang Fan, I know I was wrong on the day of the wedding. My mother is now forcing me to marry a man in his 40s and has raised the betrothal gift to 80,000. I do not want to spend the rest of my life with an old man. Please help me. I know you still love me. If you assist me tonight, I will be yours. I'm still the Yuting you love." After sending the message, Su Yuting deleted it, filled with anticipation. Surely, if Jiang Fan had money, he would come to her aid. If Jiang Fan lacked funds, she would have to resign herself to her fate. After 5 or 6 minutes, her phone chimed with a new message. Su Yuting eagerly picked up her phone, her heart racing as Jiang Fan replied with a single sentence: "Live for yourself." Su Yuting stared blankly at her phone, a bitter smile forming on her lips. "Live for myself? But those are my family. Jiang Fan, how cruel you are. I am in this predicament because of you." Returning home, Su Yuting wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, slowly raising her head to offer a despairing smile. "Li Gue, tonight I am yours." "Good. You know your place. Let us go, darling. I have already booked a themed room on the 2nd floor. It will be quite exhilarating," Li Gue exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan was grappling with a whirlwind of emotions after receiving Su Yuting's message. The sorrow of a family, unable to be alleviated by others, could only be borne alone. Just minutes after putting down his phone, he received a call from Bank President Li Pu. "Li Hangzhong, what an unexpected surprise. I haven't yet expressed my gratitude for your assistance with the withdrawal last time. Are you free for meal soon?" Jiang Fan chuckled lightly. Li Pu replied promptly, "No need for thanks. That is my duty. The reason I called was to extend an invitation for dinner. In a few days, there will be a gathering of some business owners in Qing City. I wonder if you would be interested?" Chapter 25. Competing with me in the world of business. We are not like the prominent families of Qing City, which are steeped in profound heritage. We must rely on our own efforts to cultivate connections and resources. Gatherings such as these serve as a platform for small business owners to foster relationships and exchange intelligence. I wonder if Jiang Laodi finds him appealing? Listening to Li Pu's words, Jiang Fan grasped the essence of the situation. This is what they call huddling together for warmth. Sharing information to prevent the market of Qing City from being monopolized by those affluent families. Though Li Pu referred to them as small business owners, their collective strength occupies a significant portion of Qing City, representing an existence far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. In his previous life, Jiang Fan's employer had once intended to take an employee to broaden their horizons. Unfortunately, he had been ostracized to such an extent that he could only harbor envy. Little did he expect that in this life, he would receive an invitation, and from the tone of Li Pu, it seemed he feared Jiang Fan would look down upon such a gathering. Having lived 2 lives, Jiang Fan aspired to provide his parents with a life of abundance in this one. Thus, he could not afford to miss this networking opportunity, and he readily agreed. After exchanging pleasantries and confirming the time and place, they each hung up the phone. The next morning, Jiang Fan was awakened early by a phone call. On the other end was a thunderous roar. "Jiang Fan, do you still want to keep your job? Look at how many days you've been absent." Jiang Fan was taken aback, suddenly recalling that he was still an employee. The standard marriage leave was supposed to be 3 days, but the company had only granted him 1. Calculating, he realized he had been absent for quite some time. He needed to resign first. Hello, Jiang Fan, speak up. Don't pretend to be deaf." His superior seemed eager to leap through the phone. Once the other party calmed down, Jiang Fan slowly replied, "I will head to the office shortly." Jiang Fan had majored in pharmaceutical studies in college, but after failing to find a job in his field, he opted for a position as a pharmaceutical representative, which, to put it bluntly, was merely sales. The primary responsibility involved promoting related medications, with doctors as the main clientele. During this era, to boost sales, pharmaceutical representatives often contacted hospital doctors privately, some offering bribes, others gifts, while some acted subserviently, all in hopes of persuading the doctors to prescribe the medications they were selling. The more medications one sold each month, the higher the commission. Some doctors and representatives, in their quest for greater earnings, would prescribe unnecessary medications to patients. A common drug costing 10 yuan could cure an ailment. Yet they would insist on prescribing exorbitantly priced treatments, sometimes even exceeding safe dosages. The doctors and representatives profited handsomely, while patients suffered immensely. Consequently, trust between doctors and patients eroded, leading to deepening conflicts. Fortunately, a decade later, this situation saw some rectification, purging the healthcare sector of a wave of malignancies. Jiang Fan found himself ostracized at his company for disapproving of such practices. He had never compromised his integrity for performance metrics, resulting in his mediocre results and frequent scorn from others for being hypocritically principled, lacking favor from superiors and facing exclusion from colleagues. Jiang Fan endured silently in his previous life, bearing the burdens alone for the sake of his family. Lost in thoughts about his past workplace, he soon arrived at the company's entrance. Glancing at the unfamiliar yet familiar faces of his colleagues, he offered a slight smile as a greeting. But they turned their heads, pretending not to see him. Upon reaching his work area, he found it cluttered with miscellaneous trash. Where there was a beginning, there was always a trend. A portly man nearby mocked, "Jiang Ming, you're too much. Jiang Gongzi is a person of integrity. How could he possibly engage in such activities daily?" Laughter erupted, and another remarked, "You all are being too harsh." Knowing that Jiang Fan hasn't found a wife yet, you still poke fun at him. Frankly, Jiang Fan, you deserve it. Why pretend to be high and mighty when you have no money? Selling medicine is so much better. The portly man boasted, "I sold poorly last month, only making over 20,000. You need to step up your game," a thin, sharp-featured colleague chimed in. "Convince those elderly folks to buy a 20-course medication. Look at me. I nearly made 30,000 last month." Jiang Ming smugly turned to Jiang Fan. "What is your salary?" "Jiang Fan?" The sleazy thin man sneered. How much could he possibly earn? Not even 5,000 a month. Otherwise, why would he still be single? A hypocrite is destined to be a lifelong pauper. Jiang Fan maintained a serene smile, viewing these individuals merely as foolish jesters. "I advise you to sever ties with your regular doctor soon. That doctor has been recklessly prescribing your medications and has already caused the death of a patient. If this comes to light, even if you don't end up in prison, you'll still have to pay a hefty sum. I wonder if your monthly salary of 20,000 would suffice for that," Jiang Fan remarked with a grin. The portly man's smile vanished instantly, and in a fit of rage, he stood up, ready to confront Jiang Fan. "How dare you curse me? That doctor is my buddy. He has been in this business for a long time, and Wu Ti makes such a rookie mistake." Before he could finish his sentence, the portly man's phone rang urgently. He shot Jiang Fan a furious glare before answering. Within seconds, he collapsed to the ground, muttering in disbelief. How could someone have died? Jiang Fan was right. Everyone was taken aback. Was Jiang Fan's curse truly that potent? What curse? He must have heard some gossip from somewhere. The sleazy thin man stammered. Jiang Fan turned his gaze toward him, slowly saying, "Thin monkey, you should consider getting yourself checked at the hospital. I know you enjoy visiting brothels, but you must maintain hygiene. Syphilis, while not fatal, is quite unpleasant." Syphilis. The moment the words left his lips, everyone looked at the thin man in horror, instinctively distancing themselves, especially the female employees, as if avoiding something repulsive. "You're talking nonsense. I've never visited a brothel. How could I be sick?" "Jiang Fan, do you dare to be sued for defamation?" The thin man panicked, struggling to articulate his thoughts. How did Jiang Fan know about this? Jiang Fan pointed at his arm, stating, "If you're not sick, then why are you wearing long sleeves in this heat? Are you brave enough to show your arm?" The second stage of syphilis manifests as a skin condition. You must have a rash on your arm by now. Everyone turned their gaze to the thin man's arm, and he instinctively covered his sleeve, nervously denying, No, I don't have anything. Don't listen to Jiang Fan's nonsense." Observing the thin man's reaction, everyone reached a consensus and took another step back. Jiang Fan scoffed. "The scandals and gossip of you lot may seem like secrets now, but in 10 years, they will be the fodder for employees' conversations. Competing with me? You are still a decade behind." "Enough!" Jiang Ming shouted, his frustration mounting as he watched the panicked thin man and the dazed portly man. The three had initially planned to deal with Jiang Fan, but now they found themselves outmaneuvered. Today, Jiang Fan felt markedly different from his usual timid self, almost like two different individuals. Jiang Ming fixed his gaze on Jiang Fan, saying, "This isn't about discussing the portly man and the thin man. I simply want to ask you, why do you wish to harm everyone?" Chapter 26. The resignation turmoil. Harm everyone? Jiang Fan was utterly perplexed. While he disliked his job, he had no intention to harm anyone. Clarify your words. How exactly am I harming everyone? He crossed his arms, adopting an indifferent demeanor. Fine, this is your own doing, Jiang Ming replied with a grin. Clearing his throat, Jiang Ming continued. Surely everyone has heard about Jiang Fan's wedding? The other colleagues exchanged glances, nodding in acknowledgement. It seemed not just them, but everyone in the company had been discussing Jiang Fan lately. So what? Is this some kind of leverage? It's just a loan. That's quite normal. When I got married and bought a house, I took out a loan of over 400,000, a middle-aged employee scoffed. You're right. Loans are not uncommon. Jiang Ming paused for effect, raising his voice. But what if the amount Jiang Fan borrowed caught the attention of the bank president? Yesterday's loan business astonished the bank president, who personally handled the case. Let us ponder the magnitude of this transaction. It must amount to several million, if not more. Do you believe Jiang Fan can repay such a sum? When the bank's staff approach the company, it is our reputation that will suffer, and we shall bear the brunt of this misfortune. Who will dare to purchase our medicine in the future? Jiang Fan is intent on dragging us all down with him. As these words echoed in the office, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Under Jiang Ming's remarks, everyone broke into a cold sweat. Jiang Ming was right. Jiang Fan's actions were utterly unscrupulous. Even if the team held a less than favorable view of him, there was no need for him to jeopardize everyone's future. A colleague glared at Jiang Fan in disgust. Damn it, my mortgage isn't fully paid off yet. If I lose this job, my family will suffer. Jiang Fan, have you no humanity? Exclaimed a middle-aged man. Expel him. Expel Jiang Fan. The cries surged, fueled by a collective fury. Observing the uproar, Jiang Ming smiled with satisfaction, relishing the predicament Jiang Fan now faced. Amidst the tumult, Jiang Fan burst into laughter, finding it utterly absurd that his colleagues could be so foolish. You still have the audacity to laugh? Can't you see the anger radiating from everyone? Jiang Ming scowled. I apologize, but I couldn't help myself, Jiang Fan replied, taking a deep breath before continuing. How can you all be so ignorant? Do you not understand the most fundamental loan criteria? The bank's primary consideration is whether your current salary can cover the loan amount. For ordinary people, obtaining even a few 100,000 is a challenge, let alone millions. Is Jiang Ming truly the fool here? Or are you all equally so? With Jiang Fan's enlightening words, the colleague's anger quickly dissipated. The middle-aged man scratched the back of his head and remarked, Well, I suppose that makes sense. When I applied for my mortgage, they scrutinized a plethora of information. 40,000 was my maximum loan limit. After this revelation, everyone quietly departed, feeling embarrassed to continue mocking Jiang Fan under the circumstances. Jiang Ming ground his teeth in frustration. What are you so smug about? Do you think I can't have the manager fire you with just one word? Worry not. I have come to resign today, Jiang Fan replied, striding toward the manager's office. Damn it, Jiang Ming cursed, feeling as though his retaliation had landed on a soft pillow, leaving him with pent-up frustration. In contrast, Jiang Fan felt as refreshed as one sipping a cold beverage on a sweltering summer day. In his previous life, Jiang Fan had been singled out for bullying due to being the only earnest university graduate in the workplace, especially after Jiang Ming ascended to the managerial position, which only intensified the harassment. Today's act of defiance had lifted a weight from his heart. Just as Jiang Fan reveled in his newfound liberation, Zhao Lingling called. Lingling, what's the matter? Is that Du Fei causing you trouble again? Jiang Fan inquired. No, my mother wishes to express her gratitude to you and has asked me to accompany you for a meal. Do you have time, brother Jiang Fan? Zhao Lingling's voice was soft and melodious, indicating she had recovered from yesterday's turmoil. Does your mother not need someone to care for her? Perhaps I should come to you, Jiang Fan suggested. My father is taking care of her. My parents believe hospitals are not a place for us young people, so they want us to dine alone. Zhao Lingling replied, her cheeks reddening, revealing the essence of a date. Very well, Jiang Fan contemplated before agreeing. You can find me. I have something I wish to discuss with you. After hanging up, Jiang Fan sent Zhao Lingling the address. Meanwhile, the manager's office door swung open abruptly, and their eyes met in surprise. The manager, recovering first, glowered, Jiang Fan, you truly have some nerve. Count how many days you have been absent. Disorganized and undisciplined. I shall deduct half of your salary for this month, and I trust you won't object. Manager, I am here to, Jiang Fan began, but the manager waved him off impatiently. Enough, it is decided. I do not wish to hear your excuses. I have more pressing matters to attend to. We will discuss this later. The manager moved to the center of the office, clapping his hands to gather attention. As per our usual protocol, this year's sales champion, Jiang Ming, will represent us. Any objections? The manager's gaze swept over the room, ultimately resting on Jiang Ming. The crowd shook their heads within these walls. The manager's word was law, and dissent was unthinkable. Satisfied, the manager continued. Additionally, I must inform everyone that due to Jiang Fan's unwarranted absence, half a month's wages will be deducted. Let this serve as a warning. Do not presume that having attended university makes you exceptional. Moving forward, remember to learn from Jiang Ming. At last, Jiang Ming smiled, feeling triumphant. While he was rewarded with participation in an elite business meeting, Jiang Fan faced a deduction in salary. What did attending university amount to if one lacked competence? Just as Jiang Ming basked in his glory, Jiang Fan interjected, Manager, do you have an issue with my decision? The manager retorted, how dare you voice an objection? Your sales figures do not compare to Jiang Ming's, nor do you maintain favorable relationships with your colleagues. You are utterly useless. Consider yourself fortunate that I am only deducting half a month's wages. The manager cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan smiled faintly. Manager, you misunderstand. I am merely stating that it would be of no consequence if you deducted my entire month's salary, for I have made the decision to resign. Resign? Gasps filled the room. Jiang Fan dared to resign? Without this job, would he not be left to fend for himself? Or was he merely wallowing in despair after losing his girlfriend? As astonishment rippled through the crowd, Jiang Fan collected his belongings and exited the office. Jiang Ming felt utterly humiliated. It seemed that no matter what he did today, he could not gain Jiang Fan's acknowledgement. Being disregarded by someone he once looked down upon was a bitter pill to swallow. Unable to bear the indignation, he chased after Jiang Fan, determined to uncover the reason behind his behavior. As Jiang Fan placed his belongings in his car, he noticed Zhao Lingling's taxi arriving. Lingling, over here. He waved. Brother Jiang Fan, Zhao Lingling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she approached him with a lively gait. She had taken the time to dress up, resembling a fairy tale sprite, attracting the attention of many onlookers as she skipped towards Jiang Fan. Don't run so fast. You'll tire yourself out, Jiang Fan said affectionately, ruffling her hair, treating the sweet and lively girl as if she were his own sister. However, Zhao Lingling's feelings for Jiang Fan were somewhat different. Being patted on the head filled her with an indescribable joy and satisfaction. Her face flushed but undeniably pleased. Let us go. Get in the car. MHM. They both climbed into the vehicle and drove away, stirring up clouds of dust. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fan, Jiang Ming watched this entire scene unfold, his eyes blazing with jealousy as he witnessed the intimacy between Jiang Fan and Zhao Lingling. When he spotted Jiang Fan driving a Porsche Cayenne, his composure shattered completely. Why does this impoverished fool possess a Porsche and such a beautiful girl? I am more accomplished than Jiang Fan. This should all be mine. After a fit of impotent rage, Jiang Ming consoled himself. The Porsche must be purchased with that loan. It must be. The girl has surely been deceived by the car. Thankfully, I still have the opportunity to attend the business meeting and mingle with the elite, while you, Jiang Fan, remain at the bottom of the social ladder. Chapter 27. Western cuisine and snacks. Where shall we eat? Jiang Fan inquired. Huh? Zhao Lingling was taken aback. Oh no, where should I take brother Jiang Fan for a meal? I got so caught up in excitement that I forgot something so crucial. Observing Zhao Lingling's flustered and adorable demeanor, Jiang Fan chuckled. Let me take you to a place. Jiang Fan drove to a newly opened Michelin-starred Western restaurant in Qing City, recognized as one of the most authentic establishments of its kind and a favored spot for many young professionals. The average minimum expenditure is approximately 2,000 yuan. Due to the lack of a prior reservation, Jiang Fan and Zhao Lingling were only able to dine in the main hall. Michelin-starred restaurants typically cater to a high-end clientele, with thoughtful interior decor and exquisite tableware. The minimum qualification for servers is a CET for English proficiency, complemented by soft, soothing music and the presence of foreign patrons, creating an overall atmosphere of sophistication. Upon entering, Zhao Lingling instinctively touched her wallet, hoping her recent earnings from work would suffice. The two casually chose a seat by the window, but Zhao Lingling appeared unsettled since their arrival, her bright eyes reflecting her anxiety. It was her first experience dining at such a prestigious venue, leaving her unsure of where to place her hands. The server approached with a smile, presenting the menu. "Good evening. What would you like?" Zhao Lingling nervously flipped through the menu, overwhelmed by the myriad of dishes. Jiang Fan chuckled, naturally closing the menu and saying, "I think we'll go with the basic set menu, as it's our first time here and we're uncertain how to choose." "Very well, sir," replied the server, turning to Zhao Lingling with a smile. "And you, madam?" After a moment's hesitation, she responded, "I'll have the same, please." "Certainly," the server said, taking the menus and politely departing. "Don't be so tense. Essentially, it's just a place to eat. Think of it as a casual eatery," Jiang Fan reassured her. A nearby couple overheard, and the male, chuckling, remarked, "This is hilarious. Comparing such an upscale place to a casual eatery. How utterly unsophisticated." The girl frowned and tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to cease his remarks. "However," he continued loudly, "Western cuisine should be enjoyed by Westerners. It's refined and elegant, truly befitting a gentleman. Unlike the locals who appear so out of place, dragging down the overall quality of Western dining." The girl's expression turned apologetic as she smiled awkwardly at Zhao Lingling. Feeling inadequate, Zhao Lingling lowered her head and murmured, "Jiang Fan, am I embarrassing you?" Jiang Fan, unfazed, responded, "Ignore his pretentiousness. Some people have been bowing to foreign customs for so long that they can no longer stand upright." Believing he had won the argument, the boy pretended to swirl his glass of red wine and said to his girlfriend, and thus, this brief commotion passes. After finishing their meal, Jiang Fan turned to Zhao Lingling and said, "Lingling, there are a few things I'd like to discuss with you." "Sure, I'm listening," Zhao Lingling replied, putting down her cutlery, resembling an eager student ready to learn, which was utterly adorable. Jiang Fan spoke earnestly, "Lingling, do you believe I have over 30 million? She paused for a moment, then vigorously nodded, "I believe." "Good. In a few days, I have a gathering with various small to medium-sized business owners, and I would like you to be my companion," Jiang Fan stated. "Companion?" Upon hearing 30 million, Zhao Lingling had remained unfazed. But the term companion made her face flush like an apple. She hurriedly sipped her drink and asked Jiang Fan, "Is it appropriate for me to attend such an important gathering?" "Absolutely," Jiang Fan replied, pausing before adding, "I aim to establish a company. And your current major in college is management, which is perfect. I hope you can assist me in managing it. The knowledge gained in such settings is invaluable compared to what's learned from textbooks. Of course, if you don't wish to, I won't pressure you." Seeing the sincerity in Jiang Fan's expression, Zhao Lingling set aside her girlish thoughts. "But, can I really do this? Why me? There are so many outstanding individuals," she expressed, lacking confidence. Jiang Fan gently reassured her, "Whether you believe it or not, I chose you because in a past life, you treated me with great kindness, and in this life, I wish to repay you. Trust me, you will succeed." Upon hearing such ambiguous words, Zhao Lingling felt herself heat up, her cheeks flushed. She quickly grabbed some fruit to compose herself. "Since you have such faith in me, I won't let you down. Jiang Fan, I will do my best." She vowed silently. Jiang Fan nodded in satisfaction. "Then let us go. We should prepare for the gathering." "All right," Zhao Lingling exclaimed, pulling out her wallet to summon the server for the bill. "Good evening, ladies. Your total is 4,000 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash?" The server asked with a smile, handing the bill to Zhao Lingling. 4,000? Zhao Lingling exclaimed nervously, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She raised her innocent eyes and stammered, "Is there any chance for a discount?" The server, taken aback, swiftly understood the implication, and a hint of impatience crept into her demeanor, tinged with subtle disdain. "Madam, if you're short on cash, you can use a credit card," she replied coldly. The couple at the nearby table overheard, and the boy perked up, laughing. Oh my, what kind of people are these? Coming to a Western restaurant without enough money. Clearly trying to dine and dash. Server, I suggest you call the police. Zhao Lingling's face fell further into panic upon hearing the mockery. Jiang Fan, displeased, gently tapped the table and said coolly to the server, allow me to cover this. He presented the gold card he had acquired a few days prior at the bank. The server's expression shifted instantly, recognizing the status of the gold card. Her demeanor transformed to one of utmost respect as she gracefully accepted the card. Thank you, sir. Please hold on a moment. The boy, unaware of the card's significance, continued his ridicule. Hey, that must sting, spending a month's salary on this meal. Huh? Unsophisticated people pretending to be high-class dining at a Western restaurant. Perhaps you should stick to your casual eateries. What nonsense are you spouting? I offered a treat. Zhao Lingling retorted angrily. She was willing to accept her own shortcomings, but when it came to Jiang Fan, she would not allow any disparagement. Jiang Fan chuckled, patting her gently, signaling her to remain calm. Then he said to the boy, don't underestimate casual eateries. In the future, they will break through borders and become beloved cuisine among foreigners. With that, Jiang Fan and Zhao Lingling prepared to leave. At that moment, the server returned with the restaurant manager. The manager respectfully returned the card to Jiang Fan, bowing slightly. Sir, madam, I am the manager here. I hope you had a satisfactory dining experience today. Jiang Fan glanced at the server, who was now tense and pleading with him. Sighing, he decided to let the incident slide, thinking it difficult to make a living. It was quite good. The service was attentive. He finally responded, forgiving the server's earlier rudeness. The server breathed a sigh of relief, gratitude shining in her eyes. In the end, the manager arranged for the kitchen to send a cake to Jiang Fan and personally handed him his business card as he left. The boy observed this entire scene, muttering to himself, is there a promotion today? Spending 4,000 and receiving a cake. His girlfriend, displeased with his earlier behavior, said with little enthusiasm, I'm full. Let us go. All right. The boy called the server and paid over 5,000. With a smile, the server said, thank you for your patronage. As she turned to leave, the boy frowned and called out, wait a moment, what about the cake? Excuse me? The server replied, puzzled. What cake? You didn't order any cake from the menu. Are you really asking me? We spent over 5,000. Should we not receive a cake? It seems you want to keep it for yourself. The young man, with an air of arrogance, declared, go, summon your manager. I wish to speak with him personally. It was utterly outrageous that a Michelin restaurant would lose its prestige upon entering the domestic market. It was far inferior to its foreign counterparts. Even a clay figure has its moments of indignation. The waiter, suppressing a smile, replied coldly, very well, I shall fetch him for you. Before long, the manager approached to inquire about the matter. After understanding the situation, although the manager was irked, he patiently explained, sir, you are mistaken. We do not have a promotion for complimentary cakes. The guests at that table were an exception. It is a fundamental professional ethic to protect our patrons' personal information, and I cannot divulge Mr. Jiang Fan's financial status. The young man's words attracted the attention of many patrons within the restaurant. Crazy. The manager was also infuriated, exclaiming, what nonsense about domestic and foreign? She called for security and curtly commanded, remove him. What do you think you're doing? I will sue you. You are infringing upon my human rights. You are violating my freedom. Amid the young man's outcry, security escorted him out of the restaurant. As he stood at the entrance, he spat disdainfully and said to his girlfriend, never coming back to this vulgar, barbaric place. Of course, it's impressive. Proudly, he patted his chest and added, let us go. I will take you to browse some luxury boutiques from abroad. At that moment, Jiang Fan was shopping for clothes with Zhao Lingling, oblivious to the events that had transpired. Soon, they were to attend a banquet. Although Jiang Fan did not care much about his attire, dressing appropriately for such an important occasion was a matter of respect towards others. Emerging from the fitting room in a suit, Jiang Fan's appearance dazzled everyone, including Zhao Lingling. Naturally handsome, and having enhanced his physique with tattoos, he possessed a balanced musculature, though not exaggerated like that of a bodybuilder. In the suit, he appeared rejuvenated, more stylish than any cover model. What do you think? Jiang Fan asked, gazing at himself in the mirror. His experiences in suits were few, and he pondered whether he looked good in it. Zhao Lingling's eyes sparkled as she nodded. exclaiming, "Handsome! Jiang, you are the most handsome person I have ever seen. All right, let us settle the bill." The sales clerk gazed at Jiang Fan with starry eyes, and when she saw the balance on the card, she was taken aback. Handsome and wealthy. The clerk's eyes gleamed as she flirtatiously threw him glances, wishing he would simply nod, so she could offer herself to him. Observing the clerk's inappropriate attention, Zhao Lingling felt a surge of anger and positioned herself protectively in front of Jiang Fan, warning the clerk with her gaze. After purchasing his attire, Jiang Fan took Zhao Lingling directly to the Chanel boutique. "Lingling, you should pick out a dress as well." "Forget it, this is too expensive. Let us just buy something ordinary," Zhao Lingling protested as she tried to lead him away. Jiang Fan, however, gently pressed her back into place, smiling, "No, listen to me. Choose a dress from here. You are destined to earn a lot of money and will often deal with luxury items. Consider this as practice." Without waiting for Zhao Lingling to respond, he called to the sales clerk. "Hello, please assist her in selecting several fitting outfits." "Of course, madam. Please follow me this way," the clerk replied. Confused, Zhao Lingling followed the clerk to the changing room. Shortly after, she emerged wearing sparkling high heels and the latest summer dress from Chanel. Her long legs flawless, her small hands nervously fidgeting as she timidly approached Jiang Fan. "Do I look good?" Zhao Lingling asked softly. At that moment, Jiang Fan was entranced. If Zhao Lingling had once been a celestial maiden, she now resembled a fairy adorned in ethereal garments. Her skin was as smooth as cream, and her beauty was that of a blossoming lotus. "Stunning. Absolutely beautiful," Jiang Fan praised. Turning to the sales clerk, "Please fetch a few more outfits." He finally understood why some wealthy second-generation individuals enjoyed bringing beautiful women shopping. The radiance that enveloped Zhao Lingling as she stepped out of the changing room was the most beautiful sight on earth. While Jiang Fan and Zhao Lingling were selecting clothes, the couple they had encountered at the restaurant unexpectedly entered the boutique. The young man immediately spotted Jiang Fan and remarked, "Damn it, how do we run into those two bumpkins again?" Just then, Zhao Lingling stepped out in another outfit. The young man's gaze fixated on her, captivated. His girlfriend noticed his reaction and expressed her displeasure. "Stop staring. Let us go." "No way. Didn't you notice these two bumpkins are only trying on clothes and not buying anything? I must expose them," he declared as he strode towards them. "Wait. Stop trying on clothes," he shouted at the clerk. "They can't afford anything. They just asked for a discount after spending $4,000 at the Michelin restaurant. The clothes here cost thousands. They certainly cannot afford them." Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, wondering if this person was being overly presumptuous. He turned to the clerk and inquired, "How much is the dress she is wearing?" $58,000. The shoes are $20,000, and the accessories are $10,000, the clerk answered. Jiang Fan casually presented his bank card, stating coolly, "Charge it." The clerk was momentarily stunned, but then realized Jiang Fan was retaliating against the young man. She accepted the card and completed the transaction smoothly. "What?" The young man was momentarily taken aback, bewildered that such an amount could be charged so easily. This man is wealthy? Observing his girlfriend as envious gaze, he gathered his composure and sneered, "What good is wealth? Money without culture still makes one a bumpkin." Unlike the Westerners, who remain gentlemen regardless of their wealth. Unlike someone who flaunts their money. Unbelievable, Jiang Fan thought, astonished at the young man's irrationality. Was his fixation with me? He called for the clerk, who hurried over and bowed, asking, "Sir?" Jiang Fan leaned in to whisper something in her ear, and the clerk promptly dashed out with his card in hand. Chapter 29. Noble character Jiang Fan smiled at the young man and said, "Brother, you seem quite knowledgeable about the West. Have you traveled abroad?" The young man proudly raised his chin and replied, "Of course. The West is incomparably better than our country. The air is sweet, and people are free and noble." Jiang Fan gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Is that so? Surely, you must have learned many admirable virtues abroad. You would never abandon your girlfriend for money, right?" "Of course not. I am a gentleman." The young man's head was held high, oblivious to his girlfriend's attempts to pull him down. Abruptly, Jiang Fan ceased his smile and retrieved a box brought by the clerk. With a dramatic flourish, he emptied its contents onto the floor. Gasps filled the room. The pile of cash was no less than 1 million. The young man gulped hard. Jiang Fan took out several stacks of money and placed them before the young man, sincerely stating, "Brother, your girlfriend is quite beautiful." The young man paused, eyeing Jiang Fan suspiciously. "What do you mean?" "Nothing. I'm simply stating the truth. Your girlfriend is truly lovely." "You are fortunate," Jiang Fan replied, placing another stack of money in front of him. At this point, people in the store began to gather, curious about the unfolding scene. Zhao Lingling, noticing the crowd, urged her boyfriend to leave, but he forcefully shook off her hand and glared at Jiang Fan. "Are you insulting me?" Faced with the allure of money, the young man's demeanor was surprisingly commendable. After complimenting the young man, Jiang Fan continued to place stacks of money before him. The young man's pupils constricted. There was easily 200,000 in front of him. Many ordinary families would struggle to earn that amount in a year. He disdainfully remarked, "Do not insult my noble soul with your filthy money. I assure you, I am not as unsophisticated as my fellow countrymen." Yet, despite his words, the young man's gaze remained fixated on the pile of cash on the table, and with every stack that Jiang Fan added, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upwards. The onlookers, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward to admonish Jiang Fan, saying, "Hey, just because you have money doesn't mean you can flaunt it like this. It's utterly disgraceful to buy someone's girlfriend so brazenly. Indeed, one must question his masculinity. How could he regard women in such a manner?" The crowd often gravitates towards the apparent underdog, neglecting the complexities of the situation. Jiang Fan, unfazed by their protests, continued to dispense money, ultimately amassing a sum of 500,000. The young man's breath grew heavy, yet he continued to mock. "Is that all? If you have guts, bring more." Unsophisticated indeed. Before his words could settle, Jiang Fan pushed 1 million towards him, reiterating, "Your girlfriend is indeed beautiful." The young man was left speechless, the vibrant red notes tantalizing his senses. Money, so much money. With such wealth, he could travel abroad, to Western nations, in pursuit of his ideal, gentlemanly life. Could his girlfriend truly be valued at such a price? Regardless, the wealthy seemed to be deranged. How could he seek to exchange his stunning girlfriend for such a sum? Suddenly, Jiang Fan lamented, "Brother, your gentlemanly virtues command my respect." Applause erupted from the crowd, praising the young man's character, while simultaneously ridiculing Jiang Fan. The young man, stunned, clutched the cash before him and excitedly declared to Jiang Fan, "Big brother, I will trade 1 million for my girlfriend." The nearby girl, already in tears, felt a deep disappointment within herself. How could I have been so blind? Where are your principles? Where is your ideal of a Western gentleman? He clung desperately to the money, frantically exclaiming, "What is virtue worth? Nonsense. With this money, I can truly venture to the West and engage with real gentlemen." This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded, the slap to his face arriving with remarkable swiftness. Damn, this man was merely pretending. What a disgraceful sycophant. They wished fervently to see him punished. Yet the young man cared little for their opinions. Money was paramount, and he beamed as he stuffed cash into his bag. At that moment, a waiter intervened, resting a hand on the money, and quipped, "Sir, what do you intend to do with this money?" "This is my money. I can take it however I please." "Remove your filthy hands. No waiter has the right to touch my money." The young man resembled a ferocious dog defending its treasure. The waiter smirked and replied, "Your money? These funds belong to Mr. Jiang, intended for the clothing he purchased for his companion." He gestured toward the collection of bags filled with garments and accessories. The young man, veins bulging in his neck, protested vehemently, "Of course, it is mine." He said, "What did I say?" Jiang Fan interjected with a cold laugh. "I merely complimented your girlfriend." The realization of his deception dawned on him. Jiang Fan had never asserted that he would pay for his girlfriend, merely reiterating how beautiful she was. Laughter erupted from the crowd, encouraging the mockery. The young man, now frantic, felt his heart race, blood boiling within him, his face hot enough to fry an egg. He yearned to disappear into a crack in the ground. "I have given you many chances. You have repeatedly humiliated me. And not only that, you scorn your own country, willing to trade your girlfriend for a future. One may strive for wealth, but one must maintain a fundamental moral baseline. Some money can strip you of your humanity." Jiang Fan remarked coolly, "By the way, I should inform you that the country you now belittle will, in 10 years, be the dream destination for countless individuals, while the Western nations you idolize will be in chaos." Unable to remain seated, the young man howled and fled, abandoning his girlfriend. With his departure, the scene reached its conclusion. Jiang Fan turned to the girl apologetically, saying, "I am sorry for disrupting your relationship. It is all right. I do not blame you. You have helped me see him clearly," she replied through her sobs. Jiang Fan gestured for the waiter to bring a package, saying to the girl, "This outfit is for you, as a gesture of my apology." No, it is too extravagant. I cannot accept this," the girl gasped, realizing the outfit and shoes must be worth at least 70 to 80,000. Ignoring her protests, Jiang Fan pressed the bag into her hands, insisting, "Take it. It will ease my conscience." With that, Jiang Fan and Zhao Lingling departed the store, two waiters assisting them with the numerous bags. Once back in the car, Jiang Fan slumped into the driver's seat, exhaling, "What a tiring day. There are truly many oddities in this world." Hee, Jiang Fan. I never imagined you could be so cunning. That young man will likely remember this day for the rest of his life. Zhao Lingling chuckled, noting how rarely she witnessed this side of him. Jiang Fan gazed at the ceiling, speaking softly, "I simply cannot abide such sycophants. One may appreciate foreign cultures, but it is imperative not to denigrate our homeland. Our country has endured much to achieve its current state, and it is no less than any other nation. Perhaps you are unaware, but in the future, our nation will excel in numerous fields, some technologies even leading the world. Our country is still young, traversing a path unlike any before, without precedents to guide us. Obstacles and shortcomings are inevitable, but it shall not betray our expectations." As Jiang Fan spoke, Zhao Lingling watched him, entranced. For reasons unknown, she sensed within his words a vision of a powerful nation, witnessing Jiang Fan's brilliance. Zhao Lingling dreamily inquired, "Jiang Fan, have you been to the future?" Chapter 30. Su Yang's Revenge. Jiang Fan, have you been to the future? Zhao Lingling gazed at him, intrigued. "What?" Jiang Fan straightened, offering a somewhat awkward smile. "Are you joking? I merely expressed my thoughts." Hee, I just felt that when you spoke earlier, you seemed mysterious. "As if you contained many stories," Zhao Lingling responded. In the hospital room, Li Qiao observed Jiang Fan with increasing satisfaction, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. A nurse reminded Li Qiao that she needed rest after her recent surgery, prompting Jiang Fan to exchange pleasantries before hastily finding an excuse to depart. On his way out, he encountered Dr. Pfft, who, upon seeing Jiang Fan, quickly turned and walked away, seemingly fearful of him. "What is wrong with him?" Jiang Fan inquired of Zhao Lingling. Upon mentioning Pfft, the usually gentle Zhao Lingling grew angry, her eyes icy as she declared, "Jiang Fan, that man is utterly shameless. You saved my mother last time, yet he took all the credit for himself. I once reported this to the hospital leadership, but Pfft suppressed it. The nurses present were too afraid of losing their jobs to speak out." "Ah, so that is what happened. Let him take the credit. It is inconsequential. Without the talent for such work, he will ultimately face consequences," Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly. He had never intended to draw attention to himself. What if someone astute discovered hints of his secrets? His entire existence could become a treasure for others to exploit. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He must act with greater discretion in the future. The anxiety of financial instability surged within Jiang Fan once more. This banquet presented an opportunity that must not be squandered. After parking and entering the community, a van suddenly sped towards him, drifting sideways to block his path. "Ah, truly the legendary Wuling van, it can really drift," Jiang Fan exclaimed in admiration. Yet before he could finish his thoughts, the van's door swung open and 10 individuals emerged from the seemingly small vehicle. Jiang Fan, last time at the hospital, I was careless. This time, dare to lay a finger on me and see what happens. The newcomer was none other than Xu Yong. These ruffians are merely the unscrupulous companions of Xu Yong. 10 of whom brandished clubs and surrounded Jiang Fan in the center. The security guard of the community, witnessing the altercation, shouted, "What are you doing?" Xu Yong shot a menacing glare at the guard, threatening, "This is none of your business. Leave, otherwise, you'll be dealt with as well." "You there, Jiang Fan? You got some audacity, daring to covet Xiao Yong's woman." The elder brother brought by Xu Yong looked down on Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan cast a cold glance at him. He recognized this man from his past life as Su Yong's elder brother. known as Ping Too Good due to his flat-top hairstyle. In his past life, he had long coveted Zhao Lingling, and after Xu Yong married her, he frequently visited Xu Yong's home, taking advantage of the situation and persuading Zhao Lingling to repay debts with her body. This scheme was entirely Ping Too G's idea. Jiang Fan stared at him icily and replied, "What is that to you? What do you mean? What is that to me? Xiao Yong is my brother, and his wife is my wife. Do you think this has nothing to do with me?" Ping Tu Gu remarked with pointed significance. His words were candid. Were it not for Xu Yong having such a beautiful girlfriend, he wouldn't bother being brothers with him at all. "Brother, you are truly too good to me," Xu Yong expressed with a face full of emotion, wishing he could stab Ping Tu Gu in the back. Ping Tu Gu patted Xu Yong on the shoulder and declared with camaraderie, "What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours." Jiang Fan, observing their exchange, felt utterly embarrassed. With Su Yong's intelligence, it was astonishing he hadn't been swindled already. "Kid, I'm giving you a chance. Kneel down, slap yourself twice. Apologize to Xiao Yong, return Zhao Lingling to him, and reimburse my brothers for their travel expenses. If you do that, I'll let you go. What do you say?" Ping Tu Gu proposed. Jiang Fan glanced at him and coldly retorted, "You're insane. Do you want me to call a mental hospital? It seems like you need treatment." Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, Ping Tu Gu and Xu Yong were momentarily stunned. Then, everyone burst into laughter. Xu Yong swaggered up to Jiang Fan. Poking his finger into Jiang Fan's shoulder, "Jiang Fan, you truly are crazy, daring to speak to my brother like that. No one in Qing City has the gall to talk to Ping Tu Gu that way." This flattery made Ping Tu Gu feel quite pleased, his chin practically reaching the heavens. "How dare you lay a hand on me?" Ping Tu Gu shouted, snatching a steel pipe and rushing forward. After all, Xu Yong was his subordinate. It was quite disrespectful for someone to act out in front of him. However, before Ping Tu's blow could reach its target, Jiang Fan raised his right hand and delivered a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, Ping Tu Gu spun through the air in a complete 360-degree turn before crashing heavily to the ground. The expressions of the other subordinates froze in mockery as they rushed to aid their fallen leader. After standing up, Ping Tu Gu had blood streaming from his mouth and nose, swaying as if he were intoxicated, shaking his head vigorously for some time before regaining his composure. "How dare you hit me?" Ping Tu Gu bellowed in fury. "Kill him. Everyone attack." The other subordinates exchanged glances, hesitating. They had just witnessed Jiang Fan knock down a grown man with a single slap. Charging in seemed like a death sentence. "Damn it, attack. Are you afraid of just one person?" Ping Tu Gu angrily kicked one of the subordinates. With that, several men gritted their teeth and charged forward. At that moment, a sharp voice drew everyone's attention. "Stop! What are you doing?" Cousin Zhang furrowed her brows as she approached slowly. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Fan asked, puzzled. Zhang Yi, who disliked him, shouldn't he be here? "They provoked me," Jiang Fan replied, feeling exasperated. Seeing Zhang Yi converse with Jiang Fan as if no one else were present, Ping Tu Gu's pride was wounded. "Can't you see me, a living person?" He pointed angrily at Zhang Yi. "Who the hell are you? Mind your own business? Or I won't hesitate to let my brothers have some fun today." Before he could finish, another slap descended from the sky. "Watch your mouth," Jiang Fan said coldly. Seeing her cousin defend her, Zhang Yi felt a flicker of something unusual, though this feeling was fleeting. If Jiang Fan hadn't caused trouble, she wouldn't have encountered these thugs. Ultimately, it was Jiang Fan's fault. Zhang Yi addressed Ping Tu Gu. "Jiang Fan is my cousin. My name is Zhang Yi, and Zhang Haishan is my father. If you're in Qing City, you should have heard of him." "Zhang Haishan?" Ping Tu Gu mumbled to himself. A subordinate nearby whispered, "Boss, Zhang Haishan is the owner of the Haishan Steel Factory in Qing City, with assets over 10 million. Although he doesn't mingle with the underworld, we can't afford to provoke him." "The boss?" Hearing this, Ping Tu Gu felt somewhat apprehensive. He could bully ordinary citizens, but when faced with someone with a bit of background, he quickly softened. "Jiang, consider yourself fortunate today." Ping Tu Gu spat out a harsh remark, signaling his subordinates to hurry into their vehicle. The car kicked up a cloud of dust as it swiftly disappeared around the corner, leaving one stunned. Jiang Fan chuckled, realizing his uncle had some reputation in Qing City. "Cousin, thank you for today." Although he could handle the situation himself, he still expressed his gratitude. Just remember, don't think you're invincible just because you can fight. Causing trouble every day, won't live up to my father's expectations of you. Zhang, he admonished. Jiang Fan's expression darkened. He had merely been polite, but his cousin had taken it too far. All right, you didn't come here to lecture me, did you? Jiang Fan replied indifferently. Lecture you? I'm too busy for that. Zhang, he pulled out an invitation card. This is from my father for you, an entrepreneur's banquet in Qing City. He pulled some strings to get you an invitation, hoping it will benefit your career. Another banquet? Jiang Fan glanced at the date and location. The day after tomorrow, Juxian Mountain Villa. It was indeed the same event. Jiang Fan had intended to decline, but feared offending his uncle. Just as he was about to say thank you and reach for the card, Zhang, he suddenly snatched it back, coldly stating, my father wants to take you, but my mother wants to bring a friend instead. I think it's best if you don't go to this banquet. Chapter 31. Before the banquet, seeing Zhang take back the invitation, Jiang Fan felt a surge of anger. What do you mean by that? He asked, suppressing his rage. Zhang replied coolly. I simply think giving you this invitation is a waste. A person who spends all their time fighting and causing trouble knows nothing of a business banquet. My mother is right. Common folk remain common folk. Even if opportunities are placed before you, you want to cherish them. For the sake of our familial ties. Heed my advice. Stop overthinking and just do your job. At the very least, you want to be relying on others. Zhang nodded, adding, my father will definitely call to ask about you. I hope you say it's your own choice not to go. I don't want my parents arguing because of you. Since you came to my house, my mother has punished my father by not allowing him to eat a proper meal for days. I can agree to that, Jiang Fan replied blandly. Jiang Fan scoffed. No need, but I have one piece of advice. Treat my uncle well. One day, you will be grateful for his connection to me. With that, Jiang Fan turned and strode back into the community. Zhang, he left with a smile. In the van, Xu Yong looked at Ping Tu Gu with a hint of grievance. Brother, why do we leave? She's just Jiang Fan's cousin, Xu Yong remarked. Ping Tu Gu, holding his swollen cheek, cursed, you know nothing. This kid's cousin comes from a family of entrepreneurs, with assets exceeding 10 million. How can I possibly contend with them? Didn't you say this kid was your sister's ex-boyfriend? How could you not know this? Xu Yong pondered for a moment. I think I heard my sister mention it, but she said their families don't usually interact. Nonsense. Not interacting? If they didn't would they come to his aid? Ping Tu Gu retorted vehemently. Let him go. I cannot provoke him, but there will always be someone who can. Ping Tuj said to Xu Yong. Prepare 100,000 yuan. 100,000? So much. What is it for? Su Zong in Guiti Mi Li. Of course, it is for revenge. To deal with that little brat. One must spend some money. I happen to know a formidable general under Qin Jury, and his men are certainly not afraid of such small-time bosses, Ping Tuj replied. Upon hearing that it was someone from Jury, the small thugs in the car began to breathe more rapidly. He was their idol. Lu Meiwan, while comforting her son, firmly stated, I wondered how that surname Jiang could have so much money. It turns out it is from his uncle. Don't worry. I will call your sister right now and have her gather the 100,000. At that moment, Su Yuding was lazily reclining on Li Gui's bed. Although Su Yuding was not as beautiful as Su Yuxian or Zhao Lingling, she possessed an innate charm in bed that made it difficult for Li Gui to extricate himself. Upon hearing that her brother had been beaten, Su Yuding immediately sat up. Li Gui embraced Su Yuding from behind and asked, Little darling, what is the matter? Li Ye, do you know about a company named Haishan Steel Factory? Su Yuding in Guit. Li Gui nodded, I know, just a small company. And they seem to be attending the banquet as well. It's like this, Su Yuding recounted the events. However, Li Gui merely scoffed. Oh, that kid's uncle? This is getting interesting. Don't worry, darling. I will help you take revenge. They are attending the banquet, so I will have someone cancel their entry qualification. This would be a fatal blow to the individual entrepreneurs in Qing City. Also, I will transfer 100,000 yuan to your brother right now. Hearing this, Su Yuding's eyes sparkled as she traced her fingertips across Li Gui's chest, saying, Li Gu, you are so good to me. How should I repay you? She leaned in close to Li Gui's ear and whispered sweetly, You little enchantress, I almost don't want to give you to those wealthy young masters. Li Gui's eyes glimmered. Su Yuding was the most playful woman he had ever encountered, and he wondered if he might perish in her embrace. Just then, a phone call came in. Picking up the phone, Jiang Fan realized it was indeed his uncle questioning him. "Uncle," he answered promptly. "Xiao Fan, what are you thinking? Do you know how much effort I exerted to obtain this invitation? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you understand how many people are vying to get in this year?" Zhang Haishan was genuinely angry with Jiang Fan. He felt a mix of disappointment and frustration. Jiang Fan sensed his uncle's discontent and explained, "Uncle, I know what I'm doing. Please rest assured, I will not let you down. You, Zhang Haishan, are infuriating. By saying this, you are confirming that you will not accept the invitation," Zhang Haishan retorted, exasperated. "Foolish boy, do you have any idea what you are rejecting? I just received news that this banquet is different from previous years. Significant figures will be present, individuals far more influential than all the individual entrepreneurs in Qing City. If such a person takes notice of you, imagine how much easier your path would be." The more Zhang Haishan spoke, the more frustrated he became, unable to comprehend why Jiang Fan would decline this opportunity. Although his uncle was scolding him, Jiang Fan understood that he genuinely cared for him. "Uncle, I understand. Just trust me. Perhaps I will surprise you," Jiang Fan playfully teased. "All right then," Zhang Haishan reluctantly conceded. As he hung up, he reminded Jiang Fan once more, "Xiao Fan, if you change your mind, just let me know. I can have your aunt send the invitation to you again. Think it over before the banquet." After ending the call, Jiang Fan let out a long sigh of relief. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. This year's banquet promised to be extraordinary. Chapter 32. Entry time flew by, and soon it was the day of the banquet. After picking up Zhao Lingling, Jiang Fan hurried to Jushin Mountain Villa. Jushin Mountain Villa, the most renowned private club in Qing City, is nestled halfway up a mountainside, bordered by the sea to the east and mountains to the west, boasting breathtaking scenery. As he marveled at the extravagant lives of the wealthy, Jiang Fan found himself at the parking lot of Jushin Mountain Villa. "Jiang Laudi, you finally made it." Li Pu greeted him with a hearty laugh, his eyes widening in admiration upon seeing Zhao Lingling. The companion Jiang Fan brought would undoubtedly outshine 99% of the women present today. "This is?" Li Pu asked. Zhao Lingling introduced herself. "Hello, I am Zhao Lingling, a friend of Jiang Fan." "Friend?" Li Pu gave Jiang Fan a significant look and then extended his hand to Zhao Lingling, saying, "Miss Zhao, welcome." Zhao Lingling politely shook his hand. Jiang Fan smiled and said, "I must thank Director Li for this opportunity. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the qualification to attend such a grand event." Li Pu waved his hand dismissively. "Come now, Laudi, you are joking. In terms of assets, you surpass many people inside. Most of those attending this banquet are small businesses barely scraping together millions. I believe you are far more exceptional than these individuals." "You flatter me, brother. I am merely fortunate," Jiang Fan humbly replied. "Haha, don't be modest. I have a keen eye for talent," Li Pu said, pulling out a golden invitation. "Jiang Laudi, this is your invitation. I forgot to give it to you." Jiang Fan accepted the invitation, which was far more splendid than the one Zhang he had. Not only was it beautifully wrapped, but the words were also embossed in gold. "Brother, why does this look different from the one I saw?" Jiang Fan asked in confusion. Li Pu chuckled. "Naturally, this banquet is unlike any other. Significant figures will be present. Thus, the banquet has been divided into an inner and outer venue. The outer venue is the same as in previous years, but only the inner venue allows access to these prominent figures. This gilded invitation is your ticket to the inner venue, and in addition to your female companion. You may bring one more person into the hall. Regular invitations are strictly one person per invitation." "I see. I apologize for the trouble, brother," Jiang Fan sincerely thanked him. Li Pu waved it off. "No need for thanks. In fact, I'm one of the organizers of this banquet each year, so I have the authority over invitations." Jiang Fan paused, quickly realizing the significance. As the bank president of Qing City, although he may not be as wealthy as the entrepreneurs, nearly all financial transactions of the businesses flow through the bank, and loan approvals are also dictated by the bank, granting Li Pu considerable status among these entrepreneurs. As they conversed, they walked towards the entrance of the villa. The entrance was grand and magnificent, exuding an air of elegance from afar. However, a few individuals at the entrance caused Jiang Fan to halt his steps. Noticing Jiang Fan stop, Li Pu asked, "What is wrong?" "All right, I will head in first," Li Pu said without further inquiry, entering the venue alone. Standing at the entrance of the villa, was Zhang Haishan's family. Dad, stop waiting. Jiang Fan already said he won't come. What is the use of waiting any longer? Zhang Yi impatiently remarked. Just a moment longer. There is still time before the banquet starts, Zhang Haishan said, glancing at his watch, hoping that Jiang Fan would make the right choice and appear at the last moment. Huh, your father has been deceived by this kid. He pretends to be ambitious and not rely on us, but in reality, he is calculating more than anyone else. Such a person is both a harlot and a facade. I bet you if Jiang Fan truly had ambition, he wouldn't show up today. If he does come, it means he wants to cling to us, Wang Ju smugly declared, knowing that regardless of the outcome, Zhang Haishan would lose the bet. If Jiang Fan came, it would prove her point, allowing her to refuse to give the invitation to him. If he did not come, it would be even easier, as she must hand the invitation to her own friend. Wang Ju's words were clearly heard by Jiang Fan, who initially intended to turn and leave. But after a moment's thought, he decided to approach them. Uncle, Jiang Fan softly called out. The Zhang family turned to see Jiang Fan, their expressions varying in response. Zhang Yi felt a surge of anger, thinking to herself, wasn't it agreed that he wouldn't come? How could he go back on his word? As my mother said, he just wants to cling to our family. Wang Ju, on the other hand, wore a look of disdain, turning her head away to avoid looking at Jiang Fan. Only Zhang Haishan approached with a beaming smile, hastening his steps. Good lad, I knew you would come. Come, let us head inside with the invitation letter. Wait a moment. Wang Ju suddenly blocked their path, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Jiang Fan, you once proclaimed so nobly that you didn't need an invitation. How come you're here now, shamelessly showing your face? Let me tell you, this invitation has nothing to do with you. How can it not? Xiao Fan arrived before your friend did. As Zhang Haishan spoke, he attempted to pull Jiang Fan into the banquet. This infuriated Wang Ju, who stood defiantly in front of Zhang Haishan, throwing a tantrum. Zhang Haishan, how dare you? If you take that little brat into the banquet, I'll divorce you. Mom, what are you saying? Zhang Yi panicked, looking at Jiang Fan with resentment. Are you satisfied now? Because of you, my dad and mom are about to divorce. What did you promise me that day? You said you wouldn't come. Liar. Get lost, get lost. Watching his frenzied wife and heartbroken daughter, Zhang Haishan was at a loss. He couldn't comprehend how things had escalated to this point. He merely wished to assist his family, so why was his wife so opposed? Was it merely because Xiao Fan's family was poor? Uncle Jiang Fan patted Zhang Haishan's shoulder. Zhang Haishan looked at his nephew and finally managed to utter two words. Xiao Fan. Jiang Fan smiled and said, Uncle, you and Aunt and my cousin should go in. I actually came to tell you that I still want to take the invitation. Xiao Fan. Zhang Haishan felt a pang in his heart. His nephew was doing this for him. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Wang Ju dragged Zhang Haishan toward the banquet. It seems this kid has a little conscience. Let us hurry inside. Mom, what about your friend? Zhang Yi inquired. Wang Ju shot her a glance. We'll send him out when he arrives. I'm afraid someone here might be up to no good. She cast a wary glance at Jiang Fan. Upon reaching the entrance, Wang Ju handed over 3 invitations to the doorman and strode inside. To her surprise, as soon as they stepped in, the doorman stopped them. Sorry, your invitation is invalid. He said, his expression impassive. Invalid? Nonsense. Open your eyes and take a good look. This invitation was specifically for us, with our names and ID numbers. Wang Ju shouted angrily at the doorman. Faced with her outburst, the doorman lost his patience and pushed her back outside. Had Zhang Yi not supported her, she would have stumbled. This is the last warning. Invalid means invalid. If you continue to act unruly, don't blame us for being rude. Don't forget where you are. The doorman's piercing gaze was intimidating. Wang Ju shrank back, her earlier bravado towards Jiang Fan dissipating. A classic case of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Zhang Haishan, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, politely inquired, Brother Doorman, why is our invitation invalid? This question struck Zhang Haishan like a bolt from the blue. It's over. How will I get the business information for the second half of the year? Our company is doomed, Zhang Haishan said, despondent and lost. Wang Ju, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, nonchalantly replied, It can't be that serious. It's just one banquet. How can it not be serious? All the business opportunities for the second half of the year are at this banquet. Other rebar factories are aware. Why are we not? How can we compete with other companies? Zhang Haishan lamented in despair. Zhang Yi took a few steps back, her expression dazed. No, it can't be. How is it possible for our family to go bankrupt? How can this be? Am I going to become poor? At that moment, a warm and strong hand rested on Zhang Yi's shoulder. She turned to find it was Jiang Fan. Are you here to mock me? To ridicule me into becoming a destitute like you? Zhang Yi said bitterly. Jiang Fan glanced at her indifferently before striding towards the banquet entrance. Have you lost your mind? Didn't you hear them say the invitation is invalid? Zhang Yi shouted. Chapter 33. Two enemies in Zhang Yi's astonished gaze. Jiang Fan produced a gilded invitation. May I enter? Jiang Fan asked. Upon seeing the invitation, the doorman immediately became respectful. Of course, esteemed guest, you may enter. Jiang Fan waved at Zhang Yi, who instinctively pointed to herself. In the next moment, Zhang Yi felt a fragrant breeze pass by. A fairy-like girl walked past her, seemingly radiating a glow that made Zhang Yi feel inadequate. The girl naturally linked her arm with Jiang Fan's. This scene left Wang Ju and Zhang Yi dumbfounded, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. What's happening? Where did this poor fellow obtain an invitation? And how does he have such a noble and beautiful companion? A few seconds later, Zhang Yi recalled that the girl was Zhao Lingling, whom she had met in the Aegean Sea. Zhang Yi was on the verge of losing her mind. Everything was shattering her worldview. Only Zhang Haishan, after a moment of shock, burst into hearty laughter. Ha, Xiao Fan, you truly surprised your uncle. No wonder you didn't want my invitation. It turns out you had one all along. In that moment, Zhang Haishan felt genuinely proud of Jiang Fan. The company's potential bankruptcy seemed less significant. Jiang Fan smiled and asked, Uncle, would you like to join us? Zhang Haishan replied, Huh? Before Zhang Haishan could react, Jiang Fan addressed the doorman. Aside from my female companion, I should be able to bring one more person, right? Absolutely, the doorman replied respectfully. Uncle, did you hear that? Let us go, Jiang Fan said, leading the way inside. After a long moment, Wang Ju finally snapped out of her shock and acidly remarked, Who knows where he scammed an invitation from? So impressive, allowing only my brother-in-law to enter while excluding me. His aunt? Does he not regard me? His elder? Mom, stop it. At that moment, Zhang Yi's emotions were at an extreme high. The family she had always looked down upon was saving her. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan, accompanied by Zhao Lingling and his uncle, was leisurely wandering around the banquet's outer area. Naturally, Zhang Haishan couldn't resist questioning Jiang Fan, well aware of how difficult it was to obtain an invitation, especially one so much more prestigious than his own. Uncle, a few days ago, I helped a company leader with a small task at work. The leader, seeing my diligence, gave me this invitation. Jiang Fan fabricated story. In a crowd full of prying eyes, Jiang Fan had to spin a tale. He would come clean to his uncle another time. Zhang Haishan suspected nothing, knowing Jiang Fan's company attended the banquet annually, so it was only natural for him to believe it. Xiao Fan, I want to pry further into the invitation matter, Zhang Haishan said, turning to Zhao Lingling with a smile. Is this girl your niece? Cough, cough. Jiang Fan nearly choked on his drink, astonished that his usually earnest uncle was making a joke. Zhao Lingling blushed at Zhang Haishan's comment, politely responding, Hello, uncle. My name is Zhao Lingling, and I am Jiang Fan's friend. Friend? Zhang Haishan felt a twinge of disappointment, but seeing the girl's reaction, he believed there was hope. Thus, Zhang Haishan forgot the purpose of attending the banquet and began to inquire about the young lady, wanting to know all about their acquaintance. When he learned that Jiang Fan had given Zhao Lingling 200,000, Zhang Haishan was taken aback. Thankful that the girl didn't seem like someone who would default on a loan. After chatting for a while, Zhang Haishan pulled Jiang Fan aside and said, Xiao Fan, this girl seems quite nice. You two continue chatting. I have business to attend to. They must have already started discussing the market for the second half of the year. All right, uncle, you can go ahead, Jiang Fan replied. The banquet encompassed a wide array of industries. Thus it was divided into several spacious halls. For instance, Zhang Haishan's rebar factory belongs to the construction sector, and he sought out peers in the industry to gauge the market. Similarly, there were sectors for pharmaceuticals, food and entertainment, finance, and more. Shortly after Jiang Fan and Zhang Haishan parted ways, a group entered at the entrance of the banquet. Su Yuding followed closely behind Li Gui, maintaining a deliberate distance as Li Gui had promised to bring her to the gathering in hopes of attracting wealthier second-generation heirs. Thus, They attended the event in the roles of employer and assistant. Goodness, this is extravagance personified. This vast courtyard is akin to a palace straight out of a television drama. Su Yuting exclaimed with excitement. Regardless of whether she could ensnare her desired wealthy heir, the mere spectacle was enough for her to boast about later. Li Gui, with his hands clasped behind his back, could not help but remark, "Do not be so naive, resembling a country bumpkin. If you create a spectacle, how will you lure in the affluent heirs?" At once, Su Yuting fell silent, obediently trailing behind Li Gui. Observing Su Yuting beside him, Li Gui felt a sense of satisfaction, particularly recalling the pleasures of their intimacy, which left him slightly unsteady on his feet today. Alas, it was unfortunate that she was a burden to her brother. Otherwise, Li Gui would have been reluctant to introduce Su Yuting to others. "Li Gu, is that Jiang Fan?" "Su Yuting Su Den Li In Guit," shout Bao cough, Assistant Su. "You must be mistaken. What sort of place is this for that little pauper to enter? Moreover, I have already ensured that his uncle's qualifications were revoked," Li Gui began, but as he caught sight of Jiang Fan in the distance, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Su Yuting huffed. He must have entered under someone else's banner. Otherwise, how could he possibly appear at such an elite gathering? I must expose him. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan's colleague, Jiang Ming, was flattering their boss when he suddenly spotted Jiang Fan. "No way. How could he be here?" Jiang Ming exclaimed in shock. His boss, puzzled, asked Xiao Jiang, "What are you talking about?" Jiang Ming eagerly pointed out, "Boss, look at that person. That is Jiang Fan." "Oh, Jiang Fan? The one who considers himself above others and accuses us of harming patients?" The boss responded, "Yes, that is him. He has long desired to attend this banquet. But recently the manager dismissed him and granted my opportunity to participate. He must be here to deceive under the company's name. He is tarnishing our reputation," Jiang Ming said maliciously. His embellishments ignited the already negative sentiments of the boss towards Jiang Fan. Jiang Ming, hearing the boss's words, was elated. Jiang Fan, thank you for coming here to meet your demise." In an instant, both Su Yuting and Jiang Ming shouted from different directions, "Jiang Fan, how did you sneak in here?" Chapter 34. Equal forces. Su Yuting and Jiang Ming exchanged glances, confirming their mutual intention to confront Jiang Fan. Their shouts immediately drew the attention of everyone around. Jiang Fan observed the two approaching him with sinister grins. His demeanor remained indifferent. "Jiang Fan, how did you get in? Are you here to scam free food and drink under the guise of our company?" Jiang Ming launched his attack eagerly. Jiang Fan replied coolly, "Why should I report to you how I entered? Stop acting aloof." Su Yuting sneered, pointing at Jiang Fan to mock him. "Do not think that wearing a suit allows you to masquerade as a wealthy individual. You are nothing but a complete pauper. Are you here to steal something?" Su Yuting harbored resentment towards Jiang Fan for not providing financial assistance to her and her brother, driving her to seek revenge. She longed to see panic and fear on Jiang Fan's face, wishing for him to beg on his knees, regretting not marrying her. "Jiang Fan, confess how you got in." Su Yuting pressed on with a cold smile. Jiang Fan regarded her with indifference and replied, "Of course, someone invited me in." "What? Is this your event? Allowing only you to attend while barring others?" Su Yuting scoffed. "Someone invited you? Who would invite a pauper to such a prestigious banquet? Do not tell me it was your uncle. His invitation was revoked by Li Gu long ago." Jiang Fan, "So what if your uncle is wealthy? He is still beneath my heel. Li Gu can handle your uncle with a mere phone call. Do you regret it, Jiang Fan? Do you regret not borrowing money on your wedding day?" Su Yuting's tone was sharp and bitter, exuding arrogance towards Jiang Fan. She yearned for him to grovel at her feet, expressing his remorse. However, upon hearing her words, Jiang Fan displayed no signs of regret, not even anger, simply stating, "So it was you who orchestrated your uncle's invitation." Jiang Fan remained unfazed, but Zhao Lingling could no longer contain herself. "Su Yuting, your words are excessively harsh. It was you who pressured Jiang Fan on the day of your wedding with an inflated bride price." Upon Zhao Lingling's interjection, Su Yuting finally noticed her. Just a glance left Su Yuting stunned. Was this truly the same Zhao Lingling? How stunning, how magnificent! Su Yuting sensed all the male gazes in the vicinity fixated on Zhao Lingling, including Li Gui's, which ignited a surge of jealousy within her. Su Yuting sneered, "Oh, I did not expect you to be here. Your outfit is quite lovely. Both you and Jiang Fan must have rented your suits, right? Everyone listen. This woman is also destitute. Her mother is ill and cannot afford 20,000 for medical expenses. I am curious who had the audacity to bring 2 paupers in here. Zhao Lingling could not fathom that Su Yuding was such a person. She stared wide-eyed, as if she had never known her. Jiang Fan looked at Su Yuding and said calmly, "Who brings me in is none of your concern, Su Yuding. We are no longer connected. Why seek superiority over me?" Su Yuding replied, "I am merely looking out for everyone. Someone like you, a pauper, coming here is either to scam food and drink or to steal. We must find out who brought you in and expel you both." Jiang Ming suddenly chimed in. "I must clarify that Jiang Fan was once an employee at our company, but due to moral issues, he has been dismissed. Thus, his actions bear no relation to our company. We also suspect that he, as an unemployed drifter, has ulterior motives for being here." Jiang Ming's words were undoubtedly a dagger in the back. In an instant, many began to eye Jiang Fan and Zhao Lingling warily. Li Gui, who had been silent, noted that the crowd's emotions had been sufficiently stirred and stepped forward with an air of superiority, stating, "Enough. This is a gathering of individuals of status. We will not stoop to the level of ordinary people like you. You may leave on your own." The boss of Jiangming also spoke. "Considering you were once my employee, I suggest you leave quietly. Do not make me call security to escort you out." Their demeanor resembled that of benefactors bestowing mercy upon insects, as if Jiang Fan ought to be eternally grateful to them. Su Yuding grinned triumphantly and said to Jiang Fan, "Did you hear that? Hurry up and leave, unless you want security to throw you out. Jiang Laodi is my invited guest. Who dares to make him leave?" Li Pu approached with a stern expression from a distance. Jiang Fan was his guest, and if Jiang Fan were to be expelled, it would be a blow to his reputation. Li Gui and the others turned to see. Their previous arrogance dissipated without a trace. "Li Xinggang, Jiang Fan is your friend?" Li Gui forced a smile. "What, do you have an objection?" Li Pu replied, his annoyance rising. "As a fellow with the same surname, I will inform you that Jiang Fan is my esteemed guest, and you have no right to expel him." Li Gui's heart skipped a beat. It appeared that Li Hangzhong held a strong regard for Jiang Fan. Yet Jiang Fan was merely a pauper, wasn't he? Su Yuding had previously spoken of his background, and Li Gui had personally investigated. Aside from his uncle possessing some influence, Jiang Fan himself lacked any remarkable qualities. Li Ying Kirat Liang Zhao. May I ask what qualifications Jiang Fan possesses to attend this banquet? The entry threshold is well known. One must either have assets exceeding 10 million or a company with an annual profit of over 5 million. To my knowledge, Jiang Fan seems to fall short on both counts. Or is it that, as one of the event's planners, you can grant access to ordinary individuals at your discretion? If you do not clarify this, the assembled guests will not accept it. The crowd exchanged glances, unable to restrain their remarks. Indeed, we have toiled tirelessly to earn our place at this banquet. Why should a mere youth with nothing to his name be allowed to attend? Li Hangzhong, you must provide an explanation. Jiang Fan cast a surprised glance at Li Gui, realizing he had underestimated him. With just a few words, Li Gui had positioned himself and Li Hangzhong in opposition to the crowd. It was clear that his achievements were not to be taken lightly. Li Pu narrowed his eyes, his expression distinctly displeased. "I will not open doors for anyone. Jiang Fan is here for a reason." He turned to Li Gui, "And you? Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner?" Li Gui felt a shiver under Li Pu's gaze, his words caught in his throat. At that moment, a resonant voice of a middle-aged man echoed through the air. "I gave him that audacity, Li Hangzhong. You allow a young man to attend this banquet. Are we not entitled to question it?" Li Gui's face lit up upon recognizing the speaker. "Mr. Huang Zhongtian, you have arrived." Huang Zhongtian was Li Gui's benefactor, the one responsible for invalidating Jiang Fan's invitation. Upon seeing Huang Zhongtian, the small business owners present rushed to greet him. Even Li Pu's demeanor grew solemn. Jiang Fan was familiar with Huang Zhongtian, a renowned stock market mogul in Qing City, who had founded Zhongtian Capital, primarily focusing on stock investments and lending to small local enterprises, making him a formidable rival to Li Pu. Moreover, Huang Zhongtian was one of the banquet's initiators, holding a status equal to Li Pu's. The atmosphere thickened with tension as Huang Zhongtian entered the fray. It had transformed into a contest of wills between Li Pu and Huang Zhongtian, with the power to decide Jiang Fan's fate at stake. Huang Zhongtian, you know well who I am. Would I engage in such underhanded dealings? Jiang Fan is my guest, and I have an obligation to protect his privacy. Are you intent on making this a contentious issue? Li Pu said, furrowing his brow. Old Li, how can you say such a thing? I'm merely considering everyone's interests. Each person here has braved countless hardships to earn their place at this banquet. It is unacceptable to simply bring someone along without justification. Huang Zhongtian maintained a smile, yet his words dripped with hostility, pressing closer. As he spoke, others nodded in agreement. Your words are sweet, but if you truly have everyone's best interests at heart, what wrong has Jiang Fan's uncle committed that would warrant you dismissing his invitation? Li Pu retorted, refusing to yield. Witnessing Li Pu's steadfastness, Huang Zhongtian finally set aside his smile. Li Hangzhong, what if I insist that this young man leave? Li Guei exchanged glances with Jiang Ming's boss, stepping forward to declare, I support Mr. Huang. Let's expel this young man from the banquet. Just as Li Pu was about to respond, Jiang Fan raised a hand to halt him. A hollow stock market tycoon, accompanied by two ineffectual individuals, believes they can force me out? Since you wish to scrutinize my qualifications, I shall oblige. Just as Jiang Fan was about to reveal his assets exceeding 10 million, the sound of roaring engines interrupted the gathering. A lengthy convoy slowly entered the estate, capturing everyone's attention. It was noteworthy that each individual had parked their vehicles outside the estate. These vehicles brazenly entered. What kind of status did their occupants possess? As the crowd held their breath, the door of a Rolls-Royce Phantom opened. A pair of long, fair legs emerged, followed by a woman who gracefully exited and opened another door. Grandpa, wake up, we have arrived. Oh, have we? Yao Xian, help me out. Chapter 35, The Cake. Jiang Fan was taken aback as he recognized the familiar figure. Su Yao Xian? What was she doing here? Could the prominent figures today belong to the Su family? Was the elderly gentleman none other than Su Huaisong, the current head of the Su family? This was indeed a remarkable personage. As Jiang Fan pondered, Su Yaoxian supported Su Huaisong as they approached. Su Huaisong, with hair as white as snow and a face lined with wrinkles, exuded an aura of dominance that instilled great pressure. Ha, how lively. You all wouldn't be gathering to welcome this old man, would you? Su Huaisong yoked. Li Pu and Huang Zhongtian quickly stood upright, expressing their utmost respect. Old Su, your presence is an honor. Please forgive us for not welcoming you properly. Su Huaisong waved dismissively. I'm just an old relic. No need for such grand gestures. But you all seem to be having quite a lively time together. Is there anything amusing you can share with this old man? The more Su Huaisong downplayed the situation, the more respectful the others became. After all, he was the head of the Su family, the current richest man in Qing City, the leader of the foremost family, with a stamp of his foot capable of shaking the city. Huang Zhongtian, having rambled on, finally conveyed the situation. Li Guei and the others looked triumphantly at Jiang Fan, believing that with Su Lao's intervention, he would surely be doomed. Yet Su Huaisong turned to Su Yao Xian and inquired, Is this Jiang Fan? Su Yao Xuan nodded. Her expression complex. Yes, it is. Miss Su, it has been a while, Jiang Fan greeted cheerfully. This simple exchange caused the gathered crowd to gasp in surprise. Jiang Fan actually knew the eldest daughter of the Su family. Their relationship seemed quite amicable. This was Su Yaoxian, the most cherished member of the Su family's third generation. In that moment, even those with wives and children felt a pang of envy. The most incredulous were Su Yuding and Jiang Ming. She is actually the eldest daughter of the Su family. Su Yuding stammered in shock. Could it be that their previous encounter at the auto show was not an act? A wave of despair washed over Su Yuding, feeling that fate was unjust. Why was it that Jiang Fan encountered wealthy and beautiful individuals like Su Yaoxian, while she had to resort to compromising herself for a middle-aged man like Li Guei? It was so unfair, so unjust. How could a man she looked down upon be chosen by a rich girl? Was her judgment truly flawed? Or did Jiang Fan possess some extraordinary qualities? Su Yuding was on the verge of a breakdown, consumed by jealousy, frustration, regret, and resentment. Huang Zhongtian glanced at Jiang Fan, then at Su Yaoxian, managing to force a smile. Haha, so Jiang Xiaoga and Miss Su are friends. He could hardly contain his anger towards Li Gui. If not for him, he wouldn't be in such an awkward predicament. Su Huaisong regarded Jiang Fan before stating, Yao Xian, you handle this matter. With that, Su Huaisong, supported by his bodyguards, made his way inside. After watching her grandfather depart, Su Yao Xian coldly uttered, Jiang Fan is indeed qualified to attend the banquet. Her powerful declaration abruptly ended the dispute, leaving no room for dissent. Li Pu's lips curled into a triumphant smile. He had indeed placed a winning bet. Jiang Fan was undeniably connected to the Su family. Su Yao Xian turned to Jiang Fan, commanding, come here. All right, I'm coming. Jiang Fan obediently followed, for he had received considerable favors from the young lady since his rebirth. Tell me, are you intentionally following me? Why do you appear wherever I go? What is your true intention? Each encounter is neither a threat to my life nor an act of hostility, Su Yuxian inquired with an icy demeanor. Jiang Fan, feigning innocence, replied, Miss, you truly possess a sense of humor. What ulterior motive could I possibly have? I am here solely to seek profit, while you have generously compensated me. I cannot merely subsist on previous earnings. Hence, I am in pursuit of new opportunities. Is that so? Su Yuxuan question the skepticari. Indeed, Jiang Fan retorted, feeling exasperated, as it appeared that the young lady's paranoia had intensified. Their whispered exchange bore a striking resemblance to the tender murmurs of a couple, evoking envy among onlookers. Su Yuting, feeling incensed, turned on her heel and departed, prompting Li Gui to follow suit, fearing to linger in such a charged atmosphere. Only Zhao Lingling felt a pang of discontent. Su Yuxian was the true embodiment of nobility, moving with the grace of swan, while she felt akin to a mere Cinderella, enhanced only by her attire. Perhaps it was only a girl like Su Yuxian who could be deemed worthy of Jiang Fan. Just as despair began to settle in, Jiang Fan called out, Lingling, why are you dawdling? Let's go. Zhao Lingling, upon hearing Jiang Fan summon her, felt her previous despondency dissipate. So what if she was a Cinderella? Ultimately, Cinderella wed the prince, and Jiang Fan was not the type to disdain the less fortunate. After rallying her spirits, Zhao Lingling naturally linked her arm with Jiang Fan's. Su Yuxian observed this with an inexplicable sense of displeasure at the sight of Jiang Fan's closeness to another girl, prompting her to quicken her pace. The inner chamber of the banquet was located within a grand hall, significantly less populated than the outer area. Upon the arrival of Su Lao, everyone rose to greet him, their respect evident. Su Huaisong took his seat at the head of the hall, and only after he settled did the others dare to sit. I apologize for the wait. Let us officially commence our meeting, Su Huaisong proclaimed, exuding an imperial presence akin to that of a sovereign surveying his domain. Although Jiang Fan was also present at the inner meeting, he had been relegated to a position at the far end, obliged to listen attentively. As the meeting progressed, discussions regarding minor business opportunities for the latter half of the year were concluded, paving the way for the main event. Su Huaisong stated, originally, I should not have attended a gathering of individual merchants, but the magnitude of this opportunity is too great. Should it fall into the hands of various families in Qing City, it could disrupt the balance between individual enterprises and the prominent families. Hence, after much contemplation, I have decided to join you. Huang Zhongtian promptly stood, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Su Lao, for your consideration of us individual entrepreneurs. You are truly a living bodhisattva. Indeed, without your timely intervention, we might not even have a morsel of soup to share, others chimed in. Su Huaisong gestured for silence, having heard countless flattery throughout his life. Such words were mere childish play to him. However, do not rejoice too soon. While I am aware that a substantial opportunity is approaching Qing City, I have only heard it pertains to urban development. The specifics of the industry elude me, and it will require your keen business acumen to analyze. Misjudgment will leave us without profit. Should you succeed, the Su family is willing to offer a reward of 10 million. Su Huaisong spoke in a measured tone. 10 million. Huang Zhongtian's eyes gleamed. With this sum, his company could weather a brief period of danger. This 10 million must be secured, even if it meant resorting to deceit. Conversely, others wore expressions of despair. The term urban development was far too broad, encompassing everything from attracting investment to revitalizing the market, down to sanitation in households. It was impossible to predict. Many shook their heads, feeling their hopes diminish. At that moment, Huang Zhongtian rose, declaring, Su Lao, I am honored to be regarded as a stock market guru by my peers in Qing City, so I possess some experience in identifying business opportunities. I have heard of Mr. Huang's esteemed reputation. Please share your insights, Su Huaisong encouraged. Clearing his throat, Huang Zhongtian continued, I believe Qing City is set to undertake the reconstruction of its old town. Everywhere, new skyscrapers are rising, while the old town's buildings and streets are dilapidated, detracting from the city's aesthetic. This development will undoubtedly involve reconstruction. I suggest we pool our resources to purchase all the land in the old town before property prices soar. This will guarantee substantial profits. Huang Zhongtian spoke with fervor, confidence radiating from him. The crowd looked upon him with admiration, save for Jiang Fan, who regarded him with disdain. Huang Zhongtian felt a surge of anger. How dare this young man look at him in such a manner? Just because he was acquainted with Su Yuxian did not mean he could act with impunity. In business, one must rely solely on oneself. Huang Zhongtian's mind raced, devising a way to humiliate Jiang Fan. Ladies and gentlemen, during my speech, it seemed that Mr. Jiang Fan displayed a certain disdain. Perhaps Mr. Jiang has a different perspective to share for our collective consideration. He spoke politely, yet internally reveled in his triumph. This young man knew nothing of business. He was destined to embarrass himself. Chapter 36. Jiang Fan does not engage in stock trading. Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly, I wouldn't call a high opinion. Merely an observation that Mr. Huang has squandered many years. The atmosphere in the hall fell silent. This was a clear mockery of Huang Zhongtian's limited insight, implying he had wasted his life. Huang Zhongtian's expression darkened. Then he laughed heartily. Haha, Mr. Jiang, you certainly are a friend of Miss Su Yuxian, displaying remarkable arrogance. One might mistake you for someone from a prominent family. Huang Zhongtian's words dripped with sarcasm, insinuating that Jiang Fan was riding on Su Yuxuan's coattails. Su Yuxuan frowned displaced. If you have business to discuss, keep it relevant. I have no stake in this. Huang Zhongtian shrank back, promptly apologizing to Su Yuxian. Jiang Fan replied coolly, I speak candidly to whomever I meet. For instance, when encountering self-styled stock market gurus, I find it futile to engage with such individuals. Can one truly be called a guru if their company is on the verge of bankruptcy? In Jiang Fan's eyes, Huang Zhongtian had already begun to fade into obscurity. Huh, young man, why not put your claims to the test? Huang Zhongtian retorted, anger flaring in his voice. With half an hour until the stock market opens, why not wager a bet to see whose selected stocks yield higher returns? Huang Zhongtian was genuinely furious, his words laced with venom. Jiang Fan's remarks struck a nerve, reminding Huang Zhongtian of his recent losses, igniting his fury. Huang Zhongtian, you are utterly shameless. After years of navigating the stock market, you would bully a young man like Jiang Fan? Have you no sense of decency? Li Pu exclaimed angrily. Huang Zhongtian was recognized as the stock market guru of Qing City. To challenge him was akin to self-destruction. Li Pu admired Jiang Fan, and, as Huang Zhongtian was his rival, he wished to thwart this wager for both personal and professional reasons. Mr. Li, why the urgency? If Jiang Fan holds such disdain for me, he must possess complete confidence in his ability to win. You need not interfere, Huang Zhongtian replied sternly. Li Pu turned to Su Huaisong. Su Lao, this is unfair. Please weigh in. Su Huaisong raised his hand, interrupting Li Pu, and smiled. I find this quite intriguing. The ability to trade stocks reflects one's market insights. Since neither party is willing to concede, let us witness their true abilities and then determine whose perspective on urban development we shall heed. Thank you, Su Lao. Huang Zhongtian laughed, with Su Lao's endorsement. No one would dare voice dissent. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Fan. Do you dare to wager? Why would I shy away? Jiang Fan replied, grinning. However, a simple wager lacks excitement. Let us each stake 20 million. Mr. Huang, I trust you can still manage that amount? Jiang Fan said with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Fan voluntarily raise the stakes, particularly to 20 million, Huang Zhongtian was elated, completely oblivious to the underlying implications of Jiang Fan's words. Huang Zhongtian perceived that Jiang Fan was essentially presenting him with money, 20 million yuan would perfectly remedy the current financial shortfall of his company, a veritable lifeline. Will President Huang dare to take this gamble? Jiang Fan inquired. With a scoff, Huang Zhongtian retorted, why refuse money when it's offered? He coolly placed a check for 20 million on the table. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan produced his bank card and calmly stated, President Li is aware that the funds I possess far exceed 20 million. Let's commence. Jiang Fan, perhaps it will be better to reconsider. Li Pu expressed his concern. Although Huang Zhongtian is not particularly impressive, his acumen in stock trading is exceptional, and he rarely misses. Rest assured, Brother Li, I am well aware of my capabilities. Jiang Fan reassured him. Li Pu understood that President Li was worried for him, considering Huang Zhongtian's long-standing reputation, while Jiang Fan remained an obscure figure. It seemed an endeavor akin to a mere egg striking a stone. Yet, Jiang Fan felt no fear. In his past life, he had employed various methods to amass wealth, with stock trading being one of them, although he had refrained from investing further after several losses. Nevertheless, he had retained the habit of daily stock observation. With such memories, defeating Huang Zhongtian should be as effortless as a game. Seeing Jiang Fan's resolute demeanor, Li Pu sighed and ceased further protest, silently hoping for Jiang Fan's victory. As the betting commenced, 2 laptops were swiftly brought forth, and the software was activated, awaiting the market opening in silence. Everyone gathered around. Despite the usual friction at annual gatherings, such a grand wager of 40 million was unprecedented. 40 million, a sum inconceivable to the average person throughout a lifetime. Su Yuxian discreetly inquired of Su Weishang, Grandfather, is there really a need to gamble? I have investigated Jiang Fan's background and found no connection to finance or stock trading. He stands no chance of winning. Su Weishang, observing the confident Jiang Fan, slowly replied, precisely because of this, it becomes intriguing. A mere peasant lad discovering $1 million antique and facing a legendary stock guru with such composure. What could be his reliance? Is it merely due to his connection with you that he dares to be so audacious? Your bond does not extend that far, does it? Pfft. Even if he loses everything, I will not come to his aid. Su Yuxian scoffed. Let's see if he is merely seeking attention. The outcome will reveal all. Su Weishang remarked. At that moment, the market opened. Stocks ebbed and flowed unpredictably, making it impossible to predict the next movement. Huang Zhongtian quickly selected a stock he had been observing for some time, initially hoping it would rescue his company, but now he was using it for this wager. Thus, he felt confident of victory. Conversely, Jiang Fan whimsically pointed at a stock, as if it were a jest. Zhanyue Technology. Upon opening the interface for Zhanyue Technology, a sea of green dazzled the onlookers, and seeing the identical trend to that of his previous life, Jiang Fan felt assured. Today marks the day for Zhanyue Technology's resurgence. He declared. The entrepreneurs present were taken aback. Why choose this stock, which was on the verge of a steep decline? Doubts arose regarding Jiang Fan's ability to comprehend stocks. This is absurd. He chose a stock that is about to hit the limit down. They murmured. Huang Zhongtian was certain of his victory, observing that this young man clearly lacked stock trading skills. After all, youth often bore the cost of recklessness. 2 million yuan would simply vanish, a consequence of his own folly. Huang Zhongtian's chosen stock, Deep Mine Group, in the coal industry, showed promising opening trends, clearly indicating it was a strong stock. Jiang Fan's choice was indeed perplexing. Seeing Jiang Fan's selection of Zhanyue Technology, Huang Zhongtian relaxed entirely, chuckling, come now, let us not be too harsh. To select the worst stocks so effortlessly, Jiang Fan's talent is indeed rare. Almost immediately, Zhanyue Technology hit its limit down, undeniably the worst stock in the market. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Su Yuxian frowned, bewildered by Jiang Fan's choice. He could have chosen any number of better stocks. Observing Jiang Fan's unwavering composure, Su Weishang exhibited a rare grave expression. Why was he still so calm at this moment? Brother Jiang, will it rise? Zhao Lingling whispered. Fear not, it will rise, Jiang Fan replied with a faint smile, unfazed. Little sister, do not hold out hope. Jiang Fan is destined to lose. It would be wiser to seek a more suitable partner than to follow a bankrupt fool. Huang Zhongtian remarked with a smile, approaching Zhao Lingling. He had been captivated by her the moment she appeared, his gaze never leaving her. He had never encountered such a pure and innocent girl, stirring feelings of both affection and a desire to tarnish that innocence. The only other woman present who could rival her was Su Yuxian, the eldest daughter of the Su family. Huang Zhongtian would not dare to disrespect her. Yet, Zhao Lingling was different. Lacking any powerful background, she was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Frightened by Huang Zhongtian's greedy gaze, Zhao Lingling hid behind Jiang Fan. "I'm sorry, I do not wish to know you. I believe Brother Jiang will not lose." Just as she finished speaking, someone cried out, "It has risen. President Huang's DeepMind group has increased." Everyone rushed to Huang Zhongtian's laptop, watching as DeepMind group soared dramatically. At that moment, the outcome was glaringly evident. Huang Zhongtian chuckled, addressing Zhao Lingling, "Little sister, do you see? You have lost. Now, shall we reconsider my offer?" He reached out, attempting to grasp her hand. Suddenly, Jiang Fan seized Huang Zhongtian's wrist firmly, applying pressure. "President Huang, do not be hasty. There is still time." Huang Zhongtian yelped in pain, "Let go. Your chosen stocks have hit the limit down. What are you waiting for?" At that moment, Li Pu, fixated on Zhanyue technology, suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, "It has risen. It truly has risen." Huang Zhongtian, mistakenly believing Li Pu referred to his stock, scoffed, "Of course it has risen. How could my selection lose?" "Nonsense. I was referring to Brother Jiang's stock, Zhanyue Technology." Chapter 37. The unashamed Zhanyue Technology surged like a rocket, advancing at an unprecedented pace, shattering the limit down and racing towards the limit up with astonishing speed. Incredible. Utterly unbelievable. The crowd stared in disbelief at the soaring graph. It was nothing short of magical. Huang Zhongtian's eyelids twitched, his hands trembled uncontrollably, and the smile on his face had vanished. In mere minutes, Huang Zhongtian realized that this gamble was not merely about losing a bet. He had squandered the last remaining 2 million of his company's assets. With those 2 million, his company could have sustained itself for another 6 months, but now it seemed unlikely to last even a month. Am I seeing things? Has Zhanyue Technology truly hit the limit up? I cannot believe my eyes. I have never witnessed such a surge in my life, rising without any warning. How is this possible? Everyone rubbed their eyes, confirming they were not hallucinating, their hearts racing as if on a fast track. This is remarkable. This is the true stock god. Le plus merveilleux. From the beginning of the wager, Jiang Fan remained remarkably unfazed. How could he be so calm if he did not possess absolute confidence? Such prophetic foresight. Li Pu had initially befriended Jiang Fan largely due to the Su family, but now he realized this man might offer even greater value than the Su family. At that moment, not only were Li Pu and his companions astonished, but even the elderly Su Weishang was taken aback. His wise eyes fixated on Jiang Fan, trying to decipher him, yet he was destined to fail to comprehend Jiang Fan. Under the gaze of everyone, Jiang Fan leisurely picked up the check from the table, 2 million yuan in hand. His assets had skyrocketed. "Many thanks for your generous gift, President Huang," Jiang Fan said with a smile, subtly shaking the check in his hand. "No, this cannot be happening." Huang Zhongtian bellowed, "You cannot take this money away. You cannot take it away." He disregarded any semblance of dignity. Should Jiang Fan abscond with this sum, it would spell his utter ruin. Li Pu scoffed, "Oh, Mr. Huang, are you planning to go back on your word?" TSK. One must not be so shameless. Although others remained silent, their gazes toward Huang Zhongtian were laced with disdain. "I was momentarily foolish. I should not have wagered 20 million. I regret it now. Jiang Fan, we were merely jesting. Must you take it so seriously?" Huang Zhongtian forced out this shameless remark through gritted teeth, donning a false smile. The room fell into an eerie silence as this man, who occasionally managed to surpass his own limits, was now slapping his own face over a mere 20 million. It was truly astonishing. How ridiculous. "Mr. Huang, if I were to lose this gamble, would you spare me?" Jiang Fan rolled his eyes and deftly pocketed the check. "Jiang Fan, are you truly going to be so ruthless? Remember, in this world, having more friends means more paths." Huang Zhongtian still refused to concede. At that moment, Su Huasong gently cleared his throat and remarked, "To dare to gamble and to dare to lose is the mark of a true man." This succinct statement revealed the Su family's position. Should Huang Zhongtian retract his words, he would undoubtedly offend this formidable clan. Money can be regained, but life lost is irrevocable. With this thought, Li Pu and the others began to revel in Huang Zhongtian's misfortune. Now, with the Su family backing Jiang Fan, Huang Zhongtian had truly suffered a crushing defeat. Clenching his fists, Huang Zhongtian could only suppress his fury and feign a smile, saying, "Since Elder Su has spoken, I admit defeat. The 20 million belongs to you, Jiang Fan, but some money is not so easily acquired." With bloodshot eyes, Huang Zhongtian turned and stormed off. Li Pu furrowed his brow. Indeed, he had provoked Huang Zhongtian, and after such a significant loss, he would not let this slide easily. "Brother Jiang, be careful. Huang Zhongtian's influence in Qing City is not to be underestimated," Li Pu whispered in warning. "I will be cautious," Jiang Fan replied, gratefully acknowledging Li Pu, who had consistently stood by him. "What an exhilarating wager. I am confident that Mr. Jiang will possess unique insights into the urban planning of Qing City. Please, share your thoughts," Su Huasong said with a smile directed at Jiang Fan. "Yes, this is indeed a significant matter. Mr. Huang mentioned the future development of Qing City in the Old District. What are your views, Mr. Jiang?" Someone echoed in agreement. Others looked at Jiang Fan with eager anticipation. The previous wager, however grand, held no relevance to them. Only this topic concerned their interests. Jiang Fan surveyed the crowd and countered. "Do you all know what sorts of buildings comprise the Old District? What else could it be? The Old District, of course, is filled with rundown old houses." Someone casually replied. Su Huasong turned to Su Yuxian beside him and asked, "Yuxian, what do you think of Jiang Fan's question?" Su Yuxian pondered briefly and replied, "The buildings in the Old District date back to colonial times, predominantly reflecting Western architectural styles. Miss Su speaks excellently. Indeed, she is both talented and beautiful." Jiang Fan smiled at Su Yuxian. "Pfft." Su Yuxian turned her head away, yet a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Jiang Fan continued, "These structures are remnants of history, and their architectural style is quite distinctive. A proper restoration would undoubtedly make them one of Qing City's key tourist attractions." "Surely, they're merely some Western buildings," someone scoffed. "This is not just architecture. It is an epitome of history." Jiang Fan's tone grew serious. "A century ago, the cowardice and ineptitude of the Qing led to our people being humiliated by foreign powers, with our homeland being plundered and reduced to a colony, a disgrace that cannot be erased. These Western buildings serve as a constant reminder of the humiliations we endured a century ago. Each structure has its own story, and I believe the nation will not erase these historical traces for the sake of urban development." The audience fell silent. How could those from Qing City be unaware of such history? Yet, once they became merchants, they only saw profits, forgetting the humiliations of a century past. Jiang Fan continued, "Setting aside historical factors, these buildings hold substantial intrinsic value. For instance, Qing City's renowned cathedral was listed as a National Key Cultural Relic Protection Unit a few years ago. Although it is somewhat dilapidated now, it will undoubtedly be restored in a few years. Do you all believe that cultural relic protection units will be demolished for urban development?" The crowd shook their heads in unison. Li Pu inquired, "Brother Jiang, what do you think Qing City intends to develop next?" Jiang Fan replied with 2 words, "Huang Island." "Huang Island?" The crowd gasped. "Mr. Jiang, you jest, do you not? Huang Island is known as a desolate isle, separated from the city center by the Qingzhou Bay. Traveling between the two requires circumnavigating the entire bay. Few people from the city venture there. Indeed, is it necessary to develop such a barren place? Did you misspeak?" Faced with the crowd's skepticism, Jiang Fan nodded affirmatively. "I did not misspeak. It is indeed Huang Island." Chapter 38. A stunning revelation. Jiang Fan's choice of Huang Island left others baffled, unable to comprehend its significance. "Jiang Fan, if convenient, could you elaborate on why you chose Huang Island? If it pertains to commercial secrets, then never mind," Su Huasong inquired. "Certainly. You mentioned earlier that this pie is too large for one person to consume. My own financial capabilities are limited. Attempting to claim the entire pie would be a pipe dream. I hope that all present can prosper together, because mutual success is true success." Jiang Fan earnestly regarded the crowd. His heartfelt words garnered their goodwill, making them more inclined to listen to his reasoning behind selecting Huang Island. Seeing the audience focused on him, Jiang Fan continued, "You all should be aware of the underwater tunnel being constructed in Qingzhou Bay a few years ago. Indeed, that project was contracted by the state. It was quite lively at the start, but now there's been no news. Perhaps construction has encountered difficulties. After all, building a tunnel underwater is quite challenging," someone lamented. Jiang Fan responded, "Such a monumental national project could not possibly be abandoned midway. The lack of news suggests that construction is proceeding smoothly and according to schedule. If I am not mistaken, this urban development will certainly address the tunnel. Have you all considered that once the tunnel is completed, it will directly connect the city center to Huang Island? At that point, the journey from the city center to Huang Island will take only a few minutes. Do you think transportation will still be an issue?" The attendees, being astute individuals, grasped Jiang Fan's implications and began to ponder. Even if the tunnel is completed, how can you be certain Huang Island will be developed? What if it is merely for transportation convenience? Qing City is vast. There are numerous locations suitable for development. Jiang Fan smiled confidently, opening a map on his computer. If, as you say, Huang Island holds no development value, then it would be a colossal waste for the state to invest heavily in constructing an underwater tunnel for an area deemed worthless. There must be deeper reasons behind this. What reasons? Li Pu asked, intrigued. Jiang Fan traced a boundary on the map of Huang Island with his finger, stating, "Look, this area is nearly entirely populated with universities under construction. Petroleum University, Engineering University, Qingzhou University Huang Island Branch, Qingzhou Technology University Huang Island Campus, and several other well-known institutions. There are at least a dozen colleges, not to mention the ordinary universities. The sheer number of students from these institutions is staggering. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think the economic benefits of such a massive influx of people will be?" Upon mentioning this, there is no need for Jiang Fan to elaborate further. Everyone present is astute enough to grasp the implications. A university alone can yield a continuous influx of youthful students, and a substantial student population can stimulate consumer spending. With increased consumption comes the entrance of capital, which fosters investment and subsequently generates countless employment opportunities, drawing more people to settle in the area. In this era, population has become the most significant commercial resource. Thus, a virtuous cycle is established, and the benefits derived from it are immeasurable. As Jiang Fan's words echoed in the room, the atmosphere grew heavy with anticipation. No one spoke, yet each individual felt a tumultuous wave within their hearts. What manner of man is this? Is Jiang Fan truly in his 20s? Beside him, Zhao Lingling's eyes sparkled with admiration. Capable men possess an irresistible allure, and even Su Yuxian found herself momentarily entranced. Applause erupted as Su Huaisong was the first to clap, with others joining in slowly, their admiration palpable. Such youthful talent. Mr. Jiang Fan has truly opened my eyes, Su Huaisong remarked with a beaming smile. Given Mr. Zhang's astute analysis, I have news that I shall no longer keep to myself. The initial meeting regarding the city planning has commenced, and I've already tasked someone to gather information. As his words settled, Su Huaisong's personal assistant rushed into the hall, whispering something urgently in the elder's ear. Nodding in understanding, Su Huaisong addressed the gathered crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, the official meeting has concluded and information security was well maintained. We have discerned two key terms. Eyes widened in curiosity as the crowd inquired. What are the two terms, Su Lao? Students and tunnel, Su Huaisong replied slowly. This confirms it. The development of Huangdao is imminent. Jiang Fan regarded the Su family with a profound sense of reflection. It is only through the memories of my past life that I can discern such insights. While the Su family has effortlessly obtained these critical keywords, such is the chasm of capability. Su Huaisong continued, this is merely the initial meeting. The formal announcement of the city's development plan is at least a month away. We have ample time to act before the other prominent families. Thank you, Su Lao. Without your assistance, we might have missed this opportunity entirely. Many stood to express their gratitude. The competition between individual enterprises and family businesses has long been fierce, and it is unprecedented for someone like Su Huaisong to extend a hand to individual enterprises. Such magnanimity commands respect. Su Huaisong chuckled, why thank me? I merely uncovered two terms. without Mr. Jiang Fan's insights. Who could fathom the significance of these words? Indeed, we must also thank Brother Jiang for sharing this opportunity. Should you need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. Others followed suit, addressing Jiang Fan as brother, creating a sense of camaraderie that garnered goodwill. Jiang Fan, taken aback by the attention, responded, "You are all too kind." As the leaders toasted Jiang Fan, they exchanged contact information. At 2 in the afternoon, the banquet finally came to an end. As they departed, Su Huaisong handed Jiang Fan an invitation. "Mr. Jiang, my birthday falls at the end of this month. Would you care to join the celebration?" Grateful for Su Lao's kindness, Jiang Fan accepted the invitation with a deep bow and left with Zhao Lingling. "Grandfather, do you not find it strange? I have investigated Jiang Fan's background. His family could not possibly cultivate such a business acumen," Su Yuxian remarked, gazing at Jiang Fan's retreating figure. "Yuxian, this world is not devoid of geniuses. Although Jiang Fan is shrouded in mystery, one thing I am certain of is that he is not a malicious person," Su Huaisong replied. "Was he really not a bad person? He was quite brazen at the auto show. Just recalling it makes me uneasy," Su Yuxian countered. Unaware of her inner turmoil, Su Huaisong continued, "Yuxian, pursue the Huangdao development in your own name. Consider collaborating with Jiang Fan. While I can protect you for the time being, I cannot shield you indefinitely. You must develop your own influence so that after my time, you will have support. Enough with the talk of death, grandfather. Please, spare me 3 puz, Su Yuxian playfully retorted, displaying a rare girlish charm. "Very well, pu, Su Huaisong conceded, but added with a serious expression, "Yuxian, you are a clever child. The Su family wishes to eliminate you. While I am still capable, they dare not act openly. What if the day comes when I am no longer here?" As he spoke, Su Yoshuan's bright eyes dimmed, and she replied weakly, "Why must they want me gone? What have I done wrong? I merely wish to live peacefully." "You have suffered enough, dear one," Su Huaisong said gently, stroking Su Yoshuan's head. In a dreamlike state, Zhao Lingling sat in the car, lost in thought for a long while. The events of the morning had profoundly impacted her, beyond mere words. She recognized Jiang Fan's prowess, but had never anticipated it to be to such an extraordinary degree. A gamble resulting in 40 million. A comprehensive understanding of a city plan affecting millions. It was astounding. At the dining table, she witnessed him conversing effortlessly with powerful figures, never faltering. His wise and composed demeanor was etched deeply in Zhao Lingling's heart. "What is it?" Jiang Fan asked, driving. Zhao Lingling took a deep breath and replied, "It's nothing. Just feels surreal. Not long ago, I was worried about my mother's 200,000 medical expenses, even considering selling myself. Yet today at the luncheon, a single bottle of wine costs over 1 million. Is this what high society is like?" Jiang Fan mused to himself, "Silly girl. If you knew I spent 1 million on clothing and accessories for you that day, what would you think?" When Jiang Fan confronted Jiang Ming, Zhao Lingling had been changing clothes. Though aware the attire was expensive, she was oblivious to the actual cost. With a smile, Jiang Fan remarked, "I intend for you to manage the profits from Huangdao. Such gatherings will become commonplace, so you should get accustomed to it." At that moment, Jiang Fan's mother called. "Hello, Mom? Your uncle mentioned you lent 20,000 to someone. Is that true? Your father is in the yard picking out a stick, preparing to come to Qing City to teach you a lesson." "What?" Jiang Fan exclaimed, slamming the brakes. His mind flooded with images of his father weighing the right stick for punishment. "Mom, are you planning to watch Dad beat me?" Jiang Fan asked tentatively before hanging up, leaving him in a state of chaos in the car. "Jiang Fan?" Zhao Lingling's expression was awkward. She had overheard the conversation. Jiang Fan's hometown, while part of Qing City, was located in a remote rural county, requiring over an hour's drive to reach the city. Upon arriving home, the sunset painted the rural town with a warm glow, and smoke curled from the brick houses. The sight stirred an unexpected emotion in Jiang Fan, and tears blurred his vision. Parking the car, he stealthily approached the old family home. His childhood home was a simple brick and tile structure from the last century, featuring an open courtyard with rooms on all sides, humble yet cozy. Jiang Fan carefully leaned against the wooden door, observing the courtyard to gauge the length and thickness of his father's stick. The last time he did this was after a poor exam when the teacher notified his parents. Nervously signaling to Aunt Lee to keep quiet, He whispered, "Shoo, Aunt Lee, be quiet. Don't let my dad hear." "Oh, you must have gotten into trouble again." "Don't worry. With Aunt Lee here, your father won't lay a hand on you." "I'll talk to him," Aunt Lee assured. Jiang Fan felt a sense of despair. It would be better if she didn't intervene. Throughout his life, her attempts to mediate had only stoked the flames of his father's anger. Indeed, a resounding crash echoed through the courtyard. Bang! Jiang Fan's father, Jiang Baoguo, burst through the door with a fresh bamboo pole, a meter long and as thick as a rolling pin. "Father, please calm down and let me explain." Jiang Fan cowered behind the door, unwilling to step out. "What is there to explain? Did you lend him money or not?" Jiang Baoguo raised the bamboo pole, pointing it at Jiang Fan. "Yes, I did lend it, but you actually lent it out. Just wait until I teach you a lesson." Jiang Baoguo charged forward, pole in hand. Jiang Fan, realizing his father was barreling toward him like a bull, dashed away, shouting, "Dad, just listen to me. There's nothing to discuss, you scoundrel. Don't even think about running." Jiang Baoguo chased him out of the house. Jiang Fan was taken aback, thinking, did he really cut that bamboo fresh? "Aunt Lee, step aside. This child needs a good beating. He is too disobedient." Jiang Baoguo maintained a semblance of dignity before outsiders, refraining from divulging the details of the situation. However, Aunt Lee insisted on defending Jiang Fan. "Baoguo, I've watched this child grow up. Do you really think he would be so unruly? I envy you for having such a capable son. Look, he has managed to get a car after just a few years in the city. Not many from our village can boast that." She gestured toward Jiang Fan's vehicle. Jiang Fan's expression shifted dramatically. Aunt Lee's knack for pouring oil on the fire was as sharp as ever. Upon hearing this, Jiang Baoguo froze, pointing at the car. "Aunt Lee, are you saying this car belongs to Xiao Fan?" "Indeed. I saw him get out of it. Just look at how splendid it is. It must have cost tens of thousands." Aunt Lee continued unabated. Jiang Fan could feel his father's fury escalating, his graying hair standing on end. "Aunt Lee, please stop. Jiang Fan is about to cry. You wretch." In a fit of rage, Jiang Baoguo snapped the bamboo pole in two and seized a shovel, swinging it threateningly. "Buying a car. I allowed you to buy a car. After a few years, instead of learning something useful, you've decided to indulge yourself, haven't you? What do you need a car for? Do you have the money to show off?" Jiang Baoguo was on the verge of exploding with anger. The entire family was in turmoil. Despite having an accomplished son, they were still dissatisfied. Aunt Lee rolled her eyes at the soy sauce she was carrying, contemplating leaving, but ultimately shouted back to Jiang Fan's family, "Just a little reprimand will do. Don't leave him bruised. Xiao Fan still needs to marry." "Only, I feel like Jiang Fan is wishing for his own demise," Jiang Fan thought. Zhang Qin, witnessing her husband chasing their son with a shovel, hurriedly stepped in front of Jiang Fan. "What are you doing? You can't use that thing to hit him. Put it down." Chapter 40. Second uncle and second, and unexpectedly, their son, who was always so understanding and obedient, had transformed after the wedding, showing no empathy for his parents' struggles. Zhang Qin wept, lamenting the loss of the money she had worked tirelessly to save. Observing his father's rage and his mother's sorrow, Jiang Fan felt a profound sadness within. "Dad, Mom, please don't be upset. Rest assured, the money will not be lost." "Look, this is a gift for you both," Jiang Fan said, placing a gift box bought by Zhao Lingling on the table. Jiang Baoguo glanced at the box, exasperatedly remarking, "What do you know about the harsh realities of this world? Nowadays, those who owe money are the masters. They promise repayment, but never deliver a single cent. If they get angry, they won't pay at all. You've truly wasted your education on nonsense." Zhang Qin sighed continuously, feeling utterly helpless. Just as Jiang Fan was about to share that he had earned some money to ease their worries, the courtyard door creaked open. Jiang Fan's second uncle, Jiang Baoman, and second aunt entered. Spotting the gift box on the table, they eagerly approached. "Wow, what a beautiful box. What lovely things are inside." Without waiting for permission, the second uncle ripped open the packaging, greedily stuffing several boxes of tea into his pockets, while his wife did the same, looking quite satisfied as they turned back toward Jiang Fan's family. "Brother, sister-in-law, what is going on? Is the wedding still bothering you? If you ask me, it's your fault for insisting that Xiao Fan marry in the city. A wedding in our village would cost nearly as much," the second uncle said, plopping down into a chair with his legs crossed. "Pfft, it's not about the wedding," Jiang Bao was said darkly. "This scoundrel has lent money to others. Lend it out? The second uncle sprang to his feet, alarmed. Did he lend it all? Jiang Baohua, feeling dizzy with anger, leaned against the bed and said, Ask him. Let him explain. Jiang Fan looked at his second uncle and aunt, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. In his previous life, when his family was at its lowest, they had not only refused to help, but had even worsened the situation, leading to his father's ill health and his mother's untimely death, for which they bore responsibility. When Jiang Fan was raising funds for his wedding, his parents had repeatedly sought assistance from his second uncle's family, bowing and scraping, nearly begging. But they had hearts as hard as stone, contributing not a single cent. After Jiang Fan married Su Yuding, his parents finally breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to rest a bit before returning to work. Although they were burdened with some debt, life was manageable. However, one day, the second uncle and aunt unexpectedly visited, claiming their son needed a loan for a house. At that time, Jiang Fan's parents had no money and politely declined. The second uncle's family left without protest. A few days later, the second uncle, beaming, claimed they had money but needed Jiang Fan's father to be a guarantor. His parents, being kind-hearted and family, agreed without a second thought. Only later did they realize it was not a guarantor they needed, but a co-signer for a loan. The second uncle's family became shameless debtors, and the debt collectors came knocking at Jiang Fan's parents' door. Jiang Baohua ended up in a brawl with the collectors and fearing for their son. His parents took on the burden themselves. From then on, they were dragged into an endless nightmare. Meanwhile, the second uncle's family thrived, buying a house and a car and marrying off their son, living quite comfortably. Jiang Baohua, both furious and distressed, finally collapsed from the strain of hard labor. Despite his exhaustion, he continued to work on construction sites during the day and sell goods at night, often fleeing from the city management. After repaying the second uncle's family's debts, Jiang Baohua could no longer endure. His parents had kept all this from Jiang Fan until after his mother's death, when he discovered their financial records while sorting through her belongings. In this life, Jiang Fan had not married and had not given the $20,000 in bride price to Su Yuding's family, which he suspected was what the second uncle's family was after. Reflecting on the past, Jiang Fan took a deep breath, calming the tumult within him, and spoke in a restrained voice. I lent out the $20,000 for the bride price. What? You lent it all out? The second uncle and aunt were immediately alarmed. You fool! Who told you to lend out the money? Do you have any idea how many people borrow money and never pay it back? How many are just looking to exploit you? You can't blame Xiao Fan entirely. If you two had been capable, would he have ended up in this situation? If you had money, Jiang Fan would have been married by now. The second uncle and aunt hurled harsh accusations back and forth, each word piercing Jiang Fan's parents' hearts, pushing them further into despair. Jiang Baohua, leaning weakly against the bed, no longer wished to strike his son. Instead, he slowly addressed Jiang Fan. Your second uncle is right. It's father's lack of means that has prevented you from living a prosperous life. Your mother and I are now old and can no longer earn much. From now on, you must rely on yourself. Zhang Qin could not find the words, only crying uncontrollably. Jiang Fan gazed at the scene with a complex expression, having claimed that he had lent out all his money in an attempt to deceive his second uncle. However, witnessing his parents' sorrow due to their financial struggles, while his second uncle and aunt stood by making mocking remarks, tightened his fists. He had vowed that he would never allow his parents to suffer, promising to provide them with a good life. Yet, what was happening now? Were they to endure humiliation from his uncle's family? Enough! Jiang Fan suddenly shouted, causing the room to fall silent. He looked at his father's pale hair and feeble demeanor, and at his mother, who was sobbing in despair. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. It's my fault, Jiang Fan said. There's no need to apologize. That money was intended for you from your mother and me. How you choose to spend it is your business. Jiang Baohua replied helplessly, acknowledging that blaming each other now served no purpose. It's all right. We don't hold it against you. The money is lent out now, the elderly couple said weakly. Yet moments later, they straightened up, wide-eyed, exclaiming, How much did you say you earned? Over $1 million? Over $1 million. Both the second uncle and aunt gasped, rendered speechless by the revelation. Chapter 41. Borrowing Money $1 million. Instantly, the living room was enveloped in silence. everyone except Jiang Fan appearing profoundly shocked and incredulous. 1 million. In their remote rural county. One could hardly save even 100,000 in a year without food or drink. 1 million represented a lifetime of savings. Son, are you serious? Jiang Bao gasped, clutching his chest. Seeing his father's reaction to the mere mention of 1 million, Jiang Fan imagined the shock if he were to reveal he had tens of millions. Of course, otherwise, how could I have confidently lent out the money? And if I had lent out all my funds, how would I afford a car? Jiang Fan affirmed. 1 million is so much money. Son, you've nearly frightened your mother to death. How did you suddenly think of stock trading? What if you lose? Jiang Mu Zhangqin exclaimed, her joy tinged with fear, having often heard tales of families ruined by stock trading. Mom, perhaps it's a case of fortune in love and misfortune in gambling. Our company had inside information, and I happened to have 20,000 in bridal money. So I decided to give it a try, resulting in a gain of over 1 million. Jiang Fan fabricated a reason casually. Well, as long as there's inside information. That's good. Just be careful not to trade recklessly in the future. The market is treacherous, Zhangqin warned, fearful that her son might lose the hard-earned money. On the side, his second uncle and aunt exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from shock to elation, as if they had just learned that their own son had made over 1 million. The aunt hurriedly praised, "Oh, Xiao Fan, you truly have a promising future. Becoming a millionaire at such a young age, our Jiang family is blessed. Your cousin will surely enjoy a good life alongside you." Aunt, what do you mean by that? Jiang Fan feigned ignorance. Xiao Fan, the reason your aunt and I came today is to borrow some money. Your cousin Jiangqing is dating a girl whose family insists on buying a house and a car in the city. As you know, the down payment alone requires tens of thousands. Your aunt and I don't have that much, and we've been losing sleep over it, his uncle described animatedly. Unable to contain his excitement, Jiang Fan was dumbfounded. He understood they had come to ask for money. Yet they immediately opened with a request for tens of thousands for a down payment and a car. Was this the same as asking his own parents? He never anticipated that his second uncle and aunt would be so greedy and shameless. Jiang Baohua and Zhangqin exchanged concerned glances, their expressions darkening. But they restrained themselves due to their familial bond. Second uncle, if Jiangqing wants to buy a house and a car, he could take out a loan, right? Surely you've considered that option, Jiang Fan observed, scrutinizing his uncle. Loans come with interest. Borrowing among relatives means no interest. You have money now. So lend us some to tide us over. And when your brother earns money, he'll pay you back immediately, his uncle replied with a grin. In truth, their family's poor credit history had led them to seek out Jiang Fan, the seemingly impoverished relative. After listening to his uncle, Jiang Fan shook his head and declared, "No way." Upon hearing this, the aunt's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively raising her voice. "You've made so much money, and you can't even help your brother buy a car or cover the down payment? Are you still a member of the Jiang family? Is this how you treat relatives?" Had Jiang Fan not been aware of their despicable nature, he might have felt a flicker of delight at his uncle's flattery. But instead, he felt a surge of anger. "Second uncle, it's not that I refuse to lend, but I just earned 1 million, and you're asking for tens of thousands. How am I supposed to live?" Jiang Fan retorted. His parents nodded in agreement, firmly believing that helping relatives had its limits and that one should not sacrifice their own livelihood for the sake of family. A flicker of disdain crossed Jiang Baomin's eyes, but he quickly masked it with a smile, saying, "Brother, don't worry. We have money, not much in cash, but our housing fund is substantial. Just that it cannot be withdrawn right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you for a loan." Yes, the aunt chimed in, supporting his uncle's claim. "As soon as old Jiang's housing fund is accessible, we'll pay you back immediately. Besides, don't think we are borrowing too much. You're now wealthy. So what is the fear in lending a little more?" Jiang Baomin continued, "Brother, an elder brother is like a father. As the eldest, you cannot stand by and do nothing. Qingqing is your own nephew." Upon hearing this, Jiang Baohua fell silent. Jiang Fan clenched his teeth and sarcastically remarked, "Nephew? Second uncle? I'm also your nephew. Why, I needed money for my wedding. Why didn't he lend it to us?" As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere in the room became tense. The second uncle awkwardly replied, "It's not that I didn't have the money. Otherwise, I would have come to borrow from you." "Oh, no money?" Jiang Fan scoffed. Can't you even come up with 1,000? My parents have faced your repeated refusals, lowering the amount from 10,000 to 5,000, and finally to 1,000. Did you ever offer a single penny? No one expected Jiang Fan to lay the facts bare, and his father, who had hesitated earlier, suddenly felt a surge of anger. Xiao Fan, how can you speak like that? This is an adult matter. Don't meddle. Zhang Qin exclaimed, fearing a rift between the families. Let him speak. He is no longer a child. Jiang Baoguo interjected, his voice firm. Jiang Fan smiled at his father and continued addressing his uncle. You see, my mother still defends your honor, treating you as family, yet you go around claiming our family is poor, looking down on us. And now, when you face difficulties, you come to deceive my parents. Have you no conscience? With those words, the second uncle's composure finally broke, and he yelled in frustration. What nonsense are you spouting? We haven't deceived anyone. Everything I said is the truth. Don't think our family is without money. It's just a stroke of luck that I made some money. Is that so contemptible? If you don't want to lend, then don't slander us. Chapter 42. A rift emerges. I'm spouting nonsense? Jiang Fan shot back, his anger turning into a mocking smile. Shall I reveal all your misdeeds? Go ahead. I do like to see what fabrications you can conjure up. If you utter a single untruth, don't blame my uncle for suing you for defamation. Jiang Baomin smirked. Xiao Fan, stop talking. Apologize to your uncle and aunt, Zhang Qin urged, alarmed that this could escalate into a legal dispute, severing ties between the families. Jiang Baoguo gazed at his son, saying, Xiao Fan, do you realize what you're doing? Dad, Mom, trust me, Jiang Fan assured them with a determined look. His second uncle sat back, legs crossed, exuding confidence. Go on, speak your mind. Oh, second uncle, let me ask you, is your housing fund still intact? Jiang Fan inquired with a smile. Uncle Air felt a sudden tremor coursing through him, an ominous premonition taking root within his heart. Does this lad know about our family's affairs? No, it cannot be. This is knowledge confined to our household alone. My wife would never divulge it, and my son certainly would not. Observing Uncle Air's somewhat unnatural expression, Jiang Fan continued. The Housing Provident Fund has long since been squandered by my younger brother, hasn't it? Over the years, his indulgences in food, drink, gambling, and extravagance have flowed like water. Did you think I was unaware? Why the haste to lend money to Jiang Qing for his wedding? Is it not because that lad took advantage of a girl, inebriated, believing that a pregnancy would compel her to marry him, along with a dowry? Little did he expect that the girl's family would dismiss the child entirely, demanding a full dowry, a house, and a car. Or else they would terminate the pregnancy and accuse Jiang Qing of assault. You have already approached the bank, but alas, due to Jiang Qing's gambling debts affecting his credit, you cannot secure a single cent. Thus, you have turned your sights on my parents. Conscience aside, do you truly intend to repay this money? Jiang Fan laid bare the family's secrets with a single breath, feeling an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Jiang Fan's parents stared wide-eyed, their hearts tumultuous with disbelief as they beheld the family of Uncle Air. As for Jiang Baomin and Aunt Air, their faces paled upon hearing about the Provident Fund, a mixture of shock and shame washing over them. How could Jiang Fan possibly know these matters? Jiang Fan, you are slandering us. Oncle Estameret, cold sweat beading on his brow. Whether it is slander or not, you know better than I. Out of respect for our past kinship, I am disinterested in your sordid affairs, but I do not wish to see you again. Leave. Jiang Fan scolded. You, Jiang Baoguo, Zhang Qin, is this the good son you have raised? Anta Fumet, if you do not wish to lend us money, must you fabricate such baseless accusations to tarnish our reputation? Uncle Air, his eyes aflame, retorted, I see this as retaliation for our refusal to lend you money last time. Just because you struck it lucky and made a few bucks, you have become so arrogant. 1 million is nothing. I do not believe your family will remain fortunate forever. Sooner or later, you will face ruin, and then we shall see how you cope. With that, they stormed off, hurling insults. Zhang Qin looked at the retreating figures of Uncle Air and Aunt Air, her heart racing. Oh, how can they say such things? If this gets out, how will Xiao Fan live among this family, always being the subject of ridicule? The older generation was far too concerned with appearances, often prioritizing the opinions of others over the well-being of their own kin. Do not worry, Ma. They would never spread such matters around. It would only embarrass them. Jiang Fan reassured. Zhang Qin was about to respond, but Jiang Baoguo interjected. Enough. They have gone too far. Xiao Fan's actions were justified. Ultimately, Zhang Qin swallowed her words, the joy of her son's newfound wealth overshadowed by the turmoil. The family sat down to a meal, their emotions in disarray. Alas, but you're not a child anymore. What about your marriage? Zhang Qin voiced her concern. Ma, I'm only 25. How am I not still young? Besides, with my newfound wealth, I need not worry about finding a wife, Jiang Fan replied, bemused. When he was in school, his parents treated the idea of dating like a threat, yet upon graduation, they were eager for him to marry and have children. Zhang Qin sighed. 25 is not so young. Your father and I were already planning for you by that age. Jiang Fan merely smiled awkwardly, his thoughts drifting to Su Yuxian and Zhao Lingling. Shaking his head to dispel distractions, he said to his parents, why not resign and move to the city with me? I fear Uncle Heir may cause you trouble if you remain here. Enough. We have lived here our entire lives. We do not wish to be a burden. You earning money is no easy feat, Jiang Baoguo said first. Reflecting on it, 1 million was not a substantial sum. It would barely cover a house in the city center of Qing City. Moreover, the stock market was unpredictable. What if Jiang Fan encountered misfortune? After much contemplation, Jiang Fan's parents decided against moving to the city and opted to continue working in their hometown to support their son. Seeing their resolute stance, Jiang Fan ceased to press the issue. Meanwhile, Uncle Heir and Aunt Heir cursed their way home, startling the village dogs with their uproar. They had vented their frustrations, yet the money remained unborrowed. I never expected that little rascal Jiang Fan would rise again. Once he has money, he forgets his relatives, truly an ingrate, Uncle Heir said, gulping down a few mouthfuls of cold water. Aunt Heir chimed in, a mere million. With their demeanor, one might think they had millions. Yes, just a trivial million, gained through fortunate stock trading. It will eventually be spent, and then they will be back to being impoverished. Oncle scoffed. Despite their words, the bitterness resonated within them. I cannot swallow this injustice. Aunt declared, rising. I must cause them some trouble. Old Jiang, do you not know the owner of the brick factory in town? Could you not persuade him to dismiss them? Without jobs, they will rely solely on Jiang Fan's million. And with Jiang Fan still unmarried, that sum will not last long. Then we shall see how arrogant they remain. Uncle Heir's eyes lit up, and he smacked his thigh, exclaiming, why did I not think of that? The following day, as dawn broke, the village awoke to the chorus of roosters. Jiang Fan had enjoyed a deep and restful slumber, awakening to find his parents preparing a hot breakfast. Xiao Fan, the food is ready. You'll eat once you rise. Your father and I must leave for work. Zhang Qin called out while donning her outer garments. Jiang Fan glanced at his phone and replied, Ma, it is not even 6:30 yet. Why not resign? I am quite wealthy now and can support you both. Zhang Qin shot him a look. You silly child, do not speak nonsense. You will have many expenses in the future. Your father and I wish to earn while we still can. We must leave, or we shall be late. Jiang Fan recalled that his parents worked from 7 in the morning until 7 at night, with no breaks throughout the year, in their quest to repay debts. They were constantly occupied with earning or on the way to earn. Dad, Mom, wait a moment. Today, do not take the electric bike. I will drive you, Jiang Fan said, springing from his bed and donning his old clothes. No need. We will go ourselves. You should rest well. Zhang Qin hesitated. However, Jiang Baoguo proudly stated, why not? This is our Xiao Fan's filial piety. Besides, with a car, why not enjoy it? Let the old pals of the factory see that our Xiao Fan has achieved something. Zhang Qin's heart softened. Reputation was everything in life. For parents, their pride stemmed from their children's achievements. Do not worry, Ma. It will take less than 10 minutes for me to drive you. Experience the comfort of our own car, Jiang Fan said, devouring the noodles his mother had prepared. A simple breakfast of clear broth noodles, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a small dish of pickles filled him with immense satisfaction and happiness. What could be more blissful than enjoying a meal prepared by one's mother? Moments latte. Jiang Fan patted his belly contentedly, exclaiming, let us go. Upon reaching the car, Jiang Bao was circled it several times, emitting sounds of admiration. It is truly beautiful. I dare say this car, is even more striking than our factory owner's BMW. Son, this must be worth more than his BMW, he said, caressing the car as though it were a cherished toy. Zhangqin was also exceedingly fond of the car, her eyes fixated on it from the moment they stepped out. However, despite her affection, she remarked, Xiaofan, it's not that your mother is scolding you, but with money comes responsibility. Isn't a car merely a means of transportation? Why spend so lavishly? Mom, don't listen to Dad. This car looks stunning and is actually quite affordable. Just a few thousand kuai, Jiang Fan replied with a smile as he settled into the driver's seat. Oh, that's reasonable. Zhang Qin's expression softened upon hearing the price, and she affectionately touched the car, exclaiming, it's truly beautiful. Now quickly get in. Jiang Baohua, eager not to lose his place, swiftly hopped into the passenger seat. Much to Zhang Qin's annoyance, throughout the journey, the parents were as excited as children. It took only 10 minutes to reach the brick kiln factory, where they reluctantly exited the vehicle. Upon disembarking, Jiang Baohua spotted a co-worker and shouted, Hey Lao Lu, you didn't arrive as early as I did today. Lao Ziyang. And your wife? Why didn't you ride your bike? Lao Lu asked, astonished by the sight of Jiang Baohua and his wife. Hearing this, Jiang Baohua's grin widened. Huh, ride a bike? Look here, my son bought a car, and he drove us here. Hello, Uncle Lu. Jiang Fan greeted as he stepped out. Isn't it beautiful? Jiang Baohua beamed with joy, feeling happier than ever before. Lao Lu nodded in envy. Indeed, it's quite nice. All right, I'll come pick you up later, Jiang Fan said, bidding farewell to Uncle Lu before departing. Lao Lu, watching the car drive away, could not help but inquire, Lao Jiang, your son is quite successful. What about the wedding? At the mention of this, Jiang Baohua's expression darkened. Humph, that girl lacks vision. Jiang Fan wandered through the town, observing the familiar streets and shops. In such a remote place, changes were few and far between. Development stagnated, leaving the youth disillusioned. Stopping at an intersection, Jiang Fan felt nostalgic and wished to revisit the streets of his high school days. Jiang Fan, is it you, Du Ziting? After a moment of recollection, Jiang Fan recognized the face from his past. The high school in their county could only be described as chaotic. 80% of the students were merely passing time, engaging in fights, drinking, and romantic pursuits, while only 20%, including Jiang Fan, truly dedicated themselves to their studies. Du Ziting was among the notorious 80%, known for his unruly behavior. Back then, Du Ziting and Jiang Fan shared a class, with teachers often using Jiang Fan as a benchmark for Du Ziting's behavior. Du Ziting harbored feelings for the class beauty, Lu Xiaojia, who at the time was infatuated with the academically gifted Jiang Fan. This led Du Ziting to harbor deep resentment toward Jiang Fan throughout his school years. Ultimately, Jiang Fan excelled in the college entrance examination and was admitted to a prestigious university, while Du Ziting and Lu Xiaojia did not succeed. Now, seeing Jiang Fan again, Du Ziting felt compelled to boast. Jiang Fan, sensing Du Ziting's intentions, casually remarked, please forgive me for the wedding matter. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Du Ziting, seizing this rare opportunity, intercepted Jiang Fan, insisting, wait. It's not every day we meet. We should catch up, being old classmates and all. Jiang Fan frowned. Really, it's unnecessary. Nonsense. You might not know this, but your parents work under me now. I'm the director of the brick kiln factory, earning over 7,000 a month, which is considered top tier in our little county, Du Ziting proclaimed, standing tall with pride. Is that so? Jiang Fan was taken aback, surprised to learn of his parents' employment under a former classmate. Sensing Jiang Fan's astonishment, Du Ziting became even more smug, continuing, Jiang Fan, how about I take you to the brick kiln factory to see my achievements? Oh, by the way, remember Lu Xiaojia? She is my girlfriend and assistant now. She had a crush on you back in the day. If you hadn't gone to university, I wouldn't have had my chance. Though framed as gratitude, his words dripped with sarcasm. Jiang Fan, indifferent to the jibes, was curious to see his parents' workplace, and if it was too taxing for them, he would insist they cease. Thus, he agreed, all right, I would appreciate it. Not a bother at all, Du Ziting replied, grinning, finally able to flaunt his status. Noticing Jiang Fan had no vehicle, he added, you haven't bought a car yet, have you? Come on, let me drive you. As they walked, Du Ziting boasted, I purchased this car for quite a sum. Over 200,000. Jiang Fan, seeing Du Ziding so high-spirited, chose not to deflate his ego and silently followed. Shortly, a sleek black Volkswagen Passat came into view. Upon seeing it, Jiang Fan couldn't help but recall the crash test from a decade later. It resembled a moving coffin. What do you think? Is my car not splendid? Du Ziding proudly patted the hood. Jiang Fan nodded. Yes, indeed, it's impressive. A true Passat. Well, I'm glad you recognize a Passat. You're not the bookworm you used to be, Du Ziding laughed. Let's be honest among our old classmates. I'm the only one who can afford a car of this caliber. Just then, 3 individuals approached, and upon seeing them get into the car, Du Ziding smacked his forehead, suddenly remembering, oh no, I completely forgot about them. My apologies, Jiang Fan. They are colleagues from the brick kiln factory, and we were out handling some business. The car is full. You'll have to take a motorcycle taxi. I'll cover the fare, though clearly a 5-seater. Du Ziding insisted it was full, evidently trying to embarrass Jiang Fan. He tossed 10 quiet Jiang Fan as he climbed in, saying, no need to be shy. Consider the excess money a welcome gift. I'll be waiting for you at the factory. With a rev of the engine, he accelerated, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jiang Fan waved, dispersing the dust with a flick of his hand. Spotting a sleeping beggar nearby, he folded the 10 kuai in half and flicked it into the beggar's bowl. Before long, Jiang Fan drove his Porsche towards the brick kiln factory. Meanwhile, inside the Passat, the passenger in the front seat asked, Ziding, who was that just now? Pfft, an old high school classmate, a nerd who went off to university, Du Ziding replied coldly, his demeanor starkly contrasting with moments before. His colleagues in the car expressed envy. A scholar. Huh? Bah, what good is being a scholar? Look at him now, working at the factory like his parents, Jiang Baohua and Zhang Qin. Du Ziding scoffed. So, that's their son, one of his friends remarked. Ziding, it sounds like you have some unresolved issues with him. Of course. Back in school, both teachers and my parents constantly compared me to Jiang Fan, urging me to learn from him. And Lu Xiaojia? She was infatuated with Jiang Fan. Guys, let us make sure to humiliate him at the factory later, Du Ziding instructed, and his friends laughed in agreement. No problem, we also despise that kind of nerd. As they spoke, a Porsche roared past them, its engine growling. Wow, a Porsche Cayenne? Who in this place can afford such a car? Du Ziding exclaimed with envy. Where? His friends leaned forward, soon filled with admiration. After more than 10 minutes, they finally arrived at their destination. Ziding, look, isn't that the guy from earlier? How'd he get here before us? One pointed at Jiang Fan, standing near the factory entrance, astonished. Indeed, Du Ziding was equalizo heist. Pulling up beside Jiang Fan, he rolled down the window, asking Jiang Fan, how did you arrive so swiftly? Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly, the motorcycle taxi driver took a shortcut, which is always faster than the main road. Ah, I see. Well, follow us in, Du Ziding said before rolling up the window once more. Jiang Fan strolled leisurely with his hands tucked in his pockets, observing the working conditions of his parents. It must be said that the environment at the brick kiln factory was indeed dismal. The filthy floor was littered with dust and lime. Tools were carelessly strewn about, and a moment's inattention could lead to accidents. The thought of his parents toiling in such an environment filled Jiang Fan with concern. After a fruitless search for them, he proceeded towards the office building. Upon entering, he unexpectedly encountered the hurried Lu Xiaojia. Jiang Fan? Lu Xiaojia's expression was rather complex upon seeing him. Years ago, her infatuation with him had become the talk of the class, to which Jiang Fan had merely replied, I'm sorry, the college entrance examination is approaching. His rejection had fostered resentment in Lu Xiaojia, yet over the years, that resentment had gradually faded. However, today's reunion left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Jiang Fan smiled faintly and greeted her. Lu Xiaojia, long time no see. It has indeed been a long time. What brings you here? Lu Xiaojia replied coldly. Observing that Jiang Fan had not changed much and still dressed rather plainly, she felt fortunate that she had not ended up with him. I came with Du Ziding. By the way, do you know where his office is? Jiang Fan inquired. Lu Xiaojia shot him a disdainful glance and said, follow me. Upon arriving at the office, Du Ziding and the 3 individuals were already waiting. Du Ziding gave them a knowing look and then spoke. Let me introduce you all. This is my old classmate, the former academic prodigy Jiang Fan, who hails from a prestigious university, quite different from us who have never attended college. The three individuals gazed at Jiang Fan with admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, a graduate from a renowned university. Where are you working now?" "Huh, I just resigned from my previous job, and I'm not in a hurry to find a new one," Jiang Fan replied. The three exchanged glances and chuckled. Du Zeding boasted, "This is no problem. Given our past relationship, I can arrange a job for you with a monthly salary of over 3,000. How about guarding the entrance?" Jiang Fan replied coolly, "Thank you, but I'm not in need of money right now, and I have no plans to work. If possible, I would like to know where my parents are stationed." Jiang Fan, even now you remain stubborn. Look at what you're wearing. It seems like you haven't changed out of your high school clothes. No matter how well you studied back then, in society, you are nothing. You are worse off than Zeding now. He wants to help you, yet you remain obstinate. 3,000 is not a trivial amount. Lu Xiaojiao expressed her disappointment. The man she once admired had turned out to be such a disappointment, ignoring the self-satisfied individuals. Jiang Fan stated, "Since you don't know where my parents are, I shall take my leave." "Hey, don't go. Let us have a meal together." "It's on me," Du Zeding insisted. "Not necessary," Jiang Fan retorted as he prepared to leave. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from upstairs, and Jiang Fan's acute hearing discerned that his parents were arguing with someone. "Who is up there?" Jiang Fan asked. "It's the boss's office," Du Zeding remarked, puzzled. "Why? Are you thinking of directly asking the boss for a job? Forget it. Someone like you wouldn't even warn a glance from him." Jiang Fan remained silent and ascended the stairs. Inside the office, the boss lounged in his chair, looking imperiously at Zhang Baohua and Zhang Qin. "The company has decided this. Starting tomorrow, you two need not come to work," the boss said while puffing on a cigarette. "On what grounds? We've done nothing wrong. How can you simply fire us?" Zhang Baohua argued. The boss leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke, responding, "On what grounds? Because I am the boss. This is my domain. Is there no reasoning left? We signed a labor contract when we started working here. You cannot dismiss us without compensation." Zhang Qin remained relatively calm. Thinking that citing the labor contract would intimidate him, they were met with a derisive laugh. "Labor contract? That is just a pile of waste paper to me. Compensation? Nonsense. I won't give you a single cent," the boss sneered. "You dare. You can't back out of something written in black and white. I'll sue you." Zhang Baohua fumed. "Go ahead. The whole county is filled with my people. Where will you file your complaint? In the city? You think my people won't stop you before you even leave the county?" The boss threatened menacingly. Faced with the brick kiln owner's intimidation, Zhang Baohua and his wife ground their teeth in frustration, yet felt powerless. The boss was right. In the county, such small-time owners wield significant power, and ordinary citizens often had to endure grievances in silence. The boss, growing impatient, tossed 2 contracts onto the table and said, "If you know what is good for you, sign and leave quickly. It will be better for all of us. A big shot from the city is arriving soon. Don't let you two ruin my big business." Fuming, Zhang Baohua rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the boss, but was fortunately stopped by his wife. Zhang Qin implored, "We can resign, but can we settle this month's wages first? You know our family's situation. We need the money. You dare touch my son? I swear I will kill you if you do." Zhang Baohua's rage knew no bounds. His son was his Achilles heel. "Shut up. Enough with your nonsense. Bring them in and make them sign. If they refuse, beat them. I'll take responsibility for any consequences." The boss impatiently waved his hand, and 2 henchmen stepped into the room, closing the door behind them. Zhang Baohua's face flushed, veins bulging on his neck, as he shouted, "Hit me. If you can. Kill me. You're bullying people. What are you doing? Stop talking." Zhang Qin anxiously interrupted, trying to restrain him. She pleaded with the boss and the henchmen, "Please, don't resort to violence. We will sign right now." "Sign what? He is deliberately targeting us. We have contributed so much to this factory, and this is how he treats us. Bah, you ungrateful wretch." Zhang Baohua spat vehemently. The brick kiln owner's patience was wearing thin as he urged, "Hurry up and get them to sign. The big boss from the city is almost here. What will he think of this scene?" The henchman, responding to the command, slowly advanced toward Zhang Baohua and his wife. Just then, the office door was kicked open with a loud bang. Jiang Fan stormed in with a grim expression. "If you lay a finger on my parents, I will break your legs." Jiang Fan's voice was not loud. It was filled with fierce determination. Both the boss and the henchman were taken aback by Jiang Fan's sudden appearance. Xiao Fan, what are you doing here? Leave, quickly, Zhang Qin urged in a panic, fearing for her son's safety. Mom, don't worry. These two buffoons can't harm me, Jiang Fan reassured her. The boss sneered. So you're the son of the Jiang family. I wasn't looking for you, but you've come to deliver yourself to your doom? Capture this brat. I don't believe his parents will refuse to sign. At the command, the henchman moved closer to Jiang Fan. Xiao Fan, run, Jiang Bao was shouted. But Jiang Fan stood frozen in place, as if in a trance. In the instant that the henchman reached for Jiang Fan's arm, the scenery before him suddenly shifted, and before he could react, he was forcefully slammed to the ground. The other henchman fared no better. A palm struck his chest, and in the next second, he felt an immense force propel him backward, crashing into the boss's desk. Everyone in the office was stunned. In the blink of an eye, 2 adult men had been taken down. What do you want? The boss stammered. I'll tell you, the entire county is filled with my brothers. And the big boss from the city is my friend. He is coming soon. Dare to touch me, and you want to leave this factory. The brick kiln owner was drenched in cold sweat from fear. Ignoring him, Jiang Fan grabbed his parents and prepared to leave the office. Such work is hardly worth pursuing. If necessary, I could simply bring my parents to the city and support them myself. At that moment, the roar of several vehicles echoed from outside the office building. The boss glanced out the window and immediately burst into laughter. Haha, visitors from the city have arrived. You're finished, young man. Jiang Fan maintained his calm demeanor, confident in his ability to manage the situation. Even if he could not, he could always muster the courage to call Su Yuxian. In Qing City, few would dare to confront the Su family directly. Zhang Qin tightly grasped her son's hand and asked, Son, do you think anything will happen? Jiang Bao lamented. It's all my fault. If I had just signed the contract without hesitation, we wouldn't be in this predicament. How can ordinary folks like us stand against these bosses? Xiao Fan, when they arrive, you take your mother and run. Observing his father's fearless demeanor, Jiang Fan found it amusing. Dad, why do you seem ready to sacrifice yourself at any moment? Don't worry. No matter who comes, we are in the right. Surely, there must be a place in this world for justice. Sighing, Jiang Bao replied, Son, this society is indeed treacherous. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed in the corridor. The boss of the brick kiln adjusted his attire and hurried outside to welcome the guests. As he approached Jiang Fan, he menacingly remarked, Prepare to face the consequences. Dad, Mom, let us go out and see who these people are, Jiang Fan said as he assisted his parents out of the office. Upon seeing the newcomers, the boss of the brick kiln beamed with joy. Ah, Mr. Hu, you've finally arrived. I've been eagerly awaiting your presence. Just as Mr. Hu was about to greet him, he was taken aback upon seeing Jiang Fan emerge behind him. He immediately brushed past the enthusiastic brick kiln owner and approached Jiang Fan, exclaiming, Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect to run into you here. I often think of you since our last banquet. Chapter 46. The Cunning Merchant as Mr. Hu approached Jiang Fan. The brick kiln owner felt a surge of anger rising within him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Upon recognizing the individual, Jiang Fan greeted him with a smile. Mr. Hu, what brings such a prominent figure like you to this small county? Mr. Hu, whose full name is Hu Jianjun, had been present at the banquet and is a leading real estate mogul in Qing City. He had even exchanged contact information with Jiang Fan at that time. Since the banquet concluded, I, along with a few friends, visited Huang Island for an inspection. As you mentioned, it does indeed hold limitless potential for development, particularly in real estate. Therefore, I intend to sign contracts with all the medium and large brick kilns in Qing City to commence construction immediately, Hu Jianjun stated appreciatively. Jiang Fan nodded in approval. Mr. Hu, you are indeed astute. By securing contracts now, while brick prices are low, you will undoubtedly reap significant profits when the opportunities on Huang Island manifest. This strategy could save you millions. Remarkable. Mr. Jiang, you flatter me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have this opportunity. Do you have time for a meal later? I would like to treat you as a token of my gratitude, Hu Jianjun said, his tone slightly ingratiating. Watching the amiable exchange between Hu Jianjun and Jiang Fan, The brick kiln owner's complexion turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. It was over. Everything was lost. How could this young man know who Jianjun, a mere country bumpkin in the presence of Qing City's elite? No, I cannot allow him to ruin this deal. It is crucial for the survival of the factory. Thinking quickly, the brick kiln owner plastered a smile on his face and approached. Oh, so Mr. Hu and young Jiang know each other. What a delightful coincidence. Oh, Mr. Hu exclaimed with delight. I was just wondering how Mr. Jiang came to be here. It turns out you are acquaintances. Seeing Hu Jianjun smiling at him, the brick kiln owner hurriedly added, Of course we know each other. Jiang Fan's parents are both exemplary employees at our factory. Is that so? Then I've come to the right place. The contract we discussed is worth 10 million, correct? Hu Jianjun inquired. The brick kiln owner's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly understood the implications, and his lips trembled with excitement. Yes, it is indeed 10 million. Hu Jianjun replied casually. Let us raise it to 20 million. No need for further inspections. Let us sign the contract now. 20 million. The brick kiln owner nearly fainted with joy. The total value of the factory wasn't even that much. Just as he reveled in his excitement, Jiang Fan interjected, Mr. Hu, I believe what you're doing is unwise. In an instant, the brick kiln owner's smile froze. He had already made concessions. Was it still not enough? Jiang Fan continued with a cold chuckle. What do you mean by that? Just a moment ago, you were threatening to fire my parents and said you would deal with us if we didn't sign the contract. The brick kiln owner panicked, wishing to cover Jiang Fan's mouth, but it was too late. Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, Hu Jianjun's expression darkened, and his attitude toward the brick kiln owner shifted dramatically. Mr. Hu, please don't consider that. My misunderstanding with Jiang Fan doesn't affect our cooperation. Surely, you've noticed the quality of the bricks produced by our factory. Don't let personal feelings interfere with business. We are all merchants and must maintain fundamental integrity. The brick kiln owner pleaded urgently, fearing the loss of 20 million contract. Wu Jianjun scolded. Are you attempting to teach me how to conduct business? No, I would never dream of it. I merely wish to point out that allowing an outsider to disrupt the cooperation between our two companies would reflect poorly on your reputation. Mr. Hu, should this news spread, would future partners need to appease outsiders first? The brick kiln owner was drenched in sweat, his words appearing to be a plea but laced with veiled threats. Before Hu Jianjun could respond, Jiang Fan spoke first. Mr. Hu, I believe he has a point. If our personal issues were to jeopardize your collaboration, that would indeed be inappropriate. Mr. Jiang, he is not against you and your parents, Hu Jianjun said, perplexed. The brick kiln owner was momentarily stunned, not expecting Jiang Fan to be the first to defend him. However, even so, the brick kiln owner had no intention of letting Jiang Fan's family off the hook. He could not let them tarnish his reputation today with a mere kind word. Once the contract with Hu Jianjun was signed, he would have them at his mercy. But Jiang Fan's next move plunged the brick kiln owner into despair. Mr. Hu, the most critical aspect of real estate is the reliability of the construction. The quality of the bricks directly influences the integrity of the buildings. Therefore, I recommend that you first inspect the bricks produced by the factory. Hu Jianjun nodded and turned to the brick kiln owner. Is it convenient for us to visit the production area? Of course, it is quite convenient. The brick kiln owner replied with a forced smile. However, he quickly added, But Mr. Hu, given your esteemed status, it may not be appropriate for you to visit the kiln. I can have some finished bricks brought here for you to inspect instead. Hu Jianjun looked to Jiang Fan for his opinion. Jiang Fan nodded in agreement, and Hu Jianjun consented. The brick kiln owner sighed in relief and instructed his employees, go and fetch some bricks. As the employee left, he discreetly whispered, Bring the hardest bricks. We need to showcase the samples produced for quality inspections in the city. The employee nodded and dashed downstairs. After arranging everything, the brick kiln owner looked at Jiang Fan with a sense of triumph. The sample bricks were produced according to international standards. Their hardness and strength were unmatched. Now, let us see how you will find fault with them. Mr. Hu, Jiang Fan, if the bricks brought up are satisfactory, shall we proceed with signing the contract? The brick kiln owner asked with a smile. Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly, Of course, if the products are qualified, why would we not cooperate? Would you not agree, Mr. Hu? Indeed, Mr. Jiang is correct, Hu Jianjun affirmed. Before long, The brick kiln's employees rushed in, carrying 5 or 6 rectangular bricks. The owner of the brick kiln proudly picked up a red brick and gave a light tap. The brick emitted a crisp, melodious sound that resonated in the air. Such a fine brick. Do I really need to elaborate further? He chuckled. At that moment, Hu Jianjun could not help but concede that this brick was indeed a rare gem. Just then, Jiang Fan seized a brick and squeezed it with force. With a sharp crack, the brick shattered into countless small pieces that scattered across the ground. Truly a remarkable brick. It crumbles with just a squeeze. In this chapter of regret, the brick in Jiang Fan's hand disintegrated like tofu under slight pressure. "Director, your bricks are exceptionally strong," Jiang Fan remarked nonchalantly as he brushed off the dust from his hands. The brick kiln owner was left dumbfounded. How can this be possible? Could my employee have made a mistake? That doesn't seem right either. Even the worst bricks cannot be crushed with one hand. Is this even human? Hu Jianjun, though shocked, quickly regained his composure as the chairman of a company. He promptly confronted the brick kiln owner. "Is this the quality brick you spoke of? A brick that crumbles at a mere touch can't possibly be used to build a building. How dare you treat lives so lightly?" The brick kiln owner stammered in a panicked defense. "And no, Mr. Hu, this truly is a good brick." "Then explain the situation to me," Hu Jianjun retorted, pointing to the debris of shattered bricks on the ground. The brick kiln owner was at a loss for words, his mind a muddled mess. "Pfft. Everything I witnessed today will be reported to the Quality Supervision Bureau," Hu Jianjun declared before turning to Jiang Fan. "Mr. Jiang, shall we dine together? I have arranged for the convoy to be ready at the factory gates." "All right, but I'll drive my own car," Jiang Fan replied graciously, eager to engage with the prominent businessmen of Qing City. After deciding on a location, the group began to descend the stairs, leaving the brick kiln owner slumped on the ground. Jiang Fan and Hu Jianjun walked ahead, chatting amiably, and upon reaching the ground floor, they spotted Du Ziding sneaking a glance from above. Seeing Jean Fan descend, Du Ziding maliciously exclaimed, "I just heard from the workers that your parents are about to be fired. Jiang Fan, my previous offer still stands. As long as you plead with me, the security position is yours. Otherwise, your family will be left to suffer." He awaited Jiang Fan's plea with an air of superiority, while Lu Xiaojia beside him shook her head in disappointment, relieved she hadn't chosen Jiang Fan. However, Jiang Fan and his companions regarded Du Ziding as if he were a fool. "Mr. Jiang, who is he?" Hu Jianjun inquired. Jiang Fan replied calmly, "A high school classmate. A self-important fool." Hu Jianjun then chuckled. "Ah, so he is a fool." The group laughed heartily as they departed, ignoring Du Ziding, who cried out in anger, "Just wait. Let us see how long you can keep that bravado. When your family is struggling to make ends meet, I won't help you even if you beg." Before he could finish, the brick kiln owner stumbled down the stairs, looking utterly disheveled. "Where did those people go?" he asked frantically. Du Ziding and Lu Xiaojia exchanged glances and followed suit. As soon as they stepped out of the factory, the scene nearly caused Du Ziding to faint. The brick kiln owner was on his knees before Jiang Fan and Hu Jianjun, repeatedly bowing his head. "Mr. Hu, Mr. Jiang, I was wrong. I promise to change. Please spare my life. If the Quality Supervision Bureau comes to inspect, my factory will be doomed. I borrowed money to start this business, and after all these years, I still haven't repaid the loans. If the factory fails, my entire family will be left without a way out. Please have mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong." The brick kiln owner wept profusely, his forehead soon stained with blood from the repeated blows. Hu Jianjun regarded him coldly. His rise to success required a ruthless and decisive heart, and he was accustomed to such matters. However, Jiang Fan's parents were not as unyielding. Seeing the brick kiln owner bleeding from his head, they could not help but say to their son, "Xiao Fan, let it go. He is rather pitiful." Jiang Fan nodded and inquired, "Before you continue bowing, I have a question. Why were my parents suddenly dismissed when they were doing well here, despite already having some suspicions?" Hearing the answer directly ignited his anger. Jiang Baoman seemed intent on driving their family to ruin. Jiang Baohua and Zhang Qin nearly stumbled in shock, narrowly being supported by Hu Jianjun's men. "Why would he do this? I am his own brother," Jiang Baohua lamented. Jiang Fan remained silent. The older generation placed immense importance on blood relations, yet some relatives were simply not worth the care. "Mr. Hu, Jiang Fan glanced at the brick kiln owner kneeling on the ground and said, "Let us give him another chance. This brick kiln provides jobs for many families in the county. If it collapses, a large number of people will lose their income." Hu Jianjun nodded and addressed the brick kiln owner. "For Mr. Zhang's sake, I will grant you this one reprieve. You should know what to do moving forward. If I hear that you are cutting corners and producing inferior bricks again, I will ensure your factory shuts down. Yes, yes, I will turn over a new leaf." The brick kiln owner repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Do not thank me. Thank Mr. Jiang and the two elders." Hu Jianjun gestured towards Jiang Fan's family. "Yes, yes." The brick kiln owner turned to Jiang Fan's family, bowing deeply. "Mr. Jiang, I was blind to your greatness. From now on, I will run my business properly and no longer resort to deceit." "Enough. Just remember your words today." As they watched the Porsche Cayenne and Hu Jianjun's convoy depart, the brick kiln owner slumped to the ground, breathing heavily as if he had narrowly escaped death. Meanwhile, a stunned Du Zeding hurried over. "A loser?" The brick kiln owner's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand to slap Du Zeding. "Mr. Jiang, how dare you insult me?" Du Zeding, realizing the gravity of his situation, paled in fear, worrying that Jiang Fan might retaliate. The brick kiln owner remarked, "Du Zeding, considering our past relationship, you should resign voluntarily. It would be better for everyone. Don't worry, I will compensate you with an extra month's salary. Boss, please don't fire me. I have worked here for so many years. I may not have contributed much, but I have put in my share of hard work." Du Zeding pleaded, clinging to the boss's leg. The brick kiln owner shook him off, responding coldly, "I am fully aware of the misdeeds you have committed under your position as director. I don't want this to escalate. You should handle this yourself." Xiaojia and Du Zeding exchanged glances, the tension palpable. Lu Xiaojia shook her head in disappointment and said, "Du Zeding, let us part ways. It was only today that I understood I do not wish to spend my life confined to such a small place. I intend to venture into the city, and we should separate amicably." The appearance of Jiang Fan brought a tremendous shock to Lu Xiaojia, awakening a heart that had long been devoid of passion. Du Zeding was left utterly bewildered in a brief span of time. He had lost both his proud job and the goddess he had adored for so long. He now regretted his actions deeply, questioning why he had involved himself with Jiang Fan. While Du Zeding lamented, Jiang Fan and his companions had already arrived at the only respectable hotel in the county. At the banquet table, Hu Jianjun humbly sought Jiang Fan's insights on the business climate. Jiang Fan, in turn, shared a morsel of future prospects, which, though trivial, was regarded by Hu Jianjun as invaluable. Particularly, Jiang Fan, as perspectives on the future real estate market, presented Hu Jianjun with several lucrative opportunities, earning him profound respect. "Mr. Jiang, your words are worth more than a decade of study. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. You shall always be a distinguished guest in my home." Such praise elevated Jiang Fan's status significantly. After the feast, Hu Jianjun personally saw Jiang Fan and his family off. In the car, Jiang Baowu finally seized the opportunity to voice his concerns, asking earnestly, "Xiao Fan, please tell me honestly, what exactly did you do in Qing City? Who is this Hu Jianjun? Why did our factory director react so fearfully?" "Indeed, son, you must not learn any bad habits from those in society. We would rather be poor than engage in illegal activities," Zhang Qin anxiously inquired. The scenarios they had witnessed at both the brick kiln factory and the recent banquet bore an uncanny resemblance to the posturing of gang leaders depicted in movies and dramas. The more they pondered, the more fearful they became, leaving the meal devoid of flavor. "Mom and Dad, look how tense you are," Jiang Fan scoffed. Hu Jianjun is a well-known real estate entrepreneur in Qing City. How did he become a gang leader in your eyes? "Real estate? Entrepreneur?" The parents gasped in unison, marveling at the vast disparity between such a figure and their own lives, now sharing a table with him. Jiang Baowu eagerly asked, "Son, how did you come to associate with such a prominent individual?" "Dad, you saw for yourself at the dinner table. I possess some unique insights into real estate and Mr. Who appreciates talent," Jiang Fan replied. Although he did not reveal the complete truth, this was enough to fill his parents with pride, surpassing even their joy upon learning of his 1 million. Elated, they insisted on visiting the market, claiming they had not eaten well at noon and intended to prepare a grand dinner themselves. Just then, Jiang Fan's phone rang, interrupting his contemplation. He pulled it out to find an unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. "Hello, who is this?" He answered. "It's me," came a cool and melodious voice from the other end. Jiang Fan paused, attempting to ascertain. "Miss Su? What a silly question. Who else could it be?" Su Yoxuan's tone remained as frosty as ever. "Why are you suddenly calling me?" Jiang Fan asked, surprised, as Su Yuxian had always treated him with indifference. "Only reaching out for a significant reason." "Indeed," Su Yuxian huffed. "Do you think I wanted to contact you?" "My grandfather insisted that I do so." "Old Master Su?" Jiang Fan was taken aback. Even after making a notable impression at the banquet, he could hardly believe the head of the Su family would be concerned about him. Su Yuxian continued, "My grandfather wants me to collaborate with you on the Huangdao project." At the banquet, he promised 1 million to anyone who successfully identified a business opportunity. "Now, you have two options. One is to take the 1 million and it will be transferred to your account. The other is to participate in the Huangdao project with me, with the 1 million serving as your investment, granting you a 20% stake. I must clarify, this project is established in my personal capacity and has no connection to the Su family. Should it incur losses, do not expect any assistance from them." What initially seemed like a mere jest regarding the 1 million turned out to be a genuine offer. Jiang Fan had underestimated the magnitude of these prominent families. In a moment of clarity, he resolved, "Miss Su, I choose to invest." "Invest? Have you thought this through? The Su family will not provide any support. If it fails, you will gain nothing," Su Yuxian replied, astonished. Having interacted with Jiang Fan a few times, she had assumed he was someone who valued money above all else, only to find him willing to forego 1 million this time. With a confident smile, Jiang Fan reassured her, "Rest assured, with me involved, there will be no losses." "You boast." Su Yuxian scoffed, then added, "Very well. Let us meet at Huangdao tomorrow to discuss the specifics." "Agreed. See you tomorrow." After hanging up, Jiang Fan smiled, realizing that 1 million paled in comparison to the potential value of a 20% stake. With him at the helm, the future could yield not just 1 million, but possibly 2, 5, or even 100 million. It must be said, since his rebirth, Jiang Fan had reaped numerous benefits from Su Yuxian. At that moment, the door to Jiang Fan's home was kicked open, revealing his uncle Jiang Baomin and aunt, who entered with smug expressions. Observing their beaming faces, it was clear they were unaware of the events of the day. They had come merely to revel in the spectacle. "Is that chicken stew I smell? You still have the energy to make chicken?" Jiang Baomin remarked, raising an eyebrow. Jiang Baohua, infuriated by his younger brother's mocking tone, emerged from the kitchen wielding a kitchen knife, exclaiming, "What are you doing here?" Startled by the gleaming knife, Jiang Baomin took a step back and chuckled, "Brother, no need to be so agitated. I heard you and sister-in-law were dismissed. I came to check on you and see if I could be of any assistance." His wife added, "Brother and sister-in-law, it's not our intention to meddle. In these times, 1 million can be easily spent. A stable job is the way to go. Bauman has connections with the brick kiln factory owner. Perhaps he could help." How dare they still have the audacity to offer assistance? Jiang Baobu shouted, "Shut up. Out of respect for our familial bond, I will spare you a little dignity today, but be gone. I do not wish to see your faces." Jiang Baomin and his wife were left dumbfounded by Jiang Baogu's outburst. This was entirely different from what they had anticipated. They had expected gratitude from their brother's family, not hostility. "Jiang Baogu, why are you shouting? You two lost your jobs due to your own incompetence. Why direct your anger at us? We came to help you without holding past grievances against you. Bah, family of ingrates." His aunt screeched. Jiang Baomin, with a sullen expression, retorted, "Brother, I understand you're upset about losing your jobs, but I truly can assist you. Just lend us some money, and I can help smooth things over." Ultimately, it all came back to money. Jiang Baogu felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. How had his brother become this way? Just then, Jiang Fan emerged from the house and calmly stated, "Uncle, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. My parents were not dismissed. If you don't believe me, you may call the owner of the brick kiln factory. You should have his number." Under Jiang Fan's unwavering gaze, Jiang Baomin felt uneasy and quickly pulled out his phone to make the call. The phone connected, and Jiang Baomin, donning a sycophantic smile, was about to speak when the other party interrupted him. "Jiang Baomin, how dare you call me? Don't let me see you again. If I do, I will beat you." Without uttering another word, he was met with a barrage of insults before the call ended abruptly. Jiang Baoman stood there, bewildered, shaking his head in disbelief. I don't know. I didn't say anything, yet he berated me, saying he would hit me if he saw me again. Upon realizing that their deceit had been exposed, Jiang Baoman and Heir Shen wore expressions of deep embarrassment. In truth, they had been aware of the situation all along, continuing to play the fool as if on a stage, rendering the entire scenario utterly ludicrous. Jiang Baohua, filled with disappointment, uttered, Heir, you may leave now. Our families shall no longer have any dealings with one another. The gravity of such words speaks volumes about Jiang's father's disillusionment. You're something. Your family has some audacity. How quickly wealth can lead to forgetfulness. We shall see what the future holds. Jiang Baoman spat out his words as he departed with Heir Shun. Watching his uncle's retreating figure, Jiang Fan felt a sudden sense of relief, knowing that this matter had been resolved, at least for the time being. The next day, after informing his parents, Jiang Fan drove towards Huangdao. An hour later, he exited the highway and arrived at their agreed-upon meeting place. Before long, Su Yuxian arrived in an understated vehicle. Upon meeting, she wasted no time with pleasantries and directly inquired, What are your plans? Jiang Fan, equally unenthused by idle chatter, contemplated for a moment and replied, Can you handle the abandoned buildings in Huangdao? I'm unsure, she responded. My grandfather only provided me with 500 million. Purchasing a small section of these abandoned buildings should be manageable. Su Yuxian sighed, as if implying that the amount was still insufficient. 500 million. Goodness, how infuriating it is to compare oneself to others. While I managed to earn a few tens of millions through my rebirth, she casually mentions 500 million in startup capital. It truly reflects her noble lineage. 500 million is not a small sum. Let us first inspect the properties, Jiang Fan remarked with a hint of envy. Before long, they arrived at the largest area of abandoned buildings on Huangdao. Jiang Fan observed that the scale of this derelict zone was even greater than he had anticipated. Securing half of it with 500 million would be quite commendable. However, it made sense, as most of these abandoned structures were products of the old village redevelopment in Huangdao. The initial vision was to relocate villagers from several surrounding areas here, offering one plot of land in exchange for 2 apartments or an 80,000 compensation for relocation. Regrettably, due to the economic downturn in Huangdao and the proximity to Qing City, most villagers opted for relocation compensation to purchase homes in the city, leaving this redevelopment project to languish. After a thorough evaluation, Su Yuxian stated seriously, Jiang Fan, why did you choose this location? Since we are now in a cooperative relationship, I would appreciate your rationale for selecting this site. This project is significant for me personally, as well as for my grandfather, and I wish to avoid any mistakes. It was Jiang Fan's first encounter with such a solemn Su Miss, and he cleared his throat before responding, Miss Su, do you recall my mentioning the numerous universities under construction in Huangdao during our last banquet? I remember. My grandfather has confirmed this. The projects have commenced. Although the authorities are still concealing the information, Su Yuxian nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Fan opened his phone's map and pointed out, Look, this area of abandoned buildings is surrounded by various universities from all directions. This is truly a prime location for academic housing. Once the authorities officially announce the construction of these universities, this will become the most sought-after area. She gazed at Jiang Fan thoughtfully, intrigued by the man before her. Miss Su, did you know that when a woman becomes curious about a man, it marks the beginning of her affection? Staring at me like that might lead you to fall in love, Jiang Fan jested, noting that her eyes had not strayed since their meeting began. Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Su Yuxian was not one to shy away from banter. However, this playful exchange lightened the atmosphere between them. And, at the very least, Su Yuxian smiled at him. Shall we find the owner of the property to discuss the acquisition? He suggested, observing the desolate surroundings. It may be challenging to locate the owner. Should we inquire with an employee? Which owner would remain in such a forsaken place? Su Yuxian replied with a hint of pride. No need. I can make a call. My grandfather arranged for several individuals to assist me with these matters. I will only be responsible for decision-making. With that, she made a phone call in front of Jiang Fan. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing the truth in the old adage. Those of higher status delegate labor to others, while those of lesser status must toil. At that moment, Jiang Fan deeply recognized his own insignificance compared to these prominent families. Yet, he firmly believed that one day he would surpass them. The process of acquisition proceeded swiftly, as the other party was eager to sell. In the blink of an eye, properties worth billions were secured under the names of Su Yuxian and Jiang Fan. Subsequently, Jiang Fan signed a contract for equity, agreeing to a 20% profit share as previously discussed. Looking at the contract, Jiang Fan smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Su, for this opportunity. May I treat you to a meal?" "Let's skip the meal. I am not accustomed to dining with others," Su Yuxian replied nonchalantly. "Am I still considered others?" "We are quite familiar now. Surely we can be regarded as friends," Jiang Fan retorted boldly. "Friends?" Upon hearing this term, Su Yoshuan's expression noticeably dimmed. She murmured, "I have never had friends throughout my life, nor do I need any." Observing her melancholy demeanor, Jiang Fan felt a pang of sympathy for her. It appeared that being born into a prestigious family came with its own share of burdens. With a grin, he declared, "Who doesn't need friends? From now on, we are friends." Su Yuxian stared at him, her heart stirred by a strange emotion. "I carry countless troubles. Being my friend would only bring you many difficulties," she warned. Looking intently at Jiang Fan, he patted his chest and said, "I am not one to shy away from trouble. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. I will protect you." "You protect me?" Su Yuxian shot him a flirtatious glance, then elegantly strode towards the exit. Jiang Fan sighed, wondering if he had overstepped. Chapter 50. Trouble arrived. Jiang Fan had presumed that the young lady of the Su family would opt for a 5-star restaurant, or, at the very least, a Michelin-rated establishment. To his surprise, Su Yuxian led him to the most unpretentious barbecue joint, an outdoor venue at that. They sat at a simple iron table, with a charcoal grill in the center, surrounded by makeshift stools, the ground littered with peanut shells and empty beer bottles. Standing at the entrance, she resembled a captivating landscape, drawing countless gazes. "Are you certain you want to eat here?" Jiang Fan asked incredulously. "Absolutely. I've researched this place. It's the most authentic barbecue spot in Qing City. Why can't I come here?" Su Yuxian countered. Jiang Fan scratched his head. "It's not that you can't. I just think that, given your status, this might be inappropriate." "What status? The young lady of the Su family?" Su Yuxian chuckled bitterly. "Do you think being a young lady is easy? Let us not linger at the entrance. Let us find a place to sit." She chose a secluded corner, and a server promptly approached with the menu. Su Yuxian pondered over the options for a while before ultimately deferring the decision to Jiang Fan. "I'm quite curious. Why do you want to eat here? You clearly seem to be new to this type of barbecue joint," Jiang Fan observed, thoughtfully sanitizing the utensils with hot water before passing them to her. "Thank you," she said as she accepted the utensils, then slowly revealed, in truth, "This is not my first time. When I was very young, I once dined at a place like this with my parents. Those were the happiest moments of my life." Curiosity piqued, Jiang Fan inquired about her parents. Regardless of his previous life or the present, they remained a mystery, rarely mentioned by others. He only knew that Su Huasong was her grandfather. "What about your parents?" Jiang Fan ventured to ask. "I always wanted to come back, but sadly, I never had any friends to accompany me." Su Yuxian deflected, shifting the topic. "You promised to treat me. I can't grill, so I'll just eat." "All right, no problem," Jiang Fan replied, deciding not to press further. "Let me show you my grilling skills." In his previous life, Jiang Fan endeavored to please Su Yuding, mastering a myriad of culinary delights over the course of a decade, and barbecuing was but a triviality for him. However, as the two began to dine, a group of individuals sauntered into the bustling eatery. To Jiang Fan's surprise, it was Xu Yong and Ping Tu-gu, accompanied by a burly, bald man with a menacing countenance. Xu Yong and Ping Tu-gu were notably deferential, bowing and scraping before the hefty figure. Days had passed, yet Jiang Fan's whereabouts remained a mystery to them. Surely, hadn't he fled upon hearing rumors? The bald man furrowed his brow in frustration. No, Jiang Fan is merely a penniless wretch. He cannot escape." Xu Yong hastily reassured him. The bald man retorted, "Didn't you say his uncle has some wealth? Could it be that his uncle aided his escape? Rest assured, his uncle is currently overwhelmed with his own troubles and has no time to assist him." "Let's wait a few more days," Xu Yong replied with a forced smile. The bald man nodded, saying, I have no qualms. As long as the money is delivered to me in full after the job is done. You can count on it, big brother, Xu Yong said, hastily pulling out a chair for him. The rest of the group settled into their seats, carelessly displaying a knife wrapped in newspaper on the table. The other patrons, witnessing this spectacle, hurriedly settled their bills and departed. Zhang Fan's brow furrowed in concern. Miss Su, perhaps you should wait in the car for a while. Trouble may arise here shortly, he suggested, worry etched on his face. Do you know them? Zhang Fan nodded, offering a wry smile. They are indeed after me. While they are unaware of my presence, it would be prudent for you to leave quickly. I do not wish to involve you in my troubles. Zhang Fan understood that Su Yuxian was not intimidated by such street thugs, yet he was reluctant to endanger her. To his surprise, she nonchalantly continued savoring her skewers, stating, It's all right. If you are not afraid of trouble, then neither shall I be. Besides, you hardly constitute a real trouble. Zhang Fan was momentarily speechless. Very well, you are formidable. I shall defer to your judgment. As the patrons of the barbecue joined all but vanished, only Zhang Fan's table and Su Yong's group remained, naturally drawing the bald man's attention. Big brother, that S him. That S Zhang Fan. We have finally tracked him down, Xu Yong exclaimed, trembling with excitement, eager to eliminate Zhang Fan without delay. The bald man snorted and approached Zhang Fan, his expression icy. You have proven quite elusive, kid. Zhang Fan instinctively shielded Su Yuxian behind him and sighed. We have no enmity between us. Why provoke conflict over someone unrelated? This small gesture struck a chord within Su Yuxian, revealing that there were indeed individuals willing to protect her in this world. The bald man sneered. While we may have no personal grievances, an unrelated person has paid me 100,000 to teach you a lesson. So, cooperate and allow us to sever an arm and a leg. It will spare you further suffering. How pitiable that a mere 100,000 can lead you to disregard the law. You must be quite destitute to still aspire to be a leader. Tell you what, I will give you 200,000. Just do not interrupt my meal. At that moment, Su Yuxian spoke up from behind Zhang Fan. Who dares to speak? The bald man bellowed, his ire palpable as he turned to face Zhang Fan. Upon catching sight of Su Yoshuan's stunning beauty, his expression transformed from menacing to lecherous. Ah, a beauty indeed, the bald man leered, eyeing Su Yuxian with desire. Little sister, this is not merely a matter of money. In our line of work, one must uphold a certain credibility. Wouldn't you agree? How about this? Accompany me for one night, and I shall let this boy go. What nonsense about credibility. It is all worthless in the presence of a beauty. Before Su Yuxian could respond, Zhang Fan had already taken action. In the blink of an eye, he delivered a powerful kick to the bald man's abdomen, sending the nearly 200-pound brute crashing against an unclean table. The residual heat from the charcoal caused him to wail as though he were a slaughtered pig. Come at me if you wish. To insult my friend is to court death, Zhang Fan stated coldly. Big brother. The bald man's lackeys quickly brandished the knives concealed in the newspapers, their gleaming blades appearing quite intimidating. Make sure to kill him, but do not harm the beauty. I want to have some fun with her tonight. The bald man, still fixated on Su Yuxian, issued his command. As the henchmen charged forward, the barbecue shop owner collapsed in despair, lamenting, It's over. If someone dies here, how will I ever run my business again? In his eyes, the notion of so many assailing one was a death sentence for the victim. However, Zhang Fan remained calm as he retrieved a skewer from the table, effortlessly launching it towards the approaching thugs. The skewers struck with precision, piercing the right hands of each assailant, causing them to drop their knives in agony. The scene left everyone in shock. Xu Yong swallowed hard, unsure if the man before him was indeed the Zhang Fan he once knew. Zhang Fan's piercing gaze fell upon the bald man, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The bald man, uncertain whether it was fear or pain, felt his face twitch as he stammered, Why you cannot harm me? I am under the protection of Qingjio. If you provoke me, you will find it impossible to survive in Qing City. Qingjio? Su Yuxian narrowed her eyes, staring intently at the bald man. Call him here. I am curious to see what prowess Qingjio possesses to protect you. Upon hearing Su Yoshuan's words, the bald man rejoiced inwardly, wondering if she had never heard of Qingjio's notorious reputation. He hastily dialed Qin Zhou's number, and upon seeing the bald man make the call, Xu Yong began to recover from his earlier shock. His gaze towards Jiang Fan shifted to one of mockery, for he had heard tales of Qin Zhou's fearsome reputation from Ping Tuge. Surely, dispatching a mere Jiang Fan would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Once Jiang Fan was dealt with, Zhao Lingling, that wretched woman, would be unable to escape his grasp. Xu Yong licked his lips, the thought of it filling him with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan and Su Yuxian continued their meal, unfazed by the chaos surrounding them. Before long, a convoy of black cars arrived at the entrance of the barbecue establishment. A line of men clad in black formed to welcome Qin Zhou, the spectacle far more grand than when Su Huaisong made his entrance. Xu Yong was utterly awestruck by the display, realizing this was the true essence of a powerful figure. Qin Zhou, you must intercede on my behalf. I had intended to present that girl to you, but that brat dared to strike our brother. The bald man rushed forward, lamenting his plight. As Qin Zhou stepped out of the vehicle, his eyes fell upon the radiant Su Yuxian, causing him to break into a cold sweat, his legs trembling. Qin Zhou, do you not agree this girl is quite attractive? The bald man inquired, seeking to ingratiate himself. Qin Zhou, trembling, raised his hand and struck the bald man across the face, cursing, "Get the hell out of here. Why not offer your wife instead? Damn it. Qin Zhou, what is the meaning of this? If you desire my wife, simply say so. Do not strike me." The bald man protested, feeling utterly wronged. With a fierce kick to the bald man's side, Qin Zhou hastily approached Su Yuxian and knelt before her, exclaiming, "Esteemed young lady, I apologize for my lack of discipline. This ruffian has not dared to offend you, has he?" Su Yuxian remarked coldly, "Qin Zhou, you certainly hold a considerable sway now, don't you? Is it true that any woman with a hint of beauty must be sent to your doorstep? Last time, at the AG&C Hotel, it was also due to a woman." Qin Zhou shivered and hastily defended himself. "Miss, how could I, Qin Zhou, be that sort of person? It is merely the fat man's own imagination. I am acting in accordance with my family's principles, entirely untainted by vice. Is that so?" Su Yuxian shot him a frosty glance. Qin Zhou trembled under her scrutiny. Jiang Fan suddenly interjected, "Let it go. Master Zhou likely has no knowledge of the fat man's actions." Upon seeing Jiang Fan, Qin Zhou's heart tightened. Damn it, why is this calamity here too? Observing the surrounding ruffians clutching their right hands and wailing, Qin Zhou felt a chill down his spine and repeatedly pleaded, Mr. Jiang, I will ensure to keep a strict watch over my subordinates in the future." Witnessing Qin Zhou bowing and begging for forgiveness, the bald men and others had their worldview shattered. The once imperious Qin Zhou was kneeling before a young couple. Madness. Surely this world has gone mad. This is Qin Zhou, the ruler of the gray forces in Qing City, a true underworld overlord, who kills without hesitation. Su Yong's reaction was less dramatic as he quietly asked his companion, "Brother, is this really Master Zhou? The initial shock made me think he was quite formidable. Yet he appears like this? The tales you told before, are they not exaggerated?" "Exaggerated? You gotta be kidding." Brother Ping was on the verge of collapse. Xu Yong was a fool, but he was not. Qin Zhou's reputation was forged through real bloodshed. His kneeling here indicated that Jiang Fan and that beautiful woman were undoubtedly of significant stature. Su Yuxian ignored the contrite Qin Zhou, instead turning her gaze to the bald man, saying indifferently, "Your subordinate is your responsibility. I do not wish to see him in Qing City again." Upon hearing this, the bald man turned ashen, collapsing like a rag doll. Furthermore, Su Yuxian added, "This fat man claims someone paid him to come here. Investigate who it is and teach them a lesson." "Yes, miss. Rest assured, I know what to do," Qin Zhou replied with a grim expression. After organizing these matters, Su Yuxian turned to Jiang Fan and asked, "Shall we depart?" "All right." Jiang Fan quickly agreed, and as they passed by Qin Zhou, he admonished him, "Do not forget to compensate the barbecue shop for their losses. It is best if no lives are lost." Qin Zhou paused for a moment, then looked at his master. Su Yuxian. Seeing her slight nod, Qin Zhou replied to Jiang Fan, "Understood." After Jiang Fan and Su Yuxian left, Qin Zhou slowly rose from the ground. His icy gaze swept across the bald man and others, his face a mask of murderous intent. This was the true Qin Zhou of Qing City. Xu Yong finally felt fear. That bone-chilling murderous aura was truly a deterrent born of bloodshed. With no trace of emotion, Qin Jiao commanded those around him, "Give 50,000 to the shop owner." He then approached the bald man, leaning down to say, "You should thank Mr. Jiang for a brief moment. I truly wish to kill you." The bald man gulped hard, cold sweat pouring down his face. "Master Jiao, spare me. I too was deceived. It was them. They paid me 100,000 to deal with that young man." Upon hearing this, Brother Ping and Xu Yong turned pale. Qin Jiao cast a disdainful glance at them before continuing to address the bald man. "You can act against Mr. Jiang, and I have no objections. But you must never insult that young woman." He then waved his hand, "Break this blind fool's legs, and throw him on a boat. He shall never set foot on land again." "Yes." The black-clad men surged forward, restraining the bald man, while two of them brandished knives. The bald man's screams echoed through the air before he was swiftly treated for blood loss and thrown into a vehicle bound for Qing City Estok. Witnessing this bloody scene, Brother Ping and Xu Yong felt warmth spreading in their trousers, a foul odor wafting forth. Qin Jiao looked at them disdainfully, saying, "Break their legs and toss them by the roadside." "Yes." The black-clad men, expressionless, approached Xu Yong, who scrambled to escape. "No, don't. Please don't hit me. Mom, Dad, come save me. Big brother, my sister is very beautiful. If you spare me, I will have her accompany you for a night, please." With a scream, Su Yong's legs were crushed by the black-clad men. Suddenly, he received a call from his son. "Mom, my legs have been broken. Come save me." Chapter 52. The roommate in the hospital room. Xu Yong hung his broken legs in plaster, the numbing effect wearing off as excruciating pain set in. "Oh, it hurts so much. Mom, Dad, you must think of a way. I'm going to die from the pain." Su Zhong Wailet. Lu Meiwan watched her son scream, heartbroken to tears, while Su Chong sat nearby, sulking and smoking, sighing deeply. "Your son is in this state, and you still have the nerve to smoke. Are you still a man? Find a way to avenge him." Lu Meiwan kicked her husband in frustration. Su Chong despondently replied, "What can I do? Didn't you hear, Xiao Yong? The one who broke his legs is Qin Jiao. Even if I risk my life, I cannot harm him a bit. I think we should just let it go." "Let go? How can you say such a thing? The coward. I do not care about this Qin Jiao or that. My son has been hurt, and I must avenge him. Are you going or not? I ask you, are you going or not?" Lu Meiwan, in a frenzy, clawed and scratched at Su Chong. In her madness, Lu Meiwan exhibited extraordinary strength, leaving Su Chong resembling a beggar in mere moments. Su Yuding hurriedly intervened, saying, "Mom, stop it. Dad is right. We cannot provoke Qin Jiao. Xiao Yong has encountered misfortune this time, and you too. Had you not spoiled him so much since he was young, could he have created such a significant mess? Shut your mouth. He is your brother. He is the hope of our family. If not him, then who should I spoil?" Lu Meiwan retorted fiercely, "You useless thing. I asked you to get close to wealthy men to help your brother, and this is how you help? Your brother is in trouble, and you can't even muster a peep. I truly wasted all those years raising you. Mom, how can you blame me?" Su Yuding protested, feeling wronged. "I would do anything for Xiao Yong, but there is nothing I can do this time. Qin Jiao's power in Qing City is simply too great. Even Li Gui must treat him with respect. Sister, this is ultimately Jiang Fan's fault. You just need to find Jiang Fan to take revenge," Xu Yong said through gritted teeth, deliberately shifting all the blame onto Jiang Fan, without mentioning anyone else. "Jiang Fan?" Lu Meiwan and Su Yuding exclaimed in unison, astonished. Xu Yong nodded vigorously. "It's him. I initially intended to teach Jiang Fan a lesson, but unexpectedly, he slandered me in front of Qin Jiao, leading to my downfall. Sister, we cannot afford to provoke Master Jiao, but you can certainly help me take revenge on that scoundrel Jiang Fan. Again, it's Jiang Fan. Why is he always at odds with our family?" Lu Meiwan seethed. Su Yuding harbored equal disdain for Jiang Fan. Previously, she had relied on Li Gui to attract a wealthy heir, only to end up embarrassing herself instead. Now, she had no choice but to continue serving that loathsome old man, Li Gui. After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. "I'll think of a way." Leaving the hospital, Su Yuding arrived at Li Gui's villa. Li Gui lay on his bed, lighting a cigar and falling into deep thought. After the cigar burned down, he slowly spoke. "It's not that we cannot provoke him. The relationship between Jiang Fan and Su Yuxian is not as we imagined. Jiang Fan appeared quite surprised by Su Yuxian's arrival that day. If they were friends, how could he not know they would attend the same banquet? Furthermore, Su Yuxian's attitude toward Jiang Fan that day was also a concern. It was too cold, and there seemed to be an underlying disdain. Thus, I surmised that Jiang Fan and Su Yuxian may have merely crossed paths a few times. Moreover, I cannot believe that scoundrel Jiang Fan would dare to entangle himself with Su Yuxian, for there are numerous esteemed young gentlemen in Qing City. It is hardly his turn. Li Gui's words instilled hope in Su Yuding, who excitedly exclaimed, "Then can we seek revenge on Jiang Fan?" The mere thought of Jiang Fan's arrogant demeanor that day made her teeth grind with disdain. No, Li Gui shook his head. These are merely my conjectures. What if Jiang Fan and Su Yuxian share a closer relationship? Let us wait until after old Su's birthday banquet to discuss it further. If Jiang Fan is indeed involved with Su Yuxian, we shall certainly see him at the banquet. Otherwise, it would confirm that Jiang Fan is nothing but a petty character. I've already contacted a few good brothers to deal with his uncle's company. While I do not dare confront him openly, I excel at playing the shadows. Li Yi Shukla Sinistarli. Before he could settle into his seat, he received a call from Qin Jiuyi. "Mr. Jiang, this is Qin Jiu. I apologize for the intrusion," Qin Jiuyi said, attempting to ingratiate himself. "Mr. Qin, I believe our interactions have been rather limited. Is there something urgent that necessitates a call at this late hour?" Jiang Fan's impression of Qin Jiuyi was not particularly favorable, and thus his tone was rather frosty. Qin Jiuyi chuckled awkwardly. "Mr. Jiang, please. Just call me Qin Jiu. I am simply calling to inform you that, as per your instructions, no one was killed." The heavy-set man had his legs chopped off and was tossed onto a boat, while the remaining two had their legs broken and were discarded in the street. Jiang Fan snorted softly. "I am not your superior. There is no need to report such matters to me." With that, he intended to hang up the call. "Wait, Mr. Jiang, please hold on," Qin Jiuyi hastily interjected. "Tomorrow at noon, I have prepared a banquet for you at the Zhejiang Grand Hotel, and I sincerely hope you can attend." "Apologies, but I'm not interested," Jiang Fan declined outright. Qin Jiuyi quickly pleaded, "Mr. Jiang, this banquet is organized specifically to atone for my previous transgressions, so I implore you to grant me the opportunity to apologize." His words conveyed sincerity, and after a moment's contemplation, Jiang Fan ultimately acquiesced. To establish himself in Qing City, one must inevitably engage with the gray forces, and Qin Jiuyi is indeed the kingpin of such entities. Thus, forging this connection would not be in vain. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's agreement, Qin Jiuyi breathed a sigh of relief. The following noon, Jiang Fan drove to the Zhejiang Grand Hotel, renowned throughout Qing City, although not a star-rated establishment. It is a grand hotel that amalgamates dining, entertainment, bars, nightlife, and bathing services, making it a favored venue for gatherings among various demographics. Having parked his car, Jiang Fan approached the hotel entrance when a taxi screeched to a halt before him, and a figure hurriedly exited the vehicle. Upon recognizing the individual, Jiang Fan joyfully shouted, "Wu Hao!" The two embraced warmly upon meeting. "Jiang Fan, it has been far too long. You have become quite the handsome fellow," Wu Hao exclaimed, playfully punching Jiang Fan on the chest, his expression radiating delight. "Of course, I have always been exceptionally charming," Jiang Fan responded with a grin. Wu Hao was Jiang Fan's university classmate and roommate. During their university days, Jiang Fan, often constrained by financial limitations, seldom participated in collective activities. Thus, his closest acquaintances were merely the few brothers from the same dormitory. Regrettably, in his past life, Jiang Fan had not seen them again, nor had he received any news of them. Therefore, the chance to reunite with Wu Hao filled him with excitement. Jiang Fan draped an arm over Wu Hao's shoulder and inquired, "Haozi, I recall your family is not from Qing City. What brings you here?" Wu Hao paused, perplexed. "Xiao Fan, what do you mean? Did we not make plans?" Now bewildered, Jiang Fan realized he had come to attend Qin Jiuyi's luncheon. Could it be that Wu Hao was also attending? Just then, Wu Hao's girlfriend called. "Wu Hao, are you not here yet? Our university class reunion is about to commence. If you do not arrive soon, we will leave without you." The loud volume of the phone relayed every word clearly to Jiang Fan. With a wry smile, Jiang Fan understood that Wu Hao was there for the class reunion, while he, a fellow classmate, was entirely unaware of the gathering. Chapter 53. The most uninteresting gathering after Wu Hao hung up, Jiang Fan awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, "So, you are here for the class reunion?" Wu Hao, upon seeing Jiang Fan's expression, quickly grasped the situation, and his own demeanor shifted to one of embarrassment. "Yes, Jiang Fan, did you not know? This reunion is organized by class monitor Han Wei and our instructor Zhao Feng." "Han Wei, you say?" Jiang Fan immediately recalled that he had offended him during their university days, so it was not surprising that he had not been informed. During their time at university, Jiang Fan lived in financial hardship, while Han Wei came from a relatively more affluent background. As the class monitor and a key member of the student council, he often carried an air of self-importance. He frequently solicited money from classmates under various pretenses, and while some feared his retribution, others sought to curry favor with him, ultimately complying with his demands, except for Jiang Fan, who was immune to his tactics. Thus, Han Wei had continually opposed Jiang Fan throughout their university years, and Jiang Fan's struggles to find a good job post-graduation were partly attributable to him. As for instructor Zhao Feng, he was a quintessential sycophant who treated impoverished students and wealthy ones with starkly different attitudes. His disdain for Jiang Fan, stemming from his poverty, was exacerbated by Han Wei's constant whisperings, resulting in a highly unfavorable disposition toward Jiang Fan, even claiming he would never amount to anything. Recalling these memories, Jiang Fan remarked, "So it was organized by them. Very well, you go ahead, do not keep them waiting." Wu Hao suggested, "Why not join me? We are all classmates. Han Wei would not dare to make things difficult for you in this setting." "Perhaps not. I have other matters to attend to." Jiang Fan waved his hand and prepared to leave. At that moment, Han Wei unexpectedly exited the hotel, saying, "Since you are here, let us go together. I had intended to invite you, but I could not find your contact information." This statement was, of course, a falsehood. Upon graduation, the school retained the contact information of all graduates. How could Han Wei, as a monitor, not possess it? Jiang Fan was well aware that Han Wei was lying. Yet, given the circumstances, rejecting him outright might lead to further slander behind his back. Thus, Jiang Fan conceded, "Very well, I shall make a brief appearance, as I have other matters to attend to. What could be more important? I have reserved an entire hall, which can accommodate all the classmates. Rest assured. There's a place for you," Han Wei boasted ostentatiously. "Oh," Jiang Fan replied coldly, his response igniting Han Wei's ire, who thought to himself, "What a country bumpkin," pretending to be aloof. Leading Jiang Fan and Wu Hao to the private room, as soon as the door opened, they were met with a group of classmates engaging in amiable conversation. "Wu Hao, you are exceedingly late. We have all been waiting for you." "Look, just ran into Wu Hao and Jiang Fan at the door and chatted for a bit," Han Wei remarked casually. Upon seeing Jiang Fan as the last to enter, the once lively hall fell into a sudden silence, with all eyes fixated on Han Wei and Jiang Fan, their expressions laden with intrigue. It was well known among their peers that the discord between Han Wei and Jiang Fan was notorious, and those friendly with Han Wei had heard him clearly state that Jiang Fan would not be invited to this gathering. At that moment, a classmate could not help but exclaim, "Monitor, you invited Jiang Fan too?" "I certainly did not invite him. He came along with Wu Hao," Han Wei replied nonchalantly. This seemingly casual remark bore two implications. First, that he and Jiang Fan remained adversarial. Second, that Jiang Fan was merely tagging along to mooch off Wu Hao. Several meddlesome classmates immediately chimed in a mock. "So he's just here to mooch?" Wu Hao frowned. "What do you mean mooching?" Jiang Fan came to the Zhejiang Grand Hotel for business. I merely happened to run into him at the door. Halfway through his sentence, Wu Hao's girlfriend stood and pulled him aside, whispering, "Why are you speaking up? Do not offend Han Wei for Jiang Fan's sake." Just then, a balding middle-aged man with a greasy belly strode into the private room, his bulging eyes surveying the room with an air of superiority. Upon his arrival, the classmates eagerly surrounded him. "Instructor, you have finally arrived." Zhao Feng looked at the approaching student, momentarily unable to discern who he was. The student chuckled. "Instructor, have you forgotten? I once presented you with a watch." A glimmer of recognition sparked in Zhao Feng's eyes as he burst into laughter. "Oh, I remember now. You are Wang Song." "Instructor, I am here too. I gifted you a suit," another student chimed in. Zhao Feng recalled each male student based solely on the gifts they had given him, showcasing his remarkable memory. The female students were an exception. Zhao Feng remembered their names clearly, regardless of whether they had given him anything. It was only when Zhao Feng's gaze landed on Jiang Fan that his expression turned puzzled. Han Wei, standing nearby, chuckled and interjected, "Instructor, there was one student who was too proud to ever give you anything." "Ah, I remember. It's Jiang Fan." Zhao Feng snorted disdainfully. "Where are you working now, Jiang Fan?" Jiang Fan glanced at him and replied, "I'm a freelancer." "Ah, so you're unemployed then?" TSK. After all this time since graduation, you still seem rather impoverished. Am I wrong? You will never amount to anything." Zhao Feng could not resist the urge to taunt. Jiang Fan, however, remained unfazed and simply smiled lightly. "It has been a long time since we last met, and your hair continues to thin. I suppose you have been indulging in gifts and frequenting bathhouses these past years?" Zhao Feng's expression shifted as he retorted, "Jiang Fan, what nonsense are you spouting? Is this how you speak to your mentor? Truly lacking in discipline. Do you even deserve to call yourself a teacher? Aren't you afraid of tarnishing the profession?" Jiang Fan scoffed, showing no mercy. Zhao Feng, incensed by Jiang Fan's words, was left speechless. "Enough, Jiang Fan. I extended an invitation for you to join the reunion out of respect, so do not test my patience. Apologize to the instructor. Pfft Anglais. Oh, so you invited me? I already mentioned that I was merely here to observe," Jiang Fan replied. As the tension between the two escalated, a girl stepped forward. "All right, everyone is a classmate here. It is a rare occasion to see each other again. Let's not bicker over past grievances." This girl, named Lin Xiao, was the class representative who had always cared for Jiang Fan during their school days. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's mediating words, Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. Han Wei, suppressing his anger, addressed the group. "Please, everyone take a seat. Today, I am treating you all. Eat to your heart's content." "Wow, thank you, class leader. You are generous. I heard that the Zhejiang Grand Hotel is quite expensive. I did not expect you to be so affluent now," came the enthusiastic responses. "Of course. Or else how could I be the class leader? I must be doing better than all of you," Han Wei replied, reveling in the praise and casting a smug glance at Jiang Fan. "Do not flatter me too much. It is merely that my brother is the lobby manager here, so we have some discounts. In the future, if you come here, just mention my name for a discount," he added. Upon hearing this, many gazes toward Han Wei shifted, filled with admiration. "Wow, the class leader is impressive. I heard that the owner of Zhejiang Grand Hotel is the legendary Qin Jiuyi. The lobby manager must be one of his people too, right? Vin Iyuye, the elusive figure that one rarely sees. It seems the class leader is indeed connected." In an instant, numerous students sought to curry favor with Han Wei, hoping to enhance their rapport with him. Zhao Feng, in particular, approached the young man with an ingratiating demeanor, completely shedding his earlier arrogance. Lin Xiao frowned, disapproving of such sycophantic behavior. "Had I known it would be like this, I would not have come." Jiang Fan shrugged. "It is quite normal. As we enter society, everyone seeks to secure their own benefits. It is simply a matter of adapting." At this point, after several drinks, Jiang Fan glanced at the time, preparing to leave for Qin Jiuye's banquet. Suddenly, Zhao Feng coughed and said, "Isn't there someone from our class about to get married?" Jiang Fan met Zhao Feng's cunning gaze, already anticipating the direction of the conversation. Chapter 54. I have a cleanliness obsession. Is Jiang Fan getting married? Everyone turned to look at him in astonishment, clearly unaware of this news. And the fires of gossip ignited. Lin Xiao, somewhat envious, queried, "Jiang Fan, are you really getting married?" Just as Jiang Fan was about to respond, Zhao Feng interjected with a laugh. "Married? I heard that on the wedding day, the bride refused to marry Jiang Fan due to his family's financial situation, resulting in the wedding being called off. Quite a shame." "Really? That's explosive news." Han Wei chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. "Jiang Fan, you truly have not changed. You were poor in university and remain so now. This is the best news of the year." He patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder in a mock display of sympathy, saying, "Jiang Fan, you cannot blame yourself. You should blame your parents for bringing you into this world when they were so impoverished. Living in the countryside for a lifetime would have been one thing, but they had to come to the city. This city is no place for someone like you." Laughter erupted among the classmates, their gazes toward Jiang Fan filled with disdain. "Do not be upset, Jiang Fan. I simply speak the truth. Why not share what happened on your wedding day with us, so we can have a good laugh? After the banquet, we can help you pack up the leftovers, and you'll have meals for several days, Han Wei suggested, leaning in with a smug expression. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow and glanced at him before delivering a swift slap. Pardon me, but you have bad breath. I have a cleanliness obsession. I hope you do not take offense. Though the slap lacked force, Han Wei was still taken aback. Insolent, he shouted, swinging his fist in retaliation. Jiang Fan sidestepped slightly, causing Han Wei to tumble forward, landing face first on the ground. Blood spurted from his nose like a fountain. Jiang Fan feigned innocence. I did mention my cleanliness obsession, yet you still charged at me. Looks like you've taken quite a fall. I swear I will make you pay for this, Han Wei declared, covering his nose, anger coursing through him. You are finished, Jiang Fan. Han Wei's brother is the lobby manager here. Han Wei is one of Qin Jiuye's people. You have harmed someone on their territory. Are you not courting disaster? Zhao Feng chimed in, reveling in Jiang Fan's predicament. Zhao Feng harbored immense disdain for Jiang Fan, as he had been the only male student who had not presented him with a gift throughout their 4 years of college. Countless times, Zhao Feng had hinted at this, but Jiang Fan had reported him to the principal, leading to Zhao Feng incurring significant expenses to resolve the situation. Now, witnessing Jiang Fan's conflict with Han Wei, Zhao Feng felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, eagerly anticipating Jiang Fan's humiliation. Han Wei, assisted by classmates, got back on his feet and pointed at Jiang Fan. You better not run. He then stormed out, clutching his nose. Zhao Feng, exhilarated, exclaimed, Ha! Han Wei's going to get reinforcements. Jiang Fan, you are doomed. Jiang Fan casually regarded him. How childish of you, considering you are a university instructor. When your student is in conflict, instead of intervening, you choose to watch the spectacle. Is this what it means to be a teacher? With that, Jiang Fan shook his head and prepared to leave, recognizing that apart from his close friends and Lin Xiao, the rest of the crowd shared Zhao Feng's eagerness for his downfall. Seeing Jiang Fan about to depart, Zhao Feng quickly called out, Do not leave. Aren't you quite the arrogant one? If you have the ability, do not run. Teacher Zhao, you are indeed our instructor. Back in school, Jiang Fan and Han Wei had issues, and you pretended not to notice. Now that it has escalated, you still refuse to intervene? Lin Xiao felt it was unfair for Jiang Fan. Zhao Feng, however, was unfazed, sneering, Why should I intervene? Jiang Fan is reaping what he has sown. Knowing he lacks abilities, he should have sought to win over those more capable. Had he softened his tone towards Han Wei today, it would not have come to this. Lin Xiao, visibly irked, questioned. It was clearly Han Wei who insulted Jiang Fan. Why must Jiang Fan be the one to soften his stance? You don't understand a thing. Zhao Feng glanced at Lin Xiao and remarked, In this world, it is only the impoverished who bow to the affluent. I have never heard of the wealthy humbling themselves before one another. Lin Xiao, clearly in disagreement with this perspective, opened her mouth to retort, but was halted by Jiang Fan. He stated, Let him say what he wishes. I advise you to refrain from attending such gatherings. They hold no significance. With that, Jiang Fan pushed the door open and departed. After his exit, Lin Xiao contemplated for a moment before gathering her belongings and leaving the banquet as well. Wu Hao also wished to leave, yet his girlfriend vehemently opposed, believing Jiang Fan was merely putting on airs, insisting that being practical was far more prudent in these times. Zhao Feng, feeling displeased by Jiang Fan's departure, instructed a student to stealthily follow Jiang Fan to ascertain his destination. Jiang Fan, where is he? Isn't he the arrogant one? Let us see him act so brazenly again. Han Wei seethed through gritted teeth. However, after scanning the room, he found no trace of Jiang Fan. Damn it, he is quick on his feet. Han Wei slammed his fist down on the table in frustration, and, after venting, he continued, They are all under my elder brother's command. Do I need him to deal with a nobody like Jiang Fan? Alas, he has escaped. Zhao Feng chuckled. I have already sent someone to follow Jiang Fan. Didn't he say he was here for business? If that is true, he must still be in the hotel. Jiang Fan had not left, but had instead entered another private room. Upon hearing this, Han Wei trembled with excitement, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Heaven is assisting me. Jiang Fan, you are given a chance to escape, yet you do not take it. Don't blame me then. With Han Wei's beckoning, the remaining individuals eagerly followed suit, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Wu Hao hesitated, but ultimately decided to follow along, thinking he could call for help if Jiang Fan were in danger. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan had already arrived at the private room to meet with Qin Jiuyi. My apologies for my tardiness. I had some matters to attend to, Jiang Fan said courteously. You are too kind. The dishes have yet to be served, Mr. Jiang. Please, take a seat. Qin Jiuyi replied with a smile. Following Qin Jiuyi's gesture, Jiang Fan noticed several gifts laid out on the table, suggesting that today's meeting was not solely for an apology, but also for a request. Thus, he did not hesitate and nodded before taking a seat. Hardly had he settled into the chair when the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open, revealing Han Wei accompanied by several thugs and classmates. Qin Jiuyi was taken aback, questioning, what is the meaning of this? Jiang Fan, I have warned you. Today I will end you. Han Wei sneered. Chapter 55. Who are you? Qin Jiuyi's face darkened, and he coldly inquired, who are you? What audacity to create a disturbance here. Han Wei scrutinized Qin Jiuyi and, upon realizing he was merely a middle-aged man, disdainfully replied, you must be a relative of Jiang Fan. I advise you not to interfere. Otherwise, you will regret it. What do you mean I will regret it? Vin Jiuyi responded, as if hearing the greatest joke of his life. It was the first time someone had dared to speak so boldly on his turf. Han Wei held his head high, scoffing, you should believe me. Do you know whose territory this is? This is Qin Jiuyi's domain. Do you see the people behind me? They are all esteemed subordinates of Jiuyi, and I am also associated with him. Do you still dare to challenge me? As he spoke, the burly thugs stepped forward, their imposing physiques indeed exuding some intimidation. Unfortunately, they were merely the lowest-tier thugs of the Jiujiang Grand Hotel and had never seen Qin Jiuyi's true form. Otherwise, they would likely be trembling in fear. Do you know Qin Jiu? Upon hearing this, Qin Jiuyi's anger dissipated, and he asked with a peculiar expression, go to hell. How dare someone like you call out Jiuyi's name? Han Wei exploded with rage. Qin Jiuyi glanced at Jiang Fan, who merely shrugged, wearing a look of helplessness, as if to say, this guy is a fool. I cannot assist him. Qin Jiuyi slowly addressed Han Wei. What a coincidence. I also know Qin Jiu, but I advise you to call him here. You may not be able to resolve this matter on your own. Perhaps this is indeed true. Or perhaps reality is far more terrifying than you imagine. Jiang Fan mused as he poured himself a cup of hot tea. Jiang Fan, is this amusing to you? If you truly know Qin Jiuyi, would the bride at your wedding dare to refuse you? Not just one bride, but if Jiuyi gives a nod, 100 women would line up to marry you. Han Wei scoffed. At this moment, Wu Hao could no longer bear it and quietly urged, class monitor. Jiang Fan is still our classmate. Just let him be. Smack. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Wei's hand struck Wu Hao's face. Get lost. Speak another word, and I will take you down with him. Wu Hao's girlfriend, drenched in sweat from shock, desperately tugged at his sleeve, saying stop talking. Is it worth it for someone like Jiang Fan? If you ever speak for him again, I will break up with you. Wu Hao was left utterly stunned, caught between his classmate and his girlfriend. Just then, Jiang Fan rose from his seat and approached Han Wei, coldly stating, Han Wei, I did not wish to hold you accountable, yet you insist on challenging my limits. Mr. Jiang, let me handle this. Qin Jiuyi quickly interjected. No need. The troubles I bring, I will resolve myself. As he spoke, Jiang Fan stood directly in front of Han Wei. Han Wei, frightened, retreated several steps, hiding behind his thugs. Bark and go. Go take it down. Our boss said he will take the fall if anything happens. The thugs slowly advanced towards Jiang Fan. In the blink of an eye, the thugs lay moaning on the ground, stripped of their combat capabilities. Qin Jiuyi inwardly sighed, marveling at Jiang Fan's terrifying strength. The others present stared wide-eyed, their disbelief palpable. What had just transpired? I didn't see it clearly. It was too fast. I caught a glimpse. It seems Jiang Fan swept his leg, and they all fell. This must be a joke. Can Jiang Fan truly be that formidable? Jiang Fan's classmates were in shock, their once familiar peer now appearing almost alien. Han Wei, sensing the urgency, hastily pulled out his phone to contact his brother. Shortly thereafter, the door to the private room was kicked open once more, and a lobby manager stormed in with over a dozen people. Who the hell dares to bully my little lobby manager? He began, but upon seeing Qin Jiuyi seated like a king, he felt his soul leave his body. Boss, it's them. Take them down. Pfft. Pointing at Jiang Fan and Qin Jiuyi. The lobby manager, trembling in fear, slapped Han Wei across the face, exclaiming, "Who the hell is your boss? Do I know you? Believe me, I'll take you down first. Boss, are you insane? Why are you hitting me?" Han Wei, clearly confused, failed to comprehend why his boss was attacking him. The lobby manager ignored Han Wei and approached with an ingratiating smile. "Qin Jiuyi, what brings you here?" Qin Jiuyi sneered. "If I had not come today, I wouldn't have known how capable you are. One might think the Jiao Grand Hotel was yours." As Qin Jiuyi's words grew colder, his final words were nearly forced through clenched teeth. The lobby manager fell to his knees with a thud, drenched in sweat, pleading, "Jiuyi, grant me another chance. I am willing to atone." The onlookers were dumbfounded. The lobby manager had knelt? What had he just said? That it was Qin Jiuyi who was treating Jiang Fan? Han Wei, in disbelief, stammered, "Who do you say you are?" Qin Jiuyi coldly scoffed. "How curious. Did you not proclaim to know me? Why is it that I am right here, and yet you cannot recognize me?" Han Wei fainted from sheer terror, collapsing to the ground, and no one dared to assist him. This fall jolted him awake, and mimicking the lobby manager, he knelt before Qin Jiuyi. "I am blind to your greatness, Jiuyi. I was arrogant and ignorant of Jiang Fan being your guest. Please forgive me." Qin Jiuyi, growing impatient, waved dismissively. "Take him away. Chop off his hands and feet." "Mr. Jiang, is this acceptable? I have preserved my life." Han Wei's expression instantly darkened, and he clutched Lord Qin Jiu's shoes, trembling lips pleading, "Lord Jiu, spare me. I was wrong. I shall never dare again." Noticing Lord Qin Jiu's silence, Han Wei knelt before Jiang Fan, begging, "Jiang Fan, I made a mistake. We were classmates, after all. Please say a word for me. I implore you." Jiang Fan replied coolly, "I have already helped you. Had I not been here, you would have lost your life. Take him away." "Do not let him disturb my meal with Mr. Jiang," commanded Lord Qin Jiu. Soon, men in black rushed in and dragged Han Wei out with brazen force, his cries echoing from afar. As for the hotel manager, Lord Qin Jiu dismissed him outright, administering a thorough reprimand. After dealing with the manager and Han Wei, the classmates present, including Zhao Feng, dared not breathe, particularly Zhao Feng, who desperately sought refuge behind his fellow students. Jiang Fan turned his attention to Zhao Feng, smirking. "Teacher Zhao, where are you hiding? What were you saying earlier? Something about running naked, right? What are you waiting for?" Chapter 56. Lord Jiu's request called out. Zhao Feng trembled, far removed from his earlier bravado. By then, his job was undoubtedly at stake, and even his wife and children might abandon him. He stood, quaking, wearing a fawning smile. "Jiang Fan, I was your teacher, remember? I helped you find a job after graduation." Jiang Fan scoffed. "How dare you mention jobs? How many impoverished students like myself have you pushed into assembly lines? I recall you earned 1,000 for every student you introduced, correct? Thankfully, I did not heed your advice, but your earnings over the years have surely amassed to a considerable sum. In a previous life, Zhao Feng was exposed for this practice and investigated by the Education Bureau. Zhao Feng looked at Jiang Fan in terror. He typically conducted such affairs discreetly. How did Jiang Fan know? Observing Jiang Fan's icy gaze, Zhao Feng turned to his classmates, pitifully pleading, "Please, everyone, beg Jiang Fan for me. I am your teacher." As he reached out to grab them, the classmates recoiled in fear of drawing trouble. "Take this man away. Remember, when he leaves Jiujiang, he must be entirely unclothed. Off you go." Lord Qin Jiu waved his hand. Upon receiving the order, his men promptly escorted Zhao Feng out, with the other classmates following suit, for remaining was unbearable. Wu Hao cast a complex glance at his former friend before departing. Once outside, his girlfriend excitedly wrapped her arms around his, exclaiming, "Wu Hao, Jiang Fan actually knows Lord Qin Jiu. I never imagined he would turn his fortunes around. You must cultivate a good relationship with Jiang Fan. Perhaps you too can connect with Lord Qin Jiu. Just think, when that day comes, Qing City will be ours, saving us at least 20 years of struggle." Wu Hao, today was truly worthwhile. Her exuberance sparkled in her eyes, as if envisioning a bright future. Wu Hao sighed, observing the stark contrast in his girlfriend's attitude towards Jiang Fan. Alas, Xiao Fan would not appreciate such a self-serving friendship. Perhaps it is best to let it be. What nonsense friendship? His girlfriend suddenly turned on him. Wu Hao, can you be more mature? In this day and age, where is their true friendship? People act for their own benefit, or they face ruin. Do you think Jiang Fan truly considers you a friend? If he did, he would not have let you leave. He should have seized the opportunity to introduce you to Lord Qinjiu. He is clearly afraid you will usurp his position in Lord Qinjiu's esteem. Hence why he did not keep you. No, Xiao Fan is not that kind of person, Wu Hao insisted, shaking his head resolutely. His girlfriend scoffed. Not that kind of person? Very well, let us wait here. When Jiang Fan comes out, you ask him for help. If he readily assists you, I will apologize. If he does not, you must concede to my viewpoint. Wu Hao regarded her intently, nodding agreed. Jiang Fan was unceremonious, promptly stowing away the card. If he did not accept it, Lord Qinjiu would undoubtedly feel insecure. Indeed, upon witnessing Jiang Fan accept the bank card without hesitation, Lord Qinjiu's expression relaxed slightly. As the dishes were served, Lord Qinjiu was exceptionally attentive, repeatedly toasting and serving food to Jiang Fan. After consuming several drinks, Jiang Fan set down his utensils and inquired, "It seems there is something on your mind, Lord Qin. Please be candid. I shall do my utmost to assist you." Seeing Jiang Fan's straightforwardness, Lord Qinjiu ceased to be evasive. With an awkward smile, he said, "I have heard that old Su personally invited Mr. Jiang to his birthday banquet, and Miss Su has been quite close to you lately. What of it?" Jiang Fan did not deny this. Indeed, after the last business banquet, Su Huaisong had personally invited him. Lord Qinjiu, somewhat bashful, continued, "Mr. Jiang, you are aware that I am essentially a servant cultivated by the Su family. A mere ruffian skirting the edges of legality. Someone of my stature has never been granted entry to old Su's birthday banquet in the past. But I wish to change that this year." "You wish to attend?" Jiang Fan asked. With a sigh, Lord Qinjiu expressed his despondency. "Of course I wish to go. While others may extol me as the foremost figure in Qing City, the ruler of the gray world, I am acutely aware that they hold me in contempt. How many have whispered behind my back that I am merely a thug? Although I have risen from that life, the businesses I have built, like this Zhejiang Hotel, are truly commendable, yet others only remember my violent past. Thus I desire change. Those who attend old Su's birthday banquet are illustrious figures in Qing City. If I could participate in such an event, I believe the public perception of me would transform, at least preventing comparisons to the bottom-tier ruffians." As Lord Qinjiu spoke with increasing fervor, it was evident that these sentiments had been bottled up for many years. "So, what is it you are proposing?" Jiang Fan contemplated, having formed a rough idea. Lord Qinjiu continued, "I have heard that both old Su and Miss Su hold Mr. Jiang in high regard. Thus, I humbly ask if you could speak a few favorable words on my behalf to allow me to attend this birthday banquet." "I see," Jiang Fan pondered. Noticing Jiang Fan's hesitation, Lord Qinjiu hurriedly added, "Of course, I will not let your efforts go unrewarded. I own a bar street on Shilu, Qingzhou University. Should you assist me, that entire street shall be yours. What do you think?" The terms presented by Lord Qinjiu astonished Jiang Fan. Qingzhou University was his alma mater, and he was well aware of the bar street. Although only 500 meters long, it was tailored for university students, yielding substantial annual revenue. Jiang Fan never anticipated Lord Qinjiu's generosity. Observing the eager expectation on Lord Qinjiu's face, Jiang Fan acquiesced. "Very well. But I cannot guarantee that old Su or Su Yuxian will agree, so do not harbor excessive hopes." Upon hearing this, Lord Qinjiu's countenance brightened. "With your word, I am at ease. Regardless of the outcome, I shall always remember your great kindness. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask," Lord Qinjiu remarked, smiling. "All right, Lord Jiu, your courtesy is appreciated. I will endeavor to assist you." Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. The dinner continued for over an hour, after which Lord Qinjiu personally escorted Jiang Fan to the entrance of the Zhejiang Hotel, even sending someone to drive him, considering Jiang Fan had consumed alcohol. As soon as he stepped out of the hotel, he spotted Wu Hao and his girlfriend sitting idly on a bench. "How's he? You have not left yet?" Jiang Fan approached them, inquiring. Wu Hao's girlfriend, upon seeing Jiang Fan approach, promptly tugged at Wu Hao. "Jiang Fan is here. Do not forget what I just taught you." Chapter 57. By a house. Although Wu Hao was somewhat reluctant, he ultimately stood up to face Jiang Fan. "How did you come to know Qin Jiuyi?" Wu Hao stammered. Jiang Fan, observing his friend's awkward demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Howsy, what's the matter with you? You're acting like a shy maiden. I came to know Qin Jiuyi through an unexpected incident, so what is up? Wu Hao forced a stiff smile, but the words his girlfriend had instructed him to say remained stuck in his throat. Finally, he managed to utter, "It's nothing, just curious." Jiang Fan was puzzled. It seemed that after only a brief separation, Wu Hao had transformed into a different person. Wu Hao's girlfriend, witnessing his lack of assertiveness, was instantly filled with indignation. What a useless man. Are you even a man? She then turned to Jiang Fan and said, Jiang Fan, here's the thing. Since you're so familiar with Qin Jiuyi, could you possibly introduce us? To be honest, with Wu Hao's current capabilities, he simply cannot afford to support me. Hearing such blunt words from his girlfriend, Wu Hao felt an overwhelming sense of shame. He glanced at his girlfriend, who was anxiously seeking wealth, and then at himself, who wished he could bury his head in the ground. Jiang Fan immediately understood the situation. I can indeed help with an introduction. Are you looking for jobs? Jiang Fan inquired. Wu Hao's girlfriend nodded vigorously. Yes, we want respectable jobs. Just a managerial position will suffice. It doesn't need to pay too much. Even 10 to 20,000 a month would be fine. Enough. Wu Hao tugged at his girlfriend's arm, but she paid him no mind. Jiang Fan managed a wry smile. You certainly have some audacity with those demands. He patiently explained. I can arrange for Qin Jiuyi to offer you a high-paying position, but I'm afraid a managerial role isn't feasible. It wouldn't be fair to the other employees. If you prove your capabilities, I believe Qin Yi will promote you to that position in due course. Jiang Fan thought he had been sufficiently polite and loyal, but to his surprise, Wu Hao's girlfriend flipped out upon hearing this. You expect us to promote ourselves? What good are you then? I couldn't care less about fairness for other employees. Jiang Fan, I just need a simple answer. Will you help us or not? Her temper flared as she confronted Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan frowned slightly. It's not that I don't want to help, but no one knows your work capabilities. Besides, you and Howsy didn't even major in management at university. What if something goes awry if you're placed in a leadership role? What could possibly go wrong? Being a leader is just about sipping tea and managing people. Anyone can do that. Wu Hao's girlfriend shot back, looking at Jiang Fan with disdain. I see now. You clearly don't want to help. All these excuses are just that. Excuses. She then turned on Wu Hao, berating him. Wu Hao, is this what you call brotherhood? Nonsense. Look at Jiang Fan. He won't even assist with such a trivial matter after all the help you gave him during school. Jiang Fan's expression turned icy at her words. And the old saying rang true, a favor received, a grudge held. Wu Hao felt immensely distressed and quietly remarked, Xiao Fan does have a point. After all, we've never held leadership positions. What if something goes wrong? No, we've met each other's parents. I refuse to break up. Wu Hao suddenly raised his head and cried out in despair. Seeing the sorrowful look in his eyes, Jiang Fan sighed deeply. Wait, Jiang Fan called out, Howsy, if you haven't bought a house yet, I suggest you take out a loan and buy a few unfinished properties on Huangdao. Buy as many as you can. Perhaps it will change your fortunes. Noticing the date, it was just a few days since the official announcement of the development in Huangdao, and the unfinished properties were still at rock-bottom prices, especially the ones Jiang Fan and Su Yuxian had acquired. With Wu Hao and his girlfriend's financial situation, coupled with the wedding money prepared by their families, they could at least afford the down payment for 4 properties. Once the official news broke, the prices for those unfinished buildings would soar, multiplying like a rolling snowball. Jiang Fan could only say so much, as it involved sensitive business information that couldn't be disclosed too openly. If it leaked, the losses would not only affect him. If Wu Hao was wise, he would heed Jiang Fan's counsel. After stating this, Jiang Fan departed. TCH. Wu Hao's girlfriend spat angrily. What a joke. Just because you've made friends with a big shot, you think you're above everyone else. Wu Hao grasped her hand, pleading, please don't break up with me. I promise to work hard and provide you with the best life. Having been together for so many years, it would be false to say there were no feelings involved. His girlfriend sighed, hoping that you'll give me a good life? That might as well be in another lifetime. How about we follow Jiang Fan's suggestion? Buy a house on Huangdao. Xiao Fan has always been clever. Perhaps he has deeper intentions behind his words. Wu Hao hesitantly proposed. Just as her expression had begun to soften, his girlfriend erupted in fury once more. Buy a house on Huangdao? Are you out of your mind? That's a whole area of unfinished buildings. They wouldn't even sell for a loss. How could the prices possibly rise? Anyone who buys there is a fool. Jiang Fan is clearly trying to lead you astray. Don't you understand that? Wu Hao bit his lip, fully aware of what Huang Dao represented and even doubting Jiang Fan's intentions earlier. Yet, Jiang Fan had been his brother for 4 years. Surely he wouldn't lead him astray. Enough. If you want to stay with me, stop bringing this up. We need to focus on making more money. His girlfriend said in disappointment as she left. Ultimately, Wu Hao dared not mention the topic of buying a house again. The next day, Jiang Fan set out early in his car to meet Su Yuxian. The newly acquired property required immediate attention, and Su Yuxian had temporarily rented an office in the city center as a makeshift headquarters. As one of the shareholders, Jiang Fan naturally needed to be hands-on in the early stages. Upon entering the office, Jiang Fan saw Su Yuxian glance up briefly before returning her focus to the documents. Simply stating, "You're here." "Indeed, you've chosen a nice location," Jiang Fan remarked as he perused the office. "Just a random selection. Had the funds been sufficient, I would have opted for a better one," Su Yuxian replied nonchalantly. Jiang Fan chuckled awkwardly, noting the aura of affluence that surrounded her as a member of a prominent family. After a moment of silence, Jiang Fan recalled the task Qin Jiuyi had entrusted to him and hurriedly asked, "Miss Su, is it possible for Qin Jiuyi to attend your father's banquet?" "Qin Jiuyi?" Su Yuxian frowned. "He has never been invited before, nor do I intend to invite him." That response left Jiang Fan at a loss for words, and he could only scratch his nose in an attempt to mask his embarrassment. Noticing his discomfort, Su Yuxian said coolly, "What's the matter? Do you want him to attend?" Before Jiang Fan could respond, a commotion erupted outside the office. "Su Yuxian, get out here." Chapter 58. Young Master Su Jian, someone is causing a disturbance? Jiang Fan was intrigued. Who would dare to trouble Su Yuxian? "Aren't you going to check it out?" he asked. "No need. It's just a worthless troublemaker," Su Yuxian replied without raising her head, indicating that she seemed to know who it was. Since the host remained unperturbed, Jiang Fan decided to relax on the couch and play on his phone. However, only moments after he sat down, the office door was flung open with a loud crash, and 2 figures tumbled heavily to the ground. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be 2 bruised security guards, thankfully only suffering minor injuries. "Damn it, 2 worthless watchdogs dare to stop me. No one could block my path." A young man swaggered in with an air of arrogance, as if he were a king surveying his domain. "Su Yuxian," the intruder began, but Su Yuxian completely ignored him, instructing the 2 security guards, "Go to the finance department and collect your medical fees. Additionally, I'll grant you 3 days off and half a month as bonus." The fallen guards helped each other up, expressing their gratitude to Su Yuxian before hurriedly leaving as if fleeing from danger. Seeing that Su Yuxian was ignoring him, the young man, Su Jian, was filled with rage. "Su Yuxian, how dare you disregard me?" "Su Jian, if you have something to say, say it. This is not a place for you to flaunt your authority," Su Yuxian reprimanded. Su Jian replied, "I'm not here for anything else today. I know that my grandfather has personally given you 500 million. Hand over the money, and we can part ways peacefully. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless." With a clap of his hands, over 10 men with fierce expressions surged into the office. Clearly, these individuals were far more formidable than Qin Jiu's subordinates, likely possessing blood on their hands. Faced with such a menacing group, Su Yuxian remained as calm as ice. "Dream on. I've already spent all of it," she said indifferently. "Spend it all?" "Su Yuxian, if you're going to fabricate lies, at least make them credible. Do you think 5 million is something you can simply claim to have vanished?" Su Jian crossed his arms, wholly unconvinced by her words. "Believe it or not, I used the money to acquire real estate. You can call to verify Huangdao's properties," Su Yuxian stated. Seeing Su Yuxian's unwavering demeanor, Su Jian could no longer sit still. He quickly approached the desk, slamming his hands down and demanding, "You wretch, who gave you the audacity to touch that money?" Not only had he assaulted the security, but he now insulted Su Yuxian, revealing his true nature. Jiang Fan, who had initially intended to stay out of it, could not help but interject. "Did your mother not teach you how to address others politely?" Su Yuxian looked at Jiang Fan in surprise. Was he defending her? Did he not fear the repercussions? Su Jian paused, finally noticing another young man seated on the office sofa. Taking in Jiang Fan's cheap attire, he scoffed dismissively. What are you? You have no place to speak here. I'll give you a chance. Bow down, admit your mistake, and leave. Arrogance reached new heights with Su Jian. Sufian. Su Yuxian slammed the table and stood up, pointing toward the main entrance. He's my guest. What qualifications do you have to make demands here? Get out. I said get out. Sufian immediately left the Derisivedi. A guest? I wouldn't even regard you, so what is he? Let me tell you. Do not think that your grandfather's protection allows you to act recklessly. At the end of the day, you are nothing but a bastard, an unwanted child. Just as Su Jian's insults continued, he suddenly caught sight of a hand slicing through the air toward him, swiftly followed by a resounding slap across his face. The incident was so abrupt that even the bodyguards present failed to react. Su Jian spat out a mouthful of blood, incredulity etched on his face. You actually dare to hit me? My mother never hit me, and you dare to strike me? Initially clouded by Su Jian's words, Su Yuxian now bore a barely perceptible smile at the unfolding scene. The feeling of being protected was surprisingly comforting. As Su Jian coughed up more blood, he had never experienced such humiliation before. Enraged, he turned to his bodyguards and commanded, "Kill him. I will take responsibility if someone dies." Su Yuxian gasped in horror, shouting, "Su Jian, how dare you? If you lay a finger on him, I will immediately inform grandfather. Do not use that old man to threaten me. Let me tell you, Su Yuxian, you only know how to do business. You think that little skill won you the old man's favor? This time you're doomed. Why did you choose to acquire those dilapidated buildings in Huangdao? Everyone in Qing City knows that Huangdao is a desolate place. You have wasted your 500 million. After this incident, how do you think the other elders in the family will view you? Do you really think that old man can protect you alone? You don't know." Su Yuxian began to respond, but was interrupted by Jiang Fan. "Do not say too much. Do not worry. These few men cannot harm me." Su Yuxian had never truly witnessed Jiang Fan's strength and expressed her concern. Do not underestimate them. These are all former mercenaries who have taken lives. Each one of them is far superior to mere street thugs. As they spoke, Su Jian's bodyguards charged forward. After Jiang Fan had just slapped Su Jian in front of them, it was a blatant provocation. Thus, they attacked with lethal intent. They assumed that a young man such as Jiang Fan would be easily subdued by their assault. However, the first bodyguard to strike was met with a devilish grin from Jiang Fan, who swiftly seized him like a weapon. In the following seconds, this bodyguard became Jiang Fan's instrument, swinging left and right, each motion sending another bodyguard crashing out into the corridor. Soon, all the bodyguards lay in agony on the ground, with the one Jiang Fan had wielded foaming at the mouth and unconscious. Both Su Yuxian and Su Jian were left dumbfounded. Was combat truly capable of unfolding in such a manner? Your men are all outside. You should join them, Jiang Fan said as he approached Su Jian, lifting his leg to kick. Su Jian had not anticipated Jiang Fan's sudden attack, failing to evade in time. With a pitiful cry, he fell to the ground in a heap. "You will pay for this, Su Yuxian, once the news of your 500 million loss reaches the elders. Let's see how arrogant you can be. And you, do not think Su Yuxian can protect you." Supported by a bodyguard, Su Jian spat out a final threat before fleeing in disgrace. Chapter 59. Inside the Su family, Jiang Fan poured a cup of hot water for Su Yuxian and handed it to her, asking, "Who is Su Jian? Is he also a member of the Su family?" Su Yuxian sighed. "Indeed, he is the young master of the Su family, my cousin. Since he is your cousin, why does he treat you this way?" Jiang Fan inquired, puzzled. Su Yuxian explained, "It is all because of the issue of succession. Currently, the Su family has both a primary and a secondary head. The primary head is my grandfather, while the secondary head is Su Jian's grandfather. My grandfather's line has no male heirs, and according to the rules of inheritance, Su Jian is the future heir from the secondary line." "That sounds reasonable. So why does he harbor animosity toward you?" Jiang Fan asked. "The Su family has a saying. The head of the family must be a person of virtue and talent, selected based on merit, regardless of gender. My presence has thoroughly disrupted the plans of Su Jian's line. Moreover, he has been spoiled since childhood and cannot compare to me in either character or business acumen, which has led to their animosity toward me. As long as my grandfather remains the head of the family, I tread carefully and they cannot find any fault with me. Thus, the older generation appears harmonious and does not openly confront me. However, Su Jian is different. As a peer, he knows that as long as he does not go too far, the family will generally turn a blind eye. Jiang Fan silently listened to Su Yoshuan's revelations about her family's inner workings. It is often said that being part of a large family is advantageous. But who can truly grasp the bitterness within? For someone as fragile as Su Yuxian, every step she takes feels like walking on thin ice. It is no wonder she was willing to spend 2 million to keep quiet after colliding with Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan began to understand why Su Yuxian might feel paranoid. Perhaps her icy demeanor was a form of self-protection. In that moment, Jiang Fan felt a pang of sympathy for the young woman before him. Do not worry. As long as I am here, I will confront individuals like Su Jian whenever they appear. You can focus on contending for the position of family head, Jiang Fan said with a grin, rolling up his sleeves to display his muscles. The phrase "as long as I am here" echoed in Su Yoshuan's ears, akin to a reckless little rabbit darting into her heart, causing it to race uncontrollably. What is this feeling? My heart races so quickly, my face is flushed, and my head feels dizzy. Am I coming down with a fever? No, it is not a fever. This sensation is rather pleasant. Hey, Miss Su, what is wrong? Why is your face so red? Is it because of Su Jian? Do you need me to chase after him and give him another beating? Jiang Fan waved his hand in front of Su Yuxian. Upon regaining her composure, Miss Su immediately tucked away the sweet sensations she had just experienced into the deepest recesses of her heart. Could you refrain from being so aggressive? The waters of the Su family run deeper than you can imagine. You cannot contend with them. You are indeed formidable, but this world is replete with experts. Do you understand a phrase, there are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people? It would be best if you refrained from meddling in our family affairs. Su Yoshuan's tone returned to its usual coldness, yet this time, her concern for Jiang Fan prompted her words. The world is not as straightforward as ordinary people perceive. Jiang Fan smirked. He was well aware that he could not rival the Su family, which was precisely why he had devoted himself to cultivating his own power after his rebirth. With events unfolding as they did, Su Yuxian had lost her motivation to work. Having nearly completed the organization of the assets on Huangdao, leaving only the wait for the official announcement. Jinner, how is the matter progressing? Is the money on its way? A dignified and elegant matron descended the staircase. This woman was none other than Su Jian's mother. No, that wretch has squandered it all, Su Jian replied, covering his aching cheek. The matron furrowed her brow and remarked, Squandered it all? So you mean you have gained nothing? No, while I have not secured any funds, I have received even better news. At this, Su Jian's excitement surged, as if the pain on his face had lessened. What news? The matron inquired curiously. Su Jian exclaimed, Mother, Su Yuxian has actually used 5 billion in funds to acquire the abandoned buildings in the Huangdao area. Anyone with a modicum of sense knows the property value 1T increase. Su Yuxian must have been bewitched by someone. She has fallen into a trap. However, the matron expressed doubt, saying, Is this news credible? A woman as astute as Su Yuxian wouldn't make such a mistake. Could this be a smokescreen she has released? No. Su Jian hastily waved his hands. Mother, I even sent someone to investigate. Su Yuxian indeed acquired 5 billion worth of properties not long ago. After all, she is merely human, not a deity. It is entirely normal for investments to falter. However, this one misstep could lead to her complete disappearance from the Su family. His words assuaged the matron's doubts. Indeed, Su Yuxian was not infallible. How could she possibly avoid every error? Excellent. Jinner, you must seize this opportunity. I will inform the family elders immediately. 5 billion is no trivial sum. The matron clutched her phone tightly, unable to contain her excitement. After all these years, they finally had the chance to bring down Su Yuxian. Subsequently, the news of Su Yoshuan's 5 billion acquisition of the Huangdao project spread like wildfire within the Su family. By the next morning, after a night of circulation, the entire Su family was aware of Su Yoshuan's monumental loss. In no time, the title of the family's eldest daughter had become synonymous with disgrace. Su Yuxian could feel the pointed stares and whispers surrounding her within her own home. As the saying goes, good news seldom travels beyond the door, while bad news spreads far and wide. They entirely forgot how much Su Yuxian had earned for the Su family, as long as she incurred a loss, regardless of its magnitude. This incident would be amplified to overshadow all her previous achievements. Ultimately, the elders decided to conduct a public inquiry into Su Yuxian that evening. Tonight, at 6 o'clock. Local news. Upon reading this message, Su Yuxian felt an unprecedented sense of security, clutching her phone to her chest, enveloped in an indescribable warmth. Before long, it was 6 o'clock in the evening. The Su family's judgment of Su Yuxian commenced. Within an ancient and elegant ancestral hall, the main members of the Su family arrived in succession. At the top were 2 chairs designated for the family heads, with 4 elder chairs on either side below. Once all 10 chairs were filled, the family steward called out, "Bring Su Yuxian to the ancestral hall." Chapter 60. Turning the tide, Su Yuxian entered the hall with calm composure, greeting the attending elders of the clan. "Since we have gathered, let us begin." An elder of high standing rose and addressed Su Jian. "You discovered this matter. Please elaborate." Su Jian, his face aglow with triumph, stepped to the center of the hall and deliberately cleared his throat, saying, "Esteemed elders of the family, Su Yuxian has committed 3 grave offenses. First, as the eldest daughter of the Su family, she bears the weight of the entire family's destiny. Investments and acquisitions must be approached with caution. Yet she recklessly spent 5 billion on the abandoned buildings of Huangdao. This acquisition is an utter disaster. How could she possibly lead our Su family into the future? If she were to manage the Su family, it would inevitably lead to ruin. Secondly, upon my investigation, I found that Su Yuxian made this acquisition in her personal capacity, meaning these properties do not belong to the Su family." Su Jian concluded his accusations with a sense of smug satisfaction, relishing the spectacle. "Now, what do you have to say, Su Yuxian? Your fate is sealed." The younger members of the Su family were filled with righteous indignation at Su Jian's words. Setting aside the latter 2 accusations, even the first one alone ignited their envy and jealousy. 5 billion. As Su Jian noted, their annual dividends barely reached 10 million, and some barely received hundreds of thousands. How could Su Yuxian, by mere virtue of being the granddaughter of the family head, so easily claim 5 billion? As the surrounding murmurs grew louder, Vice family head Su Huayan feigned concern, saying, "Yuxian, how could you commit such a foolish act? The older generation has placed immense faith in you, intending to entrust the entire family to your stewardship. Now, you present us with such disappointment." Another elder from the Vice family head's faction added, "Su Yuxian has made such a significant blunder, causing the family substantial losses. I propose we diminish her standing within the Su family, forbidding her participation in core family business meetings." "I concur. I second that." In mere moments, elders from the Vice family head's faction raised their hands in agreement, and it seemed as though Su Yuxian was being condemned by all, with many wishing to expel her from the family. "Are you not being a bit hasty?" The long silent Su Huaisong slowly opened his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. "That 5 billion was from my own pocket, entirely unrelated to the family. Do you think that after decades as the family head, I am incapable of producing 5 billion? Even if all that money were lost, it would still be our own funds. So what is your urgency?" Su Huaisong's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable weight. The elder who had made the suggestion shrank back, awkwardly laughing, while the others fell silent, too intimidated to speak. Since the money was the head's private funds, it indeed did not concern them. Su Jian, stepping forward, paused before continuing. "However, it is a fact that Su Yuxian has suffered a 5 billion loss. If she could make such a foolish decision to acquire Huangdao properties, who knows how many more foolish decisions she will make in future family deliberations. Yuxian, you may speak for yourself." Su Huaisong closed his eyes again, seemingly unconcerned for his granddaughter's safety. Su Huayan felt a jolt in his heart at his elder brother's demeanor. Could it be that they had a backup plan? Just then, Su Yuxian parted her lips, her voice cool and composed. "There is no need for further discussion. I would like to direct the elder's attention to this evening's local news." Upon finishing her sentence, 2 servants from the Su family wheeled in a flat-screen television to the ancestral hall. Local breaking news. Our city has decided to establish an economic development zone in the Huangdao district, using the university town as a benchmark to further promote Huangdao's economic growth. Detailed information will be continuously covered by our station. The shorter the announcement, the greater the implications. It struck the Su family like a heavy bombshell. The establishment of an economic development zone signified one undeniable truth. Huangdao was on the verge of rising, and the property Su Yuxian acquired would appreciate dramatically. Just as the members of the family were left in a state of shock and confusion, Su Yuxian turned off the television. "Do you have any objections?" Her melodious voice sliced through the tension like a sharp blade, piercing the hearts of Su Jian and the others with precision. After all the commotion, they realized they had been the jesters all along. Su Jian's face was a portrait of disbelief. Had she truly turned the tide? Wu Hao casually turned on the television, and by a stroke of fate, it was broadcasting local news. The two of them stared blankly at the screen. Despite the television being on, the house was enveloped in an eerie silence. After a long while, Wu Hao murmured, "Did you hear what they just said on the TV?" His girlfriend suddenly shrieked. "Huangdao is going to build a development zone and a university town. The prices of houses there are bound to skyrocket." Wu Hao covered his face, sighing repeatedly. "Xiao Fan offered us a life-changing opportunity, yet we failed to seize it." His heart bled with regret. At that moment, his girlfriend, in a frenzy, tugged at his clothes, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. Why didn't you buy it? Why didn't you persuade me more? If we had purchased that house earlier, we would be millionaires by now." "Wu Hao, you are utterly useless. Following you has been a stroke of bad luck for me. The sharpest blade in this world is often the tongue of a person." Wu Hao, already in despair, found himself berated and struck by his girlfriend, causing the tall northern man to have tears welling in his eyes. "What are you saying? Didn't I advise you that day? But you wouldn't listen. Are you blaming me now?" His girlfriend angrily overturned the living room table, pointing at Wu Hao and shouting, "It's clearly your wavering will. If you had kept urging me, how could I have ignored you? Now that the opportunity is lost, you come to blame me. If you had the ability, why didn't you secretly buy the house yourself?" After a lengthy tirade, she seemed exhausted, collapsing onto the sofa in tears. Indeed, what they say online is true. Useless men only blame women for their faults. "Wu Hao, let us break up. You can never provide me with the life I desire." The endless accusations for his girlfriend shattered Wu Hao completely. He cradled his head in his hands, weeping uncontrollably. "It's all my fault. Everything is my fault. I warned you. Why are you blaming me now?" He wiped his tears like a wronged child. At that moment, Jiang Fan was unaware of the turmoil between the Su family and Wu Hao caused by his actions. The news broadcast confirmed that Huangdao was poised to become a highly sought-after opportunity. Due to Jiang Fan, most of the business prospects in Huangdao had already been seized by the merchants who attended the banquet that day, leaving only scraps behind. Yet even those were still filled with potential. Many areas were in dire need of revitalization, requiring substantial construction materials, and Jiang Fan immediately thought of his uncle, Zhang Haishan. Believing that accepting this project would elevate his uncle's factory, he promptly called him, only to be taken aback when Zhang Yi answered the phone. "Jiang Fan, how do you call? My father treated you with such sincerity, yet you have harmed us, harmed our entire family. My father is hospitalized because of you." Chapter 61. Zhang Haishan's predicament uncle is hospitalized? The other side hung up without uttering another word, seemingly harboring even more disdain for Jiang Fan than before. Confused, Jiang Fan felt a surge of anxiety. At that moment, Su Yuxian called. After gathering his thoughts, Jiang Fan answered, "Has the matter been resolved?" "Yes. I specifically called to thank you," Su Yuxian replied. After a brief pause, as if recalling something, she added, "By the way, you mentioned Qin Jiu wanted to attend the birthday banquet, right?" Jiang Fan responded, "But you said there was no such rule?" "There's no such rule, but you have helped me immensely, so let this be my gift to you." "Let him come," Su Yuxian said. "All right, thank you, Miss Su. However, I have another favor to ask," Jiang Fan said, feeling a bit embarrassed. On the other end, Su Yuxian paused momentarily before teasing, Well, you're shy today. I thought your face was thicker than a city wall. Go on, what is it?" Sensing that Su Yuxian seemed more cheerful than before, Jiang Fan seized the opportunity to say, "I would like you to investigate what has happened to my uncle recently. He seems to be in the hospital. My uncle's name is Zhang Haishan, the owner of Haishan Steel Factory." "All right, I'll find out and get back to you tomorrow morning," Su Yuxian readily agreed. "Thank you so much," Jiang Fan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The The two discussed some company matters before hanging up. The next morning, Su Yuxian sent Jiang Fan a document. The file contained a report on Zhang Haishan, compiled overnight. Unfortunately, it revealed that he had been met with closed doors. A relatively well-connected client had mentioned that Zhang Haishan had offended Li Guwei. Confused, Zhang Haishan wondered why Li Guwei, with whom he had no grievances, would target him. In a fit of anger, Zhang Haishan went to confront Li Guwei, only to be brutally beaten in public. His factory was on the brink of bankruptcy, and the humiliation from Li Guwei's public disgrace caused him to succumb to a sudden health crisis. Li Guwei, Jiang Fan clenched his fists, realizing without a doubt that Li Guwei was seeking revenge against him. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Fan resolved to visit his uncle. He first stopped by a supermarket to purchase some fruits and nutritional supplements, then followed the room number provided in the report to find his uncle. To ensure Zhang Haishan could recuperate properly, he had paid extra for a private room. At that moment, Zhang Yi and his aunt were absent. Zhang Haishan sat on the hospital bed, incessantly dialing clients. After a few days apart, Jiang Fan was taken aback by how much older his uncle seemed. His wrinkles had deepened, his hair had grayed, and the vibrant countenance he once possessed had dulled. "Uncle," Jiang Fan softly called as he stepped inside. "Xiao Fan, cool me. Sit down. Why did you bring so many things? You're wasting money." Upon seeing Jiang Fan, Zhang Haishan's somber expression finally brightened a little. Hearing his uncle's concerned words, Jiang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. "Uncle, I'm sorry, I have caused you trouble." "Nonsense," Zhang Haishan scolded, his expression turning serious. "You're just a child. What do the disputes between adults have to do with you? I should be thanking you. Without you, I wouldn't even have been able to enter the banquet. But the factory is in this state because of me," Jiang Fan said apologetically. His uncle had built the steel factory from the ground up, treating it as if it were his own child. Now, facing bankruptcy was undoubtedly a source of tremendous pain for him. Zhang Haishan smiled and said, "It's all right. This little difficulty is nothing compared to when we first started the business." "Jiang Fan, what brings you here? Is it not enough that you have caused our family such suffering? Do you wish to drive your uncle to his grave?" His aunt stepped forward, pushing Jiang Fan aside. Aware of his fault, Jiang Fan said apologetically, "Aunt, I acknowledge my mistake in this matter, but please rest assured that I will resolve it." "Ha, you resolve it? What will you use to resolve it?" His aunt scoffed. "You think you're something special just because you attended a banquet? If you truly had the ability, why isn't Li Guwei afraid of you?" Zhang Yi added, "You should just leave. Our family does not welcome you." Zhang Haishan frowned, displeased. "What are you doing? This is not Xiao Fan's fault. It is Li Guwei who is narrow-minded." "Uncle, you need not speak on my behalf. I assure you I will help you save the company." Jiang Fan reiterated his determination. "Enough." After watching this farce, Lu Chao finally spoke up. "How do you plan to save Uncle Zhang's company? By relying on your fists like a brute? Or kneeling like you did last time at Icon High?" Lu Chao had always believed that Jiang Fan had escaped unscathed last time because he had begged Qinjiu for forgiveness after they left. Jiang Fan shot Lu Chao a cold glare and replied, "What does our matter have to do with you? It has everything to do with me. I am pursuing Xiao Yi, so Uncle Zhang's affairs are my business," Lu Chao retorted. Ever since missing out on Zhao Lingling, Lu Chao's romantic prospect had been dismal, and having encountered no attractive women, he turned his attention to those he already knew. Zhang Yi, being a top beauty, had lost her novelty, but upon closer inspection, Lu Chao found himself increasingly drawn to her and eagerly made his move. However, Zhang Yi has consistently declined to engage in a romantic relationship, claiming she is not ready. Observing Zhang Yi's lack of response, Lu Chao puffed out his chest and declared, "While others may fear Li Guwei, I do not. This year, our family's business is flourishing. Are you aware of the upcoming birthday banquet for Su Huaisong? We have received an invitation." Upon hearing Lu Chao's words, Auntie became even more enthusiastic, eager to arrange an immediate marriage between her daughter and Lu Chao. Zhang Yi, feeling somewhat displeased, responded, "Lu Chao, I appreciate your help for my family, but I do not wish for this to be a condition for your pursuit of me. If I feel you align with my preferences, I will agree. Of course, setting aside that aspect, as a friend, I should lend a hand. Who else could assist if not me?" Lu Chao proudly stated. "From the moment we received the invitation, our Lu family has undeniably ascended to a new level. The birthday banquet for Su Huaisong differs from the previous commercial gathering, as it will be attended by true elites of Qing City. Only a select few individual entrepreneurs like Zhang Haishan are invited. To Lu Chao, this is undoubtedly an honor. Seeing Lu Chao's proud demeanor, Auntie praised, "Little Lu is right. You are the only one who can help our family, unlike some oblivious relatives who, even if they cannot assist, only hinder us." Lu Chao relished Auntie's compliments and promptly took out his phone, saying, "Uncle Zhang, I will ask my father for assistance right away." Chapter 62. This is true help. Hello, Dad. There is something I need your help with. Lu Chao stepped away to a secluded area to explain Zhang Haishan's predicament to his father. To his surprise, Lu Chao's father scolded him sharply. "Have you lost your mind? To offend Li Gui for Zhang, eh? Do you understand how crucial Li Gui is to our family? Without him as a cooperative channel, our standing in Qing City will plummet several ranks, and the precious invitation to Su Lao's birthday banquet will vanish. Do you comprehend this?" Lu Chao felt overwhelmed by his father's reprimand, realizing the difficulty of the situation. Thinking quickly, he said, "My dad mentioned he would inquire, and we should receive news soon." Regardless, Zhang Yi and her family are unaware of the specifics, so he decided to fabricate a story to placate them, for the truth could not be revealed now. He then donned a cheerful expression and told Lu Chao, "Little Lu, why not stay a while longer and spend time with Zhang Yi to strengthen your bond?" Zhang Haishan could no longer restrain himself and remarked, "All right, Xiao Fan's intentions are commendable. Be quiet." Auntie shot a glare at Zhang Haishan, reproaching him. "If it weren't for your insistence on helping him, would our family have to endure such hardship? I tell you, Zhang Haishan, if our business fails, we are finished. We will see each other at the Civil Affairs Bureau." "Mom, why do you keep saying such things?" Zhang Yi retorted, then turned to Zhang Fan and said, "Aren't you leaving yet? I don't understand why this year has been so unlucky since I met you. People are saying it, so staying here holds no meaning." "Uncle, I will take my leave," Zhang Fan said, bidding farewell as he exited the hospital room. "Wait, take your worthless items with you," Annie exclaimed, grabbing the fruits and supplements Zhang Fan brought and tossing them into the hallway, then shutting the door with a slam. Zhang Fan looked at the scattered fruits on the floor and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, quietly squatting down to pick them up. At that moment, a delicate little hand reached out and placed the fruits into a basket. Zhang Fan looked up to see the source and joyfully exclaimed, "Ling Ling, what are you doing here?" Zhao Lingling tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and joined him in gathering the fallen fruits. "I came to handle my mother's discharge paperwork. I spotted you on the first floor and, seeing you were in a hurry, decided not to call out. I intended to greet you when you exited the room, but Zhang Fan, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Zhang Fan replied with his usual smile. "You arrived just in time. Things are getting organized on Huang Island, and I would like you to gain some experience there." Zhao Lingling looked astonished and replied timidly, "Right now? I haven't graduated yet. Is that feasible?" "Fear not. With me around, what is there to worry about? Besides, it's not like I would let you handle such a vast enterprise alone. There will be someone to guide you," Zhang Fan reassured her. "That person would naturally be Su Yuxian. University teaches theoretical knowledge, but real management and business acumen come from practical experience. A prominent family like the Su family possesses unique business insights, and learning alongside Su Yuxian would help avoid many pitfalls. Do you have any plans today? If it's convenient, I could take you to see the company," Zhang Fan suggested. "Sure, I could just drop my parents off at the station," Zhao Lingling replied. Her parents are not from Qing City. They came here for its advanced medical facilities, and additionally, Zhao Lingling is familiar with the area as she studies here. She readily agreed to Zhang Fan's proposal. After sending Zhao Lingling's parents off, Zhang Fan drove straight to the office building rented by Su Yuxian, where the company's name hung prominently at the entrance, Jiangxian Real Estate. The name is quite straightforward. Zhang Fan chuckled as he led Zhao Lingling upstairs. Su Yuxian and Zhao Lingling had met briefly at the last commercial banquet, but they had not spoken. Following Zhang Fan's introduction, they formally got acquainted. Upon learning that Zhao Lingling sacrificed her own happiness to raise funds for her mother, Su Yoshuan's regard for her soared. When Zhang Fan suggested Zhao Lingling learn alongside her, Su Yuxian almost immediately agreed. The two girls, of similar ages, one cool on the outside yet warm within, the other gentle and demure, quickly became confidants. This may well be the fastest friendship Su Yuxian has ever formed. Jiang Fan approached Su Yuxian and inquired, Miss Su, are the unfinished buildings on Huang Island set to resume construction? Have suppliers for the steel rebar been secured? I've contacted a few, but nothing has been finalized. Do you have any recommendations? Su Yuxian asked. Jiang Fan nodded. Well, this is a personal request. My uncle's company specializes in steel rebar, called Haishan Steel Factory. Though it's not very large, could you consider allocating some orders to them? Jiang Fan smiled apologetically. After reviewing the documents, Su Yuxian replied, I looked into your uncle's company. Indeed, their capacity is limited. To avoid delaying the project, I can allocate a maximum of 60% of the orders. 60% will suffice. Thank you so much, Jiang Fan expressed his gratitude. Your thanks are rather cheap, Su Yuxian retorted playfully. The contract can be printed immediately. You could deliver it to your uncle. Jiang Fan grimaced. Perhaps it's better to send someone from the company. They may not wish to see me. Noticing Jiang Fan's helpless expression, Zhao Lingling quietly informed Su Yuxian about the situation at the hospital. Su Yuxian glanced at Jiang Fan and said, very well. I will have someone take care of it. Thank you. Thank you. Jiang Fan repeatedly expressed his gratitude, realizing he had accrued quite a debt of favors with Su Yuxian. Not long after their conversation concluded, an employee from Jiangxian Real Estate arrived at the hospital with a contract in hand. Mr. Zhang Haishan, is that you? The employee inquired as he knocked on the door. Zhang Haishan responded, puzzled, yes, that's me. How may I assist you? The employee breathed a sigh of relief, taking out the contract from his folder as he said, hello, Mr. Zhang. I am an employee of Jiangxian Real Estate. We require a significant amount of steel rebar for our properties on Huang Island, and our chairman hopes to collaborate with you. Those in the hospital room were taken aback. Huang Island Real Estate? Who does not know that it is highly sought after? Yet, they never expected someone would directly approach them for collaboration. Suddenly, all eyes turned to Lu Chao. Chapter 63. Usurping credit. Not only was the Zhang family stunned, but even Lu Chao himself was bewildered. Did not his father say not to offend Li Gui? Where did this individual come from? When did my family establish relations with Jiangxian Real Estate? At this moment, Lu Chao's mind was filled with questions. The first to react was Zhang Haishan, who turned to the employee of Jiangxian Real Estate and inquired, could you please explain why your company has chosen me? I do not recall any past dealings with Jiangxian Real Estate, and I have never heard of it during my many years in Qing City. In response to Zhang Haishan's confusion, the employee patiently explained, our Jiangxian Real Estate was established not long ago, and all information can be found online. As for why your company was chosen, I apologize, but I am merely an employee and do not have detailed knowledge. I only know that it was a directive from the chairman himself. After the employee finished explaining, Aunt Wang Ju exclaimed, goodness, the registered capital of Jiangxian Real Estate is as high as 500 million. How astonishing. Zhang Yi also expressed her astonishment, saying, the registered legal person of the company is surnamed Su Yuxian. Isn't that the young lady of the Su family? To have the young lady of the Su family personally designate a partnership is indeed an extraordinary honor. Lu Chao, we owe you our gratitude. Without your assistance, our family would have faced bankruptcy. Aunt Wang Ju excitedly grasped Lu Chao's hand, increasingly appreciating the young man. Zhang Yi approached Lu Chao, smiling sweetly. Lu Chao, thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. Lu Chao, captivated by Zhang Yi's charming smile, found his earlier doubts dissipating, considering that perhaps his father had secretly assisted him. With this thought, Lu Chao responded with a relaxed smile. Oh, there's no need for thanks. We are friends, after all. This is no trouble at all. Oh, Lu Chao, you are so modest. Besides you, I doubt anyone else could engage the young lady of the Su family. It's no wonder your family was able to attend the birthday banquet. Aunt Wang Ju remarked with admiration. Lu Chao's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, who else could connect with the Su family? This further solidified his belief that his father was helping him. The employee of Jiangxian Real Estate cast a disdainful glance at the self-satisfied Lu Chao, thinking to himself, could someone like him truly engage their chairman? Though he held these thoughts internally, he could not voice them aloud. He held the contract and said, Mr. Zhang, if there are no issues, please sign. The deposit will soon be transferred to your company's account. Zhang Haishan hesitated. He did not wish to owe Lu Chao a favor. No problem. No problem. Aunt Wang Ju, Noticing her husband's indecision, snatched the contract from him. She shot him a stern glance and urged, "Hurry and sign. If you don't, we'll be left with nothing." With a sigh, Zhang Haishan reviewed the contract and ultimately signed it. The employee of Jiangxian Real Estate inspected the document and said, "Everything appears to be in order. I won't disturb Mr. Zhang any further. Goodbye." After the employee departed, Lu Chao became a benefactor to the Zhang family. And even Zhang Haishan's attitude towards him began to shift. At the Jiangxian Real Estate office building, Su Yuxian hung up the phone and informed Jiang Fan, "All right, your uncle has signed a contract." "Understood. I will leave Lingling in your care. I have matters to attend to." Jiang Fan turned to leave. Su Yuxian, aware of Jiang Fan's intentions, casually asked, "Do you need my assistance?" Zhao Lingling, gently stepping forward, grasped Jiang Fan's right hand with concern and said, "Be careful." Although the young girl did not fully comprehend the underlying tensions, she sensed that Jiang Fan was heading for revenge. Jiang Fan affectionately ruffled Zhao Lingling's hair and reassured her, "Don't worry. Focus on learning from the young lady of the Su family." Observing their intimate interaction, Su Yuxian felt an indescribable discomfort. Watching Zhao Lingling's expression of delight as she received affection, Su Yuxian patted her own head and muttered, "Is it really that enjoyable?" After Jiang Fan left the office building, he immediately called Qin Jiao. "Hello, it's me." Qin Jiao promptly responded with respect, "Mr. Jiang, how may I assist you?" Jiang Fan stated, "There are two matters. The first is to inform you to attend old Su's birthday banquet. Is that true? Thank you so much. I can feel your joy even over the phone. It seems those years of being labeled as a delinquent have truly humiliated you." After a moment of excitement, Qin Jiao composed himself and, with an even more respectful tone, inquired, "What is the second matter?" Jiang Fan continued, "I need to know the whereabouts of Li Gui. Be quick." Having navigated the underworld for years, Qin Jiao had honed the skill of reading situations and could discern from Jiang Fan's tone that Li Gui had undoubtedly offended him. "Understood, Mr. Jiang. Please hold for 10 minutes." Qin Jiao immediately dispatched his subordinates to gather intelligence. "All right, I await your news." Jiang Fan ended the call, his gaze growing increasingly steely. His uncle was his dearest elder, as it had been in his past life, and now Li Gui had truly crossed the line. Qin Jiao, staring at the disconnected call, paused for a moment before suddenly slamming his hand on the table and shouting, "Bring everyone here, quickly." A man entered questioning, "What is it, Ninth Master?" Qin Jiao hurriedly donned his coat and urged, "Gather everyone you can. In 10 minutes, we need to reach Li Gui's spa. The more people, the better. The faster, the better." His subordinate was startled. Such an extensive mobilization had never occurred since Qin Jiao ascended to his current position. He couldn't help but ask, "Ninth Master, are we going to clash with other forces?" "Clash? Nonsense. Just do as I say. If you're late, I'll 1T spare you." With that, Qin Jiao dashed toward the garage. At the spa, in a dimly lit room filled with an intimate ambience, Li Gui was presently engaged in playful antics with Su Yuting. Afterward, Su Yuting lazily leaned against the headboard and impatiently remarked, "Li Gu, how long will this go on? Can we not deal with Jiang Fan yet?" The increasingly gaunt Li Gui shook his head. "That little brat Jiang Fan is no real threat. What concerns me is if he genuinely has ties to the Su family. Let's wait a bit longer. Everything will become clear at the birthday banquet." I believe Jiang Fan is merely a fraud relying on borrowed power. The Su family doesn't even know him. I know exactly what he's worth. He's just puffed up because of his uncle's wealth." Su Yuting expressed her disdain. Whenever she found herself entangled with the loathsome Li Gui, her thoughts invariably drifted to Jiang Fan, resenting him for not providing her with money and leaving her in her current state. Faced with Li Gui, she could neither turn against him nor cease trying to please him, as he was now their family's financial lifeline. Li Gui, oblivious to the contempt in Su Yuting's eyes, continued to exhale smoke and remarked, "Zhang Haishan is considered wealthy? He is merely a small workshop owner. Just a few days ago, he sought me out for an explanation. I suspect his factory is on the verge of collapse." "Li Gu, you're incredible. If Zhang Haishan falls, Jiang Fan, that loser, 1T be able to stand either." Su Yuting smiled faintly. At that moment, the exquisitely carved wooden door of the room was suddenly smashed to pieces. The splintering would send shards flying through the air, obscuring the view at the entrance with the already dim, intimate lighting. As the dust settled, Li Gui and Su Yuting saw a young man stride in with a cold demeanor. Jiang Fan? What are you doing here? Recognizing him, Su Yuting shrieked, hastily covering herself with a blanket. Chapter 64. You are truly pitiful. Su Yuting's last shred of dignity lay in front of Jiang Fan. She did not wish to bow her head before him. She desired to maintain her former pride in his presence. But now everything had shattered. Desperately, Su Yuting attempted to conceal herself with a blanket, protecting her tattered dignity. Yet Jiang Fan merely sneered, for he had already discerned the dealings between Li Gui and Su Yuting during the banquet. He had simply chosen to remain silent. Li Gui leaped from the bed, not even pausing to put on his pants, and pointed at Jiang Fan, shouting, "How did you get in here? Do you really think I won't dare to settle the score with you? Fine, since you seek death, don't blame me. Watch how I..." Bang! Before Li Gui could finish his sentence, Jiang Fan lunged forward, covering several meters in an instant, and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. Li Gui's body was hurled across the room, landing with a splash into the large bathtub of the private booth. Gasping for air, he struggled to climb out of the water, clutching his searing abdomen as he exclaimed, You, how dare you hit me? Jiang Fan, have you lost your mind? This is Li Ji's territory. Are you seeking death? Su Yuting screamed in horror. Jiang Fan cast a cold glance in her direction before delivering a resounding slap to Li Gui's face. The sound of slapping echoed throughout the booth, a relentless series, until Li Gui's face was grotesquely distorted. Su Yuting was left in shock. She had never witnessed such brutal violence from Jiang Fan before. In her memory, he was supposed to be a meek and submissive man, oppressed by others. You got mad. How dare you strike me? Li Gui covered his face. Disbelief etched across his features. Regardless of how formidable Li Gui was in Qing City, no one had ever dared to treat him in such a manner. Especially not an obscure country bumpkin. I previously refrained from engaging with you to avoid trouble, but you insisted on provoking me. If you dislike me, come to me directly, but to lay a hand on my uncle? You shall pay for this. Jiang Fan's voice was chilling as he stepped on Li Gui's hand. Li Gui glared at Jiang Fan, retorting, Am I not allowed to take pleasure in this? Who decreed that one cannot target those outside their field? It is you who has unjustly harmed me. This matter is far from over. Even if you have connections with the Su family, they have no reason to intervene. Jiang Fan understood that Li Gui's aggression stemmed from fear of the Su family's backing, leading him to retaliate against his uncle instead. Jiang Fan shook his head, letting out a slight sigh. I do not require the Su family to deal with you. As soon as the words left his lips, Jiang Fan straightened up and calmly stated, Fine, since you claim your attack on my uncle was merely a matter of business competition. I shall treat my actions against you in the same light. With that, Jiang Fan opened his phone's photo album. He began swiping through images, methodically explaining, These are the individuals from your bathhouse, I believe, and these are the ladies. This is the second floor of your establishment. The powder you sell is a national contraband, if I recall correctly. And here is the third floor, bustling with activity, with games of pai gao and mahjong, each round involving a substantial sum of money. As the photos continued to flash before him, Li Gui's expression grew increasingly panicked. These enterprises were the very foundation of his operations, conducted with utmost secrecy, and he had never anticipated Jiang Fan's extensive knowledge. How do you know all this? Did the Su family tell you? Li Gui's face darkened. Jiang Fan shot him a glance, responding, Stop dragging the Su family into everything. I know all there is to know about you. In my previous life, Li Gui, you were imprisoned for these very activities, and they are no longer secrets in the future of Qing City. Do you think you are clever? A flustered Li Gui suddenly regained his composure, his eyes filled with malice. What started as a trivial conflict has now escalated, with your discovery of my secrets. Do you truly believe I will allow you to leave alive? Do you not recognize whose territory you are in? As he spoke, Li Gui hastily pressed the alarm button, and soon the entrance was inundated with a throng of henchmen. He laughed triumphantly. Jiang Fan, now who is the fool? Hand over your phone, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. A mere spit from each of these men could drown you. Jiang Fan remained silent, merely observing Li Gui. On the bed, Su Yuting, buoyed by the support of so many, suddenly perked up. Jiang Fan, I thought you had grown wiser after leaving me, but you are still as foolish as ever. Do you not realize the chasm between you and Li Gu? Jiang Fan replied slowly. Do you think numbers matter? Since my rebirth, I've come to a singular realization. My combat prowess far exceeds that of ordinary people, though I am uncertain of its limits. Stop boasting. Do you truly believe you can take on all these men alone? You should kneel and apologize. Perhaps you can save your life. Su Yuding feigned indifference. The gap between us continues to widen. I am grateful I did not marry you, she added. Jiang Fan cast her a glance before walking slowly to the marble television wall of the booth and striking it with a punch. With a resounding crack, the marble spiderwebbed with fissures, leaving a deep impression at the center. Do you still think numbers matter? Jiang Fan scoffed. A profound silence enveloped the entire booth. Was this still humanity? Jiang Fan realized that his continuous concessions and compromises had allowed Su Yuding and her cohort to overstep their bounds. You, Su Yuding, incensed with humiliation, screamed frantically, charge. You outnumber him. Are you afraid of just one man? It's merely breaking stone. People on the street perform such feats daily. Go. All of you go. I refuse to believe that so many cannot subdue a pathetic loser. Li Gu Iquit has sentiments. Just as the crowd stirred, a frantic shout echoed from the end of the corridor. Li Zong. There are too many people outside. They VE surrounded the entire bathhouse. Chapter 65. Su Yuding apologizes. Li Zong. There are too many of them. A small, short-statured man squeezed through the crowd, panicking as he spoke. Li Gui's expression turned grave as he coldly replied. What is there to panic about? How many can there possibly be? He approached the window, parting the curtains to glance down. The sight nearly knocked the breath from him. The area outside the bathhouse was teeming with people, with bus after bus arriving to deliver more. An estimate suggested there were thousands. Several streets were blocked. Li Gui roared in fury, the sensation of fear washing over him for the first time. Could it be Jiang Fan? No, that was impossible. Jiang Fan was merely a rural dweller. Li Gu, what is wrong? Su Yuding inquired softly. Ignoring her, Li Gui paced irritably within the room. Su Yuding, curious, wrapped herself in a blanket and dashed barefoot to the window for a glimpse. Her reaction was even more intense than Li Gui's, as she collapsed to the floor, speechless. At that moment, a thunderous noise erupted outside, resembling a stampede of horses, shaking the entire building. Soon after, Li Gui's henchmen were subdued by an influx of men in black, and Qin Jui slowly entered. Upon seeing Qin Jui, Li Gui hurried over to greet him. I thought it was someone important. It's just you, Jui. You could have informed me of your visit in advance. There was no need to create such a commotion. Get away. Qin Jui kicked Li Gui aside, hastening to Jiang Fan's side. Mr. Jiang, are you unharmed? Jiang Fan asked, what brings you here? Sensing something amiss in Jiang Fan's tone, Qin Jui replied earnestly. Hearing Mr. Jiang's tone, I feared something might go awry, so I brought some men with me. Jiang Fan smiled gratefully. It's nothing serious. Just a minor conflict with Li Gui. Li Gui watched Jiang Fan and Qin Jui conversing amiably, a sense of foreboding gripping his heart. Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, Qin Jui's expression turned grave as he fixed a piercing gaze on Li Gui. You have offended Mr. Jiang? Li Gui trembled, collapsing to his knees, pointing at Su Yuding. It was all her. This woman urged me to act. She has always sought revenge against Jiang Fan, and I was uncertain of Jiang Fan's ties to the Su family, so I targeted his uncle instead. At this juncture, the photos on Jiang Fan's phone became inconsequential. Offending Qin Jui could lead to death. Su Yuding's eyes widened. This was the man she had devoted herself to serving. Su Yuding, do you wish to die? Hurry and come over to apologize. Do you know who this is? This is Qin Jui of Qing City. Li Gui exclaimed in a panic. Su Yuding stood in a daze, her mind reeling from the events of the day that struck at her very soul. The man she once looked down upon, Jiang Fan, had now ascended to an unattainable realm. Regret filled her heart, remorseful for not marrying Jiang Fan, for insisting on financial demands on their wedding day. Had they united then, she would surely be basking in glory now, and her brother's marriage would have been settled long ago. Yet, in this world, there is no remedy for regret. She must now kneel before Jiang Fan, pleading for his forgiveness. Jiang Fan, for the sake of our past, please spare us, she uttered with all her strength, collapsing to the ground, utterly drained. Jiang Fan scoffed. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. Do you think I would let you off so easily after what you did to my uncle? Li Gui was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed himself, saying, I will provide compensation for your uncle. I will persuade his former clients, I assure you. I will never trouble you or your family again. He glanced at Jiang Fan, and seeing no reaction, he gritted his teeth and added, as an apology, I happen to possess a century-old mountain ginseng. I wish to gift it to Zhang Haishan for his health. Oh, such a treasure? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that his uncle indeed required such a tonic. Witnessing Jiang Fan's interest, Li Gui hurriedly instructed his subordinates to retrieve the ginseng from the office. Moments later, the ginseng, wrapped in an exquisite box, was presented before Jiang Fan and the others. The ginseng was palm-sized, with lush roots, its body translucent and radiant, unmistakably a rare gem. Li Gui cast a reluctant glance at it, declaring, This is indeed a fine item. I have never been able to bring myself to consume it. Curious. Jiang Fan reached out to touch the ginseng, only to suddenly see a golden mist wafting from it, seeping into his body through his hand. Is there a problem? Qin Jiui inquired. Did you not see it just now? Jiang Fan replied. Understanding dawned upon him that the golden mist was visible only to him. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's nothing. I merely meant to say that the ginseng is truly remarkable. With Jiang Fan's approval, Li Gui finally felt at ease. Jiang Fan looked at Li Gui and Su Yuding, speaking coolly, Remember what you said today. As long as you do not provoke me, I will not trouble you. Furthermore, I will send the photos from this phone to the authorities. You ought to conduct your business honestly from now on. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Jiang. Li Gui said, his face strained. He knew sorting out the photos would cost him most of his savings. After Jiang Fan and Qin Jiui departed, Li Gui sighed in relief. Damn it, he has finally gone. Yuding, I had no choice. You 1T hold it against me, will you? Su Yuding forced a smile. I 1T. How humbling it was. Even after such a debacle, she had to face Li Gui with a smile. Without his financial support, her family would surely crumble. Downstairs, along the roadside, Jiang Fan was stunned by the spectacle before him. Is this not a bit excessive? The whole street is blocked, he exclaimed. I was anxious too, Qin Jiui replied, grinning at his subordinates. All right, disperse now. Everyone present today will receive a bonus. Upon hearing this, thousands of people cheered. Thank you, Joey. Qin Jiui, ever the adept diplomat, gestured towards Jiang Fan. Do not rush to thank me. First, pay your respects to Mr. Jiang. From now on, he shall be our esteemed guest. Pay respects to Mr. Jiang. A thunderous chorus erupted. In truth, with thousands crowding the street, only a few at the front could see Jiang Fan's visage. The rest merely followed suit, curious about this Mr. Jiang. Having never experienced such a scene, Jiang Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. Mimicking a leader's gesture, he raised his hand. You have all worked hard. Jiui, let them disperse. If they gather any longer, it might make the news, Jiang Fan suggested quietly. Qin Jiui chuckled. Mr. Jiang, I fear the internet is already buzzing, and news is inevitable. But rest assured, none of your information will leak. All right, then, thank you, Jiang Fan replied politely. I shall take my leave. Shortly after Jiang Fan and Qin Jiui departed, a luxurious sports car pulled up at the entrance of the bathing center. The driver eagerly opened the passenger door to welcome the young master. Young Master Su Jian, I heard this bathing center recently welcomed some newcomers. Perfect for you to relieve some stress. Is that so? Then let us proceed. Su Jian, wearing sunglasses, glanced at the bathing center's entrance. Bring me 10 girls. I intend to vent all the pent-up frustration from Su Yuxian. Chapter 66. Fall from grace. The master and servant entered the bathing center, only to be met with a disheveled sight that left them disillusioned. Is this the place you found for me? Just this? What difference is there between this and a slum? Su Jian scowled. The driver, anxious, implored, Young master, please believe me. This is the most popular bathing center among insiders. Rich in resources. They may not have had time to clean up today. Enough of your excuses. I don't want to hear any more. Just bring me the girls. Su Jian impatiently waved his hand. Understood. The driver dashed to the front desk, slamming it with urgency. Bring out Li Gui. Tell him young master Su Jian has arrived. The front desk staff, already terrified by Joey's entourage, hurried off without a word to find Li Gui. At that moment, Li Gui, looking like a wilted plant, was slumped against the headboard, surrounded by cigarette butts. Boss! Boss! The staff shouted as they rushed in. What is it? You're giving me a headache. Li Yis n'a pas irritably. Seeing Li Gui in a foul mood, the staff lowered their voices. Boss, there are guests downstairs. They specifically asked to see you, claiming to be young Master Su Jian from the Su family. Damn it, let them come. Do I need to know every little character? Halfway through his sentence, Li Gui dropped his half-smoked cigarette, eyes wide in shock. Who is here? Young Master Su Jian? Yes, they seem to be looking for girls, the staff murmured. Here for leisure? Li Gui perked up. Quick, fetch the new university students from a few days ago. Make them look presentable. Our fortunes could hinge on young Master Su Jian. Then, Li Gui paused, glancing at Su Yuding. Though the university girls were appealing, they were novices. If they failed to please young Master Su Jian, it would be disastrous. Li Gui had witnessed Su Yuding's charms. He had never encountered a woman so enchanting. Furthermore, Su Yuding's beauty far surpassed that of the university students. With this in mind, Li Gui grinned. Yuding, would you like to seek revenge? Revenge? I'm already kneeling before them. What revenge can I talk about? Su Yuding laughed bitterly, wishing she could humiliate Jiang Fan beneath her feet. Li Gui quickly interjected. Jiang Fan is now allied with Qin Jioi. We certainly cannot contend with him. But we have an opportunity. If you serve young Master Su Jian well, Qin Jioi will be of no consequence. Su Jian? Another member of the Su family? Su Yuding asked with curiosity. Li Gui nodded. Indeed, he is a young master of the Su family. With your talents, you can undoubtedly keep him firmly in your grasp. At that point, no one in Qing City would dare to provoke you, and your family will rise to prominence, making your brother's marriage a simple affair. He can choose from any woman in Qing City. Su Yuding felt her heart race. If fortune smiled upon her, she could swiftly become the matriarch of the Su family. Su Jian was a male heir destined to inherit the Su family. At that time, she would have no regard for Su Yuxian or Qin Jioi. All right, I will go. Su Yuding agreed, but she cautioned Li Gui, saying, I can go, but you must not disclose our matters to anyone. If Su Jian learns that we have been intimate, he will surely shun me. Rest assured, we are in the same boat now, and I will not betray you. Li Gui hesitated for a moment and then replied, But Jiang Fan saw us just now. Will he? Do not worry, I know him well. He will not spread rumors, Su Yuding confidently assured him. Good. Li Gui instructed his staff. Take Yuding to change into a beautiful outfit that aligns with the taste of a wealthy young master like Su Jian. While Su Yuding changed, Li Gui went to attend to Su Jian. At that moment, Su Jian was growing increasingly impatient, his right leg shaking rhythmically, and his irritation was clearly visible on his face. Why is he not here yet? Do you believe I will demolish this establishment? Su Fian wrote. Upon hearing Su Jian's furious outburst, Li Gui hurriedly approached with a smile. Young Master Su, please calm down. We have just had a minor issue, and I beg for your understanding regarding our hospitality. What is this? Su Jian exclaimed, startled to see a man whose face resembled that of a swollen pig. Li Gui, feeling wronged, explained, Young Master Su, I did not wish to present myself in such a state. A group of thugs attacked me just before you arrived. I rushed down without even tending to my injuries. Su Jian looked at Li Gui with curiosity. How did they manage to do this to you? I will give you 100,000. Show me how it happened. Li Gui's mind raced with 1,000 curses, having heard tales of Su Jian's debauchery, and now witnessing it firsthand. Young Master Su, since you wish to see, I shall demonstrate without charge. The thug assaulted me just like this, he said as he raised his hand and struck his already swollen face. Each slap was a sharp pang of pain. Enough, enough, this is dull. It was merely a slap, Su Jian said, losing interest. I heard you have some ladies here. Bring me 10 so I can indulge tonight. Li Gui paused and smiled. Young Master Su, you need not 10. I have a singular enchanting woman who will surely captivate you. Oh, where is she? Bring her forth. As the words left his lips, Su Yuding appeared before them, clad in a delicate pink and white dress, her long hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. She approached slowly, her steps light, with an air of shyness adorning her face. Her purity was striking. Even Li Gui found himself momentarily entranced, exclaiming, This woman is remarkable. Her delicate and innocent demeanor seems almost unreal. Su Jian's eyes widened. He was accustomed to women of a more overt nature, and encountering Su Yuding felt like discovering a new realm. Li Gui, you are quite impressive. I shall remember you. Arrange a private room immediately. Su Jian leered at Su Yuding. Observing this, Li Gui felt a surge of joy. The bait had been taken. However, he feigned grievance, saying, Young Master Su, perhaps you should seek another room. That group of thugs photographed us, and I fear the authorities will soon come to investigate, and this place may be shut down. That is your concern. I merely require a room. Su Jian replied, frowning in displeasure. Young Master Su, perhaps you could show some consideration for our establishment. That group is led by Qin Jiao. Su Yuding gently tugged at Su Jian's sleeve like a little kitten and whispered softly in his ear, I will make it worth your while. For instance, Su Jian's eyes widened in excitement, nearly drooling at the unexpected allure of her seemingly pure exterior hiding such enticing depths. Revitalized, he waved his hand dismissively. What is Qin Jiao? Merely a dog of the Su family. Li Gui, you may operate this establishment without worry. I will ensure the authorities are managed, and you shall follow me from now on. Let us see who dares to challenge you. Li Gui was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing gratitude. Thank you, young master. Su Jian playfully lifted Su Yuding's chin, grinning. My little enchantress, are you satisfied now? Thank you, young master. I will certainly fulfill my earlier promise. She replied sweetly, nestling into Su Jian's embrace. Little did Su Yuding realize, at that moment, her integrity had been irrevocably compromised. Jiang Fan remained unaware of Li Gui and Su Yuding's actions, having taken this opportunity to align himself with Su Jian. He was at home, studying the ancient ginseng he had received. Chapter 67. The officials arrive, perhaps due to Jiang Fan having absorbed some of the mist. The golden haze enveloping the ginseng had dwindled to less than 10%. It remained uncertain whether this phenomenon was a blessing or a curse. Yet Jiang Fan steeled himself and slowly reached out to touch the ginseng. The instant their surfaces met, the golden mist surged into Jiang Fan's right hand, gradually moving up his arm toward the location of his tattoo. Could it be? Jiang Fan was astonished. He quickly removed his clothing to examine the changes in his tattoo. After absorbing the golden mist, the previously faint blue hue of the tattoo had darkened, and it seemed to possess a newfound vitality. Jiang Fan distinctly felt his body strengthening, and his mind became exceptionally clear, the chaotic fragments of memory now coalescing into clarity. These memories pertain to medical skills and alchemical techniques. How extraordinary the medical arts were, and how fascinating the alchemical practices. Jiang Fan closed his eyes, absorbing the unfamiliar memories. This experience resembled a scene from a television drama where a young man, after a fall, encounters a dying martial arts master at the cliff's edge who bequeaths all his skills to the youth. However, unlike Jiang Fan, he had no knowledge of whose abilities these were. Was it that one-eyed old man? In this vast sea of humanity, he did not even know the old man's name, rendering him unable to seek him out. Everything felt like a riddle, with many unanswered questions. Never mind. Devoid of any leads, he resolved to take things slowly. As for the century-old ginseng, it remained unchanged, yet it seemed to lack a hint of spirit. Jiang Fan surmised that the golden mist must have been its essence. Even without its spirit, it remained a potent tonic, perfect for restoring vitality. Jiang Fan decided to keep the ginseng, intending to deliver it to his uncle the following day. With some time to spare, Jiang Fan resolved to research the process of establishing a company online. In this era, numerous opportunities existed, and, as someone reborn, it would be a waste not to seize them. Jiang Fan contemplated launching a live streaming and short video internet company, as this market was still largely untapped, presenting an excellent opportunity for conquest. However, while searching for the desired information, he was inundated with an overwhelming tide of gossip. Local forum, message board, and various social media platforms were abuzz with discussions about the bathing center. Breaking news. This morning, two factions clashed at the bathing center, creating a scene of chaos. Did you just find out? I heard Li Gui from the bathing center provoked the woman of Qin Jiao, prompting him to lead an attack. After all, that place has always had a reputation for being less than clean. Indeed, they say it was a bloody affair. Jiang Fan gazed at the nonsensical posts with exasperation. What was this all about? Please stop spreading rumors. Nothing significant occurred. It was merely a personal dispute, not the grand spectacle you all are making it out to be. Jiang Fan commented under the posts. Little did he know, this stirred a hornet's nest, bringing forth a torrent of vitriol. Who are you? Were you even there? How dare you speak so carelessly about matters you know nothing of? A minor dispute does not warrant such a spectacle. Ignore him. He is likely just a lunatic, daring to label our accounts as rumors. Jiang Fan was taken aback, seeing himself being labeled as pretentious, despite being the very person involved in the incident. Jiang Fan sighed, resigning himself to the necessity of consulting reference materials. After all, his identity remained undisclosed. Let them weave their own tales. As evening approached, an unexpected visitor arrived. Greetings. I am the official Constable Xia Lingxue, and I wish to inquire about certain matters. Might you have a moment? Jiang Fan, observing the striking figure of the female constable at his doorstep, replied with curiosity, Certainly. Please step inside and speak. He stepped aside, allowing Xia Lingxue to enter, and poured a cup of tea, presenting it to her. It must be said that Xia Lingxue was indeed beautiful. Despite her official attire, her alluring curves were still evident. Thank you, but I shall forego the tea. Let us discuss the matter at hand, she said. Did you report to our government that Li Zhong's bathing center was involved in illicit activities? And did you also capture photographs? Indeed, I sent the photographs to you already. You can investigate further. Why come here to question me? Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. Xia Lingxue, exasperated, replied, We conducted an investigation, and everything appears normal. No illegal activities were discovered. Impossible. Jiang Fan raised his voice slightly, asserting, I captured those images myself. You can verify their authenticity. They are certainly not fabricated. We are aware of that. Truth be told, I did not wish to confront you, but I had no choice, Xia Lingxue admitted, her eyes reflecting her frustration. At this point, Jiang Fan understood. Someone must have exerted pressure on the authorities. While he was aware this could not exonerate Li Zhong, he never anticipated the government would fail to find any evidence of wrongdoing. In his previous life, Li Zhong had spent a significant sum to reduce his sentence to 3 years in prison. It seemed that Li Zhong's fate had indeed changed. Jiang Fan's tone grew colder as he inquired, What is the purpose of your visit today? Do you wish for me to retract my report? Or do you claim these photographs are mere fabrications? No. I merely wish to advise you against becoming further entangled in this matter, Xia Lingxue clarified. Is that not akin to retracting my report? Birds of feather, Jiang Fan retorted coldly. What are you implying? Xia Lingxue, previously calm, suddenly became agitated, her anger evident. Who are we colluding with? Please do not insult us. I wish to protect you. Thank you, but I require no protection. The evidence lies before your very eyes. Yet you feign ignorance. Do I need protection for people like you? Jiang Fan scoffed. Xia Lingxue was nearly breathless with indignation. After several moments, she managed to regain her composure and stated with effort, You misunderstand us. It is not that we do not wish to apprehend him, but there are powerful figures shielding Li Gui. Under such protection, capturing him requires undeniable evidence, and your few photographs do not suffice. By the time we arrived, the bathing center had been completely vacated. The government then realized the formidable individuals behind Li Gui, and with the gathering of thousands this morning, my colleagues were concerned for your safety, fearing you might attract their attention by involving yourself in this matter. We are equally frustrated. We wish to capture him, but cannot. It is not as you suggest. Xia Lingxue's tone was sincere, devoid of deceit. After hearing her, Jiang Fan softened his tone considerably. Are you speaking the truth? Yes. I can show you internal documents. Here is the surveillance footage from this afternoon capturing Su Jian, the young master of the Su family, entering the bathing center. And he is the very shield for Li Gui, Xia Lingxue revealed, producing the video. It was indeed Su Jian. Jiang Fan recognized him immediately, astonished to discover Li Gui's connection to Su Jian. Xia Lingxue stored the footage away and earnestly implored, Thus, as an ordinary citizen, you should refrain from involvement. You cannot handle this matter. This is for your own safety. Jiang Fan smiled faintly. I appreciate your concern. However, I assure you that I will not let Li Gui off the hook, regardless of who stands behind him. Our conversation has been in vain. You are merely adding to our burdens. Must we assign personnel to protect you day and night? Xiao Lingxue exclaimed in frustration. Jiang Fan responded coolly. I do not require protection. I can manage on my own. You infuriate me. Such an arrogant and insufferable man. Xiao Lingxue felt as if her patience was nearing its limit. Was he truly so oblivious? At that moment, her phone rang, and she answered curtly, Speak quickly. Yet, the next moment, her demeanor shifted to seriousness as she gasped. Tomb Raiders? Upon hearing those words, a flood of memories surged within Jiang Fan. He recalled that the authorities would arrest a group of Tomb Raiders that very night, but they underestimated the raiders, resulting in the tragic death of a young female constable. If memory served, her surname was Xia. After hanging up, Xiao Lingxue hurriedly addressed Jiang Fan. Rest assured, we will not abandon the case against Li Gui. Please do not involve yourself further. The depths of this matter are beyond your comprehension. Seeing her genuine concern for his safety dissipated Jiang Fan's previous resentment. He cautioned, I advise against pursuing the Tomb Raiders. Doing so could risk your life. Xiao Lingxue retorted, This is my duty. I am not the timid person you might envision. Sacrificing myself in the line of duty is an honor. That is not my intention. I merely suggest that tonight's Tomb Raiders may pose a significant danger. You could be at risk, Jiang Fan clarified. Xiao Lingxue raised her hand, halting him enough. Further discussion is futile. I sincerely hope you heed the counsel of the authorities and avoid regretting it later. Farewell. With that, she departed. Sighing, Jiang Fan lamented. Why is it so difficult for her to listen? After some contemplation, he donned his coat and stepped outside, chiding himself, Surely, heaven did not grant me rebirth merely to save these women. Upon reflection, if he had not been reborn, Zhao Lingling would have ultimately committed suicide. Su Yuxian would have been wrongfully accused and perished, and this constable, Xiao Lingxue, would have met her end at the hands of Tomb Raiders. Was his rebirth meant to alter his own fate or to change theirs? Without further deliberation, Jiang Fan hastily drove towards the scene of the incident. He recalled the location of the Tomb Raiders from previous news reports, thus he was aware of its whereabouts. As he approached the desolate outskirts, the night had fully descended, and the mountain winds howled. The car's headlights occasionally illuminated gravestones, casting an eerie atmosphere that sent chills down his spine. Indeed, Tomb Raiders frequented such ominous locales. Advancing further, he neared the site of the impending confrontation between the Tomb Raiders and the authorities. The sounds of the vehicle echoed in the stillness, prompting Jiang Fan to disembark and proceed on foot to avoid alerting them. Before long, he heard commotion ahead. Stealthily, he crept forward and concealed himself behind a tree. Observing quietly, in a small clearing, 5 or 6 individuals surrounded a tripod, with a gaping hole nearly a meter in diameter beneath it, from which they were extracting artifacts. One man, bearing a scarred face and arms crossed, directed the operation with authority, clearly the leader of this band of Tomb Raiders. Move swiftly. Aim to clear this tomb tonight without leaving anything for tomorrow, the scarred man urged. It was evident they had been here before. The artifacts within had likely already been pilfered. Just as he finished, a dirt-covered individual emerged from the hole, clutching a blood-stained ancient jade resembling a toad. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind another tree. Do not move. Drop what you are holding and raise your hands above your head. You are caught red-handed for grave robbing and theft of antiquities. I hereby announce your arrest. Xiao Lingxue, accompanied by a group of constables, emerged from behind the tree. In that moment, she exuded an air of authority. Her exquisite features were set with determination, and her large eyes were fixed intently on the movements of the Tomb Raiders, radiating an imposing presence. The Tomb Raiders were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the officers, their faces transforming with apprehension. The scar-faced leader clasped his hands and implored, Brothers, we have merely taken to this profession out of necessity, seeking only to earn a meager living. We simply utilize the relics of the deceased to support the living, and have not harmed anyone. We hope you esteemed officials will not make things difficult for us, as we promise to show our gratitude in the future. Enough with your slick words. Your act of tomb raiding is already a violation of the law. There are countless ways to earn a living. Do you truly believe you can starve when you have hands and feet? You are clearly driven by the desire for quick and ill-gotten gains. Su Elnxu admonished sharply, her authoritative presence palpable. The scar-faced leader furrowed his brow, a predatory glint flashing in his eyes. Are you saying that you intend to spare us? Su Elngsu nodded, retrieving handcuffs from her belt. If you cooperate and maintain a good attitude, you might reduce your sentence. However, should you continue to resist, we will be forced to take more severe measures. Huh, just you all? The scar-faced man grinned. I had no intention of dealing with the officers, but since you were so ungrateful, there's nothing I can do. His companions chimed in with jest. Boss, this girl is really stunning. What a beautiful lady. Those long legs are utterly tempting. She is so lovely. I would mind sacrificing 10 years of my life for her. Hearing his comrades, the scar-faced leader grinned wickedly, his gaze fixed on Su Elngsu. Officer, you must think this through. We have been cooped up in the mountains for far too long, if you do not heed our warning. I fear your fate may be quite dire. After saying this, Su Elngsu whispered to her colleague, these men are still so arrogant in our presence. They must have backup. Quickly, contact the others for reinforcements. Yes. Her male colleague promptly took out his phone to reach the authorities. Upon seeing the officers calling for backup, the scar-faced leader revealed a sinister smile. If you refuse to drink the wine offered, you will be punished. No one escapes. At this point, they could not afford to leave any witnesses. As his words fell, the scar-faced leader and his men charged forward with remarkable speed, a clear indication of their training, causing Su Elngsu's heart to skip a beat. In that split second, she too sprang into action, ready to confront the enemy, while her colleagues drew their weapons in defense. Unfortunately, the officers were primarily armed with rubber bullet guns, capable of inflicting excruciating pain but not real harm. Before long, all but Su Elngsu found themselves at a disadvantage, their positions precarious under the relentless assault of the Tomb Raiders. Captain, you go. We cannot leave you here. One male officer pleaded desperately. Leave. You will only distract me here. If you truly care for my safety, hurry and bring back reinforcements, Su Elngsu commanded sternly. Gritting their teeth, several colleagues hurriedly departed. One must admit, Su Elngsu exhibited remarkable skill, managing to hold off all the Tomb Raiders single-handedly, which explained her rapid ascent to leadership at such a young age. I truly wonder what you were thinking, girl. If you had run, we would have never caught you. Why choose to face death? The scar-faced leader taunted as he continued his assault, attempting to break her concentration. Su Elngsu shot him a fierce glare. Do not be so smug. Tomb raiding and assaulting officials. None of you will escape. At this moment, fatigue began to set in, her body trembling, breath coming in labored gasps, a sight that was utterly disconcerting. The scar-faced leader stared in disbelief, licking his lips. It matters not. Your colleagues will take at least 10 minutes to arrive, and in that time, we will show you what true hell is like. By then, even death will seem worthwhile. Su Elngsu bit down hard on her lip, fully aware of the implications of his words, a fleeting moment of fear and humiliation flashing through her mind. It was during this brief lapse in focus that the scar-faced man seized the opportunity, delivering a brutal kick to her abdomen. Su Elngsu staggered back, on the verge of falling. In the next moment, she felt herself collapse into a warm embrace that radiated safety. I warned you before, they are dangerous. Now you know. Jiang Fan spoke softly. Chapter 69. Concealed Talent and Reputation. Su Elngsu looked up to see Jiang Fan, his youthful face adorned with a gentle smile. It's you? Her surprise morphed into joy, quickly overshadowed by concern. What are you doing here? Run. I'll hold him off. You must go. She struggled to break free from his hold despite the pain in her abdomen, believing it better to sacrifice herself than to endanger an innocent civilian. However, Jiang Fan tightened his grip around her, applying pressure to her abdomen's pressure point. In your current state, worrying about others is futile. You should rest. Feeling the warmth emanating from him, her cheeks flushed crimson, as this was the first time a boy had been so close to her, rendering her usually sharp mind utterly blank. Observing the tender exchange before him, the scar-faced leader felt a surge of rage. Enough. Kid, are you seeking death? Jiang Fan waved dismissively. Don't misunderstand. I simply do not wish for this foolish woman to perish. If you wish to flee, feel free. I have memorized your faces. One day, I will capture you. Upon hearing Jiang Fan refer to her as a foolish woman, Su Elngsu pouted in protest. Yet the challenge in his words sent a chill down her spine. You're out of your mind. If you don't stabilize them, you'll only provoke them further. Do you have any sense? Just run. I can hold them off for a moment. You two will not escape. Kill this pair of dog lovers." The scar-faced leader shouted in a fit of rage. Among the raiders, the strongest man clenched his fists, channeling all his strength into a punch aimed at Jiang Fan. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Jiang Fan stood there, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. "Move, you fool." Su Elngsu had battled this man before and knew his strength. Closing her eyes in despair, she found solace in Jiang Fan's presence, as if death no longer seemed as daunting. The scar-faced leader watched in delight, confident that his henchman, who had once shattered a tree trunk with a single blow, would easily dispatch them. "These two are finished. I'll enjoy playing with this woman later." However, events unfolded contrary to the scar-faced leader's expectations. A sharp crack echoed, as if something had snapped, followed by the agonized wails of the robust tomb raider, piercing the stillness of the night. "Ah, my hand! My hand!" The cries drew the attention of all present. When they turned to look, dread washed over them as they beheld the sight. The raider's forearm had completely shattered, the broken bone protruding grotesquely through the skin, exposed to the air. Jiang Fan remained poised, his fist still extended, his expression calm and collected. It was evident that this was the aftermath of their confrontation, leaving the raider in such a state. The sheer force displayed was terrifying. The scar-faced leader was paralyzed with fear, unable to muster the will to resist. "We must flee," he thought, and in the next moment he bolted at the first opportunity, but not far before he felt a sharp pain in his knee, collapsing to the ground. Unable to rise, as he glanced down, he discovered a stone had struck his knee, now swollen and painful. The other raiders experienced the same. In that instant, Su Elngsu was rendered speechless, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Fan. Who are you?" she finally asked. "I am simply the common citizen you speak of," Jiang Fan replied, crouching down and placing his hand gently on her wrist. Xiao Lingxue spoke nervously. "What are you doing?" Jiang Fan stood up and clapped his hands, saying, "It's nothing. That scar-faced man is quite sinister, daring to kick a girl's abdomen. Let me check if you're injured. After all, that area pertains to your lifelong happiness." Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, Xiao Lingxue's face flushed with heat, and she stammered, "Thank you. Thank you." "For what?" "I was at fault before for my poor attitude at my home," Jiang Fan replied, taking the jade toad from the tomb raider's hand. He looked at it regretfully and said, "What a pity. It should have been a pair." Jiang Fan kicked the tomb raider and inquired, "Where did the other jade toad go? Do you remember who you sold it to?" Jiang Fan pressed further. He fixed a cold gaze on the raider. "You truly don't know? Stop asking." Xiao Lingxue approached and said, "They really don't know. The black market has its own rules. Transactions are done without revealing identities. All in cash, so we have no idea who the buyer is. Our authorities are powerless. What a shame. If we could find the pair, its archaeological value would be substantial," Jiang Fan said as he placed the jade toad into Xiao Lingxue's hands. Just then, the sound of a car echoed from a distance. Jiang Fan dusted off his clothes and looked at Xiao Lingxue, saying, "Your colleagues are here, so I shall take my leave. They are your responsibility, not mine." He then turned to all the tomb raiders and threatened, "You were defeated by this lady officer, and it has nothing to do with me. Do you understand?" The scar-faced leader of the raiders nodded repeatedly. "Yes, we understand." Jiang Fan nodded in satisfaction and was about to leave. "Wait a moment," Xiao Lingxue called out anxiously. "This is your credit. I can't accept it. You might even receive a bonus and commendation from the city." Watching Jiang Fan's departing figure, Xiao Lingxue was stunned. Could there truly be someone in this world so selfless? Ordinary people would boast about such achievements, seeking recognition, yet Jiang Fan selflessly attributed the credit to another. In the aftermath, he remained hidden, concealing his merits and fame. Captain Xia, are you all right?" At that moment, Xiao Lingxue's colleagues arrived with reinforcements, and upon seeing the incapacitated tomb raiders, they couldn't help but give Xiao Lingxue a thumbs up. "Indeed, Captain Xia is impressive. Now our team has secured a significant achievement. All you think about is glory. You don't even ask if Captain Xia is injured," another colleague interjected, rolling his eyes. "Injured?" Xiao Lingxue instinctively touched her abdomen, as if she could still feel Jiang Fan's warmth. Unconsciously revealing a charming smile, her cheeks flushed. This left her male colleagues utterly disheartened. "Oh no, Captain Xia can't be pregnant, right? Look at her blissful expression, still smiling. She has never smiled at us. Damn, who is that lucky bastard? I want to duel him. My love story hasn't even begun yet. I wouldn't mind being the one to take care of that child, exclaimed one comrade, earning disdainful glances from those around him. The male colleagues each had their hearts shattered, overwhelmed with sorrow. The next morning's news prominently reported the gathering of thousands at the bathing center and the nighttime tomb raiding, with Xiao Lingxue naturally receiving accolades. No one anticipated that two major events in Qing City were related to the same individual. The very Zhang fan who was en route to the hospital, cradling ginseng. In the hospital, within Zhang Haishan's ward, the Zhang family was joyfully watching the news, well aware that the bathing center belonged to Li Gui's company, thus feeling indescribable satisfaction at seeing Li Gui besieged. Heaven has eyes. That scoundrel Li Gui has met his day, Wang Ju exclaimed, slapping her thigh in excitement. Zhang Yi asked, why would Qin Jui trouble Li Gui? Who knows? It has nothing to do with us, Wang Ju replied, peeling an apple and handing it to Lu Chao. Xiao Lu, have an apple. You came early to see your Uncle Zhang. Thank you for your hard work. It's nothing. It's what I should do, Lu Chao smiled. Ever since he decided to pursue Zhang Yi, he found her beauty unparalleled, her every expression tugging at his heartstrings. Especially now that Zhang Yi had yet to agree to date him. That feeling of yearning was all the more intoxicating. Dad, could there be someone who knows both my father and Qin Jui, and this person attacked the bathing center to avenge my father? Zhang Yi boldly speculated, her gaze slowly drifting toward Lu Chao. Zhang Haishan shook his head. Impossible. No one I know possesses such capability. Wang Ju noticed her daughter's gaze and clapped her hands, saying, Xiao Lu knows. I remember Xiao Lu's father collaborated with Qin Jui, right? Lu Chao smiled faintly. Indeed, the relationship between the Jui and my family is quite good, but one cannot casually admit to participating in a brawl. Though his words seemed to refute, they left an ambiguous impression, neither confirming nor denying, allowing others to speculate as they pleased. Indeed, upon hearing this, Zhang Yi and Wang Ju's eyes brightened. Zhang Haishan sighed. His debts of gratitude were piling up. Would he truly have to let his daughter marry Lu Chao to settle them? At that moment, Jiang Fan knocked and walked in. Why are you here again? Wang Ju pushed Jiang Fan, saying, go on, you're not welcome here. Auntie, I'm here to bring Uncle some supplements, Jiang Fan said, lifting a beautifully packaged box for Wang Ju to see. Upon seeing the exquisite packaging, Wang Ju softened her demeanor a bit. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Haishan said, Xiao Fan, since you're here and we've already overcome the difficulties, let us not be like this. Wang Ju hesitated, but allowed Jiang Fan to enter the ward for the sake of the gift. However, Zhang Yi let out a disdainful hum, saying, our family could only overcome its difficulties with Lu Chao's help. First, he secured the Jiangxian real estate order, then helped us deal with Li Gui. That was truly beneficial for our family, unlike some who bring back dubious gifts. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. Zhang Yi's disdain for Jiang Fan had reached an unprecedented peak. She had never encountered such a brazen, useless man, one who nearly caused her family to go bankrupt yet only lurked in the shadows, sending gifts while another man handled all the issues. Suddenly, she felt that Lu Chao was the true man. Perhaps being with him was indeed preferable, and her previous romantic history was merely a reflection of Lu Chao's youthful ignorance. The Jiangxian real estate order? Dealing with Li Gui? Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed as he looked at Lu Chao. Did you do all that? Lu Chao maintained his ambiguous demeanor, smiling without responding. Oh, Xiao Lu, stop hiding it. In all of Qing City, who besides you could help your Uncle Zhang and know both the Su family and Qin Jui? Wang Ju laughed. Zhang Yi eagerly nodded. Exactly. It must be you. How did I not notice your noble character before? Quietly doing good deeds without seeking recognition. Lu Chao's smile grew even broader as he said, I'm just a low-key person. Don't speak too highly of me, Xiao Yi. Jiang Fan sneered, disinterested in exposing him, knowing that aside from his uncle, who would believe him? Uncle, how is your health? Jiang Fan asked as he approached Zhang Haishan. Zhang Haishan replied with a smile, it's about the same. The doctor said, I need to recuperate. Jiang Fan silently took Zhang Haishan's pulse, discovering that his uncle was merely exhausted, suffering from excessive stress leading to liver stagnation. compounded by long hours without proper meals or rest, resulting in some weakness. Xiao Fan can even take pulses? Zhang Haishan joked. Just a little knowledge, Jiang Fan replied. Uncle, your health is not too concerning. Just replenish your strength. Remember to eat what I brought. It will do you good. Zhang Yi scoffed from beside you. You know traditional medicine? More like a charlatan. Jiang Fan glanced at his cousin and smiled slightly, saying Xiao Yi for these 7 days. It would be wise to refrain from consuming cold foods and to drink more warm water. This seemingly nonsensical remark left others baffled. But only Zhang Yi stood blushing in place, her eyes glaring fiercely at Jiang Fan. You get out. Just leave. Jiang Fan had primarily come to deliver ginseng. And now that he had fulfilled that obligation, he saw no reason to linger further to avoid causing annoyance. After exchanging a few words with Zhang Haishan, he took his leave. Once Jiang Fan departed, Wang Ju curiously inquired, Daughter, what did Jiang Fan mean by that? Oh, Mom, please don't ask, Zhang Yi replied, casting a glance at Lu Chao, her face growing increasingly red. This piqued Lu Chao's curiosity. Did Zhang Yi harbor an unspeakable secret? Xiao Yi, Aunt Wang is merely concerned for you. Why not share? Lu Chao encouraged. Zhang Yi looked at them, covering her face, and exclaimed, Oh, it's just that. Well, it's that time. That time? Lu Chao was utterly perplexed. Wang Ju suddenly realized, laughing, How could I be so forgetful? A woman's monthly cycle requires warmth. Mom, why did you have to say it? It's so embarrassing, Zhang Yi shyly protested. Lu Chao, however, was taken aback. Her monthly visitor? Goodness. How could they book a room now? In an instant, Lu Chao's enthusiasm waned, and he no longer wished to stay. Thus he spoke up, Uncle, Aunt. I came today primarily to invite Xiao Yi to attend old Su's birthday banquet with me. I can bring one additional guest. Guest? Wang Ju said with a knowing look. Lu Chao nodded, saying, Yes, I would like Xiao Yi to accompany me as my girlfriend, but I wonder if she would agree. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Yi bashfully nodded. Unfortunately, the day of the banquet was 7 days away, and they would have to wait until then. After solidifying their relationship, Lu Chao found an excuse to leave, while Zhang Yi gazed longingly at his retreating figure for quite a while. All right, daughter, he has gone, Wang Ju remarked. Xiao Lu is truly remarkable. Not only does he come from a good family, but he is also compassionate and reliable. My daughter, you found a treasure. However, Zhang Haishan felt inexplicably irritable and said discontentedly, Enough, let the children handle their own affairs. Why meddle? Oh, is he better than your nephew? Is that why you feel uncomfortable? Wang Ju retorted, then turned her attention to the gift box that Jiang Fan had brought. What did Jiang Fan send? Let us take a look. Upon opening it, both Wang Ju and Zhang Yi were met with disappointment. It was indeed nothing remarkable, just a rather shabby ginseng. Although the box itself was somewhat attractive, Wang Ju disdainfully tossed the ginseng into the trash. What are you doing? That is ginseng, Zhang Haishan lamented. Dad, you don't understand. Nowadays, ginseng is akin to radishes, all cultivated artificially. A root of this size is merely 2 years old and costs around 100 or so in the market, Zhang Yi asserted, believing herself to be knowledgeable. Zhang Haishan glanced at the trash can, regretfully stating, 100 or so is still money, especially since it was bought by Xiao Fan, who struggles financially yet spent this much. Alas, at that moment, the hospital director arrived for his regular rounds. Mr. Zhang, how is your recovery going? The old director cheerfully entered. Zhang Haishan replied, Quite well. I have regained some strength. Yes, that is good. You must continue to nourish yourself. Oh, what is that in the trash? The old director adjusted his glasses, intrigued. Director, don't pick that up. It's garbage. Wang Yu interjected, fearing that the director would see the lowly cultivated ginseng given by a distant relative and be embarrassed on their behalf, especially since he was a company owner. However, it was too late. The old director had already retrieved the ginseng from the trash. What is this? The director adjusted his glasses and carefully examined the ginseng's quality. Wang Ju grew increasingly anxious, fearing the director was mocking them in his mind. Why hadn't she just thrown it out the window? Director, this is a cultivated ginseng gifted by a poor relative. It's nothing special, so please disregard it, Wang Ju said. You must be joking. This is not cultivated ginseng. The old director suddenly exclaimed with excitement. This is a genuine wild ginseng, over 100 years old. Truly exceptional. What? 100-year-old wild ginseng? Wang Zhu and Zhang, you were momentarily stunned, their minds momentarily short-circuiting. Of course, cultivated ginseng tends to have a short root due to the loose soil, resembling a carrot, with fewer characteristics, whereas wild ginseng has a long root and is distinctively shaped. Look at this ginseng. It has a long root and dense characteristics. Its body is well-proportioned and humanoid, with clear markings on the main root and a deep color. The skin is fine and resilient, with many distinct characteristics, indicating it has grown in the wild. The old director held the ginseng with great affection, continuing, just looking at its crystalline appearance tells you it is a premium ginseng. Wild ginseng is exceedingly rare, let alone such an exceptional specimen of 100 years. Even with wealth, one might not acquire it. Mr. Zhang, you are indeed fortunate to receive such a precious gift. The giver must be affluent. Huh? The Zhang family was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he this sent by Jiang Fan? How could he be considered wealthy? Yet the director's words were so sincere. Could it truly be a treasure? Director, are you not jesting with us? This is genuinely a 100-year-old wild ginseng? Zhang Yi still found it hard to believe, as their family couldn't even procure such a precious item. So how could Jiang Fan possibly have it? Oh, young lady, your knowledge is limited. I have dealt with medicinal materials for decades, and can assure you I would never misjudge, the old director said, momentarily tempted to claim the ginseng for himself. You have treated this treasure like garbage. What a waste. The old director carefully placed the ginseng back into its gift box. This must be a fake, right? Zhang, he was left speechless, but still obstinately insisted. How could Jiang Fan possibly acquire a 100-year-old ginseng? Perhaps he just stumbled upon an old man selling it by the roadside and got lucky. Yes, I think so too. Such luck does get reported on television. I never expected it would fall upon Jiang Fan. If he knew it was a 100-year-old ginseng, would he have given it to us? Wang Yu, now cradling the gift box like a treasure, laughed foolishly. Our family is about to prosper. First, we got this precious ginseng, and now Xiao Yi can attend old Su's birthday banquet. Haha, we are set to thrive. Alas, Xiao Fan, how should I express my gratitude to you? Zhang Haishan sighed helplessly as he watched his wife and daughter revel in joy. Meanwhile, in the Su family mansion, Su Yuding was utterly mesmerized, unsure where to direct her gaze. The opulence surrounding her was staggering. It resembled an ancient royal villa. In contrast to the Su family's extravagance, Su Yuding suddenly found her past life laughable, having toiled for a mere 20,000, sacrificing her dignity for such a trifling sum. At that moment, a door to a new world opened before her. Young master, the deputy head requests your presence. A servant from the Su family interrupted Su Yuding's musings. All right, Su Yuding, obedini not that. The servant performed a deep bow. Say, miss, please follow me, and mind your step. Oh, okay. Su Yuding felt a bit lightheaded, her feet floating as it was the first time in her life she had been treated with such respect. It felt exhilarating. This was what life should be. Faced with the respectful servant, Su Yuding unconsciously raised her stature, striding confidently behind the servant. Meanwhile, Su Jian, filled with trepidation, hurried to the residence of the deputy head. Su Huayan. Su Huayan was in his room reviewing documents, and upon seeing his grandson enter, he inquired in a deep voice, "Have you been out playing again?" "Yes, grandfather." Su Jian felt an overwhelming fear of his grandfather, keeping his head down as he entered the room. When the topic of Su Yuxian arose, he retorted, "Humph. What's so impressive? If I had 500 million, I would definitely earn more than her." Su Huayan, feeling exasperated, sighed and slowly settled into the grand chair, saying, "All right, let's talk about something else. I called you here to discuss the family head's birthday banquet. I prepared everything. I know the family head has a fondness for antiques, so I contacted someone on the black market and found a jade toad for 70 million. Su Huayan declared proudly. Su Huayan nodded in approval. Well done. Also, please prepare for the guest list and banquet. We cannot afford to disappoint anyone this time. He handed Su Jian the list of guests. Upon reaching the door, Su Jian suddenly exclaimed, "Grandfather, this list is incorrect. I assent to it. Our Su family has never invited Qingjio for anyone's birthday before. Why is his name on this list? It goes against tradition. Oh, Qin Jiu was added at Su Yoxuan's request. It's not a significant issue. Su Huayan replied after taking a sip of water. Qin Jiu is merely a stray dog we keep outside. In plain terms, he is a lowly thug. Previously, we didn't invite him for fear that he would spoil the atmosphere of the banquet. However, I've heard he has been conducting himself well in business lately and has shown decorum, so it's not a problem to include him. Su Jian pondered, stroking his chin. Was it Su Yuxian who initiated this? Jinner, do you have any thoughts on this? Su Huayan asked curiously, observing his grandson's demeanor. Su Jian nodded. Grandfather. Qin Jiu's attendance at the banquet is unprecedented. If his presence leads to any unfortunate incidents, wouldn't Su Yuxian bear the primary responsibility for inviting him? A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Su Huayan's murky eyes. Jinner, are you suggesting? Chapter 72. Familiar faces. Su Jian leaned closer to his grandfather, whispering his thoughts. After finishing, Su Huayan burst into hearty laughter, smacking the armrest of the grand chair, exclaiming, "Ha! Who says my grandson is inferior to that Su Yuxian? My grandson is quite clever." Su Jian rolled his eyes, acknowledging that it was indeed his grandfather's assertion. "Very well, Jinner, I entrust this matter to you. You must locate this individual. The family birthday banquet is approaching, and we cannot afford to miss the date." Su Huayan was in high spirits, nearly humming a cheerful tune. As days passed, the date of Su Lao's birthday banquet drew ever closer. Jiang Fan had been busy, heading to Jiangxian Real Estate daily to keep a close watch on developments on Huang Island. Fortunately, since the press release, many were eager to purchase a unit. After careful consideration, Jiang Fan and Su Yuxian decided to launch pre-sales on the most completed property first, which was sold out on the very first day. Now, Jiangxian Real Estate had become the most renowned real estate in Qing City, with property prices skyrocketing. During this time, Zhao Lingling was also busy, diligently noting down key points of commerce in her notebook, studying with great seriousness. Before long, it was the eve of Su Lao's birthday. On this day, the upper echelons of Qing City were bustling, with luxury cars lining the streets, all heading toward the Su family estate. After much internal conflict, Zhang Haiyan finally spoke. "Daughter, I have a rather excessive request. This may be out of line. Dad, just say it. You don't need to be so formal with me." Zhang Yi replied, carefully selecting a dress for the next day's event. Zhang Haiyan rubbed his hands together, smiling. "I was wondering if you could bring your cousin along to the banquet. If it weren't for Xiao Fan at the last business banquet, I wouldn't have had the chance to attend." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's excited expression faded. "Dad, let's not discuss this anymore. This banquet is not comparable to a business one, and I'm attending as Lu Chao's girlfriend. Bringing him along? What is he?" Zhang Yi said impatiently. Zhang Haiyan, unwilling to give up, urged, "Talk to Lu Chao and see if he can secure a spot for Jiang Fan. Having one more person at such a banquet shouldn't be an issue. Don't forget, Xiao Fan gifted our family a precious ginseng. That ginseng was merely a stroke of luck for him. Had Jiang Fan known, he would certainly have sold it." Zhang Yi replied arrogantly, "Dad, I'm not trying to criticize you, but our family is about to step into the true upper class. We should avoid mingling with impoverished relatives. Does someone like Jiang Fan even deserve to attend such a banquet?" Zhang Haiyan was aware that his request was somewhat excessive. Yet every time he thought of Jiang Fan's gift, he felt a pang of shame. "Please, Dad, speak to Lu Chao. If he opposes it, I won't insist anymore." Zhang Haiyan pressed again. At that moment, Wang Ju descended from upstairs and chimed in, "Exactly. What if this angers the Lu family? What if our daughter faces difficulties after marrying into their family? Is this how you behave as a father, pushing your daughter into a fire pit?" Realizing his wife's intervention meant the matter was unlikely to proceed, Zhang Haiyan fell silent. The following day, by 4 or 5 in the morning, Qing City was already bustling. Typically, at this hour, the streets were devoid of vehicles, except for those selling breakfast or workers finishing their night shifts. However, on this day, luxury cars were lined up one after another, piquing the curiosity of passers-by. Having been enlightened by the ginseng's golden mist, Jiang Fan felt increasingly empowered. He contemplated gathering more of such treasures to see how far his tattoos could evolve. After taking a hot shower and dressing appropriately, he prepared to attend the banquet. As he reached the entrance of his community, he encountered Su Yuxian, who had been waiting for him. What brings you here? Zhang Fan asked in surprise. Su Yuxian, maintaining her cool demeanor, replied, Grandfather sent me. He worries you might encounter troubles alone, so he asked me to accompany you. Oh, I thought you came of your own volition. That is quite disappointing, Zhang Fan teased. Your ego is quite inflated. It is already generous of me to come and collect you. You shouldn't expect more, Su Yuxian retorted, rolling her eyes. Let us go. If you don't get in the car soon, I won't be responsible for you. All right. You still have that foul temper. How will you ever get married? Zhang Fan remarked as he climbed into the car. Close your mouth. Keep talking, and I'll throw you out. Su Yuxian retaliated, pressing down hard on the accelerator as they sped toward the Su family estate. Nestled on a hillside, the Su family estate was usually tranquil, but today it was abuzz with activity. Countless luxury cars filled the parking lot, while security personnel surrounded the estate, ensuring that every entrance was tightly guarded. It was nearly impossible to sneak in unnoticed. Under Su Yuxian's guidance, Zhang Fan was able to enter the Su family estate without hindrance. All right, feel free to explore for now. I need to speak with Grandfather, Su Yuxian instructed as she exited the car. Sure, go ahead, Zhang Fan replied with a smile. Once Su Yuxian left, Zhang Fan began to wander. The overall aesthetic of the Su family estate was a stunning example of traditional Huagua garden architecture, sprawling and adorned with beautiful pavilions. Despite its vastness, the estate was meticulously arranged, with servants attending to guests and an array of delectable food and fine wine available at every turn. As he walked along, Zhang Fan observed numerous elegantly dressed individuals conversing in small groups. Wow, is this a private residence? Are you sure it's not a tourist attraction developed in Qing City? Zhang Yi exclaimed, initially believing their family's villa was extravagant, but now realizing it paled in comparison. Beside her, Lu Chao was equally astonished. The opulent garden architecture was beyond what he had imagined. Not to mention, the food and beverages being served today were at astronomical prices. He had just noticed that all the red wines were from Domaine de la Romanicani, each bottle worth at least 10,000. At that moment, Zhang Yi caught sight of a familiar figure in the distance. Lu Chao, let us go over there and take a look. I feel that person seems quite familiar. Familiar? Impossible. How could someone of that caliber be acquainted with your family? Lu Chao scoffed. Despite his words, he ultimately followed Zhang Yi over, and upon arriving, he too was taken aback. Damn, it really is familiar. Lu Chao quickened his pace and exclaimed, Is that not your cousin? How'd he get in? Zhang Fan was savoring a pair of colossal lobster claws. He had only heard of such large lobsters before, and he certainly could not let this opportunity slip by. This Zhang Fan is causing me trouble again. Zhang Yi darkened her expression, unable to suppress a curse. Chapter 73. Risk in Showing Off Fuming. Zhang Yi approached and seized Zhang Fan. Ah, Xiaoyi, you're here too. Come and try this Australian lobster. Zhang Fan glanced at Lu Chao, completely ignoring him. Try what? Come with me. Zhang Yi pulled Zhang Fan aside to a corner and, hands on her hips, scolded him. Zhang Fan, do you really think this place is suitable for you? If someone discovers you sneaking in, it will cause a huge problem. It could even implicate our family. I beg of you, please refrain from causing trouble. Is it so difficult to accept your ordinariness? Why do you insist on forcing your way into a circle that does not belong to you? Zhang Fan looked at her and replied nonchalantly. Do you think I snuck in? What else could it be? Do you think anyone would invite you? Do not forget, even our family does not have that privilege. Zhang Yi was nearly driven to madness. Lu Chao tried to comfort Zhang Yi and smiled as he approached Zhang Fan, saying, Zhang Fan, enough is enough. Last time, because of you, Uncle Zhang ended up in the hospital. Do you wish to harm the Zhang family again? Out of respect for Zhang Yi, I will not make things difficult for you. Just leave on your own, or I shall call security to escort you out. Does my coming or going concern you? Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow and asked. Lu Chao's expression turned serious as he said, Do not be ungrateful. Such gatherings are not meant for someone like you, Scram. Just then, Su Yuxian approached in high heels. Zhang Fan, my grandfather wishes to see you. Come with me. Su Yuxian cast a glance at Lu Chao and Zhang Yi, her aloof nature rendering her indifferent to the two. Lu Chao's eyes widened at the sight of the radiant and noble Su Yuxian. Is there truly such a beautiful person in this world? In comparison, Zhang Yi seemed exceedingly ordinary. Lu Chao's family was attending such a gathering for the first time. so he did not recognize Su Yuxian and assumed she was merely another guest. Jiang Fan smiled gently and replied, "All right, I will come right away." "Wait." Lu Chao stopped Su Yuxian, presenting what he believed to be a gentlemanly smile. "Miss, do you know Jiang Fan?" Su Yuxian cast a cold glance at him and replied with 2 words, "What is it?" "Well, Jiang Fan is the cousin of my girlfriend, who lives in the countryside. I am merely warning you out of goodwill, lest you be deceived by him." Lu Chao smiled, his face betraying cunning. Zhang Yi was somewhat disapproving of Lu Chao's actions, but thinking of Jiang Fan's behavior, she acquiesced. "Insufferable." Jiang Fan chuckled and shrugged at Lu Chao. "Not respectable? Useless person?" These 2 phrases struck Lu Chao as hard like daggers, and he gritted his teeth in response. What a piece of work. If one did not know better, they might think he is the master of this place. Who is that woman? Is Jiang Fan with her? Zhang Yi inwided. "I do not know. I have never seen her. Perhaps she is just another small fry attending for the first time this year." "Huh, your cousin is quite fortunate," Lu Chao sneered. "As long as he is not sneaking in, that is what matters." Zhang Yi sighed in relief, then noticed Lu Chao's displeased expression and quickly comforted him. "All right. As long as he does not bother us, you are still the most impressive in my heart. First, you helped our family through crisis, and then you avenged my father. How about after this banquet? I agree to be your girlfriend." With Zhang Yi's sweet words, Lu Chao's mood instantly lifted, and he exclaimed, "Really? You agreed to be my girlfriend?" Zhang Yi shyly nodded. In truth, she had already wished to agree since the time Jiang Fan presented gifts. But Lu Chao had left too hastily for her to express it. Upon seeing Zhang Yi nod, Lu Chao silently cheered, then deliberately asked, "Can you eat cold food today?" "Of course I can. Why do you suddenly ask this?" Zhang Yi tilted her head, and after a few seconds, her cheeks flushed. You are truly mischievous. Hee hee. Now that you are my girlfriend, is this not just a matter of time?" Lu Chao leered, finally having awaited this moment. "Pfft, I will not pay attention to you." Zhang Yi, blushing, playfully ran away. No objections mean agreement. Lu Chao, invigorated, chased after her. As a result, he collided with another man around the corner. "Damn, who is this? Can't you see?" Lu Chao yelled angrily while holding his forehead. "Ah, I thought it was some young master. Turns out it is just you two." Lu, the son of that bastard Zhang Haishan, the man who had bumped into him, sneered. This man was none other than Li Gui. Zhang Yi's expression changed immediately as she said, "So it is you. Do you still have the audacity to come here? If people like you can come, why can't I?" Li Gui looked at Zhang Yi and asked, "Where's your cousin? What do you care about my cousin? I tell you, do not drag our family into your feud. Have you not learned your lesson from last time at the bathhouse?" Zhang Yi, emboldened by Lu Chao's presence, was unrelenting towards Li Gui. However, Lu Chao, standing nearby, was already trembling in fear. Upon mentioning the incident at the bathhouse, Li Gui's expression darkened instantly. Lu Chao's face changed drastically as he hurriedly intervened. "Admonishink, Zhang Yi, be quiet. Uncle Li is after all our elder. Is this how you speak?" Zhang Yi was taken aback, somewhat bewildered by Lu Chao's attitude. "Uncle Li, she's my girlfriend and is still angry about what happened to her father. Please understand her." Lu Chao chuckled awkwardly. "Pfft," Li Gui snorted. "Make sure to discipline her." With that, he turned to leave. Lu Chao watched Li Gui's departing figure, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. In the future, one must be cautious in showing off. "Lu Chao, why do you bow and scrape him? What are you afraid of?" Zhang Yi expressed her dissatisfaction. "You do not understand." Lu Chao swallowed the curse he almost let slip and softly fabricated. "Xiao Yi, do you not see where we are? This is old Su's birthday banquet. Do you wish to stir up trouble here and invite disaster upon yourself? Surround? I'm not even acquainted with Qinjui, all right? What can we possibly do?" Lu Chao cursed inwardly, resolving to keep his distance from this troublesome woman. Though he thought this, he did not voice it. Lu Chao smiled and said, "Li Gui fears Qinjui, and he fears us too. In this setting, Qinjui has never attended. Without his backing, confronting Li Gui would be akin to courting death." "Oh, you have a point." Zhang Yi considered this logic. But at that moment, a stir broke out around them. "Greetings, Jui." "Ah, Jui has come this year, quite the rare guest." Many prominent figures in the Qing city greeted Qinjui. Zhang Yi excitedly pointed towards Qinjui and exclaimed, "Lu Chao, look, it's Qinjui. Did you not say he would not attend? Lu Chao's face turned a ghastly shade. Is this a joke at my expense? In previous years, he never came, yet this year, he shows up right after I boast. Lu Chao, let us go. We can have Jui help us avenge Li Gui. Zhang Yi, brimming with enthusiasm, was about to rush forward. Just then, an announcement echoed throughout the Su family estate. All guests are requested to assemble in the main hall. All guests are requested to assemble in the main hall. Lu Chao sighed in relief. This announcement had saved him from a predicament. Let us go. We should head to the main hall. The matter of revenge can wait for later. Lu Chao pulled Zhang Yi towards the main hall constructed by the Su family. The so-called main hall was actually the largest courtyard of the Su family, capable of hosting a banquet for hundreds. Lu Chao walked into the main venue, and just as he was beginning to relax, an unexpected scene made his heart race once more. He saw the doors of the Su family ancestral home slowly swing open. Out stepped a long-haired, strikingly beautiful woman. Chapter 74, sitting beside Su Yuxian. The figure emerging from the ancestral home was none other than Su Yuxian. Lu Chao, look, it's that woman from earlier, Zhang Yi said, her voice tinged with surprise. How could she come out from there? Lu Chao's expression shifted dramatically. A grave look overtaking his features. This is bad. Her status is evidently higher than we assumed. Few guests are permitted into the Su family ancestral home. The guests present were indeed stratified. Those like Lu Chao, attending for the first time, could only wander the courtyard or venture into open spaces like the living room. Private areas like the Su family ancestral home were generally off-limits to all, but those with close ties to the Su family. What should we do? We weren't very polite to her earlier. She won't retaliate against us, will she? Zhang Yi expressed her concerns. Lu Chao shook his head, reassuring her no. This is the Su family's domain. As a guest, she wouldn't dare cause a scene. However, before he could finish speaking, Su Yuxian at the entrance spoke. Welcome, esteemed guests, to my grandfather's birthday celebration. I, Su Yuxian, would like to thank you all for your support. Boom! Lu Chao and Zhang Yi's minds erupted in chaos, as they felt as if the world was spinning, and they did not comprehend a single word that followed from Su Yuxian. What did she just say? Lu Chao's face turned ashen, beads of cold sweat trickling down, his demeanor resembling someone who had just emerged from water. Zhang Yi stammered, "Herr Liebsquivering." She just said she is Su Yuxian. Upon hearing this, Lu Chao nearly burst into tears. He could never have imagined that the woman beside Jiang Fan was the esteemed young lady of the Su family. It's over. I'm doomed. To offend Su Yuxian at my first attendance of old Su's birthday banquet. My father will surely kill me. Lu Chao slumped into a nearby chair, shaking his head in despair. How could this be? How did a mere nobody like Jiang Fan become acquainted with the Su family's young lady? Zhang Yi seemed to recall something. Frowning as she looked at Lu Chao, didn't you assist with our family's partnership with Jiangxian Real Estate? The owner of Jiangxian Real Estate is Su Yuxian. Lu Chao, how could you not recognize her? Lu Chao lowered his head, feeling guilty as he replied. I only made a phone call for my father. I didn't know anything else. Oh, perhaps it was your Uncle Lu who contacted the young lady. Alas, she helped me, and yet I had such an attitude. How inappropriate. Zhang Yi tugged at Lu Chao's sleeve, suggesting, let's go apologize to Miss Su later and thank her for her assistance. Is that appropriate? She's hosting so many guests today. She may not even remember what happened earlier. There's no need for us to confront her, Lu Chao said. Feeling uneasy, Lu Chao could never approach Su Yuxian now. In that fleeting moment, he realized that it was not his father who had facilitated Zhang Haishan's acquisition of the Jiangxian real estate contract, but Jiang Fan. If Zhang Yi went to express her gratitude, wouldn't everything be exposed? He was poised to seize an opportunity with this woman tonight, and he couldn't afford any mishaps. While Lu Chao and Zhang Yi were in a state of panic, Su Yuxian had already succinctly delivered her opening remarks. Her voice flowed like melodious spring water, refreshing the hearts of the gathered guests on this sweltering summer day. Undoubtedly, aside from the birthday celebrant, Su Yuxian was the center of attention. After her speech, the doors of the ancestral home opened once more. All stood to welcome the day's honored guest. Su Lao emerged slowly, smiling and greeting everyone, shaking hands and sharing laughter with old friends. Guests were keen to greet Su Lao, but more attention was drawn to the young man beside him, Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan had not intended to stand out, but Su Lao insisted, leaving him no choice but to comply. Jiang Fan. How could he possibly be standing next to Su Lao? Zhang, he exclaimed in disbelief. This is impossible. He is just our poor relative. Since childhood, Zhang, he had been indoctrinated with the belief that there were distinctions of high and low status among people, and she held a deep-seated contempt for impoverished relatives like Jiang Fan. However, she soon discovered that the one truly occupying a lower position was herself, a realization she could hardly bear. Meanwhile, Lu Chao's expression fluctuated. Glancing at the dazed Zhang Yi, he suddenly recognized that Zhang Yi had become a coveted prize. Jiang Fan's relationship with the Su family was evidently significant, and Zhang Yi, being Jiang Fan's cousin, meant that whoever married her would indirectly forge a connection with the Su family. Yet, if Zhang Yi learned of his deception, not only would marriage be impossible, but everything could come crashing down. Lu Chao regretted his pretentiousness for the first time. Among the crowd, besides Zhang Yi and Lu Chao, two others were also astonished by Jiang Fan's presence, Su Yuding and Li Gui. They were aware of Jiang Fan's connection to Su Yuxian, but could never have imagined the depth of his relationship with Su Lao. This left them both shocked and fearful. How could this be? Su Yuding angrily questioned Li Gui. Su Jian is here. Keep your voice down. Su Yuding glanced at Su Jian nearby, relieved to see he hadn't overheard. He was once a poor nobody, unwilling to even take a taxi when we went out shopping. How could I have known he would become like this? Su Yuding whispered. Li Gui, feeling disheartened, replied, we thought we could take revenge, but that was just a dream. Our backing is the young master of the Su family, while Jiang Fan is supported by the head of the Su family and the young lady. Our connections pale in comparison. At this, both could only watch Jiang Fan with hidden resentment. Meanwhile, Su Lao took his seat under the scrutiny of the crowd, and Jiang Fan prepared to move to another table. Xiao Jiang, come, sit next to Yuxian. Su Lao beckoned, inviting Jiang Fan in full view of everyone. Jiang Fan glanced at the deliberately vacant seat beside Su Yuxian and immediately grasped Su Lao's intention. Su Lao was keen to protect his granddaughter, and given that Su Yuxian was somewhat vulnerable within the family, while Jiang Fan's performance during the Huangdao incident had been outstanding, Su Lao wished to bind Su Yuxian and Jiang Fan together. Even after his passing, having someone like Jiang Fan to support her would ensure she would not fall into disarray. Jiang Fan also aimed to assist Su Yuxian, so he expressed his gratitude to Su Lao and took a seat. However, this action held a different meaning in the eyes of others. Several individuals with favorable relations with the Su family chuckled and inquired, Su Lao, aren't you going to introduce this young man? I was just about to. This is my granddaughter's friend, a fine young man from Qing City, named Jiang Fan, Su Lao introduced. In that brief statement, the implications were staggering. As Su Yuxian's friend, those familiar with the Su family knew that the young lady was not close with other men. Now, the emergence of an inexplicable male friend had made their relationship quite apparent. Su Lao's praise for the young man indicated his approval of Jiang Fan. Lastly, being a local from Qing City led guests to ponder if there was a prominent Jiang family or wealthy entrepreneur, but none came to mind, suggesting he might be an ordinary person. Jiang Fan, displaying politeness, stood and said, as a newcomer, I apologize for any lack of decorum. Oh, no offense taken, young Jiang. Someone chuckled in response. Young Jiang is truly a fine figure. Sitting with Miss Su makes for a perfect match. Hearing such remarks made Su Yuding at the adjacent table feel her cheeks flush. Not long ago, she deemed Jiang Fan a worthless individual, a destitute, and cast him aside. Now, Jiang Fan has ascended to become the object of admiration among the elite of Qing City, the sole man cherished by the young lady of the Su family. In comparison to Su Yuxian, how could she not feel like a failure herself, a pauper? Her presence here is merely a result of sacrificing her own integrity. Beside her, Su Jian observed Jiang Fan, who was being revered like a celestial being, his heart akin to a vessel overturned with jealousy. As a young master of the Su family, he had never received such treatment. Frustrated, Su Jian could not contain his tongue, exclaiming, he is merely a man living off a woman, and they dare call him a paragon of elegance. How absurd! Chapter 75, The Jade Pendant's Aftermath. His words, though softly spoken, echoed in the ears of the assembly, rendering the atmosphere at the banquet somewhat awkward. Su Jian's mother wished to strangle her son. Was it appropriate to speak so recklessly in such a gathering? Even if it were true, it should not be uttered. Realizing his blunder, Su Jian, proud as he was, refused to apologize to a man who had risen through the favor of women. Just as the tension mounted, the deputy head of the family, Su Huayan, stepped forth. Ah, the youth speaks thoughtlessly. Yu Xian, today is your grandfather's birthday. Present the gift you have prepared for everyone to see. He cast a glance at Su Jian, signaling him to compose himself. Su Huayan's words alleviated the awkwardness in the room, and someone chimed in. Miss Su's gift must be extraordinary. We await its unveiling. Indeed, let us expand our horizons. With the collective effort of the attendees to uplift the mood, the previous discomfort caused by Su Jian faded away. Su Yuxuan gradually rose, and a servant from the household emerged, cradling an ornately decorated wooden gift box. Grandfather, this is my gift for you, a double dragon jade pendant from the Yongle era. Su Yuxian carefully lifted the pendant from the box, showcasing it before handing it to the elder Su. Su Laozu caressed the smooth jade, his face lighting up with a smile. Excellent. A splendid treasure indeed. Yu Xian, you are truly thoughtful. It was evident that Su Laozu genuinely cherished the jade pendant. At another table, Su Yuding and Li Gui were all too familiar with this piece. Was this not the counterfeit that Jiang Fan had purchased for 200,000 at the antique shop? How had it transformed into a birthday gift from Su Yuxian to Su Laozu? Su Yuding pondered. Could it be that Jiang Fan used this jade pendant to deceive Su Yuxian? How else could he possibly win the affections of a lady from his Su family? Li Gui nodded in agreement. Quite likely. I must inform young master Su Jian immediately. Seizing the opportunity to expose Jiang Fan, Li Gui hastily approached Su Jian and whispered the details of the antique shop incident. Is what you say true? Su Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. I witnessed it with my own eyes, Li Gui proclaimed, wearing an expression of self-importance. At that moment, everyone continued to extol the virtues of the jade pendant. A counterfeit is worthy of such praise? Su Jian's voice slowly emerged, instantly chilling the atmosphere as it had before. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. The spectacle was about to unfold, and Su Yuding and Li Gui eagerly leaned in to observe. Su Jian's mother tugged at her son, hissing, Have you lost your mind? What trickery are you attempting now? Mother, fret not. I speak with purpose. Su Jian stood and approached Su Laozu, bowing respectfully. Great-grandfather, it is not my intent to disrupt the festivities, but I wish for everyone to refrain from reveling over a counterfeit. Perhaps Sister Yuxian is unaware that this piece is fake. She too has been deceived. Su Jian, what are you attempting? Su Yuxian questioned, her demeanor radiating icy fury. Sister Yuxian, do not be angered. I am merely looking out for you, to ensure you are not unwittingly deceived. Su Jian turned to Jiang Fan, a playful smile gracing his lips. Jiang Fan, will you enlighten us on the price you paid for this jade pendant? The crowd's attention shifted towards Jiang Fan, revealing that he was indeed the purchaser of the pendant. Su Jian's confidence raised suspicions. Could there be more than meets the eye? Jiang Fan glanced at him, responding nonchalantly. 200,000. What of it? 200,000. Everyone regarded Jiang Fan with incredulity, for even the most modest of gifts among them surpassed 1,000,000, rendering his offering rather dismissive. To put it bluntly, it was akin to a beggar's charity. Observing the audience's reaction, Su Jian continued gleefully. 200,000 is no small sum. For someone like Mr. Jiang, who hails from the countryside, it constitutes his entire fortune. If he had managed to purchase a genuine piece, it would have been commendable, yet he chose instead a counterfeit. Su Jian recounted the events at the antique shop, and the gazes directed at Jiang Fan grew increasingly peculiar. Meanwhile, Su Laozu continued to play with the jade pendant, silent yet intrigued to see if Jiang Fan could turn the tide in his favor. Once Su Jian finished, the assembly fell into a state of bewildered silence. How could someone fall for such an evident scam? Each person harbored a myriad of thoughts they wished to voice, yet dared not speak. Oh, I expected you to unveil some grand revelation. Is this all you have? Jiang Fan scoffed derisively. He glanced at Su Yuding and Li Gui at the adjacent table. Continuing, you dredge up trivial matters. Is this truly your last resort? What do you mean? Su Jian sensed impending trouble, as if he were about to be ensnared. At that moment, Wei Yishan, seated at the same table, rose to speak. Allow me to clarify the situation. A collective gasp swept through the room. A 200,000 piece transitioned into 30 million. At that moment, even the wealthiest of patrons felt a twinge of envy. The most difficult to accept were Su Yuding and Li Gui. Their expressions began to spiral into chaos, as their hearts felt heavier than if they had lost their parents. No one understood the origins of the jade pendant better than they did. They had witnessed Jiang Fan purchase it for 200,000 and had mocked him for such an extravagant expenditure. But now, the most ludicrous jesters were they themselves. Su Yuding's heart ached. She believed that the jade pendant rightfully belonged to her, having been purchased with her own dowry. Su Ganglird at Li Gui, nearly shouting, Li Gui, you betrayed me. I didn't know. When I was present, this jade pendant was indeed a counterfeit. Li Gui, frightened, sank to the ground. Now, not only had he lost the reward, but he also faced the possibility of significant repercussions. In a panic, he turned to Su Yuding, as if grasping at a lifeline. Young Master Su, Miss Su Yuding was present. She can vouch for me. Su Jian's gaze snapped to Su Yuding. She quickly distanced herself from Li Gui, realizing that she had worked too hard to reach this point to let Li Gui ruin it for her. Young Master Su, do not heed Li Gui's nonsense. I have no knowledge of this matter. With that, Su Yuding shot a fierce glare at Li Gui. Li Gui, do not think that just because you were once my superior, I will cover for you. I am now aligned with young Master Su and have severed ties with you. You. Li Gui's eyes widened in shock, his finger trembling as he pointed at Su Yuding, unable to believe her cold-heartedness. Enough. The situation is clear. Please escort Mr. Li out. Su Laozu interjected as the chaos reached its peak. Li Gui's face drained of color as two servants led him away, marking perhaps the first instance in Su family history of a guest being expelled. Once ousted from the Su household, he would find it impossible to thrive in Qing City. Su Laozu's hearty laughter rang out once more. Pardon our little spectacle. Let's resume our feast. Do partake, the dishes have grown cold. The assembly could only smile and eat, yet Su Jian was unwilling to let matters rest. He rose and spoke. I was just deceived by a rogue, disturbing everyone's peace and causing Great Uncle to feel displeased. However, I also have a gift for Great Uncle. Su Lao maintained a smile and replied, Oh, Jenner has one too? Good child, your filial piety is appreciated by your grandfather, but you should keep this for yourself. No, this is specifically bought for you, and it cost me a whopping 70 million. Su Jian emphasized the figure, anxious that others would overlook it. It is too extravagant. You should keep this money for yourself. Su Lao insisted once more politely. Brother, this is a child's heartfelt gesture. Please do not refuse it. Do you truly value the 30 million gift from Yu Xian over my grandson's 70 million? Vice family head Su Huayan encouraged. Very well, Su Lao relented, realizing the matter had escalated to this point. Seeing this, Su Jian instructed a servant to present a wooden box and proudly declared, What I am gifting Great Uncle is also an antique, a remarkably lifelike jade toad. Pfft. Jiang Fan, upon hearing this, sprayed out his tea. Chapter 76. Witnessed with my own eyes. Pfft. Everyone turned to Jiang Fan, their expressions filled with confusion. Jiang Fan waved his hand and said, I apologize, I choked. Please continue. Su Jian shot Jiang Fan a glare and resumed praising his chosen gift. Jiang Fan fixed his gaze on the jade toad in Su Jian's hand and remarked, You might not believe me, but I recently encountered an identical jade toad. That is hardly plausible. Such rare treasures cannot be found on every street. Where did you see it? Suyoswan in Kowayir. A group of tomb raiders just emerged from an ancient tomb. Jiang Fan chuckled wryly, finding fate rather amusing. Su Yuxian frowned, murmuring, Tomb raiders? Tomb raiders? Would you believe me if I said that I apprehended that group of tomb raiders? Jiang Fan asked. Su Yuxian regarded Jiang Fan for a moment, then solemnly nodded. I believe you have no reason to deceive me, but that jade toad should have been taken by the authorities. How could it possibly be here? That is also my concern, for the jade toad in the tomb is a pair, and one has already been sold by the raiders on the black market. Jiang Fan expressed his worry. Hearing this, Su Yuxian tightened her grip. Could it be that the one Su Jian is giving to grandfather is? Almost certainly. I'm contemplating whether to expose Su Jian right here, Jiang Fan replied. Jiang Fan and Su Yuxian leaned in close. conversing in a manner that appeared to outsiders like a couple in love. Su Jian, filled with enthusiasm as he introduced his gift, turned to find that Su Yuxian and Jiang Fan were completely ignoring him, igniting a surge of unnamable anger within. Su Jian, what are you saying? Su Yuxian exclaimed angrily. I am merely friends with Jiang Fan. It is not as sordid as you imagine. Why Yuxianjia? Why are you so flustered? I never said anything wrong. Let everyone see what your hand is doing. Su Jian smirked, glancing at Su Yuxian, who still held tightly onto Jiang Fan's arm. The crowd exchanged knowing smiles. TSK, TSK, TSK. They truly are a couple in love. That little hand is unwilling to let go for even a moment. Su Yuxian, realizing her grip on Jiang Fan, quickly released it as if jolted. Ahem, everyone, please do not misunderstand. I was discussing a matter with Miss Su, and she was startled. Jiang Fan interjected to alleviate the situation. Su Fiancée, oh, what matter could frighten my cousin? Speak up so we can all hear. That might not be appropriate. As it concerns you, I fear revealing it may embarrass you. Jiang Fan feigned hesitation. If you have something to say, just say it. Su Fianim patiently retorted. It is typical of a good-for-nothing to be so indecisive. I am curious how you intend to embarrass me. Very well, you asked for it. Jiang Fan cleared his throat and inquired, Young Master Su, where did you acquire this jade toad? Are you deaf? I just clearly stated that I purchased it for 70 million from an antique dealer. Su Jian's face unconsciously displayed pride as he mentioned the jade toad. No one present could boast of a gift more valuable than his. Vice family head Su Huayan solemnly remarked, Jiang Kid, if you intend to claim this jade toad is a counterfeit, you might as well spare yourself the effort. We had old Master Wei Yishan authenticated, and it is undoubtedly genuine. Wei Yishan looked apologetically at Jiang Fan and affirmed, what the Vice family head says is true. I personally verified it. This jade toad is meticulously carved from a single piece of top-grade jade, showcasing an unparalleled skill. It is a three-legged toad, a symbol of wealth and prosperity. Someone enviously remarked, Old Wei is correct. Such a fine object is indeed rare. Young Master Su has put in great thought. The value of this gift is secondary. What is truly precious is old Master Su's filial piety, as it must have taken considerable effort to procure such a treasure. Listening to the praises, Su Jian's grin nearly reached the back of his head. Haha, esteemed guests, you flatter me. I simply prepared this gift 2 or 3 months in advance for great-uncle's birthday. It is nothing. Su Jian's fabrications flowed smoother than the truth. However, Wei Yishan interrupted the flattery, expressing confusion. But there is one thing I cannot understand. Wei Yishan stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Jiang Fan, observing this, interjected with a smile. The surface dirt on this jade toad appears quite fresh. Am I correct, old Wei? Yes, absolutely right. I have pondered this for quite some time, Wei Yishan excitedly affirmed, as this issue had troubled him for days, robbing him of sleep and appetite. Today, Jiang Fan's inquiry felt like a kindred spirit coming to his aid. Jiang Fan continued, this issue is quite simple. If this jade toad was just unearthed, it would explain everything. Just unearthed? Wei Yishan was puzzled. Jiang Fan elaborated, a week ago, there was a tomb robbery in Qing City. Before Jiang Fan could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by an agitated Su Jian. Jiang Fan, what nonsense are you spouting? I bought this with my hard-earned money. If you believe my gift overshadows yours, why don't you find something even more valuable? Who are you trying to fool with such lies? Su Lao's expression darkened slightly. If it were a counterfeit, it would be one thing, but presenting burial items from an ancient tomb to a birthday celebrant was utterly unacceptable. Jiang Fan, do you have evidence? Such matters are no jest, Su Lao inquired sternly. Jiang Fan nodded. This jade toad is actually a pair. The tomb raiders stole them one after the other. The first jade toad was sold to the black market, while the second was apprehended by the authorities just after being unearthed. Nonsense, Su Jian sneered. You speak as if you witnessed it firsthand. Everyone has seen the news about the tomb robbers, and there was no mention of any jade toad. The crowd nodded in agreement, fully supporting Su Jian's assertion. Unperturbed, Jiang Fan replied, you are indeed correct. I did witness the tomb raiders in action when the authorities apprehended them. Ha! Su Jian laughed uncontrollably, wiping away tears of amusement. The more you speak, the more absurd it becomes. This incident occurred in the dead of night, in a desolate area. Who would venture there for no reason? Jiang Fan. You cannot even tell a convincing lie. Who says Jiang Fan is lying? A voice emerged from nearby. It was Xia Ling Xue, elegantly adorned in a beautiful gown, striding over from another table. Chapter 77. Hand it over, who are you? Su Jian stared at Xia Ling Xue, surprised to find such a beauty in Qing City. Indeed, she was even more stunning in person than on television. Her previous statement that Jiang Fan was not lying raised questions. Could it be that the Jade Toad was genuinely excavated from a tomb? Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment, as normal individuals typically held superstitions regarding items associated with the deceased. Curiosity prompted someone to ask, Director Xia, how is it that Mr. Jiang Fan was present at the tomb robbery scene? It is with a sense of shame that I confess my involvement in the incident that ensnared Mr. Jiang Fan. It was indeed he who subdued the tomb raiders, yet he modestly attributed the accolades to me, leaving me with an enduring sense of guilt. After recounting the events of that night, Xia Ling Xue observed the shift in the gazes directed at Jiang Fan. At such a fiery young age, he displayed remarkable composure and humility, eschewing pride in his achievements. This young man is destined for greatness. Elder Su expressed his satisfaction with Jiang Fan's performance, affirming that entrusting Su Yuxian to him was indeed a prudent decision. However, it was evident that Director Xia had been fixated on Jiang Fan from the outset. You must be cautious, Xian, he remarked with a light cough, deliberately stating, the authorities have been relentlessly pursuing the whereabouts of this jade artifact. At this juncture, Su Jian could no longer maintain his bravado. With a pallid face, he confessed, I apologize. I am unaware of the seller's identity, as they concealed it throughout the transaction, and payment was made in installments. I am truly sorry, great uncle. I had no inkling this was a burial item. Very well, you too have been deceived. In the future, ensure to procure items through legitimate channels. Given that this is stolen cultural property, I shall take the initiative to hand it over to the authorities. Elder Su declared with a steady voice, imbued with an air of authority that brooked no dissent. I have no objections, Su Jian muttered through clenched teeth. 70 million. This is a treasure worth 70 million. He had intended to leverage this artifact to enhance his reputation, but instead found himself in disgrace, ultimately relinquishing the item to the authorities. Today was indeed a day of humiliation. His meticulously orchestrated scheme had merely served as a stepping stone for others, and his eyes brimmed with resentment as he regarded Jiang Fan. Fortunately, he still held a final trump card. He would relish watching Su Yuxian and Jiang Fan in the aftermath. Elder Su courteously invited Xia Ling Xue to join their table, saying, since you are acquainted with Jiang Fan, why not take a seat with us? Xia Ling Xue beamed with joy, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Elder Su. May your blessings be as vast as the eastern sea and your life as enduring as the southern mountains. Elder Su was momentarily speechless, having merely extended a polite gesture. Yet this young woman had taken it upon herself to climb the ladder of courtesy. Suddenly, he felt a pang of regret towards his granddaughter. Quite impressive. When did you become acquainted with such a beauty? Su Yuxian remarked coldly, a flicker of discontent crossing her mind as she regarded the statuesque Xia Ling Xue. Jiang Fan, mustering his courage, teased, what is this? Are you feeling jealous? Jealous? You certainly overestimate yourself. Su Yuxian shot back, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Fan. If you continue to babble, I shall cut out your tongue. All right, I shall say no more, Jiang Fan retorted, rolling his eyes at Su Youxuan's ever-persistent temper. Meanwhile, Xia Ling Xue took a seat beside Jiang Fan. What brings you to the banquet? Aren't you supposed to be apprehending criminals today? Jiang Fan inquired. Xia Ling Xue smiled faintly, replying, thanks to you, I have become a notable figure in Qing City due to the Tomb Raider incident, thus qualifying me to attend the banquet. Jiang Fan finally understood. Xia Ling Xue suddenly spoke with a hint of melancholy. I've been trying to visit you at your home these past few days, but you were never there. I wanted to give you the reward money from the authorities in Qing City, as it does not belong to me. I was quite busy during those days. You should keep the money. After all, you nearly lost your life for it. Jiang Fan gently declined. Su Jian watched Jiang Fan, surrounded by two alluring women, his eyes burning with jealousy. Go ahead and laugh. You can afford to smile now, but just wait and see if you can still do so later. Without Su Yuxian, you are nothing. Su Jian cursed through gritted teeth. Vice Master Su Huayan tugged at his grandson, shaking his head. Enough, keep your comments to a minimum. Where are we in our timeline? On the way, we shall arrive shortly. Su Jian suppressed his simmering anger, awaiting his final move. The ensuing banquet proceeded exceptionally smoothly, with many attendees exchanging toasts and business cards. Due to the Su family's influence, Jiang Fan received numerous cards from prominent entrepreneurs and families. Once the toasting concluded, Lord Qin Jiui approached with a sheepish expression. Mr. Jiang, I am immensely grateful to you today. Do you realize that those once disdainful big bosses have taken the initiative to toast me? I feel as though I have finally released a lifetime of pent-up grievances. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. Struggling to contain his emotions, he abruptly downed a glass of red wine. Jiang Fan, sensing the sincerity of Lord Qin's sentiments, replied earnestly, "There is no need to thank me. This is also the result of your own hard work. Had you not achieved those commendable results, even attending this banquet would not have garnered your respect." Lord Qin was taken aback, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude. "Mr. Jiang, thank you. If you ever require my assistance, I, Qin Jiui, shall not hesitate to traverse mountains and seas for you." "Enough, Miss Su is present. There is no need for such proclamations of loyalty," Jiang Fan jested. Lord Qin glanced at the composed Su Yuxian, his expression turning somewhat awkward. Su Youxuan, observing Lord Qin's nervousness, remarked, "You have endured much over the years. You are welcome to attend our family's banquet annually from now on." Upon hearing this, Lord Qin was instantly filled with exhilaration. "Thank you, Miss Su. Thank you, Miss Su," he expressed gratefully. At that moment, a slightly inebriated Zhang Yisheng forcibly dragged Lu Chao over, who was feeling as though he wished to disappear. "Miss Su, I thank you on behalf of my father for entrusting the Jiangxian real estate project to my family," Zhang Yisheng said, bowing deeply to Su Yuxian. "You are Jiang Fan's cousin?" Su Yuxian inquired, puzzled. "Yes, Jiang Fan is indeed my cousin," Zhang Yisheng reluctantly admitted, preferring to be identified as the daughter of Zhang Haishan or simply as Zhang Yi. Su Yuxian nonchalantly replied, "No need to thank me. Had it not been for Jiang Fan's initiative, I would not have considered your family." "What do you mean? Jiang Fan was the one who helped my family?" Zhang Yisheng's pupils constricted, all traces of inebriation evaporating instantaneously. "The contract was provided by Jiang Fan for our family?" Zhang Yisheng could hardly believe the revelation. Her gaze fixed intently on Lu Chao, seeking an explanation. However, Lu Chao dared not speak, lowering his head in evasion. Not only the contract, but Mr. Jiang single-handedly confronted Li Gui at his bathhouse to avenge your father. Had I not arrived in time, Li Gui might have been severely injured by Mr. Jiang. Lord Qin elaborated. At this point, Zhang Yisheng was utterly dumbfounded, as if turned to stone. It was him. The one who helped my family was the cousin I despised the most. "Lu Chao, why did you deceive me?" Zhang Yisheng questioned, her heart heavy with anguish. "I never claimed these actions were mine. Your family misunderstood." Lu Chao weakly defended himself. Zhang Yisheng felt as though her heart was being brutally torn, realizing that the man she had believed she could entrust her life to was of such character. "Get out. I never wish to see you again. Leave." Zhang Yisheng screamed in fury. "Xiao Yi, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I truly love you. Just one more opportunity, please." Lu Chao pleaded pitifully. "So you pursued me merely for my body?" Zhang Yisheng scoffed despairingly, as the budding romance of her youth was abruptly snuffed out, encountering the most detestable of scoundrels. Su Yuxian coldly remarked, "Exploiting women, Lu family, is it? I suggest you take your family and leave this banquet. We do not require a refuse here. Miss Su, I beg you to spare me this once. I was merely bewitched. Please do not expel us. My father will surely break my legs if he finds out." Lu Chao sobbed, tears streaming down his face. With a swift slap, Jiang Fan struck him, stating coldly, "Leave." Su Yuxian, filled with disdain, summoned the Su family servants. And much like Li Gui, Lu Chao was expelled from the gathering. Simultaneously, Lu Chao's father was engaging in jovial conversation with other businessmen in the garden, only to be left dumbfounded as he was summarily ousted. Upon learning of his son's misdeeds, Lu Chao's father nearly fainted from rage, leading to a scene of paternal chastisement at the entrance of the Su residence. After Lu Chao was expelled, Zhang Yi appeared as though she had lost her soul, her gaze vacant, lost in thought. "Are you all right?" Zhang Fan inquired. Zhang Yi slowly lifted her head, staring at Zhang Fan for a moment before speaking. "Cousin, I am truly sorry for how my mother and I treated you despite your kindness to our family. Let bygones be bygones. After all, we are relatives." Zhang Fan replied with a smile. "I'm so sorry, I truly am." Zhang Yi could no longer hold back her emotions and burst into tears, embracing Zhang Fan. Now, we are still at someone else's banquet. Crying like this will only invite ridicule," Zhang Fan gently consoled her. At that moment, Zhang Yi reminded him of her younger self, who would cling to him and cry whenever she felt wronged. Su Yuxian and Xia Lingxue, witnessing Zhang Yi's tears, yearned for a brother to protect them. Zhang Yi wiped her tears and nodded. Just as the atmosphere turned joyful, a fierce-looking man suddenly barged into the banquet. A group of bodyguards and security personnel quickly surrounded him, yet none dared to approach the man, their eyes filled with palpable fear. The crowd's attention shifted to this man, their expressions a mix of confusion and apprehension. Only Su Jian and his companions exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with intrigue. "What show has just begun? Ha ha! May the old master live longer than the southern mountains." "Old master, do you still remember me?" The man's voice boomed like thunder, and his laughter was audacious. Su Lao calmly regarded him and replied, "How could I forget Mr. Wang Hu? However, your abrupt intrusion into my birthday banquet is rather impolite, don't you think?" Wang Hu scoffed. "Politeness? Surely you jest, Su Lao. Have we ever been polite to one another? When you supported Qin Jiao and drove me out of Qing City, did you consider politeness?" Su Lao's expression turned cold, his voice tinged with anger. "That was your own doing. The underworld in Qing City was chaotic, with vice and corruption harming the people. Was it not you who stirred up trouble behind the scenes? Are you implying that you have come here today for revenge?" Wang Hu waved his hand dismissively. "You are now the head of the Su family. I cannot afford to offend you. However, Qin Jiao is merely your dog. If I were to kill him here, you wouldn't mind, would you?" Upon hearing this, Su Lao's face darkened. Qin Jiao looked particularly grim, cursing his ill fate for having revenge sought upon him today of all days. "Wang Hu, if you seek revenge, I welcome you at any time. However, today is Su Lao's birthday, and I hope you can wait until after this day to confront me. At that time, I will gladly engage you in battle." Qin Jiao stepped forward. Wang Hu sneered. "Today, I am determined to kill you, and the Su family cannot protect you." With that, Wang Hu lunged forward with astonishing speed. He delivered a powerful kick to Qin Jiao's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The sight of blood on a birthday was a blatant affront to Su Lao. Zhang Fan quickly positioned himself in front of the two women and his cousin, recognizing that Wang, who was the most formidable adversary he had encountered since his rebirth. Su Yuxian and Xia Lingxue felt a warmth in their hearts as they witnessed the man standing protectively before them. It is during peril that one's true character is revealed. "Stop! Wang Hu, if you continue, do not blame the Su family for being ruthless." Su Lao thundered. "Do you truly intend to oppose the Su family, Su Lao? Have you consulted the other elders of the Su family?" Wang Hu confidently retorted. Deputy Head Su Huayan swiftly interjected. "Brother, this incident is already embarrassing enough. For the Su family to involve itself in such disputes would be beneath us. Besides, I am curious as to why Qin Jiao, a mere servant, is allowed to attend this family gathering today." On the ground, Qin Jiao clenched his fists, feeling the sting of being regarded as a mere servant, easily disposable. Zhang Fan furrowed his brow, realizing how hurtful Su Huayan's words were. After all these years, even without merit, Qin Jiao had contributed significantly, considering the family's reputation until the very end. Just as Zhang Fan prepared to stand, Su Yuxian placed a hand on his arm, her gaze icy as she declared, "I invited Qin Jiao to the banquet. I trust that the uncles and elders present are more aware of his contributions to our family than I am. Padalor E. Sulin assert that Qin Jiao deserves to attend any public banquet of the Su family henceforth." Chapter 79. Turmoil. Su Yoxuan's commanding presence stunned the entire assembly. Impressive. Jiang Fan mentally applauded her. The members of the deputy family's faction were taken aback, then erupted in furious accusations. Su Yuxian, what right do you have to represent the Su family in allowing a servant to attend a banquet? Do you think you are the head of the family? Under Su Huayan's leadership, they glared at her, wishing to tear her apart. What I say is representative of the family. Qin Zhou's contributions over the years merit our protection. Su Lao spoke firmly to his bodyguards. Go. Ensure Qin Zhou's safety. Brother, Su Huayan said with a cunning smile. If the Su family suffers due to a mere servant, how will you bear that responsibility? Should the entire family be made to share the burden? Su Lao replied calmly. If the esteemed Su family cannot even protect its own subordinates, what a laughingstock that would be. Very well, I am aware of your thoughts. Should any incident occur, I will take full responsibility. You will not be implicated. A fleeting smile of triumph crossed Su Huayan's face, though he feigned helplessness as he addressed the elders. Brother is being overly impulsive. It is just a servant. If he dies, we can simply raise another. If Wang Hu defeats Qin Zhou, it only proves Wang Hu is stronger. The elders of the Su family stroked their beards, silently expressing their dissatisfaction with Su Lao's decision. With tears in his eyes, Qin Zhou gazed at Su Lao, struggling to rise from the ground, kneeling on both knees. Su Lao, I, Qin Zhou, will never let you down. Su Lao remained silent, gesturing to his personal bodyguard. The bodyguard stepped forward, launching a powerful punch aimed at Wang Hu's weak point. Judging by the move, Su Lao's bodyguard was undoubtedly professionally trained, his speed and strength intimidating to ordinary individuals. However, what no one anticipated was that Wang Hu did not flinch or evade, bracing himself to take the punch. Was he seeking death? The bodyguard hesitated, instinctively attempting to pull back, but it was too late. The punch landed squarely on Wang Hu. What followed was astonishing. Instead of being injured or knocked unconscious, Wang Hu stood unfazed, not even moving an inch. One incredible level of defense. Jiang Fan frowned slightly, realizing that Wang Hu's power exceeded his expectations. He had attained his current level through the enhancement of mysterious tattoos. Could it be that Wang Hu possessed something equally extraordinary? In that moment, Jiang Fan felt a surge of eagerness to test his strength against Wang Hu. Wang Hu's formidable presence surprised Su Huayan, yet he welcomed it. The stronger Wang Hu became, the more he could corner his own brother. With that thought, Su Huayan exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Hu. Wang Hu, catching the hint, nonchalantly tossed the bodyguard aside, raising an eyebrow. It seems the deputy head of the Su family is the clever one. Su Lao, do you truly believe I would not dare oppose the Su family? If you provoke me, I would not mind seeing a change in the Su family's leadership. I think the deputy head would make a fine replacement for you. Su Huayan's heart soared with joy, realizing that Wang Hu was indeed playing his cards well. Su Lao was astute. Wang Hu's actions today, while appearing vengeful, were subtly aimed at undermining their faction, and his words made the underlying scheme all too clear. Some individuals, the more they desire to witness their own jokes, the more they must not be allowed to succeed. Su Lao addressed a middle-aged man at the table, saying, Master Ma, it seems I must trouble you to take action today. I shall reward you handsomely afterward. This Master Ma, appearing to be in his 40s, radiated more vitality than a man in his 20s. He rose slowly, embodying the demeanor of a recluse. Master Ma? Could he be the head of the Hunyuan Xingyi martial arts school? Someone exclaimed in surprise. It was unexpected that even Master Ma had arrived. This spelled doom for the ruffians. Hearing the crowd's murmurs, Jiang Fan cast a peculiar glance at Master Ma. This man bore an uncanny resemblance to the renowned Master Ma who would dominate the internet a decade later. Yet it was evident that this Master Ma possessed genuine skill. What troubles you? Su Yuxian inquired, observing Jiang Fan's perplexed expression. Is this Master Ma reliable? Jiang Fan asked. Why do you ask? Su Yuxian shot him a glance. Master Ma has been practicing martial arts since childhood. He is a well-known expert in Qing City. Some of our Su family's bodyguards are also his disciples. Jiang Fan nodded, realizing that this Master Ma was indeed a practitioner of martial arts. Master Ma, I trouble you, and I shall prepare a reward of 1 million afterward, Qin Zhou expressed, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. Master Ma disdainfully glanced at Qin Zhou, retorting, if it weren't for Su Lao's reputation. Do you think I would involve myself in your petty squabbles? Such disgraceful conflicts, even for 10 million, I would not entertain. The constant reference to petty ruffians left Qin Jiao unsure whether to laugh or cry. Master Ma stretched his limbs and scornfully addressed Wang Hu. Young man, I offer you a chance to beg for mercy. Otherwise, should we come to blows, it may end badly for you. Wang Hu, however, wore a relaxed expression and laughed heartily. What a master, Ma! If I, a mere ruffian, were to land a blow on you, how would you manage in Qing City afterward? Master Ma's expression darkened, and he angrily shouted, arrogant, to dare compare street fighting with my authentic martial arts? A petty ruffian is forever beneath notice. Today, I shall make you recognize this truth. With that, Master Ma assumed a fighting stance, advancing on Wang Hu with determination. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, wondering if Master Ma was overly arrogant. Wang Hu clearly had some training, as evidenced by his ease in handling Su family bodyguards. This Master Ma might be in for a rude awakening, Jiang Fan thought, shaking his head. Just as his thoughts concluded, a dull thud resonated. The previously imposing Master Ma was struck mid-air by a kick from Wang Hu, flying across the room and crashing into a cluster of tables and chairs. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Was this the end? Master Ma underestimated his opponent. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended so poorly, Jiang Fan remarked. Indeed, as Jiang Fan had predicted, Master Ma was sent sprawling, but he merely wiped the blood from his lips and stood up. Unbridled, how dare you challenge me again? Master Ma roared, preparing to strike once more. Wang Hu coldly responded, you asked for death, then? With that, Wang Hu's aura became fierce, his right hand gathering power. This is bad. Jiang Fan realized the situation had taken a dire turn. If Wang Hu's strike landed, it could be fatal or injurious. Master Ma represented Su Lao, and should anything happen, Su Yoxuan's faction within the Su family would undoubtedly face criticism. With that thought, Jiang Fan stepped forward and shouted, Master Ma, cease. You cannot defeat him. Jiang Fan's voice echoed awkwardly across the grand banquet. Both Wang Hu and Master Ma turned to him. What nonsense are you spouting? You think I am inferior to a street ruffian? Do you look down upon me? Master Ma retorted coldly. Wang Hu chuckled, Master Ma, you might want to heed this young man's advice. It would be wise not to engage. I certainly do not mean to belittle you, Master Ma. But I believe Wang Hu may not be as feeble as you imagine. Caution is advisable. Jiang Fan cautioned sincerely. Master Ma scoffed. A man who rises on the coattails of women dares to lecture me? This is a man's affair. Best you retreat to your lady's soft embrace and enjoy your comforts. Jiang Fan's kind warning had unexpectedly been met with such vitriol. The smile faded from his face as he silently sat down, observing Master Ma with cold detachment. Why should he intervene when someone was intent on courting disaster? Jiang Fan remained silent, but Su Yuxian spoke up. Jiang Fan and I are merely friends. I wish to hear no more idle talk that reaches my ears. Jiang Fan still hides behind a woman, needing Miss Su to clarify for him. Truly not a man. Someone muttered quietly. Yet Master Ma and Wang Hu paid them no mind. Today, I shall show certain individuals what a true man ought to be. Master Ma cast a glance at Jiang Fan before charging at Wang Hu again. As expected, after just a few exchanges, he was sent flying once more. The disparity in strength was glaring. They were not on the same level. Master Ma now lay on the ground, coughing blood, utterly exhausted. Wang Hu laughed. Did you truly think I was just a street brawler? I possess my own skills. He then raised an eyebrow at Su Lao, saying, Su Lao, I warned you not to interfere. Now look, your family can't even protect a servant. Should this news spread, how disgraceful it would be. Perhaps it is time for your family to select a new leader. Su Huayan eagerly seized this opportunity, saying, Alas, brother, what a mess you have made. This had nothing to do with the Su family, yet you insisted on provoking them. Can you bear the responsibility for the damage done to the Su family's reputation? Several elders nodded in agreement, contemplating whether to elect a new family head. Alas, Wang Hu, Su Lao sighed, I miscalculated. I have not fallen to you, but to the hearts of the people. Who would have thought such a scene would unfold on my birthday banquet? Brothers turning against each other in such haste. He glanced at Su Huayan. Wang Hu felt a flicker of doubt upon hearing this. But did Su Jian's words hold weight? After all, the current head of the Su family remained the imposing elder before him. As he hesitated, Su Huayan gave him a resolute look. Wang Hu's confidence swelled as he declared, "Qin Jiu, today you shall perish." Beside him, Qin Jiu felt despair wash over him. If even Master Ma could not contend with this man, it seemed his end was nigh. Yet he found solace in the fact that he had Su Lao and the young lady to protect him. He had not followed the wrong master. At that moment, Qin Jiu regained his composure, straightened his disheveled suit, and addressed Su Lao and Su Yuxian. "I am content. Everything I have is thanks to you. I cannot further burden you." He then turned to Wang Hu with a result akin to facing death. "Come, strike." Su Yoxuan's expression was complex. The events had unfolded in a manner most unforeseen. Wang Hu grinned. "At least you possess some self-awareness. I shall grant you a dignified demise." With that, Wang Hu lunged at Qin Jiu, hands outstretched to deliver a lethal blow. The tension in the room escalated, and no one dared to look away. Qin Jiu closed his eyes, bracing for death. However, after a long moment, he realized Wang Hu had not struck him. Opening his eyes, he found Jiang Fan firmly gripping Wang Hu's wrist. "Mr. Jiang," Qin Jiu exclaimed in surprise, "I was the one who recommended you to this gathering. So here, I shall not allow you to come to harm." Jiang Fan's voice was cold as he fixed his gaze on Wang Hu. "Must you insist on a clean kill? It was your actions that sullied Qing City's underbelly, leading to your expulsion. You deserve it. Now that you've triumphed over Master Ma, you will undoubtedly become a household name within the upper echelons of Qing City. Why not pursue a legitimate livelihood instead?" The unexpected savior was Jiang Fan. The crowd was taken aback. This seemingly ineffectual man possessed such power? Or was it that Wang Hu had not exerted his full strength? Wang Hu was quite taken aback. Although he had not exerted his full strength, it was certainly not something an ordinary person could withstand. "Kid, I warn you, it's best not to show off." Wang Hu roared angrily. However, Jiang Fan paid no heed and calmly replied, "Let it be. You've already drawn enough attention. There is no need to be so aggressive. I'll say this one last time. Mind your own business, or you'll come to regret it." Wang Hu retorted coldly, "Sigh, I didn't expect this pretty boy to have some backbone, but he truly does not understand the gravity of the situation. Even Master Ma has been rendered powerless. What good would it do him to step up? Indeed, perhaps out of respect for Miss Su Yuxian, Wang Hu might show mercy. His life should not be in jeopardy. Ultimately, it still relies on women. Would he dare to confront Wang Hu without Miss Su, merely seeking to draw attention?" The spectators around were abuzz with chatter, envisioning Jiang Fan being severely beaten by Wang Hu. "Kill him. Kill Jiang Fan." Not far away, Su Yuding fervently prayed. Wang Hu gradually lost his patience. Killing Qin Jiu was merely a task, yet he faced one obstacle after another. "You're doomed." With that, Wang Hu charged at Jiang Fan. The force behind this punch was unprecedented, clearly indicating his rage. "Stop!" Both Su Yuxian and old Su shouted simultaneously. However, with the arrow already knocked, Wang was beyond caring. His fist, propelled by a fierce wind, was now mere moments from Jiang Fan's face. Wang Hu bellowed menacingly. Jiang Fan stood tall and replied nonchalantly, "Die? I fear you are incapable of that." He raised his right hand, palm outstretched, to block Wang Hu's fist. The formidable force abruptly halted before Jiang Fan's palm, akin to a feather alighting on water, causing not even a ripple. Such an effortless interception left Wang Hu stunned, cold sweat trickling down his back. The entire banquet hall fell into a profound silence at that moment. Chapter 81. The banquet concludes. Wang Hu stared at Jiang Fan in terror. "Who exactly are you?" he stammered. His complexion shifted between shades of uncertainty and resentment as he continued. "I have waited all these years for the chance to avenge Qin Jiu. Why should your word compel me to abandon it? The chaos in Qing City was a consequence of your actions, and you were expelled as a result of your own misdeeds. What right do you have to speak of revenge?" Jiang Fan, examining Qin Jiu's injuries while facing away from Wang Hu, replied, "With Su Jian's backing, I believe that eliminating Wang Hu would pave my way to ascendancy." Everything had progressed so smoothly. Old Su's bodyguards could not stop me, nor could Master Ma. Yet, I never anticipated that I would ultimately falter against a mere gigolo. With this thought, Wang Hu's rage ignited as he glared at Jiang Fan's back. Unable to confront him head-on, he resolved to launch a sneak attack. Wang Hu's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light as he swung at the back of Jiang Fan's head. His movement was so swift that no one had time to react. Jiang Fan let out a cold laugh. Despite facing away from Wang Hu, his vigilance remained unwavering. Just as Wang Hu's fist was about to connect, Jiang Fan pivoted and struck Wang Hu's chest with a single palm. Wang Hu shot him a perplexed glance. But in the next moment, he felt an overwhelming force erupt from Jiang Fan's hand. The sound of cracking ribs echoed as several broke. Wang Hu's face flushed, and he vomited a substantial amount of blood. Overcome with pain, he clutched his chest, unable to utter a word. The onlookers regarded Jiang Fan with astonished eyes. It was no wonder the Su family held this young man in such high esteem. Who wouldn't he covet such abilities? Some could not help but exclaim, indeed. Even the most formidable can merely be a brash fool. Perhaps the Su family simply sought a more capable bodyguard. Defeating a former thug like Wang Hu is hardly remarkable. A thug? How do you explain Master Ma? Someone chimed in. Youth is fearsome. It is only natural that Master Ma, in his advanced years, cannot best the young. Others debated fervently. Jiang Fan turned to Old Su and inquired, Old Su, how shall we deal with him? Old Su surveyed the grim faces of Su Huaiyan and the others before finally letting out a sigh. Let him go, hopefully. This will impart some self-awareness to certain individuals. Family shame should not be aired publicly. Should today's events be exposed, it would lead to mutual destruction. Very well. As you say, Jiang Fan addressed Wang Hu. You may leave. A trip to the hospital for some plaster and a half-year's rest should suffice. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu hastily rose, enduring the excruciating pain as he slinked away like a defeated dog. With the incident involving Wang Hu resolved, the banquet began to wind down, and guests gradually approached Old Su to bid farewell. Hearing Old Su's words, Su Huaiyan ground his teeth in frustration, thinking that old fox. When Su Huaiyan and Su Jian reached Jiang Fan's side, Su Huaiyan halted, donning a facade of false kindness. Mr. Jiang, you have truly surprised me. Such youthful achievement. However, there exists an ancient saying in Huagua, a tree that stands out will be toppled by the wind. I hope you take care in the future. Faced with this sudden malice, Jiang Fan would not yield. I appreciate your concern, Deputy Family Head. A great figure in Huagua once stated that battling against heaven, earth, and man brings endless joy. This is a pleasure that I fear the Deputy Family Head may never experience. He deliberately elongated the word deputy. Upon hearing this, Su Huaiyan's expression soured, and he huffed, urging Su Jian to leave promptly. Once the grandfather and grandson turned into a side courtyard, Su Huaiyan finally released his pent-up rage, kicking Su Jian and berating, This is the good deed you've done. I asked you to buy a fine gift to win favor within the family, and look what you've done. You bought something from grave robbers, costing us 70 million. Grandfather, I didn't foresee this. Su Jian protested, feeling wronged. Fool, could you not have used your connections to investigate? Spend money. I refuse to believe that those in the black market would not be tempted by money. Su Huaiyan was so enraged that his beard trembled. And that Wang Hu, what sort of thing is he? He cannot even defeat a pretty boy. Yet you claim he is a master. When it came to Wang Hu, Su Jian felt even more aggrieved. Grandfather, Wang Hu is indeed a master. Had it not been for Jiang Fan, Qin Jiu would surely have perished. And Su Yuxian and the others would have been implicated. It's all Jiang Fan's fault. Where did he find such a character? Su Huaiyan muttered before turning to Su Jian, saying, Send a few people to eliminate Wang Hu. We cannot let our collusion with him regarding the eldest brother's matter be exposed. Death is the only safeguard. Yes, grandfather, Su Jian replied, assisting Su Huaiyan into the house. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan and the others had already arrived at Old Su's room. Jiang Fan quietly asked Xia Lingxue, Director Xia, why didn't you intervene when Wang Hu caused trouble earlier? Xia Lingxue looked at Jiang Fan in surprise and replied, You don't know? Know what? Jiang Fan was taken aback by the question. Seeing Jiang Fan's confusion, Xia Lingxue explained, Today's events fall under the realm of martial disputes. Both Wang Hu and Qin Jiu are figures navigating the gray areas of society. The authorities generally do not interfere in such conflicts among pure martial practitioners. Of course, if Wang Hu had targeted an ordinary person today, I would have risked my life to stop him. I see now, despite having lived 2 lives, This was Jiang Fan's first encounter with such matters. Su Yuxian added, "This world is not as simple as ordinary people perceive. The higher you ascend, the more you will encounter. Perhaps one day, you will long for the simplicity of being an ordinary person." Jiang Fan fell into contemplation. Perhaps upon reaching a certain height, the secrets of his rebirth would reveal themselves. Just then, old Su emerged from the inner room with a smile. "Jiang Fan, I truly must thank you today. Without you, the Su family might have faced great embarrassment." Su Lao spoke with a hint of reproach, indicating that if it were not for his insistence on inviting Qin Jiu to the banquet, today's events would not have unfolded as they did. Jiang Fan expressed his self-reproach. Su Lao waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was not Jiang Fan's fault. Rather, it was merely that some individuals could not endure solitude and sought to create trouble. Jiang Fan understood the implication, recalling the final glance from Su Huan, and everything became clear. Indeed, the royal family is often the most ruthless, and the same holds true for prominent families like the Su family. "Let's not dwell on such matters," Su Lao said with a faint smile. "I heard from Xian that you are still renting a place. This is a house in the Qingyun Mountain Villa area belonging to the Su family, and from now on, it is yours." As he spoke, a maid approached with a set of keys. The keys were inscribed with the words, "Resident number 001. Jiang Fan was all too familiar with this villa. He had once promised his uncle to purchase it, not realizing it belonged to the Su family. "This is far too extravagant. I cannot accept this, Su Lao." Jiang Fan quickly declined. Su Lao took the keys and pressed them into Jiang Fan's hand, insisting, "Take it. This house has been unoccupied for a while. And since you have done such a great favor for both me and Xian today, a house is nothing." Su Yuxian nodded in agreement. Seeing their insistence, Jiang Fan ceased his refusals and accepted the keys. After chatting with Su Lao for a while longer, he prepared to leave. As Zhang, he was still waiting outside. Upon exiting Su Lao's room, Jiang Fan noticed his cousin Zhang, looking somewhat flustered, even avoiding eye contact. "Let us go," Jiang Fan said, leading Zhang towards the entrance of the Su residence. Zhang kept her head down, following silently like a child who had erred. Once outside, Jiang Fan instinctively reached for his pocket to retrieve his car keys, only to realize he hadn't driven today. Chapter 82, Villa Number 1. "I might need you to cover the fare. I have no cash in this suit," Jiang Fan said awkwardly. In these times, online payments were not yet prevalent, and taxis did not accept scanning for payment. For the first time, Jiang Fan keenly felt the convenience that technology could bring. Zhang looked at him in surprise and then burst into laughter. "As the most dazzling star of today, you can't even afford a taxi fare?" The big shots of the banquet would surely be in stitches if they heard this. Jiang Fan shrugged. "There's nothing I can do. I've formed the habit of not carrying a wallet when I go out. You'll understand one day." "Fine, enough of your mysterious talk. I'll pay for the ride today, but remember to reimburse me double," Zhang replied with a smile. This trivial matter lightened the atmosphere between them considerably. In the taxi, unable to contain her curiosity, Zhang asked, "Cousin, when did you become so impressive? You're like a different person." Jiang Fan smiled. "I had a long dream, and when I woke up, I suddenly realized how ineffectively I had lived before." "Ha ha, Su Yuding must be regretting it deeply." Thinking of Su Yuding at the banquet, Jiang Fan's tone turned serious. "Not necessarily. She may have changed as well. Shall we? Let us keep today's events from uncle and aunt," Jiang Fan suddenly said. "Why not? Doesn't my dad hope you can achieve greatness? My mom's perception of you would surely change for the better. Wouldn't that be good?" Zhang Yu questioned, puzzled. "But that's not what I desire," Jiang Fan replied slowly. "You also heard today, in the eyes of others, I am merely a pretty boy relying on Su Yuxian for my rise. If uncle were to find out, he would certainly not be pleased. As for aunt, I hope her change comes from genuine feelings, not from external factors. You know her character better than I do." Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, Zhang fell silent. "All right, I promise," she finally said, nodding in agreement. At the entrance of the Zhang family home, Wang Ju stood with an expression of delight, dressed festively as if welcoming guests during the new year. "Is it really necessary? It's just a banquet," Zhang Haishan grumbled, reluctantly wearing the clothes Wang Ju had chosen. Zhang Haishan sighed. If only Xiao Fan could join. It would greatly benefit his career. He opened his mouth to say more, but ultimately swallowed his words. At that moment, Jiang Fan and Zhang Yi's taxi arrived at the villa entrance. No need for change, driver, Zhang Yi said, handing over 100 yuan as she exited the vehicle. Jiang Fan followed suit. Upon seeing Jiang Fan instead of Lu Chao disembark, Wang Zhu's face fell dramatically. Jiang Fan, why are you here? Where's Lu Chao? Mom, can you please stop mentioning Lu Chao? I don't want to hear his name again. Zhang Yi raised her voice, feeling sickened by the mere mention. Wang Yu, sensing her daughter's distress, anxiously asked, what happened? Did you two argue? Have you been unreasonable again? Why can't you be more understanding? Wang Zhu followed her daughter into the villa, clearly dissatisfied with the quarrel between Zhang Yi and Lu Chao. Zhang Haishan cast an apologetic glance at Jiang Fan. Your aunt is just like that. Please don't take it to heart. It's fine. As long as my cousin is home, I'll take my leave now, uncle. Jiang Fan replied. Ah, Xiao Fan, why not eat before you go? Zhang Haishan urged. However, before he could finish, Wang Zhu had already pulled him inside by the ear. Exclaiming, eat? Didn't you see that our daughter just paid for the taxi fare? Jiang Fan is becoming more and more unreasonable, taking advantage of our family. It must be because of that argument with Lu Chao. We need to talk to her. Lu Chao is a good kid and shouldn't be let go so easily. Wang Yu assented resolutely. As Jiang Fan walked through the villa area, he fiddled with the keys to villa number 1 in his pocket. Now that I'm here, I might as well take a look, he muttered to himself. Villa number 1 was situated at the summit of Qingyun Mountain, with a grand road leading directly to its entrance. Nevertheless, an average person would take an hour to walk from the foot of the mountain to villa number 1. Jiang Fan, however, arrived in mere minutes, running briskly to the villa. Simply standing at the entrance left Jiang Fan in awe. The standalone villa, occupying 600 square meters, featured 2 independent floors, a private garden, and a basement. The courtyard boasted green spaces, a swimming pool, a pavilion, and a basketball court, all exuding opulence. Fortunately, having previously seen the Su family estate, Jiang Fan managed to maintain his composure. After wandering around the yard for a while, he admired the stunning scenery that was indeed different from what he was accustomed to. The distant horizon merged seamlessly with the sea, while the surroundings were lush and verdant, bringing a sense of peace to his heart. Wealthy individuals truly know how to indulge in life. Jiang Fan thought with a smile as he pulled out the electronic key to enter the house. With a click, the door opened before he even reached the sensor area. A heavily made-up woman emerged and, upon seeing Jiang Fan at the entrance, appeared momentarily taken aback. Who are you? What are you doing here? She quickly asked, hands on her hips. Jiang Fan was also bewildered. Had he mistakenly entered the wrong house? Excuse me, is this villa number 1? He inquired. The woman scoffed arrogantly. Of course. Can't you see with your own eyes? What do you want in my house? Your house. Jiang Fan felt even more confused. Hadn't Su Lao mentioned that this villa had never been occupied? The woman scrutinized Jiang Fan and, noticing his formal attire, suddenly realized, oh, I see now. You must be from the property management. Perfect timing. I have a pile of garbage you can help me take to the trash can. With that, she produced several black trash bags from the villa and unceremoniously tossed them at Jiang Fan's feet before slamming the door shut. Chapter 83. The Socialite of Pfft. Had he really gone to the wrong door? Jiang Fan stepped back and checked the door number once more. It clearly indicated number 1. Filled with perplexity, Jiang Fan knocked on the villa door again. Despite the woman's abrasive demeanor, he patiently explained, I'm sorry, but I'm not with property management. This villa seems to belong to me. The woman, upon hearing his words, sized up Jiang Fan and remarked, oh, I see. You're here to take photos and record videos. Pretending to be wealthy, aren't you? However, you've arrived too early. We won't be leaving until tomorrow morning. Taking photos? Pretending to be affluent? Images of the future Pfft socialite incident floated through Jiang Fan's mind. In essence, it involved a group of individuals pooling their resources to purchase luxury items, subsequently taking turns to photograph themselves for social media, crafting an image of being fashionable and affluent. In his past life, Jiang Fan had merely heard of such occurrences. He never anticipated encountering them after his rebirth. Curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, are you all here to take photos together? I recall this is a private villa, isn't it? Ah, this villa is completely unoccupied. since it's just sitting here. My friends and I decided to come take some photos and indulge in a taste of the high life, the woman said. Assuming Jiang Fan was also in the same line of work, her demeanor becoming notably more amiable. Old Su had mentioned that the villa was uninhabited, and it seemed his words held true. With boundless curiosity, Jiang Fan said, I've never engaged in such activities before. Would you be so kind as to enlighten me? I wish to learn how you experience life. Oh, so this is your first time? Well, we have plenty of time, so let me teach you properly. The woman replied enthusiastically. Thank you. Jiang Fan quietly tucked the villa key away and followed her into the villa. Through a brief conversation, he learned the woman's name was Su Hui, and she was also 25 years old. Accompanying her to the villa were one man and two other women. The villa's interior was tastefully understated, devoid of gaudy opulence, exuding a warm and inviting atmosphere. The spacious living room had been transformed into a party venue by Su Hui and her companions, complete with food and drink, adorned with ribbons and balloons. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow slightly. This would be his future home, and he felt somewhat uncomfortable with such careless decorations. The one speaking among Su Hui's party was the only male, Chui Ziheo, who happened to be Su Hui's boyfriend. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, he felt a pang of jealousy and asked somewhat unhappily, So, what are you doing here? Su Hui introduced, This is Jiang Fan. Like us. He wishes to take some photos in this villa, but it's his first time, and no one has taught him how to do it, so he wants to learn from us. Hearing that Jiang Fan was merely a penniless individual pretending to be affluent, Chui Ziheo was relieved. However, noticing the familiarity between his girlfriend and Jiang Fan, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of hostility, especially since Jiang Fan was dressed quite handsomely for the event. He coldly remarked, You can stand aside and watch us. Don't touch anything that doesn't belong to you. If you break something, you won't be able to afford the damages. Jiang Fan merely scoffed and remained silent, as if Chui Ziheo were the true owner of the villa. Chui Ziheo cast a glance at Jiang Fan. His competitive spirit ignited like a raging fire. Hui, do you know that this mountaintop villa is situated atop the Qinyan Mountain, several hundred meters high? From here, one can overlook the entire Qing city and gaze into the boundless sea. In terms of construction difficulty and geographical location, it is undoubtedly the premier luxury residence in Qing City. Chui Ziheo spoke loudly, eager to showcase his knowledge. What sort of people do you think can reside here? He asked deliberately. Su Hui shook her head, replying, I don't know. They must be wealthy individuals. The other two women nodded in agreement. In a place like this, it's challenging to buy a property. It is said that the owner was decided even before construction began. So no matter how rich you are, you can't purchase it, Chui Ziheo continued, hands clasped behind his back, his tone indifferent. Oh, how impressive. Who in Qing City is so formidable? Asked one of the women named Luo Jing. Chui Ziheo smiled and said, I wonder if you have heard of the Su family? They are the foremost family in our Qing City. Only they possess the qualifications to reside here. Su Hui and the other two women were left bewildered, shaking their heads, as this information exceeded their understanding. At that moment, Chui Ziheo appeared towering and grand in their eyes. He turned to Jiang Fan, grinning with pride. Does Brother Jiang here know about the Su family? Chui Ziheo was somewhat taken aback by Jiang Fan's knowledge, exclaiming, Oh, Brother Jiang, it seems you've put in quite a bit of effort to know even about the Su family. After all, how can one pretend to be affluent and pursue women without knowing such things? Jiang Fan remained silent, regarding Chui Ziheo with a perplexed expression. Was knowing about the Su family such a source of pride? One might think he was related to them. The third girl, Zhao Shan, curiously asked, If this house is so splendid, why doesn't the Su family live here? Are there even better villas in Qing City? This is the finest villa in Qing City. The Su family doesn't reside here simply because they have a better house. Have you heard of castles in Western countries? The kind where an entire clan lives inside? The Su family resides in a castle, which is perpetually guarded by bodyguards and security, and very few are aware of its existence. Chui Ziheo began to embellish his tale. It's not a castle. The Su family merely lives in their ancestral home, an authentic traditional Huagua architectural structure. Jiang Fan interjected suddenly. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's contradiction, Chui Ziheo felt provoked and sneered. Have you seen it? Such an antiquated structure? Wealthy individuals wouldn't reside in such a place. Remember, the affluent dwell in modern European-style buildings. This is a piece of knowledge. Don't embarrass yourself by pretending otherwise. With Jiang Fan interrupting Chui Ziheo's explanation. Zhao Shan and Luo Jing join in the ridicule. Exactly, if you don't know. Just admit it. Why pretend? Seeing the situation escalate, Su Hui quickly intervened, saying, "All right. Everyone, let us tone it down. Ziheo, why don't you take some photos of us?" Turning to Jiang Fan, she added, "Please refrain from speaking. I kindly brought you here to learn how to portray yourself as an upper-class individual, not to show off in front of us. If you continue like this, I may have to ask you to leave." Jiang Fan raised his hands in acknowledgement. Short videos? Jiang Fan's interest peaked, as short videos were still a burgeoning field in this era. He asked, "Which platform do you usually post your short videos on?" Su Hui replied, "A local video platform called Quyin. We receive various comments whenever we post videos." Jiang Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed this small platform had not endured. If it had persisted, it would have limitless potential ahead. Given that it was a local video platform, Jiang Fan pondered whether he should consider acquiring it. Having an existing platform as a foundation was certainly better than starting from scratch. Just as Jiang Fan's mind raced with possibilities, a sudden scream echoed through the room. I slipped," Luo Jing exclaimed, staring at the shattered art piece on the floor, panic-stricken. Jiang Fan noticed the shards of glass scattered everywhere and cautioned, "Be careful. Don't cut yourself. Please refrain from touching anything else here. After all, it's not your home." Previously feeling somewhat apologetic, Chui Ziheo's ire reignited upon hearing Jiang Fan's words. "Oh, you speak as if this is your home," he said to Luo Jing. "It's just a glass item. If it breaks, it breaks. Even though this isn't my house, I consider myself half a host." He fixed his gaze on Jiang Fan, emphasizing each word. "I call the shots here." Chapter 84. The transfer of ownership. Jiang Fan did not anticipate that his kind reminder would provoke animosity. "I was merely trying to remind you that this is someone else's home. It's acceptable to come here for photos, but you must respect the owner of this house," Jiang Fan stated, frowning. His words were straightforward, yet they sounded like a provocation to Chui Ziheo. He glared at Jiang Fan, coldly saying, "If you wish to remain here, you'd better keep quiet. This house is unoccupied. What is there to fear about breaking something? Moreover, my older brother is the property manager here. This villa feels like home to me, and I can come here anytime." Jiang Fan suddenly understood how they had gained access. In such an upscale villa district, it is customary for the property management to hold spare keys for homeowners, primarily to facilitate cleaning and maintenance for those who are frequently away. The residents here are either affluent or of high status, and even with keys in hand, the property staff would refrain from engaging in any inappropriate conduct. Perhaps his elder brother presumed that this villa had been unoccupied for an extended period, leading to the events of today. Observing silence, beamed with a victorious smile, realizing that invoking a powerful ally was essential in critical moments. The three women, upon hearing's words, were visibly excited. "So your brother holds such an impressive position. He must earn a substantial income each month." Zhao Shan mused, calculating in her mind. Luo Jing then remarked, "Since you possess the key to this place, does that mean we can visit frequently, or even stay here for short periods?" Flattered by the women's praise, found himself buoyed by their admiration. Contemplating that since the villa had remained vacant for years, it was perhaps forgotten. Why not make it his residence? With this thought, he decisively declared, "All right, we'll live here from now on. Hooray! You are truly wonderful." Luo Jing and Zhao Shan gleefully linked their arms around, leaning closely against him. Witnessing this, S' expression turned pale, and she remained silent, torn between wanting to intervene and fearing's potential disapproval that might prevent her from staying here. At that moment, slowly interjected, "Are you aware that what you're doing is illegal?" The owner of the villa would be quite displeased upon learning of this. Faced with repeated confrontations, could no longer suppress his fury, retorting, "You are merely meddling. Isn't it true that you came here to flaunt yourself?" Luo Jing and Zhao Shan cast disdainful glances at. Approached, her tone somewhat frosty as she said, "You should leave. I kindly allowed you to visit, not to create disturbances." With all three women standing firmly by his side, ceased his mockery, though his gaze towards was laced with contempt. Sighing, addressed, You have inadvertently spoken the truth. I am indeed the owner of this villa. With that, revealed the key from his pocket for all to see. The living room fell into a stunned silence, and the three women stared in disbelief. In response to's incredulous expression, calmly stated, I initially wished to let you take your photos and leave without any issues, but your lack of manners has compelled me to act. As he spoke, reclined casually on the sofa, felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Had they truly summoned the villa's owner? If this were true, was far beyond the reach of someone like him. Is this house truly yours? My brother said it belonged to the family. Stammered, fear rendering him speechless. You may call your brother to verify, replied coolly. Yes, ask him. Fumbled for his phone and dialed, hello, brother. Before he could finish, his brother's urgent voice interrupted. I was just trying to reach you. You all need to leave Villa 1 immediately and clean up. I just received notice that the villa has been transferred. The voice on the phone resonated clearly in everyone's ears, and his companions felt as though they had been trampled by a stampede of wild buffalo. Is the new owner surnamed? Asked, clinging to a shred of hope, praying it was not the person before him. How do you know? I just got the notification. His brother's voice faltered, and then he erupted. Don't tell me the new owner is already at the villa. Listen carefully. Do not provoke the new owner. This villa was a gift from the family to this esteemed individual. Very few can afford to give such an extravagant present, and if you anger him, you can expect dire consequences. The phone fell to the ground with a thud. Could no longer stand, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and upon closer inspection, his pants were damp. Luo Jing and Zhao Shan felt their minds racing, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. This mansion, worth billions, implied that anyone residing here must have a fortune exceeding 10 billion. Their monthly salaries barely reached 50 million, yet they found themselves in close proximity to someone of such immense wealth. The sheer thought sent shivers of excitement through them. If they could forge a connection with this person, their futures would be secure. 2. Stood Agape, astonishment etched across her face. It was utterly shocking how vast the disparity was among individuals of their age, while she struggled to associate with the elite. This true wealthy individual remained so understated that she initially mistook him for a property staff member. Was this the essence of true affluence? In that moment, felt her past judgments were painfully superficial. Just then, the property manager, drenched in sweat, knocked on the villa door. Upon entering and seeing slumped on the floor, his heart sank. Mister, I sincerely apologize. It was my fault. I should not have allowed my brother to come here to take pictures. Please, I beg you, do not press charges. The property manager fell to his knees, pleading desperately. He then forcefully pressed head down, exclaiming, You fool, apologize at once. Finally reacted and joined his brother in offering apologies. Enough, said, averting his gaze from the scene, take them away. But I do not wish for a repeat of this incident. The property manager, overjoyed, repeatedly expressed his gratitude, assuring, Yes, I will ensure that no strangers approach your villa again. With that, he hurriedly dragged away. Luo Jing and Zhao Shan exchanged determined glances, realizing that such an opportunity might only come once in a lifetime. Missing it would lead to regret. They deliberately exposed their necklines and bent forward. Mister, we apologize for our earlier behavior. May we stay? Leave? If you do not depart now, I will have the authorities handle your trespassing, coldly replied, observing their flirtatious demeanor. Luo Jing and Zhao Shan, frightened, grabbed their bags and fled, said nothing and followed suit. At that moment called out, Wait a moment. Chapter 85, Devotee. Wait a moment. S voice was soft yet compelling enough to keep rooted in place, unable to move. Luo Jing and Zhao Shan looked at her with envy. What could this man want with a woman left alone? Felt torn within. She had a boyfriend and should not act so recklessly, but this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. This was more handsome than, and more importantly, wealthy. In an instant, her rationality crumbled under the weight of desire, and she approached, removing her outer garment shyly, saying, Please be gentle. S expression darkened. Did he appear so desperate for attention? Did he seem like someone who would accept just anyone? Put your clothes back on, he commanded sternly. I only wanted to ask you a few questions. Hearing this, S cheeks flushed in embarrassment. It was truly humiliating. However, amidst her shame, disappointment began to swell within her. What do you wish to inquire? She asked, her face still reddened. replied, "Do you know where the office area for the platform is located?" After she nodded, he unceremoniously dismissed her. The following day, at the technology park, surveyed the address had provided, noting the desolate state of the park. To be honest, in this era, people still preferred investing in real estate and stocks. Few anticipated that within 3 to 5 years, live streaming and short video platforms would transform countless grassroots individuals into millionaires or even billionaires. At that time, everyone was flocking not to stock funds, but to the creation of short videos. The internet era is indeed brimming with creativity. The so-called office space was merely a 20-square-meter room, furnished with a few computers and a whiteboard for meetings. Jiang Fan knocked on the door. Shortly thereafter, a disheveled man with a scruffy beard opened the door. He glanced at Jiang Fan, whose dark circles were evident, and said, "Oh, you're here. Come in and have a seat." With that, he opened the door wider, allowing Jiang Fan to enter. Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback. Was this person clairvoyant? Puzzled, he stepped into Kuai-yin's office. Upon entering, he realized just how chaotic it was inside. Papers were strewn everywhere, and the floor was littered with leftover takeout containers, some of which had already spoiled, emitting a pungent sour odor. For computers were running at full capacity, while several employees, visibly fatigued, were hard at work. When they noticed Jiang Fan's arrival, they looked up briefly, their expressions indifferent. "Conditions are a bit rough. Please don't mind it. Just find a place to sit. We'll get started shortly," said the man, clearing a stool for Jiang Fan to sit on. Jiang Fan nodded and took a seat. The man continued, "My name is Zhang Ning. I should be a bit older than you, so just call me Ning Ge. What's your name?" "Jiang Fan," he replied. "Oh, Jiang Fan. Where's your resume?" Jiang Fan seemed to understand something and smiled, saying, "I don't have a resume. I just came to see your studio." Zhang Ning was taken aback and exclaimed, "Aren't you here to interview for a programmer position?" "Certainly not. Besides, I can't even write code," Jiang Fan chuckled. His words left Zhang Ning somewhat bewildered, and the other staff members paused their work, casting odd looks at Jiang Fan, wondering if he was there to cause trouble. "Apologies, but we are quite busy and currently do not welcome visitors. Please excuse yourself," Zhang Ning said, his expression slightly displeased, having worked tirelessly for days and nights, with little time to deal with such trivialities. "Wait a moment. I specifically came to find you. Don't you want to know about the future development trends of Kuai-yin?" Jiang Fan said mysteriously, "Are you a fan of our video platform?" Zhang Ning inquired, intrigued. Of course, Jiang Fan nodded, fearing that failing to say so might lead to his immediate dismissal. As a dedicated user of our platform, Zhang Ning's demeanor softened. "I would indeed like to hear the opinions and feedback from our fans." The bait was set. "I can see that everyone looks rather exhausted. You've probably been burning the midnight oil for quite some time, trying to devise solutions to address these shortcomings." Kuai-yin was like Zhang Ning's child, and it was understandable that he would feel unsettled by its current state of criticism. Upon Jiang Fan's inquiry, Zhang Ning let out a soft grunt, indicating his tacit agreement. "In fact, addressing these challenges is quite manageable," Jiang Fan said, picking up a marker and writing on the whiteboard as he spoke. "First and foremost, if Kuai-yin aims to capture the national market, it must develop dedicated applications that cover all online terminals, including tablets and smartphones." Zhang Ning interrupted, "I understand about tablets. But why smartphones? That seems rather insignificant." Jiang Fan shook his finger and replied, "Compared to computers and tablets, smartphones are the future. You must have noticed by now that traditional button phones are gradually disappearing from the market, replaced by large-screen smartphones. We are all engaged in the internet industry, so I need not elaborate on what smartphones represent. The pace of innovation in mobile technology will only accelerate with increasingly powerful devices. People's entertainment time on smartphones has already far surpassed that spent on computers and televisions. Furthermore, are you all aware of the impending arrival of 4G technology? The era of 4G is dawning, and mobile internet speeds will fully support streaming movies and videos. For Kuai-yin to thrive, it must dominate the mobile video sector. As Jiang Fan spoke passionately, everyone in the room set aside their tasks, captivated by his words. Zhang Ning, once weary, now had a spark of vitality in his eyes, as Jiang Fan's descriptions painted a vivid picture of the future. "This is so real. Your insights resonate profoundly. But how should we overcome the other shortcomings? Jiang Fan smiled knowingly, but remained silent. Noticing Jiang Fan's silence, Zhang Ning grew anxious. Brother, say something. Otherwise, just give me your video platform account, and I will grant you a super user status from the backend. You will be able to comment on videos with different colored fonts and exclusive emojis. A staff member from the tech team had already placed his hands on the keyboard, ready to activate the super status as soon as Jiang Fan provided an account name. Ah, I'm sorry, but I actually don't have an account on your video platform. I hadn't even heard of it before today, Jiang Fan said sheepishly. A sudden sound of someone spitting water echoed in the room, and everyone turned to look at Jiang Fan in unison. What the hell happened to the loyal fan? What happened to the dedicated user? They realized that he didn't even have an account. Was he merely there to showcase some ostentatious antics to annoy them? At that moment, Zhang Ning's face turned a deep shade of displeasure, almost as if he couldn't restrain his anger. I don't understand. What is your purpose for being here? Are you here to witness our misfortune? Zhang Ning said with a grim expression. Jiang Fan smiled slightly and stood up to introduce himself once more. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Jiang Fan, and I am here today to propose the acquisition of Quine Network Video Platform. Chapter 86, The Genius. Acquisition? The room fell into a stunned silence. Jiang Fan continued. While I refer to it as an acquisition, it is more akin to an investment. The only difference is that I will appoint someone as chairman. Quine can no longer remain a simple video platform. It must evolve into a large-scale internet company, and all of you present are the founders. Initially, I plan to invest 10 million. What do you think? 10 million. Everyone stared at Jiang Fan in shock. This seemingly ordinary young man turned out to be a wealthy investor. Under Jiang Fan's vision, many began to feel restless, covertly glancing at Zhang Ning. Quine was founded by Zhang Ning himself, and selling it would undoubtedly weigh heavily on his heart. As expected, Zhang Ning shook his head and replied, "No way. I can accept investment, but I absolutely will not sell Quine. This is my life's work, my dream." Such a response was anticipated. Jiang Fan replied calmly, "I can offer you the position of general manager, granting you the greatest authority aside from the chairman. In fact, I could easily establish a new internet company, but that would be too troublesome, which is why I chose the nascent Quine. No, that won't work. Even being the general manager isn't enough. This company would no longer be mine." Zhang Ning still resisted. "Think carefully. Quine is currently on precarious ground. Platform limitations, server leasing, daily maintenance of the program. All of this requires funding to sustain. Do you still have any money left?" Jiang Fan stated. Zhang Ning's face fell, leaving him speechless. Indeed, the company was in dire need of both manpower and funds, with only a few old employees tirelessly monitoring the system backend, having gone days without sleep. The platform's profitability remained a significant challenge, and they were currently in a position of financial strain, relying on personal funds to fill the gaps. It wouldn't be long before they ran out of resources, marking the end of Quine. In today's video industry, no one had any confidence, and naturally, no one dared to invest. Thus, in the previous life, Quine disappeared into the vastness of the internet without ever experiencing the rise of 4G. Ninga, sell it. Although the company will no longer be yours, at least Quine will still exist, and you will still oversee its operations, someone began to persuade Zhang Ning. Indeed, Ninga, this situation cannot persist. My family is on the brink of collapse, and I have even invested my wedding funds into it, another person advised. Zhang Ning gazed at his brothers who had shared both joy and hardship with him, recalling their once glorious days, now reduced to haggard and emaciated figures. He took a deep breath and turned to Jiang Fan. "Can you guarantee that all of us brothers can work at Quine? I need you to sign an agreement. As long as no one engages in actions detrimental to Quine's development, I will not dismiss you. After all, you are all rare talents." Jiang Fan replied with a smile. "All right, print the agreement. Once we sign it, I will sell Quine to you," Zhang Ning said with a twinge of heartache. Soon, 2 copies of the agreement were printed, and Jiang Fan, along with all present, signed their names and pressed their fingerprints. Zhang Ning looked at the agreement, feeling somewhat dejected. "From now on, Quine will belong to you. I would like to hear your remaining thoughts." "All right, since we have signed the agreement, we are all on the same side. So I will not conceal anything," Jiang Fan said, raising 2 fingers. The second point concerns Quine's content. Currently, the content is somewhat monotonous. We need to develop live streaming. Short videos, long videos, and various other projects, as well as a barrage system. Wait a moment, I can understand live streaming, but what is this barrage? Sang ning inquiret. Puzzled, Jiang Fan approached the whiteboard with a marker. A barrage is a novel commenting feature. Comments do not appear below the video, but instead scroll from right to left across the screen, allowing viewers to see others' comments while watching, thus enhancing a sense of shared interaction, creating an illusion of watching together with many people. In live streaming, this effect is even more pronounced, enabling real-time communication between the host and the audience. The people in the room were awestruck. What a brilliant idea this was, completely reversing the shortcomings of low video interactivity. Everyone stared at Jiang Fan as if he were a marvel. Incredible, Mr. Jiang. Your idea is truly brilliant. This will impact the entire online video industry. Sang ning ethlimet ethsitedli. Jiang Fan scratched his head and admitted, although I am reluctant to acknowledge it, this concept actually originated in the island nation a few years ago. So what? Huagua has yet to flourish. We at Kuayin will be the first. Zhang Ning's eyes burned with fervor, eager to implement the barrage system immediately. Hold on, don't get too excited. There's still one crucial point that needs to be addressed. Jiang Fan extended 3 fingers, the third point, which is also the most important. We are establishing this company to achieve profitability, so we need to create a clear profit model. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ning and the others felt dejected. Like frostbitten eggplants. We have thought about this too. The only idea we could come up with was to take advertisements, but before we gain fame, who would allow us to take their ads? Jiang Fan replied with a smile. We will take ads, but this will not be our main source of income. In the future, we will enable gift rewards and paid titles like Emperor, where different amounts of gifts will showcase corresponding special effects, with the more expensive gifts yielding better effects. Titles like Emperor will follow an annual or monthly subscription model, granting privileges for sending barges, which will not just move from right to left, but can appear directly in the center of the screen with special effects. As online payment becomes increasingly prevalent, paying has become easier. Finally, regarding advertisements, in addition to the platform itself taking ads, we will also encourage hosts and video creators to take ads. This will fully motivate them and attract more traffic. Within a mere 10 minutes, Jiang Fan outlined a complete operational model for them. If they had previously held only a 40% hope for Kuayin's future, they now brimmed with 100%. Their gazes towards Jiang Fan transformed from shock to admiration. Genuine admiration. Zhang Ning's grievances about the acquisition of Kuayin vanished, as Jiang Fan had unveiled a vast internet empire before him. Mr. Jiang, I wholeheartedly support you becoming the chairman of Kuayin, Zhang Ning said excitedly. Ninggu, I mentioned earlier that it is not I who will be the chairman, but someone else, Jiang Fan said mysteriously. At this, Jiang Fan recalled Zhao Lingling. It had been a long time since this girl had followed Su Yuxian. He wondered if suddenly placing her in charge of a company worth millions would frighten her. Chapter 87. The company at hand. After reaching an agreement with Zhang Ning, the acquisition of Kuayin proceeded smoothly. After transferring 10 million to Zhang Ning, they went to the notary office to transfer Kuayin's legal entity. Subsequently, Jiang Fan provided Zhang Ning with another 10 million, urging him to quickly recruit some capable talents to design the functions outlined earlier in the shortest time possible. Zhang Ning readily agreed. With funds and a blueprint in hand, they would soon create a brand new Kuayin. Everything on Jiang Fan's side was steadily progressing. Meanwhile, Su Jian was not faring well at the Su family. Following the banquet incident, Su Jian's reputation at home plummeted to its lowest point, and even his relatives began to question his capabilities. In Su Jian's private bedroom, Su Yuding knelt nervously before him. I heard you had a past with Jiang Fan? Su Jian asked darkly, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. The woman he had been with was someone Jiang Fan had discarded. As the young master of the Su family, this was immensely displeasing to him. Young master, I was once with Jiang Fan, but we never had any intimate relations. Please rest assured, Su Yuding quickly explained. Su Jian scoffed coldly. You say there was none? Now I have no way to verify. Young master, I assure you that every word I say is true. How could I possibly have been with a poor wretch like him? On the day of our wedding, my family asked Jiang Fan for 200,000, but he, being a pauper, could not produce it, so our engagement fell apart. To this day, I wish I could flay him alive. After Su Yuding finished speaking, she noticed Su Jian still wore a grim expression and adopted a seductive demeanor. Her fingertips gliding gently down her calf, her well-manicured nails teasing the hem of her slim dress, her legs gradually revealing before Su Jian. If you're still worried, you can verify it, Su Yuding purred, crawling towards Su Jian like a cat, even playfully picking up a belt along the way. Young master, if you're truly upset, you can punish me. Su Jian's throat bobbed, feeling parched, his entire body ablaze. Despite being a seasoned young master, he had never encountered such an alluring display. All feelings of anger and displeasure dissipated in an instant. That evening, Su Yuding emerged from Su Jian's sports car, wearing a smile as she bid him farewell. Once he left, she dared to reveal her pained expression. I didn't expect Su Jian to be even more perverse than Ligue. It hurts so much. Su Yuding rolled up her sleeves, glancing at the numerous bruises adorning her arms. However, cradling her bulging bag, she felt that the physical pain was insignificant in comparison. Lu Meiwan impatiently stated, "You are still alive, aren't you? Enough with the nonsense. Hurry and bring out the money." Sighing helplessly, Su Yuding emptied a stack of bright red bills from her bag. "What is this?" Lu Meijuan's eyes sparkled, rendered speechless by the sight. Su Chong trembled as he approached the pile of money, stuttering his inquiry. "Daughter, how much is this?" "A total of 200,000, Su Yuding replied. Shortly after hanging up the phone, the heavy footsteps of Xu Yong echoed through the building. "Where's the money? Where is it?" Upon seeing the small pile of cash on the table, Su Yong's mouth watered. "So much? Is it all for me? Silly son, if this money isn't for you, who else would it be for?" Lu Meiwan chuckled. "Thank you, Mom." Xu Yong joyfully bounced around like a 3-year-old child. Watching the scene, Su Yuding's lips curled into a faint smile. After all, isn't this what she worked so hard for, to bring joy to her family? Just as she was feeling pleased, Su Yong's expression darkened, and he said fiercely, "With this money, I will make Jiang Fan pay the price. And that Zhao Lingling, that wretched girl, neither of them will escape." Upon hearing those words, Su Yuding quickly interjected, "Xiao Yong, you mustn't provoke Jiang Fan any further. He has now firmly attached himself to the Su family's eldest daughter and is not to be trifled with. Is he living off others now?" This thought simultaneously crossed the minds of the 3 members of the Su family. "I thought he was formidable, but it turns out he is merely a parasite." Xu Yong scoffed. Presently, they truly dared not take any action against Jiang Fan and could only indulge in idle talk. After regaining his composure, Xu Yong, filled with reluctance, inquired, "Sister, do you have any means to make me even more powerful than Jiang Fan? You are currently with the Su family, are you not? You are beside the young master of the Su family." Su Yuding sighed in resignation, for she too wished to cause trouble for Jiang Fan. After pondering for a moment, Xu Yong suddenly exclaimed, "Sister, the Su family has so many companies. Could you not persuade the young master to give me one? That way, I will become a boss. At the very least, stronger than that coward Jiang Fan who lives off others." "Xiao Yong, have you lost your mind?" Su Yuding exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Do you think I am the young mistress of the Su family? Why would the young master give you a company? You insolent girl, why are you shouting?" Lu Meiwan glared at Su Yuding. "I believe your brother's suggestion has merit. If Xiao Yong had his own company, it would indeed enhance his status. I leave this matter in your hands." "Mother, are you really going to indulge Xiao Yong like this? This is not about a car or a house. It is a company. Have you considered my feelings? I have worked so hard to stand firm beside the young master of the Su family. Do you know how much effort I have put in?" Su Yuding clutched her aching arm, her eyes beginning to brim with tears. Lu Meiwan paid no heed to her grievances and coldly replied, "Do not lament in front of us. I raised you with my own blood and sweat. To whom can I express my hardships? I carried you for 10 months and nearly lost my life in the process. Your life is a gift from me. Now, when asked to do something, you are so resistant. Have you no conscience?" Su Yuding could not bear to hear any more and repeatedly waved her hands, saying, "Fine, I will inquire for you." She then dialed Su Jian's number. "Hello, young Master Su. I mentioned I have a younger brother, right? Here's the thing. He has always dreamed of owning his own company. Could you possibly arrange for a small company from the Su family to be given to him?" After uttering these words, Su Yuding felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. She had heard of people asking for money, cars, and houses, but this was her first time asking for a company. However, To her astonishment, Su Jian merely paused for a few seconds before readily agreeing. Xu Yong, hearing this, was elated and boasted, I'll be a big boss too. When I take over, I shall hold a grand inauguration ceremony and invite everyone I know. I want them to see that I, Xu Yong, am also a big boss. Moreover, I must invite Jiang Fan and Zhao Lingling to attend. I will humiliate them thoroughly. In Chapter 88, New Company Location, even Su Yuting herself did not expect it to be so effortless. For a moment, she felt a surge of emotion, realizing that she still held some standing in the eyes of the young master of the Su family. Unlike Jiang Fan, who would not even part with 200,000, the difference between the two was starkly evident. However, Su Yuting remained unaware that after hanging up the phone, Su Jian was chuckling coldly. Was that a call from that plaything of yours? Su Huaiyan, with his eyes closed, stated nonchalantly. Su Jian nodded. Indeed. She wants me to provide her brother with a company. I just so happen to have that cosmetics company on hand. Su Huaiyan slowly opened his eyes and inquired. Are you referring to the cosmetics company from which we swapped out inferior materials? Yes, grandfather. I just detected toxic substances in that batch of materials. But nearly half of the products have already been produced, making it too late to return them. I was just worried about finding someone to take the blame. And then this perfect opportunity presented itself, Su Jian explained. Well done. That woman named Su Yuting is merely a plaything. Do not allow genuine feelings to develop. Su Huaiyan cautioned. By the way, what is the situation with Su Yuxian? Pfft. Su Yuxian is currently thriving. Huang Island is now a land of gold. And Jiangxian real estate has earned at least 5 to 6 billion in the past few days, Su Jian said enviously. The most profitable enterprise of the Su family pales in comparison to Jiangxian real estate, and it would be a lie to say he was not envious. Yet, this vast fortune belonged solely to Su Yuxian, leaving them only to watch. He could only sigh in resignation, saying, alas, Su Yuxian does possess some skill. Never mind. We shall continue seeking other opportunities. Has Wangu been dealt with? Yes, but he shouted before dying that someone would avenge him. Su Jian expressed his concerns. Huh. Just a dying struggle from a thug. It is nothing to fear. Jinner, for the next few days, focus your attention on Huang Island. If the opportunity arises, we must acquire Jiangxian real estate from Su Yuxian. Su Huaiyan instructed. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan had met with Zhao Lingling and then Zhang Ning. In this world where appearances reign supreme, beauty equates to righteousness. Initially resistant to the new chairman, Zhang Ning was the first to raise both hands in support upon seeing Zhao Lingling, earning him a collective eye roll from everyone present. Ninggu, where is your integrity? You were quite reluctant when I suggested changing the chairman, Jiang Fan teased. Zhang Ning scratched his head. Hee, I was merely considering everyone's interests. Look at our studio. It is filled with big men, too much yang energy. Nonsense. Once we launch the live streaming project, we will certainly attract female participants, Jiang Fan retorted. He then continued, are there any obstacles with the Kuayin company? When discussing serious matters, Zhang Ning straightened his face and replied, there are some minor difficulties. We need a proper company building. Initially, we plan to concentrate on training a group of anchors, requiring sufficient rooms for their streaming and resting. Do you have a location in mind? Jiang Fan inquired. Yes. Coincidentally, a martial arts gym in the city center is up for sale. The gym comes with training rooms and ample space for us to train anchors and dance. The gym also provides dormitories for the students. We just need to purchase it and make minor renovations, Zhang Ning said, handing Jiang Fan the gym's address. Upon hearing Zhang Ning's description, Jiang Fan agreed that this gym was indeed an excellent choice. How much does the owner want? Jiang Fan asked. Zhang Ning replied, the owner is only willing to lease, not sell, for 2 million a year. Jiang Fan rested his chin on his hand, contemplating for a moment. Renting posed too great a risk. What if the landlord refused to renew the lease or raise the price after a year? The loss would ultimately fall on them. Why don't we negotiate with the landlord? The fact that he is only selling and not leasing must have its reasons. Perhaps we could sign a long-term lease agreement with him, Zhao Lingling suggested. Jiang Fan nodded, praising her. Not bad. Linger, you have made progress. Hearing Jiang Fan's compliment, Zhao Lingling beamed with a sweet smile. This filled Zhang Ning and the others with despair. Realizing that their goddess Linger had captured the boss's heart before their first love could even begin. Let us go meet the landlord, Jiang Fan declared. Leading Zhang Ning and Zhao Lingling to the martial arts gym they had set their sights on. Half an hour later, under Zhang Ning's guidance, they arrived at a rather sizable martial arts gym. The gym spanned 4 floors, with 1 basement level for parking. Ma's martial arts gym? Jiang Fan gazed at the sign with an unusual expression, a familiar figure surfacing in his mind. Could it be a coincidence? Yes, it is indeed Ma's martial arts gym. The owner, Master Ma, is renowned in Qing City for his exceptional skills. I wonder why he suddenly wants to sell the gym, Zhang Ning pondered. Shall we go inside and find out? Jiang Fan suggested. The 3 pushed the door open and entered the gym. The first floor was a vast training hall, once bustling with activity, but now eerily vacant, filled only with cold equipment, giving it a desolate feel. After standing on the first floor for a while, 2 young individuals dressed in training attire descended the stairs. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, their emotions flared with agitation. You're back. How dare you bully us? Do you think Ma's martial arts gym is made of clay? Are you referring to us? Zhang Ning pointed at himself in disbelief. This is our first visit. Stop with the nonsense. 2 young men rushed forward without uttering a word. Zhang Ning, lacking the prowess of a martial artist, found himself retreating repeatedly until he stumbled and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 young men lunged at Zhang Ning, exclaiming, "Die!" However, in the next moment, they perceived a shadow appearing before them, only to be swiftly subdued on the ground. You scoundrel, if you possess any real skill, let me go so we may engage in a fair contest. What's her ability is this ambush? The 2 young men continued to shout. Jiang Fan interjected, "Silence. Why did you suddenly attack us? Is this the manner of hospitality that Master Ma has instructed you to uphold? Guests? You are merely a band of robbers taking advantage of our misfortune. If our master had not been injured, how could you dare to provoke us?" One of them retorted. Through their words, Jiang Fan discerned the situation. It seemed that news of Master Ma's injury at the banquet had spread, prompting rival martial artists from Qing City to take advantage of the opportunity to challenge them, mistaking Jiang Fan and his companions for intruders. At that moment, others from the second floor, hearing the commotion below, hurried down. Upon seeing Jiang Fan restraining the 2 disciples, their eyes brimmed with anger. "Release my junior brother!" A group shouted as they rushed forward. Zhang Ning, terrified by the multitude, felt his legs weaken, while Zhao Lingling's palms grew clammy with anxiety. "Stop! Everyone stand back!" Master Ma's weak voice came from behind the crowd. "But Master, they have harmed our junior brothers." One discontented disciple protested. Master Ma's face was as pale as paper, and with great effort, he declared, "Even if you all rush at him, you will not prevail." The disciples exchanged glances, bewildered. "Master, you jest. With such a frail youth, I alone could handle him." One of the more robust disciples protested. Master Ma's eyes widened in a display of authority. "What? Have my words lost their weight?" Hearing this, the disciples reluctantly ceased their outcry. Jiang Fan, noticing the change, released the 2 young men. Zhang Ning and Zhao Lingling finally breathed a sigh of relief, with Zhang Ning gazing at Jiang Fan with admiration. So impressive. Even Master Ma must regard him with trepidation, supported by a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Master Ma slowly descended from the second floor. "Mr. Jiang, I apologize for the spectacle. There have been some recent issues at the martial arts school, and I hope you will not take offense." Jiang Fan, astonished, asked, "Has Master Ma not yet recovered from his injuries?" "Mr. Jiang, why ask what you already know? You witnessed the events firsthand, and you have also experienced Wang Hu's skills." "I fear my injury will never heal," Master Ma lamented. Jiang Fan remained silent, contemplating. Was Wang Hu truly formidable? I did not perceive him as such. However, it would be unwise to voice such thoughts, lest Master Ma's condition worsen. During this brief silence, the girls supporting Master Ma cast a reproachful glance at Jiang Fan. "You're that freeloader, Jiang Fan? If you were so capable, why did you not stop that brute? Can you really bear witness to my father being injured?" Jiang Fan was taken aback. Was he being blamed for this? He had warned them beforehand. "Chi-Chi, be quiet. It was my arrogance that led to this, and it has nothing to do with Mr. Jiang." Master Ma scolded, then turned to Jiang Fan with an apologetic expression. "I am sorry. This is my daughter, Marries. She has been indulged since childhood, and with my injury and the recent turmoil at the martial arts school, her emotions are quite unsettled. I hope Mr. Jiang can forgive her. Jiang Fan cast a cold glance at the headstrong girl before addressing Master Ma. Let us dispense with idle chatter. Master Ma, I am here primarily to discuss the martial arts school. I wish to purchase this establishment. Name your price. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Weiqi angrily retorted, "Ah, so you seek to covet our martial arts school? A bunch of scoundrels, not a decent one among you. Chi-Chi, do not speak in such a manner." Master Ma admonished, but the strain of his injuries caused him to cough heavily. He looked at Jiang Fan, saying, "Mr. Jiang, I apologize, but this school is my dream, built with my own hands. I cannot sell it. What if, say, one day I recover? You still wish to run the school?" Jiang Fan replied calmly. Master Ma nodded slightly, even though he knew this was unlikely. He had dedicated most of his life to this school and was unwilling to let it go. Jiang Fan shook his head and turned to Zhang Ning. "Are there no other suitable venues in Qing City?" "None. The other appropriate places have stable operations, and we are left with no choice but to move to Huang Island." Zhang Ning replied. "Forget about Huang Island." Jiang Fan decisively rejected. He understood the development timeline of Huang Island all too well. It would take at least until next year to stabilize. By then, the market would have cooled, and any chance of seizing it would be lost. Jiang Fan turned to Master Ma. "Could we not negotiate further? I can offer a price satisfactory to you." Master Ma appeared troubled. He did not wish to offend Jiang Fan. On one hand, Jiang Fan had the support of the Su family, and given his current predicament, he could not afford to offend any faction. On the other hand, Jiang Fan had avenged him by defeating Wang Hu at the banquet. He did not wish to repay kindness with enmity. "Mr. Jiang, please do not press me further. I have a deep connection to this place, and, at this moment, I truly do not wish to sell. How about this? I can sign a 3-year lease with you, and if my injuries do not heal by then, I will sell it to you." "Father, what are you saying?" Weiqi exclaimed, her eyes wide in shock. Other disciples joined in urging, "Master, we cannot sell the school. Where will we go?" They then looked at Weiqi and reassured her, "I have practiced martial arts my entire life. Apart from that, I know nothing else. If my injury does not heal, I will be rendered useless. I must prepare a dowry for you in advance." "Father," Weiqi cried, her eyes reddening as she embraced him. Master Ma comforted his daughter before turning to Jiang Fan. "Mr. Jiang, what do you think?" Zhang Ning tugged at Jiang Fan's arm, suggesting that this proposal was feasible. Jiang Fan agreed, but just as he was about to respond affirmatively, a group of individuals clad in training attire entered. "Master Ma, you cannot give this school to anyone else. We had an agreement from me, Park Jong-un, to acquire it." "Look, I have brought the money," Park Jong-un said, waving a $1 million check in front of the crowd. Jiang Fan was taken aback. The troublemakers were from the nation of the Bangs. Master Ma's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "1 million for my martial arts school? Master Park, your appetite seems rather excessive." Park Jong-un laughed heartily. "Is that so? I believe 1 million is far too generous. The martial arts of your country originated from ours. All martial arts patents should belong to us. I have not even demanded a licensing fee from you, and you dare complain about the amount? You." Master Ma's face turned pale with anger, but his health prevented him from arguing further. The others trembled with rage, and even Jiang Fan, who had remained uninvolved, felt the tension. "You are dreaming. Once my father recovers, I will ensure you regret ever crossing us." Weiqi shouted at Park Jong-un like a furious mother cat. "Huh, you think he will recover? At his age, even if he does, he will be rendered useless. Miss Ma, are you worried that your father will no longer have the means to support you?" "Not to worry. All you need to do is call me Daddy, and I will take care of you," Park Jong-un said, his gaze lecherous as he looked at the developing Weiqi. Disgusting. Zhao Lingling, typically gentle and reserved, found herself unable to restrain her disdain for Park Jong-un's behavior. Master Ma, seeing his daughter being insulted, felt fury surge within him. "Bastard. Even if I must burn the school to the ground, I will never give it to you." Park Jong-un abandoned all hope. Faced with Master Ma's fury, Park Jong-un remained unfazed. He leisurely responded, "Very well, I shall come to challenge you daily," letting the people of Qing City witness how the once invincible Master Ma has now sunk to a level below that of a mere dog. "Your martial arts school must be struggling now. I look forward to seeing how you support your family when the time comes. And as for your enchanting daughter, I shall not hold back. Despite his battered state, Master Ma attempted to attack Park Jong-un. At that moment, a hand blocked his path. It was Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan spoke slowly. Master Ma, as per your words, I will initially rent for 3 years. Please provide me with your bank account number, and I shall transfer 3 million immediately. Chapter 90. No more than this. Jiang Fan's words were undoubtedly a slap in the face for Park Jong-un. Did you not hear what I just said, boy? I want this martial arts school. Are you attempting to snatch it from me? Park Jong-un's eyes glinted menacingly. Jiang Fan did not even glance at him, calmly stating, business is about the highest bidder, is it not? I will rent the school for 1 million a year, totaling 3 million for 3 years, while you wish to purchase it for just 1 million. I believe any rational person would not choose you, would they? Or do you Koreans enjoy engaging in losing deals? How dare you, a mere Hwagwa pig, insult our great Korean nation? I demand you kneel and apologize immediately. Park Jong-un seethed with rage. Ignoring his fury, Jiang Fan turned to Zhao Lingling, saying, Linger, please accompany Master Ma upstairs to sign the contract and transfer the funds. Okay, Zhao Lingling obediently replied, helping Master Ma ascend to the second floor alongside Marweichi. Master Ma, with an apologetic tone, said, Mr. Jiang, I am sorry for the trouble. Jiang Fan remained silent, gesturing for them to hasten the contract signing, thus dashing the hopes of certain individuals. Park Jong-un watched helplessly as Master Ma proceeded upstairs, his heart racing with urgency. Stop them on the second floor. They must not sign that contract, he commanded. The students of the Taekwondo school, upon receiving the order, rushed upstairs without hesitation. Meanwhile, the members of the Ma family martial arts school had already positioned themselves at the staircase, blocking their ascent. The confrontation between the two groups escalated into physical conflict. However, the Ma family's martial artists were no match for the Taekwondo school. Within minutes, they were overpowered. It was not that Master Ma's martial skills were lacking, but rather that martial arts require years of rigorous training to become effective. In contrast, the techniques of Taekwondo, while elegant and easy to learn, had sacrificed some lethal effectiveness for showiness over the years. Park Jong-un, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of satisfaction and taunted. I have always said that Hwagwa martial arts merely plagiarize our Korean techniques. How could something stolen compete with the original? Just as his words faded, his students tumbled down the stairs like marbles. At some point, Jiang Fan had reached the staircase, delivering a kick that sent the Taekwondo students sprawling. You have truly angered me, boy. I will tear you apart. Park Jong-un bellowed. You should leave. Park Jong-un is a true master. No one can defeat him except his teacher. Brother, we appreciate your goodwill, but it is not worth risking our lives for this martial arts school. The injured members of the Ma family martial arts school expressed, feeling both touched and concerned by Jiang Fan's solitary stance at the staircase. They were unaware of the events that had transpired at the banquet, and since they had not paid close attention to Marweichi's words, they still regarded Jiang Fan as an ordinary person. Did you hear what they said? Only Master Ma can defeat me, but alas, he is now incapacitated. I will give you 3 counts. If you do not step aside, I shall spare you. Park Jong-un taunted. There is a saying in Hwagwa, the mayfly shakes the tree. The mantis blocks the cart, which I believe applies to you. You are speaking too much. If you wish to come, then come quickly. If you delay, the contract will be signed. Jiang Fan replied with a hint of impatience. Park Jong-un paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Ha! Do Hwagwa people all share your foolishness? Knowing you cannot win, yet you still seek death. Very well. I shall show you the authentic techniques of our great nation. With that, Park Jong-un tightened his stance. His loose training uniform now taut against his muscles, particularly his legs, each muscle representing explosive power. Jiang Fan observed with interest, realizing that Park Jong-un indeed possessed some skill. Such muscles are rather exaggerated, Zhang Ning exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, he had thought that the practice of Taekwondo was merely for fitness. However, the current scene exceeded his imagination. One kick could bend a steel pipe. Jiang Fan, can you withstand this? Zhang Ning looked over concerned. Yet, Jiang Fan's expression remained unchanged. Despite Park Jong-un's imposing physique, his sense of threat was lesser than that posed by Wang Hu. Perhaps Wang Hu practiced a different form of martial arts. With a cold expression, Park Jong-un warned, This is your own doing, boy. Do not blame me for being ruthless. As soon as the words left his lips, he launched a front kick aimed directly at Jiang Fan's head. His foot was like an arrow slicing through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistle. Goodness, this is indeed fierce. A kick like that could cripple an ordinary person. Yet Park Jong-un assumed Jiang Fan was just an average individual. Realizing this, Jiang Fan's demeanor grew icy, having initially intended to show mercy. As everyone expected him to evade, an astonishing scene unfolded. Jiang Fan raised his hand, preparing to block the strike. Oh no, Mr. Jiang is far too arrogant, thinking he can withstand Park Jong-un's attack. The members of the Ma family martial arts school could not help but shake their heads in despair. It's hopeless. Legend has it that Park Jong-un's front kick can shatter 5 thick wooden boards, let alone a person. Just then, Jiang Fan and Park Jong-un collided. There was no crash, no sound, only silence. All eyes were glued to the staircase. Jiang Fan had firmly grasped Park Jong-un's ankle, rendering it immobile, as if the scene had been frozen in time. Is that all? It's nothing remarkable. Jiang Fan coldly regarded Park Jong-un. You attacked with the intent to kill. Now, I shall not hold back. With a slight twist of his hand, a cracking sound echoed from Park Jong-un's ankle. Ah, my foot, my foot, how dare you? Park Jong-un's cries resonated throughout the martial arts school. The commotion below undoubtedly reached the second floor. What has happened? Everything was fine just moments ago. How did it descend into chaos during the contract signing? Jiang Fan glanced at Master Ma and then at Park Jong-un, a plan forming in his mind. Master Ma, if I can heal you, will you consider selling this martial arts school to me? Jiang Fan suddenly proposed. Chapter 91. The company building acquired Mr. Jiang. What did you say? You can heal me? Master Ma queried incredulously. After a moment of calm, he smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, please do not jest. I am well aware of my injuries. This is a 3-year contract. Let us discuss the acquisition after 3 years. Since his injury, he had sought treatment from many renowned doctors, all of whom had concluded that his meridians were blocked, leaving him to rely on self-care, with perhaps a glimmer of hope. Thus, he did not believe Jiang Fan could heal him. Jiang Fan chose not to press the matter further with Master Ma, and instead approached Park Jong-un. Upon seeing Jiang Fan advance toward him, Park Jong-un's small eyes widened in terror. Do not come any closer. Stay away, he shouted, scrambling backward in a futile attempt to distance himself from Jiang Fan. The members of the Ma family martial arts school exchanged bewildered glances, feeling as though they were witnessing a scene reminiscent of a bully menacing a virtuous woman. Why are you so frightened? Do you think I would devour you? Come here. I wish to discuss something with you, Jiang Fan said. What do you intend to do? You have rendered me useless. My entire life is ruined because of you. What more do you want? Do you wish to incapacitate my other leg as well? Even Park Jong-un would be brought to tears at this moment, truly regretting having provoked such a monster. After training for over 20 years in martial arts, he found himself so easily defeated by a much younger opponent. Moreover, the essence of Tai Kwon Dao lies in the mastery of leg techniques, and with one leg incapacitated, even if the bone heals, it will never regain its former agility. In short, Park Jong-un's martial arts career is effectively over. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was taken aback. It dawned on Master Ma that Jiang Fan intended to showcase his skills right before him. Park Jong-un could hardly believe Jiang Fan's words and shook his head frantically, declaring, No, this is impossible. I know many doctors. An injury like this cannot possibly be free of complications. Traditional Chinese medicine? That is even less likely. We have never heard of it being effective in our country. Just as Park Jong-un was halfway through his protest, he noticed the darkening expression on Jiang Fan's face and promptly fell silent. Silence. One more word, and I will ensure you can never stand again, Jiang Fan said coldly, his disdain palpable. Park Jong-un recoiled, frightened into silence. After retrieving the silver needle, Jiang Fan forcefully rolled up Park Jong-un's pant leg, causing him to grimace in pain and scream. The onlookers leaned in, with several young women feeling a wave of discomfort. At that moment, Park Jong-un's ankle, long neglected, had swollen to the size of his calf, a frightening deep purple hue. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan plunged the needle into Park Jong-un's ankle. What are you doing? What do you intend to do? Park Jong-un shouted in terror. Yet, in the next moment, A look of relief crossed his face. Ah, it seems to hurt less now. Look, the swelling's going down. Master Ma exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at Park Jong-un's ankle. Before everyone's eyes, the swollen ankle visibly shrank, gradually returning to normalcy. It was truly miraculous. Master Ma felt an increasing thrill. The more impressive Jiang Fan's display, the greater the hope of his own recovery. After invigorating the blood flow and reducing the swelling, the next step was to realign the fracture completely. Fortunately, Jiang Fan's force was not excessive, and the fracture was not severe, making it relatively easy to correct. However, at that moment, Jiang Fan paused, ceasing his treatment. Why have you stopped? Hurry, continue. Park Jong-un urged anxiously, feeling the improvement in his condition. Jiang Fan replied, I have just invigorated your blood and ensure that the bruising will not impede your future mobility. However, the final step of realignment requires your agreement to my previous condition. Park Jong-un's gaze darted, pondering that at this stage, a regular hospital could likely mend his injury. Before he could voice his thoughts, Jiang Fan continued, It matters not if you refuse. I possess the ability to reduce the swelling, and I can just as easily cause it to return to its previous state or even worse. Think carefully about your choice. Park Jong-un broke into a cold sweat upon hearing Jiang Fan's words. A devil. This young man is undoubtedly a devil. I agree. The Taekwondo school will henceforth belong to you. Park Jong-un lamented, his face a mask of despair. There was no other choice. The martial arts school was merely an external possession, while his foot was far more precious. Jiang Fan smiled slightly, then corrected the misaligned fracture and secured it with a splint. Done. Let us draft a transfer agreement for you to sign. Jiang Fan stood up, brushing his hands together. Until that moment, everyone felt as though they were in a dream. Had he really just acquired a martial arts school? Although the Taekwondo school was smaller than Ma's martial arts school, it was still worth over $1 million. Zhang Ning looked at Jiang Fan with an admiration that knew no bounds. Jiang Fan, you are incredible, Zhang Ning exclaimed. Are we moving to the Taekwondo school? Certainly not, Jiang Fan replied, approaching Master Ma. Master Ma, I am giving the Taekwondo school to you, and in return, I can heal your injuries. All I desire is this building. Does that work for you? Absolutely, of course, Master Ma replied without hesitation. As long as he could continue teaching martial arts, he would agree to anything. Jiang Fan smiled. Very well, let us proceed to the second floor. Your condition is slightly more complex. Upon reaching the second floor, Jiang Fan first checked Master Ma's pulse. Confirming a blockage in the meridians, he began his acupuncture treatment. Jiang Fan's hands moved with remarkable speed, each needle finding its target with precision. Master Ma wore a look of astonishment as he felt a warm flow gradually infuse his abdomen, akin to a long-blocked river being cleared. The most astonishing part for him was Jiang Fan himself. It was hard to fathom that one person could possess such formidable combat prowess alongside exceptional medical skills. And even more alarming was the fact that Jiang Fan was only 25 years old. What had he been doing at that age? Probably still training under his master. With this thought, Master Ma resolved to cultivate a good relationship with Jiang Fan. At the very least, he could not afford to offend him. Moments later, Jiang Fan withdrew the needles, declaring, All done. The blocked meridians have been cleared, but they have sustained significant damage and will require medicinal treatment. I will write you a prescription for daily decoction. Master Ma clenched his fists, feeling a surge of power. Mr. Jiang, I cannot thank you enough. How can I repay you? I will return the $3 million for the rental immediately. Master Ma spoke with excitement, nearly incoherent. No need for that. According to our previous agreement, the martial arts school is now ours. I hope you will uphold your end of the bargain, Jiang Fan said, gathering the silver needles. I will certainly keep my word. Master Ma called for his daughter. Chi-Chi, prepare a new transfer agreement. From today onwards, we will move to the Taekwondo school. This place now belongs to Mr. Jiang. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan finally broke into a relaxed smile. After a long day of effort, he had successfully secured the building. In the following days, Zhang Ning hired a construction crew to work tirelessly on the overall renovation of the martial arts school. All the employees of Kuayin watched the new company take shape, smiles lighting their faces. From this moment onward, they were no longer mere partners in a small workshop. However, their newfound happiness was short-lived. One morning, Jiang Fan received an invitation. Mr. Jiang, you are cordially invited to attend the inauguration ceremony of Mr. Xu Yong as the chairman of Meiji Cosmetics Company. Your presence is essential. Chapter 92. Unannounced Departure. Holding the invitation, Jiang Fan was suddenly invigorated. Su Yuding had some connections. Even a company was arranged for her brother. Was she so eager to slap my face? Jiang Fan crumpled the invitation and tossed it into the trash. At that moment, the renovation of Kuayin Company was nearing completion. He had no time to concern himself with Su Yong's trivial matters. Upon arriving at the company, he found the construction workers already bustling with activity. After surveying the area, Jiang Fan curiously asked Zhang Ning, "Has Lingling not arrived?" "Not yet. She probably has something holding her up. Don't worry. She is the most diligent person I know, always staying with the workers to supervise the progress. She wouldn't miss it," Zhang Ning assured him. Jiang Fan acknowledged this, but did not dwell on it. As time ticked by 11 o'clock, Zhao Lingling still had not arrived. Not only Jiang Fan, but even Zhang Ning began to feel something was amiss. This isn't right. Lingling is usually the first to arrive at the new company. What could be going on? Even if something came up, she should at least call to let us know, Zhang Ning remarked, puzzled. Jiang Fan grabbed his car keys and said, "I will go look for Lingling. You stay here." "All right, call if you need anything," Zhang Ning advised. Zhao Lingling lived on the outskirts of Qingshi, in a rundown neighborhood. She was usually well-behaved and would not simply vanish without reason. Something must have happened. With this thought, Jiang Fan's grip tightened, and his knocking echoed throughout the building. With a sudden creak, the door of the adjacent room swung open, and a woman in her 40s stepped out. "Could you please keep it down? There are people working the night shift here," she said, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Jiang Fan repeatedly apologized and hurriedly asked, "Auntie, I am truly sorry. Have you seen Zhao Lingling today? Where did she go?" The woman's expression softened at Jiang Fan's politeness. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "I encountered Lingling this morning. She was anxiously carrying a backpack, with red eyes as if she had been crying. Something was indeed amiss." Jiang Fan became increasingly flustered and asked, "Annie, do you remember which direction she headed?" "She went to the bus station. I greeted her, and I caught a glimpse of her booking a bus ticket on her phone," the woman informed him. Upon seeing the money, she chuckled and assured him, "Rest assured, I will call you as soon as I hear anything from next door." Jiang Fan resolved to visit Zhao Lingling's hometown. Regardless of his past life, or this one, Zhao Lingling's social circle was notably small. Her family resided in Qingzhou, specifically in Taishu, which required a 4-hour drive. Taking a bus would take even longer. Thus, Jiang Fan figured he would arrive only a little over 10 minutes after Zhao Lingling. Zhao Lingling's parents lived in a 6-story residential building. The structure was not particularly old. It had certainly seen many years. At that moment, her home was in disarray, with broken furniture and shattered teacups strewn about. Zhao Lingling's parents stood in the living room like children caught in wrongdoing, while a group of men with fierce expressions crowded the sofa. "Zhao Fuqiang, I already gave you a chance this morning. It's time to repay the money, isn't it? Your wife's illness has improved. Dragging this out is not acceptable," the leader of the men said, puffing on a cigarette. Zhao Fuqiang, trembling, replied, "I already repaid the 50,000 you lent us. Why are you still coming to my home?" "Yes, the principal has indeed been repaid, but the 30,000 in interest remains unpaid," the leader said, his fierce gaze slowly shifting to Zhao Fuqiang. 30,000 in interest? I borrowed only 50,000 from you. This is usury, is illegal," Zhao Fuqiang exclaimed, his eyes reddening. The man laughed heartily, sneering at Zhao Fuqiang. "We are indeed usurers. It is your foolishness that led you to believe we are a legitimate lending company just because we have a name. As for legality, I have a written IOU right here. You won't find any support if you report us. I will fight you," Zhao Fuqiang shouted in a fit of rage, charging at the man. But he was no match for the group, and in an instant, he was knocked to the ground by a single punch. "Don't think I don't know. Your family has money. I want to see the cash today, or I won't leave," the man declared. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the doorway. Upon entering, Zhao Lingling was met with the sight of her father sprawled on the floor. Her face turned pale, and she rushed over. Dad, what happened to you?" She then shot an angry glare at the men in the room. "How dare you hit him? Aren't you afraid I will report this?" The debt collectors were momentarily taken aback by Zhao Lingling's appearance. They had heard of Zhao Fuqiang's remarkable daughter, but were not prepared for her beauty. She was not just remarkable. Her grace and charm rendered her a captivating presence. Nonsense. I've repaid everything. They are demanding 30,000 in interest. Zhao Fuqiang cursed. Little beauty, since we are in this line of work, we are not afraid of the law. Your threats are useless. The money must be paid today. The leader of the men said, leering at Zhao Lingling. If you truly have no money, you can spend the night with us. It would be a fair trade for waiving the 30,000. You must be dreaming. Zhao Lingling retorted angrily, hearing their daughter being insulted. Both Zhao Fuqiang and Li Qiao were infuriated. Bastard! If you dare touch my daughter, I will risk my life to kill you. The leader, losing patience, signaled his men to restrain Zhao Fuqiang and Li Qiao, then slowly approached Zhao Lingling. Don't! I will find a way to repay you. Please, don't touch my daughter. Lingling, run. Don't worry about us. Zhao Fuqiang and Li Qiao shouted in desperate anguish. Money? I have no interest in money today, the man said, licking his lips as he moved closer to Zhao Lingling. Terrified, she backed away until she found herself cornered against the wall. Why is this happening? Just as life seemed to be heading toward happiness, why must I face this? Brother Zhang Fan, I have not yet repaid you. I have not expressed my feelings. Zhao Lingling silently lamented, filled with regrets. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from the entrance. I can give you money, but if you act like a beast, I can send you back to be reborn, Zhang Fan said slowly. Upon seeing Zhang Fan, Zhao Lingling burst into tears, running past the debt collectors to throw herself into his embrace. I don't want to trouble you anymore. Our family has caused you so much trouble, she sobbed. The debt collectors were enraged at the sight of the two embracing. The leader glowered and asked, Which path are you on, brother? I am not associated with any path. I am here to resolve this matter. Tell me how much they owe you, and I will repay it, Zhang Fan replied. The man chuckled, staring at Zhang Fan with bulging eyes, radiating an intimidating presence. Kid, I just said, today, we don't want money. We want this woman to spend the night with us. If you're wise, you'll steer clear and not provoke the wrong people. As he spoke, he slapped Zhang Fan's face, exuding arrogance. Zhao Lingling tightened her grip on Zhang Fan's arm in fear. Zhao Fuqiang and Li Qiao were consumed with guilt, wishing they could trade their lives for their daughter's safety. Zhang Fan squinted at the man before him. Truth be told, he could easily deal with such a person. However, he refrained from doing so. This was not Qing City, and he did not wish to make enemies in an unfamiliar place. Moreover, Zhao Lingling's family lived in Taishu. Should he depart, these thugs might retaliate against her family or even relatives. Remaining calm, Zhang Fan proposed, How about this? I will pay you double the amount Zhao uncle owes you, and from now on, we will consider it settled. How's that sound? The man was taken aback, uncertain of Zhang Fan's intentions. Before he could respond, Zhang Fan continued, Triple. Would that be acceptable? Triple. That amounts to 90,000. The man's breathing grew heavier. He was not foolish. Faced with a beautiful woman and 90,000, he would choose the money. For times, Zhang Fan's voice rang out again, as if the money were as inconsequential as water. For times, 120,000. That's already a six-figure sum. Not only the man, but everyone in the room was stunned. This was unprecedented. They had never witnessed such a dramatic increase. All right, 4 times. As long as you bring the money now, I will clear the account with the Zhao family. The man hastily replied, fearing Zhang Fan might change his mind. Zhang Fan produced a bank card, stating, I don't have that much cash on me. Let your men take the card to withdraw the money. The password is 6/8. As he spoke, he handed over the golden card he received from Li Hangzhong. The debt collector, glancing at the card, thought it was his first time seeing such a bank card and wondered if it was a new credit card. No need for such trouble. A direct online transfer would suffice, the man said, pulling out his phone. I'm sorry, but this card is not enabled for online transactions. You'll have to go to the bank. Don't worry, I won't run away, Zhang Fan reassured him. A glimmer of confusion flickered in the man's eyes. He pondered, but could not decipher Zhang Fan's true intentions. He beckoned to a subordinate and whispered, Go to the nearest bank to withdraw some money. And call me immediately if there are any issues. Understood, the subordinate replied, taking the gold card before turning to leave. The residential complex where Zhao Lingling lived was not far from the city center. Exiting the complex and walking just 2 streets led to the bank. Due to the large amount, the ATM was insufficient for such a withdrawal, so the subordinate headed for the counter. Pushing open the glass door, he made his way directly to an available counter. "Hello, what service do you require?" The bank staff inquired politely. "I wish to withdraw 120,000. The subordinate stated while handing over the bank card. "I'm sorry, large withdrawals require prior appointment." The staff member began, but suddenly noticed the card in his hand. "A gold card? It appears you are a valued gold card holder. My level is insufficient, so our manager will personally assist you." With that, the bank staff hurried off to find a manager. This scene made the subordinate's palms sweat nervously. Could this be a scam? He took out his phone, ready to report back to his boss. The bank manager soon approached, offering tea and snacks, leaving the subordinate feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "Are you Mr. Jiang Fan?" the bank manager asked. The subordinate's anxiety surged as he stammered. "No, he sent me to withdraw the money." "Is there a problem?" "Oh, no. May I confirm this with him?" the bank manager inquired. The subordinate thought for a moment. Indeed, it was Jiang Fan who had sent him, so inquiring seemed harmless. After a brief interrogation by the bank manager, the money was finally withdrawn. However, the subordinate was exceedingly curious about the origins of this card, which commanded such respect from the bank manager. He instinctively asked, "How much money is on this card?" The manager paused, smiled, and replied, "You might want to see for yourself." He turned the computer screen towards the subordinate. As his gaze fell on the screen, his pupils dilated, and his breath caught in his throat. The world seemed to stand still, leaving only the sound of his own racing heartbeat. With trembling fingers, he began to count the numbers on the screen. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion. The dense array of numbers formed a long string, blurring his vision as he counted multiple times before finally grasping the total. Each digit struck like a hammer to his heart. Having never seen such a sum in his life, his worldview felt shattered. In reality, Jiang Fan's funds had long surpassed 100 million, this money being the dividends from Jiangxian real estate. After a considerable while, the subordinate took the bag containing 120,000 and left the bank like a zombie. He was unsure how he exited the bank. Was it by walking, crawling, or being assisted out? All he could think of were the numbers in the bank card. As an ordinary person, he understood well how difficult it was to earn money. Otherwise, he would not have ventured into debt collection. The loan sharking business had its backing, or else one could not survive in this industry. He had heard his boss say that the loan shark boss was worth millions and was a well-known figure in Tai City. If someone with millions was so formidable, what about someone with over 100 million? Moreover, this was merely the deposit from one card. He dared not contemplate further. Such a person could likely obliterate them with just a word. "Huh? Oh." The subordinate responded absently, instinctively handing the money to Jiang Fan. No one noticed that he was bent over when he passed the money, nor did he dare to look at Jiang Fan's face. "What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Why are you giving him the money?" A man kicked the subordinate hard, reaching for the bag of cash. Seeing his boss trying to grab the money, the subordinate suddenly shouted frantically, "Boss, no. We can't take this money." Chapter 94. We have matters tonight. "We can't take this money." The man was taken aback, as were the others present. Everyone instinctively turned to the subordinate. Jiang Fan, with a smirk, asked, "Where's my bank card?" The subordinate, in a panic, pulled out the bank card and handed it over with trembling hands, saying, "Here it is. Please keep it safe." He fell to the ground, trembling, and stammered, I dare not. Upon seeing the subordinate kneel before Jiang Fan, the man was utterly bewildered, asking, "What's going on? Why are you kneeling for simple withdrawal?" The subordinate turned to his boss, revealing a sorrowful expression. "Boss, this card contains over 100 million. The room suddenly fell into a silence so profound that one could hear the sounds of traffic outside. Someone swallowed audibly, the faint sound breaking the eerie stillness. The people in the room gradually returned to normalcy, merely resuming their breathing, as they had all momentarily forgotten to do so. Heavy breaths, pounding heartbeats, and dry lips filled the room, each person displaying their shock in different ways. All eyes returned to Jiang Fan. Over 100 million. What a concept. It indicated that Jiang Fan had backing far exceeding these assets, likely belonging to a wealthy second-generation heir of a prominent family. The man was now seething with anger towards Zhao Fuqiang. Why did his daughter associate with such an impressive figure while still borrowing from loan sharks? It was utterly pointless. Now, they had landed in such a predicament. Taking a deep breath, the man asked, "May I inquire your esteemed name? I am not deserving of any grand title. You may call me Jiang Fan," Jiang Fan replied, casually tossing the bag containing 120,000 to the man, saying leisurely as he said, "This matter is settled upon receiving the money. Please present the IOU." The man's heart raced. At that moment, the bag of money felt like a hot potato. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Brother Jiang, I must admit this is rather unbecoming of me. I shall not take this money, nor will I pursue the debt. I implore you not to take today's events to heart." With that, he tore the loan agreement into shreds and tossed it into the trash bin at Zhao Lingling's home. "Brother Jiang, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave," he said, ushering his subordinates to hurry away. "Wait," Jiang Fan suddenly called out to stop them. "Uncle Zhao borrowed your money and should rightfully pay a service fee. Please accept this." Jiang Fan produced a stack of 10,000 yuan notes and tossed them into the man's hands. "No, no, no. I cannot accept this. I cannot bear such a kindness," the man said, genuinely alarmed, feeling the money was burning in his hands. Jiang Fan replied, "This money is not a gift. You are well acquainted in Tai City, and I hope you will look after Uncle Zhao's family moving forward. That is all." Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, the man finally exhaled with relief. He patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, Brother Jiang. We will ensure that Uncle Zhao's family faces no hardship." He then turned to Zhao Fuqiang, sincerely apologizing, "Uncle Zhao, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Our aggression today stemmed from hearing that your daughter was dating a businessman, which led us to demand payment so forcefully. I am truly sorry." With that, the man and his group swiftly departed. After they left, Zhao Fuqiang and Li Qiao began to clean up the mess in the room. Fortunately, the items were solid, and a quick tidy-up made it relatively neat again. Jiang Fan attempted to assist several times, but Li Qiao would not allow it, constantly signaling her daughter to take Jiang Fan to rest. Zhao Lingling gazed at Jiang Fan with tender eyes. Although the trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress was cliché, it undeniably worked wonders. Noticing her daughter staring at Jiang Fan, Li Qiao playfully swatted Zhao Lingling's backside with a broom, exclaiming, "What are you daydreaming about? The living room is in disarray. Take Xiao Fan to your bedroom to rest." Jiang Fan curiously stepped into the small bedroom, his first time entering a girl's sanctuary. "Brother Jiang, I haven't asked yet. How did you end up here?" Zhao Lingling poured a glass of water for Jiang Fan and handed it to him. Zhao Lingling lowered her head, intertwining her small hands, and softly murmured, "I'm sorry. I panicked when I received my parents' call." Jiang Fan, with a gentle smile, ruffled Zhao Lingling's hair as he reassured her, "Let this matter pass. In the future, if you encounter any issues, be sure to call us. Together, we can overcome any challenge." Zhao Lingling nudged closer, reveling in the warmth and security of Jiang Fan's large hand. The living room had been tidied up at an astonishing speed by Zhao Fuqiang and Li Qiao, leaving no trace of the previous disorder. "Xiao Fan, I truly do not know how to thank you for this. Our family owes you so much," Zhao Fuqiang, a tall man of nearly 6 feet, expressed, tears welling in his eyes. He was genuinely frightened, particularly with the thought of his daughter nearly being insulted, feeling utterly helpless as a father forced to watch. The sense of despair and powerlessness was something he would never forget. Li Qiao was already in tears. Without Jiang Fan's presence, she might have succumbed in the hospital, and there would have been no chance to sit together with her family now. "Uncle, Andy, please don't feel this way. Linger and I are friends. This is nothing," Jiang Fan said. "Friends? Just friends?" Zhao Lingling pouted, her fingers tracing circles around the rim of her cup, feeling a bit unsettled. As someone who had experienced similar sentiments, Li Qiao understood her daughter's feelings well. Moreover, she had already considered Jiang Fan as the perfect son-in-law. Even if the wealthiest man in the country came, she would still only recognize Jiang Fan. He was truly the best son-in-law in the world. But given the current situation, alas. "Silly girl, you're really disappointing," Li Qiao sighed, wiping her tears. "Xiao Fan, since you've come all this way, why not stay with us tonight? Zhao uncle and I have some matters to attend to." "Matters? Zhao Fuqiang looked at his wife in surprise. When did you say we had matters? Li Qiao pinched a small tuft of flesh at his waist and spun it around. Have you forgotten? We need to go out for business. Zhao Fuqiang, sensing his wife's disapproving gaze, quickly concurred. Yes, we have business. Xiao Fan, you should stay the night. Jiang Fan felt a bit awkward. Being alone in a room with a girl was not an issue for him, but for Zhao Lingling, it was a different matter. Jiang Fan, go, please stay, Zhao Lingling shyly suggested. With the whole family in agreement, it would be rather pretentious of him to refuse. So he acquiesced. Zhao Fuqiang then adopted a serious demeanor, stating, this is all because of that little rascal. This morning, our whole family received an invitation. Zhao Fuqiang rummaged through the trash bin and retrieved a crumpled piece of paper. Jiang Fan recognized it as the invitation sent by Xu Yong. Zhao Fuqiang continued. This little rascal not only sent it to us, somehow he got the addresses of all our relatives and sent one to each family. Now, our relatives think Linger has struck it rich, which is quite bothersome. Jiang Fan was surprised. Su Yong's tactics were rather underhanded. Just then, a knock on the door was heard. Is the elder brother home? I am her third aunt. Chapter 95. My name is Jiang Fan. Zhao Lingling's third aunt entered with a beaming smile. Upon seeing Zhao Lingling, she greeted her warmly. Oh my, you've really blossomed. Lingling, you're exceptionally beautiful now. No wonder you caught the eye of the big boss. Third aunt, did you come for something today? Li Qiao, wishing to avoid the topic, inquired. Of course it's good news. Since your father passed, our family hasn't gathered together. Just now, my elder brother organized a get-together for us siblings to reconnect, and I'm here to inform you. Li Qiao, seated on the sofa, asked, should we go? Go to where? Zhao Fuqiang interjected, his brows furrowing. When you were hospitalized, all those relatives avoided us. If it weren't for them, would I have needed to resort to high-interest loans? But it wouldn't look good if we don't go. They've come all the way to invite us. Li Qiao hesitated. Zhao Fuqiang remained silent, clearly still harboring resentment toward his siblings. Zhao Lingling, inheriting her mother's kindness. Didn't he want to think ill of anyone and urged, Dad, since third aunt personally came to invite us, and Mama's fine now, we are all family and will meet again in the future. Let us not make things too awkward. Eventually, under the combined persuasion of his daughter and wife, Zhao Fuqiang relented and agreed to attend the gathering. Xiao Jiang, come with us. You are our benefactor, and it's a great opportunity for you to meet Lingling's uncles and aunts, Li Qiao suggested. Jiang Fan hesitated. He had an uneasy feeling about Zhao Lingling's relatives, especially since Xu Yong had just been spreading rumors, and now they were organizing a family gathering. This timing felt too coincidental. I don't think it's appropriate for me to attend. After all, it's a family banquet. Jiang Fan diplomatically declined, though he kept his true thoughts to himself. What is inappropriate about it? Just attend as Lingling's boyfriend. We are all family. Zhao Fuqiang remarked, glancing at Zhao Lingling. If our Lingling were not unworthy of you, I would genuinely consider you as my son-in-law. Dad, what are you saying? Zhao Lingling exclaimed, both shy and angry. Am I not your own daughter? Though she felt she was truly unworthy of Jiang Fan, a girl's feelings should not be voiced so openly. Jiang Fan smiled, but remained silent. The traumatic shadows of a decade-long marriage in his past loomed large, leading him to focus solely on his own growth and ensuring that those he cared for would not suffer again. Li Qiao, exasperated, nudged her husband. What do you know about young people's affairs? Hurry and change your clothes. Afterward, she exchanged an encouraging glance with her daughter. Xiao Jiang, just listen to Zhao, uncle. You've come all the way to Tai City, and we can't leave you behind. All right, then I shall shamelessly join you, Jiang Fan agreed. Following the address provided by third aunt, Jiang Fan drove Zhao Lingling and her family to a hotel at the foot of the renowned Mount Tai. The establishment was quite grand, indicating that the Zhao family had invested significantly in this gathering. After handing over the car to the valet, they entered the private dining room reserved by the Zhao family. Upon their arrival, they were greeted with overwhelming enthusiasm from a multitude of relatives, both familiar and unfamiliar, who surrounded them, asking a flurry of questions. In particular, the aunts were tearfully clasping Li Qiao's hands, expressing their relief and joy that her health had improved. Zhao Fuqiang rolled his eyes at the scene. Now, they were all eager to ingratiate themselves, offering sweet words, when just earlier they had been evasive, or unresponsive. At that moment, someone noticed Jiang Fan. Fuqiang, who is this young man? One man, claiming to be Zhao Lingling's uncle, inquired. Of course, he is Ling Yu's boyfriend. Is he not welcome? If not, we can leave right now. Zhao Fuqiang, still grappling with his lingering grievances, spoke with a hint of sharpness. Jiang Fan smiled and greeted everyone. Hello, uncles and aunts. It's a bit rushed to meet you for the first time, and I didn't bring any gifts, but I promise to make it up next time. Upon hearing this, all the relatives' eyes lit up, encircling him with eager inquiries. What gifts will you bring? We are family. No need for such formality. He is quite handsome, truly a match made in heaven. Indeed, our Ling Yu is fortunate to find such an outstanding young man. Ling Yu, your cousin is still single. Perhaps your boyfriend can introduce her to someone. The relatives buzzed around with warmth and enthusiasm. Zhao Lingling felt an overwhelming sense of shame as she was besieged by her relatives. If only this were all a fabrication. Let us not stand any longer. Let the Fuqiang family take their seats first. At this moment, the eldest of the Zhao family finally spoke, deliberately relinquishing the seat of honor at the banquet, insincerely stating, Fuqiang, your sister-in-law's miraculous escape from peril is a great blessing. Please, take the prominent seats. Following the incident involving his wife, Zhao Fuqiang had long since transformed his attitude towards these siblings. In the past, he would have firmly refused to allow his elder brother to sit in the principal position. However, now he graciously took his place. The eldest Zhao could not help but twitch at the corners of his eyes upon witnessing Fuqiang's behavior. Not only he, but all the relatives present harbored their own thoughts upon witnessing this scene. The seating arrangement adhered to certain customs. Typically, the most esteemed elder of the family would occupy the seat of honor at a familial gathering. The eldest, Zhao, merely feigned a gesture of humility, as he still harbored hopes of sitting at the head of the table. Unexpectedly, Zhao Fuqiang showed no reservations and boldly seated himself with his entire family. Indeed, wealth does embolden one's posture. Such thoughts could only be kept to themselves, as all the relatives maintained smiles on their faces. Once everyone was settled, the dishes were gradually served. Initially, the conversations revolved around past events, but soon the dialogue subtly shifted towards Fuqiang's family. As Jiang Fan was a stranger to everyone, he quietly savored the dishes while Zhao Lingling, embodying the role of a dutiful wife, served him food and peeled shrimp. Observing Jiang Fan consume the shrimp she had meticulously peeled, a blissful smile of contentment illuminated the young girl's face. Don't just serve me. You should eat more too. You must not have had anything to eat during your journey, Jiang Fan remarked as he offered Zhao Lingling a piece of meat. This small gesture delighted Zhao Lingling immensely. Given the opportunity, she would have devoured the entirety of the table's offerings. Look at this sweet couple. How charming. At last, the conversation shifted towards Jiang Fan and Zhao Lingling. Xiaoyong, now that you are visiting Tai City for the first time, do stay a few more days. Although it may not be as prosperous as Qing City, the scenery here is unparalleled, declared the eldest Zhao with a deliberate display of authority. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Zhao Fuqiang's family froze. Zhao Lingling's smile vanished in an instant. Jiang Fan chuckled inwardly. It was no wonder they were so warm towards him. They had mistaken him for Xu Yong. It seemed that these relatives had indeed received an invitation from Xu Yong, prompting them to hastily ingratiate themselves with Zhao Fuqiang's family. Noticing the peculiar expressions on Fuqiang's family, the eldest Zhao inquired, What is amiss? Did I say something wrong? Clearing his throat, Jiang Fan set down his chopsticks, gently dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and replied, I fear that you have made an error, uncle. My name is Jiang Fan, not Xu Yong.